Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Boiling lava poured down onto the ground like a stormy stream. The 9 circles of hell were like a blazing canyon. The deepest of them gathered the strongest demons. In the 9th circle, an endless battle was being waged. It was held to determine the strongest demon. The horns of one of the demons were covered with golden rings. The second red demon was clad in spiked armor. The demon with golden rings prepared to strike. Both demons clashed in battle. The red demon managed to hit his opponent on the cheek. He raised his fist again to attack. A deafening explosion was heard, and the shockwave blew up the stone several meters ahead. The red demon hovered in the air, watching the smoke billow. A golden horn emerged from the dust raised in the air, and words of disappointment were heard. The golden ringed demon glared and said that he had heard rumors from the 9th circle, so there were high expectations for his opponent. The great demon Gargas dropped to one knee and said that these blows were just tickling. He roared Palak's name and looked at the red demon, who was clenching his fists. The great demon Palak smirked and said that his opponent really did talk a lot. Gargas rose into the air, angrily asking who was talking a lot. The 9th circle of hell was illuminated by a flash of explosion. The fire from the blow was visible even from the farthest corners. The explosion raised burning stones into the air. The shock wave rolled for many kilometers around. Gargas flew to the side, not having time to stop. A satisfied Palak flew out of the flames. He clenched his fist again to strike. Another blow flared up in a bright golden flash. The stones flew towards the demon. He pushed away the next moment and rushed to attack. His eyes flashed with the excitement of battle. Palak clasped his hands and gritted his teeth. He gained speed, dodging the flying rocks. Gargas fell head first. Palak hit the ground faster. He looked at his enemy falling and pushed off the ground again. Like a rocket, he shot towards his opponent. Gargas couldn't stop falling as Palak closed in for the strike. The demon's clenched fist was a concentrated force. He attacked and another explosion sounded, causing the air to swirl. Dust rose from the ground in a column. Suddenly, something caught Palak's attention. Monsters were attacking him from all sides. A green, one-eyed demon braced himself for the strike. Palak was surprised by the sudden attack and growled menacingly that these were all just pathetic tricks. He turned around with a grin. Several green demons swarmed his arms and legs. Palak smiled predatorily. At that moment, Gargas rose from the dust, roaring with rage, which confused the others. A stream of flame poured out of Gargas' mouth, incinerating everything in its path. Gargas smirked contentedly. Where the demon stood, the ground melted into lava. Suddenly, he realized that the situation was out of control. Palak, with fists blazing with fire, emerged from a pillar of dust and earth. He attacked, telling the enemy to stop fooling around. He flew up, attacking the demon. Another explosion illuminated the 9th circle of hell. Gargas raised his fist to attack when Palak approached him closely. Gargas screamed, asking the enemy to die. A bright flash lit up the demon's body. Palak was too close. He hit the enemy and said that he was the strongest demon of the 9th circle. A huge lava ball crashed into Gargas. Palak jumped to the side after the attack. The demon landed on the ground. He looked at his fallen enemy and thought that no one thought that in these endless battles, an absolute winner would emerge. Palak's eyes flashed with the fury of battle when that man appeared one day. Palak was nervous, so he lowered his eyes. He stood in a bow on the red carpet, as did many demons behind him. They were all in the throne room of the Demon King's castle. The Demon King himself sat on the throne, his armor glowing purple. The Lord of Hell's eyes sparkled as he looked at his subjects. Palak bowed his head and dared to ask the Lord of Hell why he wanted to return when all of Hell was at his feet. An awkward silence filled the hall again. The Lord of Hell looked at his servant carefully. His body was engulfed in purple fire, and Palak trembled in fear. The demon felt the oppressive aura and heard about the boundless thirst. He devoured one demon after another, absorbed their power, destroyed 7 princes so formidable that they could not deal with each other. He rose above them all, and this power allows him to eat demons. The other demons also trembled, thinking that the Lord was very angry. Palak felt with the tips of his hair how a predatory mouth opened above him when he thought about how he was about to devour everyone. But only a question about what was in his possession rang out. The Lord lazily raised his hand and told his servant that he had been stuck in this hole for 10,000 fucking years. He looked at the same landscape and did nothing but kill. The Lord dropped his head into his hands. He removed the mask, revealing the human head of the Demon King Okanu, who cried out in despair that he no longer knew what was to be conquered. Palak clenched his fist and eagerly suggested that the Lord might be hungry and had a treat for the Lord, and ordered his minions to bring it. The demons rolled a huge plate to the huge one, and Palak said that the Lord had swallowed tens of thousands of demons, so the meal might seem modest, but he asked to accept it as a gift from his humble servants. Palak reached for the lid of the dish. On the plate lay the last of the most powerful beasts, Fokeller, and it was his head that was being offered as a treat. Kanu thrust the head into the servant and said that he would not eat it, to which Palak immediately said that he was at fault. The head lay in its own slime, as the man said that he did not wish to consume such an abomination. Kanu bit his lip. He looked at his demons and waves of power emanated from him. He imagined a delicious dish and said that he wanted kimchi stew. Palak began to repeat the name of the dish to himself, trying to remember it. The demons raised their hands and shouted that kimchi stew was a dish to the taste of the insatiable demon king. Their mouths began to water at the thought of juicy raw meat when the Lord interrupted them and called them short-sighted. Palak cracked his fingers and grinned carnivorously, then asked whose head would be the basis of the dish, or could he pull out someone's entrails. So let the Lord just say so, and he will tear anyone to pieces to please the king, to which Kanu wearily muttered that this was not kimchi stew at all. Demons do not understand anything about cooking, and eat the defeated enemy, and that's all. Palak clasped his hands and smiled, saying that he understood that the Lord was bored, so he needed a spectacle, like when the 7 princes died, to which the other demons supported him. Kanu, almost with tears in his eyes, shouted that he needed novels and manhwa. Palak slammed his fist on the ground. He lowered his head and said that since he was unable to please him, then at least let his death amuse him. Loyal tears welled up in the demon's eyes when Kanu angrily asked him what he was listening to. Palak still forgave him for killing him when Kanu thought about how he wanted to find his beloved. He sighed heavily. Suddenly, someone chuckled on the red carpet, and everyone turned to look at the demoness with a beautiful figure who asked if she would be suitable as his beloved. Lilith, clicking her heels, walked along the carpet. All the demons looked at the queen of the succubi with admiration. She was the first beauty in hell, so the girl ran her hand over her chest, addressing the Lord. Her sharp teeth bit her lips seductively. Tears gushed from her many eyes, and Lilith asked if Lilith's love was not enough for him. Kanu's face seemed to turn to stone for a moment. Lilith put her hands to her face and said that she was completely in his power tonight, to which Kanu, taken aback by this turn of events, said that his order was for her not to come near him even a step, to which Lilith giggled and said that it seemed she was embarrassed by him. A tentacle clung to the Lord's hand, and the girl asked what his name was, the Lord of the Ninth Circle. The demons were envious and embarrassed to watch this scene. Kanu tried to push Lilith away and thought that the succubus who absorbed male energy was far from being a lovely lady. He fought back with all his might and asked her to leave him alone. He wanted to admit that compared to her, even Palak seemed cute. He knew that appearances were not enough, but he was terrified. Kanu clenched his fist and said that he wanted to go to Earth. He looked at the demons carefully and said that he had to go back there. Palak and Lilith were very surprised. Palak emotionally addressed the Lord. However, Kanu's desire had not changed in 10,000 years, it only strengthened. After 10,000 years in hell, when the last Prince Ball had finally fallen, he was ready to return home. Kanu folded his hands in his lap and thought that the time had come. He jumped up from his throne and walked past the servants, thinking that these 10,000 years in hell would finally pay off. He turned to Palak and ordered them to prepare for the ritual. Palak caught up with the Lord and tried to tell him something, but the Kanu interrupted him. He turned to the servant and looked at him with a murderous look, telling him not to make him repeat himself. Palak immediately fell to his knees, asking for forgiveness and saying that he would now prepare everything. The demon slightly turned to the others and ordered them to call Ammon and prepare the statues of the 7 princes of hell. The demon immediately began to carry out the order. The demon, resembling an old bird, raised his hands up and chanted something in an incomprehensible language. A strange song continued to be heard around the statues of the princes of darkness. Between the statues there was a pedestal that began to glow when Palak pointed at it with his hand and said that the preparations were complete. Lilith looked depressed. She tried to speak to her master, but Kanu had thrown off his armor. He walked towards the portal. A bird-like demon spoke to Kanu as he walked up the steps. The dark sorcerer Ammon looked at his master and said that if he put so much magic into the statues of the 7 princes of hell, it could distort the boundaries of time and space, and a rift in the dimension would definitely appear. Kanu left him behind, ordering him to begin the ritual. He stood in a cloud of magic and looked at the statues of the 7 princes of hell when he thought that he could finally return home. Kanu closed his eyes, and a wave of demonic energy flowed from his hands into the core of 10,000 demons. The stream gushed and began to curl into a sphere. A drop sound was heard, and at the same time, the core exploded as the energy was released. A pillar of light rushed upward. It was so bright that it was impossible to look at it. Ammon covered his eyes with his hand and admired this devastating magic, which was amazing to watch. The song flowed above the statues again. One of the giants seemed to turn his head for a moment. The eyes of the statues began to glow from the raging energy around. The core illuminated all the statues. Ammon finished the song. He saw the Overlord standing in front of the rift and said that all 7 statues had awakened, so the gates would open soon. Kanu threw his cloak over himself and thought that even if he returned, he would have no family, no lover, no friends. He took a step towards the rift and thought that it was better this way than this damn deserted place, after which he said that it was time for him to go. Lilith tried to call him, but the Overlord did not even turn around. Kanu's eyes widened in surprise when he heard Lilith and Palak crying. Both demons were crying bitter tears, not believing that Vladka really wanted to leave them. Kanu shook his head and asked her not to cry. He wrapped his cloak tighter around himself and thought about how she was scaring him. Lilith blushed, hugged herself and said that those were such warm words that Lilith's heart could burst with love. Bubbles flew out of the suction cups on her chest. Kanu noticed out of the corner of his eye that some kind of liquid was released. He shuddered with disgust when he heard that Lilith wanted to come with him. He cursed and in one jump found himself in the rift. Lilith watched as Kanu fell deeper and deeper into the crevice. The boy turned around because Lilith shouted that she would follow him no matter what happened. He smirked. Kanu turned around as he fell, made an obscene gesture at the girl and said that he had never been happy to meet her and he hoped that they would never see each other again. Kanu fell lower and lower and thought that he had been in hell for 10,000 years. There was no past that he wanted to change, no future that he really wanted. A sphere lit up below, and he realized that this must be the Earth he knew. Kanu landed near the sphere. He was so pleased that his cheeks turned red, and he muttered that now everything would finally happen. The sphere suddenly began to sparkle and the system window reported that an atomic crack had been detected. The dimensional protection mechanism Gaia system was working properly. The entire space was covered with a red grid. Kanu looked around because he did not understand what was happening. Many system windows appeared at the same time, saying that the core's power was exceeding the norm. Kanu heard that all dimensional protection mechanisms were working when he asked himself what was going on. The system window reported that the Gaia system was overloaded. Lightning passed through the grid. Many discharges simultaneously struck Kanu. The system window reported a system error and the core cracks could not be completely repaired. Kanu screamed when he heard the selective compression begin. He wanted it to stop when another bolt of lightning struck his hand. Kanu cursed when his gaze grew heavy. He called someone a name and then passed out. Kanu opened his eyes and was surrounded by dim light. He was lying on the grass among the trees thinking that since he was surrounded by sunlight and a green forest, he was on Earth. He tried to sit up, deciding to check the condition of his body. He looked at the system window, which reflected his status. Kanu was at level 1 of the first stage of awakening, had the power of a devourer, strength 8, physical attributes 7, intelligence 8, vitality 9 and magic 12. His attention was especially drawn to the column where it was written that special skills were unavailable. He was surprised that his powers were sealed. Suddenly, a roar came from behind him, and Kanu turned towards the sound. Goblins were approaching him from all directions. The goblins attacked him, and Kanu thought that there had never been such creatures on the Earth he knew. Kanu swung his sword and thought that he would first get rid of the goblins in one blow. Suddenly, he did not feel the proper energy in his body. The demonic energy in the core of 10,000 demons was weak. The goblins approached to attack. Kanu clenched his fist, thinking that he would use it now. His eyes flashed red, and he defeated several enemies with one blow. Kanu's body transformed into the demon Shabnak, and then he used the power of the blade. The irises of his eyes remained red. Another goblin approached to attack, and the system window reported that Kanu successfully defeated the goblin, a normal E-class monster. He cut the goblin in half and the system window reported the experience points he had gained. Kanu looked furious in the heat of battle when the system window reported that his level had increased to 4. He knelt down, looking at the corpses of the monsters. He squinted and thought about how the experience he had gained was not just statistics, but he actually felt stronger. There were dead, bloody goblins lying on the ground. Kanu stood up and thought about gathering information about this place. He put his hands forward and used the Devour spell. The magic was still blazing around him when he realized that he had gained information about the monsters, but he had not learned anything about this world, and the system window reported that he had gained 1 point of Magi. He was very surprised when he repeated Magi to himself. It was like he was walking between bones when he thought that if there was a power from hell in this world, then he was not on Earth. He grabbed his head because he couldn't believe what had happened, because he had endured all the circles of hell, because he believed that he could return to Earth. An exhausted scream caught his attention. He took his hands away from his ears, surprised by the scream. He turned around because the sound did not sound like a demon or a monster. The scream rang out again, and Kanu thought that it was a human scream. He used the power of Veilfar speed, and after a moment, only dust was left in the air. The trees blurred from the speed, as Kanu silently repeated to himself that for 10,000 years he had only seen monsters with tentacles and dozens of limbs. So he did not care what this man looked like. If he had 2 eyes, 1 nose, and a mouth, then he could be called a man. Kanu's cloak fluttered in the wind as he prayed that the man did not have tentacles. He clenched his teeth and shuddered at the thought of Lilith, so the lack of tentacles was the most important thing. Finally, he found a crowd of monsters surrounding a man. The figure seemed to glow as Kanu prayed for it to be a man. First, he saw 2 eyes, then a nose. He looked at the girl's entire figure. Kanu stared at the stranger, realizing that she really did not have tentacles. Tears of joy gushed from his eyes, and he ran to the rescue even faster. One of the goblins raised his weapon over the girl. She exhaled, closed her eyes, and leaned against a tree. However, a shadow flashed and the blow did not happen. She opened her eyes in disbelief. Kanu was just finishing off the last monster. He left many corpses behind and approached the girl. Kanu extended his hand to her to help her up. The stranger looked very beautiful when she thanked him. Their hands touched, and Kanu exhaled in admiration. His eyes and mouth opened in surprise, and the guy felt like he was falling into bliss. He tried not to show his emotions outwardly. The girl thanked him for saving her life and introduced herself as Hansol. Kanwoo was shaking from nervous tension, and Hansol was confused and asked what was wrong. Kanwoo held her hand tightly and pulled her towards him. He looked so happy when he proposed marriage to her, which was very unexpected for Hansol. Kanwoo, blushing and smiling madly, proposed marriage to her again. Hansol was very confused, trying to understand what he was talking about, to which Kanwoo pulled himself up as he was getting carried away. He smiled awkwardly, let go of her hands and apologized, then introduced himself. Hansol was injured and Kanwoo immediately asked if the wound hurt much, to which she tried to say that it was small. However, it turned out that her knee was cut and covered in blood. She staggered and leaned on Kanwoo, and at that moment, a phone fell out of her pocket. Kanwoo's eyes widened in surprise when he thought of the familiar rectangular shape of the object. A phone was lying on the grass. He helped Hansol sit up, thinking that he was really on the ground, and out loud told the girl not to strain herself, to sit for a while, and he would bandage the wound, to which she thanked him again. He grabbed his coat, tore it, and told Hansol not to worry, and thought to himself that he was talking to her so freely. While Kanwoo was bandaging Hansol's wound, he remembered that in order not to forget his native language, he banned the language of demons in hell, and they only spoke Korean. He remembered how Palak tried to learn Korean, and thought to himself that he was finally speaking Korean to a person, not a demon. He sat down next to Hansol and said with a smile that this way it would be easier, and the girl thanked him again. Kanwoo picked up the phone and handed it to its owner. Hansol's fingers landed on the screen, which lit up when he touched it, and Kanwoo saw the year 2023, which meant that 5 years had passed since he fell into the abyss. He sat down next to Hansol and thought that if he understood everything correctly, then monsters appeared on Earth in 5 years, and said out loud that it must be difficult for the girl to move around. After which he suggested that they take a break, and he himself thought that the Earth had changed a lot, so he needed to gather more information. He looked at Hansol with interest and asked what she was doing in such a place, to which the girl replied that it turned out that she was hunting alone inside the gate. She was embarrassed and said that yesterday she woke up and became a player, and went hunting alone in the E-Class gate, after which she called herself stupid. Kanwoo was having various thoughts about solo hunting and players, but he asked the girl out loud how her level was, to which she replied that she was level 6 since she had just awakened, but she was curious about what a strong player like Kanwoo was doing here. The guy thought with embarrassment that his level was lower than hers, and then said that it just happened. He looked at the girl and thought that it was understandable why she came to such a conclusion. Hansol moved and accidentally touched Kanwoo's shoulder. Her stomach growled from hunger and she was very embarrassed. Hansol stood up abruptly, offering to go already, to which Kanwoo said that the wound hurt a lot, and then asked if she was sure she could walk. Her bandaged leg was shaking a little, but Hansol told the guy not to worry. She almost fell, so Kanwoo grabbed her arm and said that he would help her, to which Hansol, worried, began to protest, as she did not want to be a burden. Kanwoo held Hansol tighter and asked her not to refuse help, as he would take her, let him just tell her where to go, to which she replied that she should go to the entrance. Kanwoo understood and looked at the girl with a smile, thinking that he was talking to a human for the first time in 10,000 years. They were walking along a forest path, when Kanwoo thought that he, of course, screwed up when introducing himself, but it seemed to have improved, and it did not seem like she guessed about his identity, so he decided that in the same spirit he would continue to get used to human society. Kanwoo and Hansol stood at the entrance with satisfied smiles. The gate looked like a blue-black portal. Kanwoo turned to the forest and thought that it was possible to move using rifts in space, and that this wasn't exactly Earth. He looked back at the entrance and thought that he didn't see any equipment that could create a rift, so he wondered what was keeping the gate open. Hansol pulled herself out of Kanwoo's arms and said that she was feeling better, so they should hurry. They stepped into the portal. Kanwoo shielded his eyes from the bright light with his hand. Suddenly, the light changed to a warmer one. Kanwoo opened his eyes in surprise. He saw a man shouting about gathering a group to hunt goblins in the E-Class gate, and this man had 2 eyes. He then looked at 2 guys who were reading something on the system window, and one of the guys said that there was no tank in sight today, and Kanwoo thought that they had the same nose. He looked at the other 2 men who were talking about accepting bandits into the group, and the boy thought about how they had only 1 mouth and no tentacles. Kanwoo looked around the street, which was swarming with people. He was shaking nervously when he thought about the fact that he really came back. Tears of happiness came to his eyes. Something caught Hansol's attention. Her leg began to tremble a little from pain. She bent down to her knee and said that if Kanu didn't mind, she would invite him to eat at her place. Kanu blushed at this offer. The girl looked very cute when she said that she was uncomfortable, but she wanted to treat him as thanks. Kanu thought with admiration that spring had come to him. He smiled happily and said that she left him no choice. He said that he couldn't refuse such an offer, and at that moment they were interrupted, ordered to wait. Two soldiers approached Kanu and Hansol, saying that they needed to check the players' cards. Hansol immediately showed her card, and one of the soldiers said that Kanu should also show his player card, and the guy cursed under his breath. He exhaled and said that he would show it now, and thought to himself that there was no help to wait for, so he would do as he knew how. His eye suddenly turned a poisonous green. He pretended to hand the card to the surprised soldier, but in reality he thought that he was distorting the perception of the object and forcing him to see it as he wanted. Behind the soldier, it seemed like the demon Dentalian with the power of illusion was standing, after which Kanu made an obscene gesture at him. It was this that the soldier mistook for a player card. The soldiers were talking, and one asked the other to get ready since their shift would soon end, and Kanu thought that this time he had gotten away with it, and then suggested that Hansol go. They were standing near a 5-story building when the girl said that this was their house. He turned around embarrassedly, saying that there was no elevator in it, so they would go on foot. Kanu happily smelled the old house. They were walking up the narrow stairs. Kanu ran his fingers along the cold banister. He looked at the dusty window. He clenched his fists and thought that finally everything felt real. He smiled and blushed because he realized that of all the places on Earth, he was going home to Hansol, so he had a happy future. In his head, he happily exclaimed that this was a promising start to a new life. Suddenly, Hansol opened the door and greeted her mother, who was surprised by her daughter's arrival. The joyful and raging emotions disappeared from the protagonist's face. The mother hugged her daughter, excitedly asking if she was hurt or if she was alone, to which Hansol, with red cheeks, replied that she was not alone. "Here is her mother," the protagonist said to himself in confusion. "Is she really just going to feed me?" he asked himself discontentedly. A few minutes later, Hansol introduced Kanu to her mother. Pointing to the protagonist standing in the aisle, she explained that he had saved her, so let him have dinner with them. Hearing this, the mother immediately agreed. "I am so grateful to you," she said happily, taking the protagonist's hand with both hands. She bowed her head and thanked Kana for helping her daughter, adding that she did not know how to repay such kindness. "Nonsense," the protagonist immediately answered. Letting go of the hand of her daughter's savior, the mother came to her senses and led Kana into the house, telling him not to stand in the doorway, after which she said that although they lived modestly, they would always feed them well. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled warmly and thanked the hostess. In his mind, he was unhappy that they would have dinner together. Then he suddenly added that it was fine as it was because he had suffered a lot in hell. At this time, Hansol's mother went to the kitchen, calling her daughter to help set the table. The girl immediately rushed to help her mother. "Just change quickly," Hansol said, when suddenly, looking at the notifications on her phone, she asked her mother if she had really sent her messages. Her mother immediately replied that she had, adding that she should always be in touch when she went on a dangerous mission. Noticing the phone in the girl's hand, the main character said in his head that he needed to get more information about the Earth, after which he turned to Hansol. Without thinking twice, he immediately asked to borrow the girl's phone for a while because he had misplaced his own. Hearing this, the girl turned to the protagonist with a warm smile on her face and answered, "Of course." After these words, she handed the smartphone to Kan and told him not to be shy, after which she added that dinner would be ready soon. Taking the phone in his hands, he immediately brought it to his face and blushed with pleasure. In his head, he happily said that he really missed the tactile feedback of the smartphone, adding that it was a magical feeling, especially after so many years of separation. How suddenly, after a moment, he became serious. Taking off his coat and sitting on a chair, he said to himself that he needed to get down to business. The protagonist understood that he had to get information. In his head, he began to think about where to start and after a few seconds came to the conclusion that he needed to read the news from 2018. Immediately after these thoughts, he entered a query for news from February 1st, 2018 into the search engine. He found a record that said that on February 22nd, 2018, the world went crazy. Then unknown portals with thousands of monsters began to appear in the sky. Weapons against them were useless. The Chinese Communist Army tried to fight back, but the military was quickly turned into a bloody mess. Huge monsters that looked like people with bull heads attacked everything around. It was reported that a global defense organization had been created under the leadership of the United States. Korea became the 9th country to join the movement. Then the protagonist imagined the silhouette of the very first US player in front of him and asked himself who this girl was. When suddenly he read that thousands of players had appeared around the world, imagining many guys and girls with enormous powers, the protagonist asked himself if the guys could be considered the hope of humanity. When suddenly, flipping through this news, he came across an article whose title was Holocaust Day, and the entry itself was published on February 22nd. Seeing this date, Kanu remembered the last moment in this world and realized that it was then that he was sucked into hell. After that, he put his hand to his chin and, looking away, asked himself in surprise if it was really that day that the portal opened and he was lucky enough to end up there. When suddenly, he hissed to himself and said that the articles could write anything. After these words, the protagonist began to swipe the phone screen again, saying to himself that he would need to find out more when suddenly Hansel shouted that dinner was served. A pot of food was placed on the opposite side of the table. The protagonist, putting the phone aside with a joyful smile on his face, thanked the hostesses. When suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. Really, he joyfully shouted to himself. In front of him stood a whole pot of delicious stew. Hansel immediately wished the protagonist a bon appetit. At this time, there were cold beads of sweat on Kanu's face. He looked at the prepared dish in shock and did not believe that there was kimchi stew in front of him. Kimchi stew, he shouted to himself, madly happy. A few seconds later, he carefully brought a spoon with stew to his mouth. There was some broth and a piece of meat in it. Then Hansel's mother, looking at her daughter, told her not to lag behind and eat too, to which the girl, smiling warmly, thanked her mother. The main character, however, could not decide to try the dish, muttering something under his breath. Kimchi stew, Kanu said slowly and quietly. Hearing this, Hansel looked at the guest in surprise. A few seconds later, the main character brought a spoon to his mouth with a shaking hand. And suddenly he emptied the spoon. The mother and daughter looked at the guest in surprise, expecting at least some kind of assessment. Kanu began to actively chew the dish. Immediately after that, he again brought a full spoon of stew to his mouth. A moment later, the protagonist emptied the spoon again, actively chewing the dish. A moment later, he picked up a bowl of rice and dipped the spoon into it. Immediately after that, he pounced on the rice, devouring spoon after spoon. Hansel and her mother were very surprised by such an appetite of the guest. Descending into memories, in his head, the protagonist said that as many as 10,000 years had passed, adding that it was unknown how he ended up in hell. He remembered the bloody sky and the many monsters flying across it. Kanu reported that in order to survive, he was forced to become like demons and consume demonic energy. He remembered himself, who, sitting on many demons he killed, ate the flesh of one of them. Kanu said that he was still a human, so his taste preferences did not go anywhere, so the devilish treats did not bring him any pleasure. He continued to remember how greedily he bit into the meat of the devamons. His eyes were wild and his teeth were biting into the flesh. He was swallowing demons and choking. After biting off a piece, he chewed the demon meat hard. Such food was so disgusting to him. Kanu said that all these years he lived as if in delirium. He remembered how, unable to chew a piece, he spat it out, bitterly choking and throwing out the meat. In his head, he continued to say that for 10 long thousand years the same thing was repeated, but despite all this, he did not completely go crazy. Tears flowed from his eyes, snot from his nose, and drool sprayed from his mouth. He said that he did not go crazy because he lived only a dream. And this dream was to return home, he said. Kanu remembered how he cried bitterly, feeding on the meat of monsters, while wanting to return home. Back to Earth, he said. His memories ended with his sobs. Leaving them, he cried bitterly. Tears were streaming from his eyes as he continued to chew rice. I really am, he said quietly and happily to himself. On the ground, he finished his sentence. Kanu, what's wrong? Hansel suddenly asked, shocked and a little scared. Tears were still streaming down the protagonist's face. He was sobbing as he addressed Hansel. Thank you, he said quietly. Thank you very much, he added. Beads of sweat were streaming down the girl and her mother's faces. It's very tasty, the protagonist said happily. Hansel's face showed no emotion other than surprise. Then she suddenly blushed from what she heard. Looking down, she said with a warm smile on her face that she should thank Kanu. Looking at the table, on which there was only a pot of soup and a salad, she apologized for not being able to offer anything better. After that, she suddenly looked at the protagonist and with a smile on her face asked if he really liked it. Hearing this question, Kanu looked up at the girl with tearful eyes and replied, very. Continuing to chew rice vigorously, he suddenly asked if he could have more. Hearing this request, Hansel immediately jumped up and said that she would bring it now. Her mother was very happy that they were able to please. Tears continued to flow from the protagonist's eyes. Putting his hand to the bowl of rice, he happily said to himself that it was incredibly nice at home. When suddenly, looking up, he saw Hansel in front of him, with a sweet smile on her face, and her cheeks were still red. When suddenly the door to the apartment was destroyed with a loud explosion. In the huge dust raised by the explosion, only the silhouette of a person was visible. Hansol and her mother immediately rushed in horror to see who was behind this. The guy's foot stepped hard on a huge piece of stone on the floor, causing it to split. It was a guy with short yellow hair. Entering the room, he shouted furiously without taking his hands out of his pockets, ordering Hansol to go out. It was Hansol's brother. His legs went deeper into the apartment. Approaching the girl, he aggressively asked Hansol, who told her that she could enter the gate whenever she wanted. Hansol's face was filled with only anger and hatred. "Go away," she said slowly and quietly. "What?" Hant asked angrily, looking at his sister. Then the girl, unable to restrain herself, furiously shouted at him to get out, asking who he was to break into her house. "Don't come any closer," Hansol continued to shout, threatening that she had now become a full-fledged player. Hearing this, fear appeared in Hant's eyes, and suddenly his quiet, restrained laughter was heard. Hansol looked at her brother in surprise, and suddenly Hant could not restrain himself and burst into loud and uncontrollable laughter. He waved his hand from side to side, asking if she was really a full-fledged player now. Suddenly, he slammed his hand into the wall, breaking it, and asked how a low-level cur like Hansol could be called a player. The girl, blushing with anger, waved her hand, shouting for her brother to stay away. Hant did not respond to this, but only looked behind his sister. Behind Hansol, her mother was hiding, shaking with fear. Seeing this, he turned away in displeasure and said that not only did their father die early, but their mother was also a coward. Hearing this, Hansol could not hold back and rushed at her brother, shouting in rage that it was only because of Hant that they were in this situation. Hearing this, the guy did not respond with insults, but simply took his sister by the hand and dragged her along with him, saying that they were going to Andrew's guild. Hansol immediately began to resist, shouting that she would never join the Scum Guild. Then Hanty stopped and turned to his sister with a crazy smile on his face and said that he just wanted you to join a good party. Hansol still couldn't get out no matter how hard she tried. Then he bit his brother's hand hard, causing blood to spurt out. Due to the sharp and intense pain, Hanty hit his sister hard. The mother immediately rushed to her daughter, who had fallen to the floor screaming. Hanty, holding his bloody hand, was incredibly angry. Veins appeared on his face from rage. He was completely red, and looking at his sister, he furiously asked if she really thought that it was that easy to survive in this world. Holding back, he stood over Hansol and her mother hugging and told his sister to just shut up and become his offering. Then he suddenly said that if she thought she was a full-fledged player, there was madness in his eyes and hatred and contempt in his voice. Looking at his sister, he continued, "If so, let's fight." Hearing this, the mother immediately rushed to her son, begging for mercy, adding that she would go in her daughter's place. She held her son's hand with both hands, who rudely told her to take her hands off him. Because the mother did not let go, Hant threw the woman away from him with a sharp blow, causing her to fall to the floor with a scream. Seeing what her brother did to their mother, tears appeared on Hansol's face. She immediately rushed to her mother, who was unconscious on the floor. "I warned you," Hant said at this time. There was rage on his face and contempt in his eyes. "Don't anger me," he said to his sister. Hansol said with tears in her eyes, turning to her brother. There was rage in her eyes. Holding her mother in her arms, she didn't know what to do. Hant, meanwhile, asked her sarcastically what she was going to do. "I'm in the second stage of awakening," he said boastfully, looking at his sister. Hansol, meanwhile, didn't respond to this. She only clenched her teeth in anger, trying to hold back her tears. Suddenly, Hant, leaning over his sister, mockingly asked if she really thought she had any chance against him. Immediately after these words, he grabbed the girl by the face and said that the only thing she had was a pretty face. Holding his sister, he furiously shouted that Hansol only needed to join Andrew's guild, and the eldest would be. Suddenly, his speech was interrupted by a loud chomping sound. Hearing this, Hant left. Turning towards the sound, he saw the protagonist, who was happily eating a stew. "Who the hell are you?" Hant furiously asked the protagonist. Kanu did not answer and continued to eat one dish after another. Having let go of his sister, Hant was overcome with rage again. "Don't you understand what's going on here?" he asked the protagonist. Seeing her brother walking towards Kanu, tears appeared on Hansol's face again. "Hey you, listen," Hant said aggressively, approaching the table where the protagonist was sitting. Kanu did not react to Hant's words at all and continued to eat the stew. Was he serious? The rival asked himself in confusion. After that, he scratched the back of his head, turned around and was about to leave, when suddenly, turning sharply, Hant knocked down the table with all the food on it with great force. The overturned stew flew in front of the devastated Kanu's face. Hansol covered her mouth in fear, and tears flowed from her eyes. Rage and hatred were on Hant's face, who clenched his teeth in anger. The falling stew spilled onto the floor, and the protagonist, not having time to understand what happened, was still holding the spoon to his mouth. At that moment, Hansol screamed loudly, calling out to the protagonist. Suddenly, Kanwoo screamed in horror, kimchi, and tears poured from his eyes. After that, he fell to the floor, bending over the spilled stew. Surprised, Hanty looked at the protagonist, asking what was happening to him. "Where did you find this homeless person?" he suddenly asked his sister. The upset disappeared from Hansol's face and bewilderment appeared. She did not answer. "Hey, you, holding your hands in your pockets," Hanti said, looking at the crying protagonist. Poking Kanwoo with his foot, Hanti ordered him to stop whining and get up. Suddenly, Kanwoo turned to his offender. There was boundless rage in his eyes. Seeing this, fear flashed in Hanti's eyes for a second, which is why he stopped. "How dare you?" the protagonist shouted in rage. At that very moment, the image of a demon appeared in front of Hanti. "How dare you knock over Kimchi?" Kanwoo shouted furiously, rising from his knees. An incredibly strong and ominous aura filled the entire room. "My Kimchi," the protagonist said furiously. Horror enveloped Hanti, causing him to back away. Suddenly, he bit his lip hard. Clenching his hand into a fist, he prepared to attack. At that very moment, his fist lit up with a bright blue flame. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek. Looking at the protagonist, he said to himself that he had simply imagined it. Suddenly, a projectile flew into his hand. Even Hanti's eyes were burning with blue flames. Looking in the direction from which the projectile flew, he asked what just happened. Hansol was standing behind this, holding her staff and shouting for Kanwoo to run away. At that moment, a long blade appeared from the protagonist's hand. Seeing this, the tears in Hansol's eyes stopped. At that very moment, Kanwoo rushed towards his opponent. Hansol, not understanding what was happening, was still holding the staff in front of her. At that moment, the protagonist had already approached his opponent as close as possible. There was rage in Hanti's eyes. He had not expected this, but he said to himself that Kanwoo was not that fast. He was approaching from the left, he realized, seeing that the protagonist's quick strike was flying towards him. There was no emotion on Kanwoo's face, but his eyes were burning with a scarlet flame. Preparing to hold off the strike from the left, Hanti at that very moment missed a strong knee strike to the chest. Was it really a false strike? Hanti wondered. Immediately after these words, drool sprayed from his mouth. Immediately, he clenched his teeth in anger. Immediately after that, he rushed at his opponent, shouting loudly. His fists rushed at Kanwoo, but he immediately missed a punch to the face. And a moment later, he received a strong kick to the back, which caused the flames on his hands to go out. Blood was flowing from Han's nose. Holding his opponent's leg with his hand, he, gritting his teeth, said to himself that it was not very strong. Immediately after that, he knocked Kanwoo over, intending to immediately strike with his free hand. But at that very second, he again missed a strong kick to the face. Turning his back to his opponent, a sharp and long blade was released from the protagonist's hand. Blood again spurted from Han's nose and mouth. Without missing the moment, the protagonist rushed at his opponent, swinging his hand with the blade. Han immediately decided to counterattack, striking faster. But at the last moment, the protagonist ducked, dodging the flaming fist. At that very moment, drool and blood sprayed out of Han's mouth. He realized that it was another false swing. He missed a strong punch to the side. Within seconds, Han's fists lost their fire, and he was on all fours. Breathing heavily and holding himself on his side, he wondered who Kanwoo was, when suddenly his face was slammed hard into the floor. The protagonist stepped on his opponent's head, slamming his face into the floor. In rage, Han began to strain his arm, trying to get up. "I'm not done yet," the protagonist suddenly said, and immediately after these words, he pierced his opponent's hand with the blade from his own hand. A loud, heart-rending scream was immediately heard. Bending over Han, Kanwoo mockingly said that he seemed like a grown man, but whined like a little girl. Madness, rage, hatred, contempt, all of this was in the eyes of the protagonist, who looked at his rival and said that he would answer for the spilled kimchi. Blood was oozing from Hanti's hand. Raising his head, he furiously asked why he was so mad because of some kimchi. Hearing this, Kanwoo grabbed the guy by the hair. An incredibly strong and terrifying aura enveloped everything around. Raising Hanti's head to his level, the protagonist asked what he said about the stew. From this, beads of sweat appeared on Hanti's face. He was horrified and tried to justify himself, but before he could say anything, his face was smashed into the floor again. "What did you say about my kimchi?" the protagonist screamed in rage, smashing his opponent's face into the floor again and again. Kanwoo gritted his teeth in rage, trying to restrain himself at least a little. Suddenly, he stopped, letting go of his opponent's hair. Leaning over his opponent, he ordered that when he said 1, Hanti would answer kimchi. After that, he added that when he said 2, he would answer food of the gods. When he heard no answer, he moved the blade that was in Hanti's hand at the time and told him to shout louder. 1, said Kanwoo. Kimchi, said Hanti. Louder, the protagonist shouted in rage, hitting his opponent's wounded hand, causing blood to flow like a stream. Tears flowed from the guy's eyes, and blood poured out of his nose. Kimchi, Hanti screamed madly. 2, the protagonist immediately said, his pupils not visible in his eyes. An incredible aura filled the entire room. Food of the gods, Hanti screamed with all his might. No, 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 the protagonist said in disappointment, looking at his victim. Louder, he immediately screamed, ordering him to imagine that he was praying to a god. Hansol was watching all this. Her face was full of confusion and embarrassment, but she did not stop Kana. The protagonist screamed in rage, ordering his opponent to put his whole soul into these words. His rage was so terrible that fangs were visible in his mouth instead of teeth. Kimchi is the food of the gods, Hanti immediately screamed, tears pouring from his eyes. Hearing this, the protagonist clenched his teeth in rage. No, he said. His eyes lit up with a scarlet fire again. This is not it, he screamed, leaning over Hanti, after which he ordered him to scream again. Hearing this, the guy took a deep breath and prepared to scream. Kimchi is the food of the gods, he screamed with all his might. Because of this, blood spurted out of his mouth and his teeth flew in all directions. After that, there was silence. Kana was already calm. Okay, he said calmly, taking the bloody blade out of Hanti's hand. After that, he stood up. Kanu looked at his rival with contempt and hatred in his eyes and told him to never dare to desecrate Kimchi again. What the hell? Hanti asked himself in confusion, lying on the floor in a pool of blood and tears. His body did not have the strength to move or get up from his spot. After a while, everything in the apartment was cleaned up. All the trash and debris were neatly folded. Hansol's mother was lying on the couch, her daughter wrapping her head with a bandage. The girl herself looked very worried. She was very worried about her mother. Even after taking care of her mother, she did not leave her side. At this time, Hanti was standing in the kitchen and washing the dishes. He asked himself how he managed to do this. A small stream of blood was still flowing from his nose. The guy was half naked, without a coat. The main character himself was sitting at the table, throwing his feet up on the table. He calmly drank tea in his opponent's clothes and searched for information on his phone. Tears flowed from Hanti's only whole eye as he washed the stew bowl. While rinsing the plate under water, his reflection was visible, in which he clenched his teeth in anger. Why should I suffer? He asked himself, looking over his shoulder at his offender. When suddenly the protagonist put a cup on the table. The sound made Hanti tremble with fear. What's wrong? Kanu immediately asked. Even without looking at Hanti, he asked if he was really angry because he had to endure all this because of Kimchi. No way, Hanti immediately screamed, afraid that he might get it again. The protagonist did not answer this, he only looked at the guy with contempt in his eyes. Hanti looked at the protagonist over his shoulder, and beads of sweat were running down his face. Then Kanu, immersed in memories, suddenly began to say that Hanti wears clothes, sleeps, eats, lives in comfort. He remembered how he had once killed demons one by one in hell, eating their flesh. Remembering how he had a piece of demon meat in his mouth, he told Hant to appreciate it and be grateful. Appreciate your life, he added, leaving his memories and looking at his opponent. Got it, Hant immediately shouted in fear, turning to the protagonist. In his mind, he furiously told him to just wait and then see. He turned away again, and veins appeared on his face from rage. He told himself that as soon as he reported to Andres, there would be no wet spot left on the protagonist. Hey, Kanu suddenly shouted. This scared Hant very much. The protagonist, throwing his hands on the back of the chair, told him to come over if he was done washing the dishes. Getting up from the chair and leaning on the table, the protagonist said what he thought. In front of him stood a frightened Hant, who was afraid to even move. When suddenly Kanu said that he had no reason to leave the guy alive, because nothing good should be expected from Hant. Hearing this, horror enveloped the guy, fear appeared in his eyes, and cold sweat appeared on his face. The protagonist continued to say that the world did not need Hant. When suddenly, he grabbed him by the t-shirt and told him not to worry. I will not kill you, said the protagonist, pulling the guy towards him. There was a crazy smile on his face, and his eyes were burning with a crazy purple fire. At that very second, his eyes lit up, and he said that if he were Hant, he would prefer to die. At that very second, something began to happen to Hant. His consciousness was strongly influenced. The protagonist used a strong magic spell demon Orobas. A huge and terrifying demon stood in front of little Hant and stretched out his hands to him. It was the power of fear. Taking the guy in his arms, he began to scream in fear, begging to let him go. Then Orobas bent his head to the guy, putting his third eye. Hant was wrapped in shadow hands, and in front of his face was a huge, terrifying, bloody fire-burning demon eye. Looking at it, Hant screamed in horror, and tears flowed from his eyes. And at this time, the protagonist stood in front of Hant begging for mercy. Orobas instills fear. Coming out of this state, the protagonist's rival had only horror and fear on his face. It was then that Kanu said that he should not even try to say anything about what happened here. Fear penetrates the soul of the victim. After these words, the protagonist pointed his finger at the exit and ordered Hant to leave. Because of such fear, a person turns into a puppet. You are simply pathetic, said Kanu, sitting on a chair and turning away from his victim. Hant, with panties wet from fear, slowly walked towards the exit. Hansol was watching all of this. Seeing her brother slowly walk out the door, she didn't say anything. Watching all of this, she was saying in her head that again. After that, she looked at the protagonist and added that Kanwoo saved her. Kanwoo was looking at something on his phone the whole time. Remembering Hanti's words, he realized that he was right. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and he, rubbing his chin, said to himself that he really was a homeless person, so he decided that he urgently needed money. Then suddenly he found what he needed. On Wikipedia, he found an article about magic stones. He immediately turned to Hansol and asked if she had any magic stones. Of course, the girl immediately answered and reached into her bag. A few minutes later, she put a magic stone in the protagonist's hand and replied that it was an E-rank magic stone that she got from a goblin. The moment the stone appeared in the protagonist's hand, he used strong magic on it. In his head, he said that he read that the darker the color of the stone, the higher its quality. He closed his eyes, applying power to the stone, and Hansol stood next to him at that time, waiting for some words with a warm smile on her face. "I don't feel any magic at all," Kanu suddenly said to himself. Opening his eyes, he looked at the stone and added that some power was definitely sealed in it, but it was not magic. After that, he remembered the battle in the forest and said to himself that he got some magic in the forest. Imagining a picture of killing monsters and getting magic stones to get magic, he said that he thought exactly like that. "But this is something different," he said, looking at the magic stone in his hand. Suddenly, the protagonist realized that a magic stone is not equal to magic, but is equal to magic. He understood that it is a different type of energy called magic. After that, he thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and asked himself where he got the magic point from. Not having come up with an answer, he said that he would find out later and put the stone back in Hansol's hand, thanking her beforehand. In his head, he immediately said that now he needed to collect more stones and sell them all. After these words, he remembered how he met two soldiers and said what he needed for this. But before he could finish speaking, he turned to Hansol and asked if there was a player activity management office nearby, to which the girl, holding the stone in her hand and thoughtfully looking up, said that there was none nearby, but the nearest main office was near Seoul Station. After thinking for a bit, the girl added that she also wanted to go there, after which she suggested going together. Hearing this, the main character stood up and asked why she was going there. Hansol, looking at her mother, said that the situation in their family was not very good. After that, she looked at her magic stone and said that this is why she went through the gate so recklessly and only now realized how dangerous and stupid it was. After these words, the girl looked at the protagonist and with a warm smile on her face thanked Kanu. The protagonist, confusedly scratching the back of his head, said that he just wants to help good people. In his head, he said that over the past 10,000 years, he had only seen demons. Hansol, confidently clenching her hand into a fist, said that this is why she wants to learn the basics and move on to the second stage of awakening. Looking at the girl, the protagonist said that he finally found an angel. He, having heard Hansol's stories, to which she, blushing, laughed and said that she would do everything she could. "But for now, I do not intend to help her," Kanu continued. Throwing his hand to the side, the protagonist asked, "Then let's go," to which the girl immediately replied that first she needed to get ready. At that moment, Hansol went to her room, and the protagonist was left alone in the kitchen, saying to himself that if he traveled with such a weakling, his efficiency would decrease. The smile disappeared from his face, and only the cold remained. It was heartless, but that was the truth, he said. Meanwhile, Hansol was busily getting ready, choosing what to wear. Kanu was saying in his head that he didn't need any interference, and that he needed to get his powers back first. After that, he went to the window and said that he had finally managed to return to Earth after 10,000 years, but he needed to become even stronger to survive. Looking into the distance, he said that he needed the same strength as before, like in hell. Suddenly, Hansol's voice was heard from behind, asking if Kanu had an ID. Hearing this, the protagonist was very scared. After a short silence, he suggested that the girl first go to the district administration. After a while, the protagonist had his ID in his hands. He was riding the subway with Hansol. Looking at his ID, he said that he had reissued his ID. He remembered how he came to the immigration department and confusedly asked if he could pick it up. Then the girl at the entrance said that it was okay because the protagonist's ID was ready. Hearing this answer, he scratched the back of his head and still said, confused, that there was no problem. In his head, he asked himself in surprise if no one had reported him missing. Leaving his memories, he continued to look at his ID, saying to himself that no one had missed him all this time. For 5 long years, he remembered sitting at school alone from everyone. Not a single soul, he said. He remembered sitting alone at home and eating noodles. How suddenly, instead of noodles, a piece of demon meat appeared in his mouth. Not a single one, he said to himself in rage. In front of his eyes was an image of himself eating a demon. How suddenly Hansol called him, and he immediately came to his senses. "Look," she said, pointing in front of her. "We're arriving," she added, and then the protagonist looked up. He saw a beautiful and huge complex. "A nice view," the girl said happily. "Very," the protagonist replied, putting the ID card in his pocket. He understood that everything would be different now. Very beautiful, he said again, turning to Hansol and smiling warmly. As soon as the train stopped, it was announced that everyone had arrived at the Players Association. It was announced that the exit was on the left side, which is where the escalator going down was. Hansol, who ran out first, immediately called the protagonist to follow her. In just a few seconds, they were standing in front of a huge building. This was the Seoul Players Association. Shocked, Kanwoo looked at the size of the building and was very surprised. Suddenly, Hansol told the protagonist to take something. She handed him her old phone. She immediately said that the phone had Wi-Fi so Kanwoo could text how things were. Taking the phone in his hands, the protagonist was incredibly happy, although in his heart he was crying from happiness. Then the girl said, pointing her finger at the entrance, that she ran to the introductory briefing. Having come to his senses, Kanwoo said goodbye to the girl with a warm smile on his face and said that he would also be leaving soon, so they would write to each other later. Suddenly, Hansol smiled warmly and said that she was here for a long time, after which she suggested having dinner together. I am in favor, the protagonist immediately answered, blushing a little. In his heart, he was incredibly happy. In the Player Association building, entering inside, the protagonist, looking around, said to himself that this place was impressive. He looked at the many people who were standing together and said that it seemed that roles mattered here. Approaching the terminal, it was written on it that you need to get up with an ID. The protagonist asked himself whether the ticket was really issued through the terminal. Without thinking twice, Kanwoo inserted his ID into the slot, after which the terminal asked him to wait. A few minutes later, a successful application appeared on the screen. It was reported that Kanwoo's identity was confirmed and his serial number was 18. After that, he was asked to pick up the waiting ticket. Taking the ticket, Kanwoo looked at the map in surprise. He didn't understand how it worked, so he was a little confused. Suddenly, the card in his hand vibrated. A road leading to one of the halls immediately appeared under his feet. After a while, he was already sitting on a bench, waiting for his turn. To his left, two men were talking to each other. A tall young guy asked what rank his interlocutor was assigned to in the first selection. The man with gray hair and a smile on his face answered that it was rank D. Hearing this, the first was very happy, after which he told his interlocutor that he could rise to B or even higher in the second selection. Hearing this, the old man laughed and said that he didn't care about talents like Kang Hyun and Yeonju. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately began to search for information on these names on his phone. Then one of the men said that Kang Hyun and Yeonju were guild masters because they were assigned rank S in the first selection, so there was nothing to compare. Another man immediately said that they say that lucky ones with S rank can be invited to one of 5 guilds. All this time, the protagonist looked at information on the individuals that the men were talking about. 5 guilds, he suddenly said. He read on the internet that Yeon represents the world, Yeonju, Scarlet Rose, Kang Hyun, Hanul, Kyunju, Sanri, Minhak, Onyuri. Thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist said that in Korea, therefore, there are only 5 best guilds, after which he added that clashes with guilds are probably inevitable. What can I do? I'm strong, he said contentedly, opening his stats. There was no emotion on his face, only his eyes were burning with scarlet fire. He understood that he needed to quickly regain his strength. He looked at his statistics, which said that he was level 1 and in the first stage of awakening. He thoughtfully said in his head that if he makes his mark among the players, he might become even stronger than he was. When suddenly it was the protagonist's turn. The doors opened immediately. The protagonist immediately entered. There were a lot of people around. A consultant girl came up to Kanwoo and, pointing at the girl, said that the protagonist should go there. He walked up to the table and sat down carefully next to her. The girl immediately picked up a magic ball and told the protagonist to put his palm on the ball, explaining that the ball would determine Kanwoo's strength and turn a color corresponding to his rank. The darker the color, the higher the rank, the girl added. The protagonist, reaching out to the ball, said to himself with displeasure that he would not like to reveal his cards so quickly in case the highest rank was revealed now. After these thoughts, he put his hand on the ball. Immediately, a strong glow from the ball illuminated everything around. The protagonist, closing his eyes, said to himself that he would be caught now. A strong glow illuminated the girl's face. After a few seconds, the glow stopped. F rank, the girl said calmly, looking at the protagonist holding a gray ball. Hearing this, the protagonist seemed to be shocked. He certainly did not expect this. The protagonist sat with his hand over the ball. The girl in front of him decided to tell him about the things he needed to know about the abilities of D rank and below. Looking at his reflection in the ball, Kanwoo thought that F rank was too low, even considering that his powers were sealed. Adjusting his glasses, the association employee said that after receiving an E-rank card, a player will be able to enter gates of his rank and below, and can only visit gates of a higher rank if accompanied by a guard. The guy thought that he was given the wrong assessment because he was too strong. He thought that Palak would be furious upon hearing this. The demon opened his fanged mouth and shouted that the Demon King did not need guards. The boy squinted painfully, thinking that the injury he received in hell was making itself felt, and asked what he needed to do to increase his rank. The girl explained that basic course training immediately gives D rank. Hansol was sitting in the audience and listening attentively to the lecturer. She thoughtfully raised her pen. The employee said that you need to look for magic stones with which you can quickly increase your rank. Imagining a shining blue crystal, the guy decided that this was a good way. Getting ready to get up from the table, he said that he understood everything. His photo lit up on the laptop. The girl asked him to wait for the player card to be ready. Looking up from the laptop, the employee offered to help with registering for basic course training. Getting up from his chair, the main character said that everything was fine and he did not need it. Throwing a worried look at him, the girl thought that the player was too shocked by such a low rank. The floor of the building was covered in a white haze. The employee thought that people with such weak characteristics were quickly killed by the gate monsters. Pressing the keys on the keyboard, she thought that F-rank players should give up right away. The crystal ball next to her began to darken. The girl noticed that its color changed when the ball completely turned black. She reached out her hand to it, assuming that the ball was damaged. The ball immediately split in half. The employee did not understand what was happening, because the player was definitely an F-rank. The employee fearfully removed her hand and moved away from the fragments of the ball. Opening her mouth in fear, she thought that even Canyon, an S-rank player, had a dark gray color and that it was impossible for someone to have a black color. After that, the girl asked the administrator to help change the crystal ball. On the street in front of the building, there was a guarded portal. People were gathering groups for hunting. Putting his hand to his mouth, a man shouted that they needed a damage dealer. A guy with red hair said that they needed mages. Someone behind waved his hand, calling the man to himself. A man with a bandage waved his hand, saying that a bandit was looking for a group. Someone answered that they did not need bandits. There were many people in the square. All of them were looking for the right people for the party. Someone shouted that they were looking for a healer and only accepting D-rank players and above. The man put his hand to his mouth and asked if there were any tanks. The protagonist noticed how the man in the blindfold said that he was a bandit, and the man with the staff waved him off, saying that they don't take bandits. Someone shouted that they take everyone. But even they didn't need a bandit. Kanu pursed his lips and wondered why everyone was refusing bandits. Thinking that it was none of his business, he held out his card. The guard with the machine gun looked at it, confirmed the rank and allowed him to pass. The guy entered the portal. A green forest appeared in front of him. Coming out of the portal into a clearing, the young man realized that he was inside the gate. Scratching the back of his head, he was afraid that he would end up in hell again and said that he hated teleportation things. Straightening his shoulders, the player decided to find a couple of monsters first. Someone called out to him from behind. The protagonist threw his head back. A tall, broad-shouldered man, similar to a bear, loomed over him. Covering him with his shadow, the man asked if the player was hunting alone. The answer was affirmative. Then he asked if the boy wanted to awaken. Kanu replied that he was not ready to awaken yet. The girl with the staff behind him said that the squad was ready. Together with her ally, she widened her eyes in concern, hearing the enthusiastic cry of the leader. Smiling, Tisu said that the stranger did not even complete the basic course and that it is better for E-rank players to form a group with someone than to hunt alone. The boy smiled tightly when the man offered to join their group or just travel with them. He pointed his hand at his squad. The girl opened her mouth in fear, not understanding how someone could suggest something like that without even consulting with the team. Her ally said that it would be of no use. Turning to the team and frowning menacingly, the leader asked what was wrong with them, since a man in such a dire situation needed protection, and offered to take his share of the magic stones if this was troubling the squad so much. Someone said that the main thing was that no one interfered with them. Thinking that he had met a good person, the young man declined the offer and said that he would hunt alone. Ignoring these words and shaking his hand, Tisu offered to get acquainted since the team had agreed to join and introduced himself. Smiling, he asked the player to introduce himself. The protagonist introduced himself with a serious look and respectfully said that he did not want to join the group, to which he heard a booming laugh. The man offered to get rid of formalities, because in fact he was 24 years old. Kanu's eyes widened in shock. Showing his card, the squad leader said that he was born in 99. The guy could not believe his eyes, not understanding what had happened in these 5 years. Smiling slightly, he said that in that case he would address him as you. Hearing this, Tisu raised his eyebrows. Waving his hand, the young man thanked him for the invitation and said that he already had other plans. The team members looked at him silently. Scratching the back of his head, their leader said that help was really not needed if he insisted so much. The heroes looked into each other's eyes. The man asked the newcomer to be careful, because these lands belonged to goblins, among whom there was a very strong monster called Hobgoblin. The boss with a stump on his back flashed his fiery eyes. He was much stronger than ordinary goblins, so when meeting him, It was better to run away immediately. Thinking that this was a really good person, the player smiled and thanked him for the warning. Tisu waved his hand and wished the newcomer good luck. The protagonist waved back and thought that he could travel with them if he really was an F-rank newcomer. The party disappeared into the forest. Kanu raised his hand, deciding that it was better for him to be alone. The sun's rays illuminated the crown of the trees. Rushing into the forest, the guy decided to start hunting. A flash appeared in the place where he had just been. Goblin tracks were visible on the ground. A dead, torn-apart deer lay under the tree. A goblin peeked out from behind the tree. The player was sure that there were many of them and that they were somewhere here. He saw goblins gathered in a clearing in front of the village. The player jumped out of the forest right in front of them. Having hit one of the monsters in the stomach, the protagonist thought that he was very lucky. Sliding along the ground, he swung his fist. A blade appeared on his wrist. The guy thought he had hit the jackpot. The goblin looked at his fellow's body cut in half with fear. The monsters prepared their weapons for battle. Kanu offered to start the fight, bearing his demonic blades. The monsters bared their fangs and rushed to attack. The blades cut their bodies in half. The severed heads soared into the sky. The guy hit the goblin with all his might, who was trying to attack him from behind. The other monsters immediately surrounded him. The player felt it without turning around. In one circular motion, he killed all the goblins surrounding him. Rushing forward with burning eyes, the guy continued to chop the monsters into pieces. The goblin swung his axe, letting out a furious cry. At that moment, the head flew off his shoulders. The monsters opened their mouths and rushed forward. Their heads were immediately cut off. The protagonist swung his blade, decapitating another goblin. The monsters rushed at him from all sides, but immediately met resistance. From the methodical blows, the blades lit up with purple light. The player's eyes lit up. With a powerful blow, he cut off the heads of a couple more monsters. The goblins trembled in fear. Lowering the bloody blade, Kanu was surprised that there were still so many enemies left. Smiling madly, he thanked the monsters for the treat. His hand turned into a fist. The blade on his hand dissipated. The guy put his hand to his forehead and sighed heavily, declaring that he had killed all the enemies. The field in front of him was covered with corpses of monsters. He concluded that it was very difficult to fight against such a crowd. Suddenly, a notification appeared to the side. The player looked at him with glowing eyes. The notification said that for defeating an E-rank goblin, the level was increased by 4 and 1 point of magic was received. Looking at his status window, the guy realized that he could increase magic by gaining a level. He put his hand on the dead goblin to check something. Removing his hand, the young man made sure that there was no magic stone. Dark energy appeared behind his back. The dark energy grew, turning into a huge mouth thanks to the power of the Devourer. The protagonist closed his eyes, feeling the magic stone. The dead bodies of the goblins rose into the air. The player realized that the magic stone did not come from the stones hidden in the monsters' chests, but from their bodies. The corpses were covered in a purple haze. The amount of magic stone varied depending on the time of death, but it was possible to gradually collect it by devouring fresh corpses of monsters. Kanu extended his hand forward. A notification said that 2 magic stone points were received. The guy thought that he could now sell the magic stones. A smile appeared on his face. Closing his eyes, he thought that even in this case he would get the necessary magic stone. The young man thought that he should not forget to collect the stones before leaving. Goblin bones lay on the ground under his feet. Picking up a magic stone from the ground, the player wondered how many chickens he could buy by selling all of the stones. Picking up a stone from the ground near the goblin's skull, he compared the process to tearing chunks of meat from bones. Imagining a breaded chicken, the player thought that such thoughts made his mouth water and that he should buy a chicken when he returned from the gate and eat it with handsaw. An image of a girl handing him a chicken leg appeared in his mind. Raising the bones and magic stones into the air, the protagonist shouted for Hansel to wait just a little while and declared that he wanted fried chicken and sweet and sour chicken with radish. The bones fell to the ground, and a deafening roar was heard. Kanu looked back when he heard it. Turning around, he opened his mouth. The monster that Tisu had spoken of came out from behind the forest. The hobgoblin stomped on the ground with force. His yellow eyes lit up. The monster noticed the player surrounded by the bones of his brethren. The boss bared his fangs. The weapon in his hands caught fire. The guy's eyes widened in fear, noticing the magic. He was shocked that the monster could use magic. The hobgoblin rushed forward. The player's hand was covered in a purple haze. Holding the blade in front of him, the guy thought that his magic was clearly superior to the monster's magic, if we mean destructive power. The hobgoblin raised his weapon above his head to strike. His eyes flashed as he cut the air in front of him. The young man jumped to the side, the weapon hitting the ground. At the same moment, the monster swung its blade again. The protagonist held his daggers out in front of him to defend himself. The boss threw his body aside with a powerful blow, and the next second, he rushed forward. Another blow raised a huge cloud of dust over the clearing. Kanu stood firmly on the ground. He stopped the monster's dagger with his blades. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought that the only problem was that the enemy weighed a whole ton. His teeth were rubbing against each other. The monster hit the ground despite the blocked attack. Saliva flowed from his fanged mouth. Turning sideways, the hobgoblin threw the enemy back with his shoulder. A crack from the dagger appeared on his shoulder pad. Opening his mouth, the player realized that due to his low stats, the recoil was quite strong. He thought that he needed to find the enemy's weak spot. The boss swung his blade again. The next moment, the monster cut the air in front of him. The guy slipped under the weapon again, dodging the attack. The goblin tried to kick him. Rushing forward, he tried to attack with a dagger. The monster fell to one knee in front of the enemy. Rising to his feet, the monster tried to hit him with a fist. Jumping back, the young man thought that he had very powerful fists. The hobgoblin swung his fist. It was immediately obvious that this was the boss. Frowning, the player thought that he had killed goblins very quickly, but this was a completely different level. The monster chopped up the trees in front of him. A goblin skull was dug into the ground. The protagonist immediately picked it up. Sliding along the ground, he thought that the boss was mindlessly destroying his own lands, and all the members of his squad were dead. Grinning and throwing the skull forward, Kanu shouted that his prey was in front of him. The hobgoblin turned around. The skull of his fellow fell to the ground next to him. Seeing this, the boss bared his fangs furiously. The guy held his blades in front of him. Smiling, he said that the enemy was trapped. Swinging his fist, the player decided to release all his anger and destructive power. The demon Crocol appeared next to him thanks to the use of the power of rage. The demonic blade rushed forward. The guy decided to direct the power not at himself, but at the monster. Crocol appeared behind the hobgoblin. The monster looked ahead in confusion. Suddenly, his face was distorted by incredible anger. Yellow waves of energy appeared around him. Smiling, the young man realized that his plan worked. The boss swung his burning blade. At the same moment, he cut the air in front of him. A powerful blow cut through all the trees in front. With another swing of the blade, the monster cut through the trees that rose into the air. The wind fluttered the player's hair. He thought that this power significantly increased the damage. The monster opened its fanged mouth wide. Another blow raised a cloud of dust into the air. The hobgoblin swung his blade furiously. He hit the ground with force again. Looking at the enraged enemy, the protagonist thought that this power had to be paid for by losing his mind. Smiling, Kanu realized that the enemy had stopped thinking sensibly and was attacking thoughtlessly. Because of this, dodging became much easier and the enemy had more weak points. The guy swung his fist. Using his dagger, he cut the enemy's body. The monster swung his blade when his enemy struck again. The hobgoblin fell to one knee, blood flowing from him. The player clenched his fist for the decisive blow. The boss was about to make a counterattack. At that moment, a bright flash pierced his shoulder. Blood splashed. A wound appeared on his neck. The monster's body fell to the ground. The guy sighed in relief. He shook the blood off his hands and called it a sad sight. Kanu said that it would be much easier if he had all his strength and asked if he should repass this gate. A notification with a letter appeared in front of his eyes, which said that the player cleared the monster lair alone and defeated a C-rank monster, for which he received a bonus of 150% to experience and reached the 11th level, unlocking the Second Awakening. Seeing the shining notification about unlocking the special skill of the Second Awakening, the guy clenched his fist in victory. The description said that the ability Unstoppable Feeling of Hunger gives the opportunity to obtain more magic when using the power of the Devourer. Smiling, the young man thought that this skill does not look strong, but now you can get more magic. Poking at the notification, he asked if you need to be a player to become stronger. He needed to check the effectiveness of the new power. The defeated hobgoblin lay on the floor. The player touched his head and used the power of the Devourer. Demonic energy immediately enveloped the monster's body. Putting forward his hand covered in dark smoke, the protagonist thought that the smoke had thickened and that this was his new ability. The bare skull of the boss appeared in front of him. A notification said that the overwhelming hunger had been activated and that more magic had been devoured. The new notification said that the magic level was 19. Squeezing the clot of energy in his fist, Kanu decided that the absorption had really become more effective and that it was possible to get more magic by killing strong monsters. Looking down, he wondered how much his power had increased. Closing his eyes, the guy wanted to know how the new power felt. Dark energy enveloped his body. The player thought that he had become twice as strong. However, his strength had increased threefold. Squeezing his hand into a fist, he asked how this could happen. It seemed to him that such a strong jump could be dangerous. The hobgoblin skull was lying on the ground. Waves of dark energy rushed upward. The young man found himself in the water in front of the full blood moon and thought about mashing. Touching the water, he realized something. The player closed his eyes, thinking that the power holding mashing was weakening. Opening his eyes, the guy wondered why this was happening. Pointing his finger at the notification, he thought that increasing his rank should not have affected anything much. Reading the text on the notification that appeared in front of him, the protagonist assumed that with each awakening, the seal of mashing would weaken. A smirk appeared on his face. With red eyes flashing, Kanu realized that he could regain his former strength if he simply increased his level. Rising to his feet, he decided that he should go to the gate of a higher level. Next to the hobgoblin bones lay a magic crystal. The guy picked it up from the ground. Smiling madly, the player stated that his next goal was to achieve the third awakening at level 20. The cafe was crowded, the waitress was carrying breaded chicken, the young man was having dinner with Hansol. He bit into a piece of meat impaled on a fork and reached out for a chicken leg. There were crumbs on his face. The guy took a mug of beer in his right hand. The next second, the protagonist took a sip. Wiping his mouth with a glove, he said that the food here was insanely delicious. The girl smiled happily, asking if it was really that delicious. Her friend replied that it was simply excellent. Raising her eyebrows, Hansol asked if this was tastier than her kimchi. Squinting, Kanu imagined kimchi and a chicken leg. Imagining how the kimchi cast a shadow on the leg, he replied that he loved it too. The girl laughed and called him funny, saying that she was just joking. Taking the beer in his hands, the guy asked if she really thought so. Hansol put a leg on his plate and said that his friend could eat it. The player asked if she was sure about her decision. The girl silently lowered her gaze when they wished her a pleasant appetite. The young man looked up, chewing his food, when they wanted to ask him about something. The mug of beer was half full. Hansol asked if her friend had any friends or family. The protagonist silently took a sip. Putting the mug on the table, he replied that he didn't have anyone. The fork fell to the floor with a clang. Kanu added that he didn't even have a home. Throwing a worried look at him, the girl asked where he was going to spend the night then. Reaching for the fork, the guy replied that he hadn't thought about it. The player picked up the fork from the floor. Hearing that everything would be fine, Hansol pursed her lips. She offered to spend the night at her house. The young man looked at her questioningly. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, he asked if her family would mind. Taking a fork from the cutlery box, the girl replied that no one would mind. Smiling, she said that her friend had no idea how much he had helped them, so there was no reason to worry. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thanked her for her help. Passing her the fork, he said that he was counting on his friend. The protagonists sat across from each other at the table. Hansol said that she was counting on him too. Throwing an embarrassed glance at him, she felt a warm feeling in her chest. Putting his hand in his pocket, Kanwu said that he wanted to give her a gift. Putting an envelope on the table, he said that there were 3 million won in it. The girl looked at the money in surprise and asked why she was being given such a gift. The guy waved his hand and suggested thinking of it as rent. Hansol said she couldn't accept them. She frowned in disappointment and said they had enough help already. There was a phone next to the napkin holder. The player said his friend had spent a lot of money on it, although she herself was not in the best situation. Taking his hand away from the money, the young man said that his friend should not feel burdened and that it was rent or food. The envelope was on the table. Hansol put her hand on it, wanting to say something. Pressing the money to her chest, he thanked her friend. Smiling, the girl said she would buy meat and make the richest kimchi. The player happily asked if it was true and thought to himself that now he could eat kimchi every day. Imagining a pot of kimchi in his friend's hands, he decided that he would sell a lot of magic stones to make this angel happy. Holding a fork with a piece of meat in his hand, the protagonist asked if there were any D-rank gates in the area. Looking away, Hansol replied that there were gates where lizardmen lived. After biting into the meat, Kanu decided to visit that gate tomorrow. He thought that he needed to fight stronger monsters to level up faster and increase his income. There were 2 pieces of meat on the plate. Having impaled one of them on a fork, the guy wondered if lizardmen were tasty and wanted to ask his girlfriend about it. Night fell, the light was on in the window. Entering the room, Hansol said that her brother used to live here, but now the young man can live in it. The player thanked her. Sitting on the bed, he said that now he can sleep peacefully thanks to her. The girl replied that there is nothing wrong with that. She turned off the light. The heroes wished each other good night. A thin strip of light fell on the boy's happy face. He lay down on the bed and stretched. Lying on his back, the protagonist thought that he had not felt such softness for the last 10,000 years. Turning on his side, Kanu was glad of the silence and comfort. Closing his eyes, he thought about how great it was to return to Earth. People gathered in the square in front of the gate. Someone was looking for a healer of the second awakening. Another squad was looking for a player with a special skill of C rank and above. A man was inviting people to a group that would help quickly get to the third awakening. There was a whole line of D rank players. The guy noticed a familiar robber among the people, whom no one wanted to take into their team, and thought that it was a pity to even look at him. Deciding not to interfere in his problems, the player showed his card to the guards, who confirmed his D rank. The young man walked out of the portal. In front of him was a magical forest. Stretching his arms, the protagonist thought that this was the D rank gate. Taking a step, he asked himself if he should move quietly and use the power of silence. The ground beneath his feet turned gray. There was no one near the gate. When Hansol was asked about the lizardmen, she looked away and said that they had poor eyesight, but were highly sensitive to sounds. The girl added that they would run immediately if they heard anything suspicious. The protagonist rose into the air behind the group of monsters. With a flash of red eyes, he thought that he had found 3 lizardmen. Smiling, Hansel said that they were afraid of fire, so a fire-type mage would be very effective in a group against them. Using the power of hellfire, a huge fire owl, the demon Andras, appeared in the air. Waves of fire hit the lizardmen in the back. Hearing the scream, the purple monster looked back. Fire pierced the body of the pink lizardman. A wave of fire immediately engulfed him. The monster opened its mouth in fear. The burning lizardmen crawled towards the water. Even in the water, their paws continued to burn because the hellish flames are not so easy to extinguish. This can only be done with the help of magic or mage. There were no other ways to fight it. The protagonist approached the dead monster, which opened its mouth. Due to the fact that the flame burns life energy and not the body the killed monster could be absorbed, the lizardman was enveloped in the dark energy of the devourer. Taking the corpse by the throat, Kanu remembered that he accidentally heard that Taeyong was a member of the Andras Guild. Deciding to just kill him if he angered him, the guy absorbed the corpses of enemies with the help of dark energy. Hearing something, he looked back. New monsters were hiding behind him. The red lizardman bared his teeth. The player smiled contentedly. A wave of fire immediately enveloped the bodies of the arriving enemies, causing them to scream in pain. The young man rolled his eyes in displeasure, thinking that they were too noisy and that it would be difficult to deal with them if there were many of them. But thanks to the power of silence, the screams were muffled. Heading towards the burning corpses, the protagonist thought that he didn't even have to hunt. Everything turned out to be much simpler. A monster's corpse was lying on the ground. A notification said that the level had been increased by 1, having absorbed another lizardman. Kanu looked at the status window that appeared in the air. Standing in the water, he thought that the higher the level, the more effort and time it takes to level up, so this was not enough. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy thought that he should look for stronger mobs. Someone's voice was heard. The player turned around. There were people standing on the shore. One of them concluded that he was a newbie, judging by the equipment. The young man gave the strangers a stern look when he was offered to hunt with the guild. Looking at the group of people on the shore, he asked what kind of guild they were. The stranger smiled. Pointing at himself, he replied that they were from the Andras Guild. A pendant with the guild symbol hung around his neck. The player frowned in disappointment. Turning away, he said that he was not interested. After these words, the protagonist went in the opposite direction. Frowning in displeasure, the Andras member said that the overly impudent newcomer was completely inexperienced and would not cope with the monsters. A girl standing nearby asked what they should do now. Looking after the departing hero, the guild member offered to drag him back, beaten to within an inch of his life. The squad members grinned madly. Their leader said that they would finally be able to relieve stress. Sharpening his knife on his bracers, he decided to teach the newbie a good life lesson. Waves of fire swept across the calm riverbank. The burning monster fell to the ground. Holding another lizardman in his hand, the protagonist watched it. Looking down, he realized that he had killed everyone nearby. The hand of the slain monster was covered in dark energy. Kanu decided that it was better to be safe than sorry, because it would be better to just take a risk and focus on leveling up as much as possible. Holding a magic crystal in his hand, he thought about what to do now. Hearing someone's voice, the guy squeezed the crystal and turned around. The stranger smirked and declared that he was a more experienced player. The player realized that it was the same person in front of him. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guild member said that he wanted to watch how well the newbie hunted. Thinking that the man looked like a bully, the young man looked at him from under his brows and replied that he was very good at hunting and that there was no reason to worry. The stranger arrogantly frowned and said that he only saw his good clothes and not a single corpse around. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy said that he was just resting. Frowning, the member Andras asked where so much disrespect for an older comrade came from. The protagonist looked away and replied that his nonsense was starting to irritate him a little. Gritting his teeth, the stranger expressed his displeasure at such impudence. Smiling, Kanu asked if he really wanted a fight. The blonde clenched his staff in his hand, wanting to attack, but the leader stopped him, holding out his hand in front of him. The blonde looked at him questioningly, but he was told to calm down. The boy looked up when Hajin wanted to teach him a lesson. He concluded that this person was no higher than B rank to bluff so hard over a trifle. Placing his hand on his sword, the leader of the party said that the newbie would regret running into him. Smiling, the player said that he was in anticipation. Member Andras took out his sword. Running it along the iron bracers, he decided to see how long his enemy would grin. The party members grinned. The girl and the man looked at the newbie from under their brows. Their leader reminded them that lizardmen were very sensitive to sounds. The young man frowned in displeasure. Looking down, he thought that he was wondering what Hajong would do. The sword sparked, making a loud grinding sound. The wind lifted the leaves into the air. The heroes looked at each other. A green leaf fell onto the water surface. Someone shouted that the enemies were approaching. The leader of the squad waved his hand and asked the mages to prepare magical barriers. A bright flash appeared in the air. He grinned evilly and asked what his opponent would do now, because judging by the sounds, there were several dozen lizardmen. The protagonist silently turned away. The guild member asked if this was too much and said that he would protect him if the newcomer kneeled right now. Noticing that he was silent, Hajin laughed. A sly grin appeared on Kanu's face. The party was surrounded by a force barrier. The boy spread his arms and said that he was curious about what exactly they were up to. Member Andres frowned tensely when asked if that was all. The player straightened his fingers. Grinning madly, he said that he needed to go his own way to the very end. After saying this, the young man clapped his hands, using the power of sound. The sound wave spread throughout the forest, lifting the leaves into the air. The party members widened their eyes in surprise. The player kicked the ground with force. Grinning, the boy raised his leg for another kick. Opening his mouth wide, Hajin shouted that the newbie had gone crazy. A hole appeared on the ground from the strong blow. The shocked guild members stood under the protective dome. The protagonist confirmed this with his red eyes flashing. The leader of the party frowned in disdain and asked if the newbie was alright in the head. The other team members raised their weapons, ready to fight. Dozens of red eyes appeared in the misty forest. A lizardman emerged from the water. One of the monsters sat on a tree above the protective dome, baring its teeth menacingly. The girl clutched her staff in her hands and said in horror that she had never seen so many lizardmen at once. The leader looked at her and ordered her to calm down and increase the barrier. Looking at the newcomer standing in the lowland, he asked if he really wanted them all to die. At the same time, the protagonist jumped from his seat. Hajin looked up in fear when he was called. Landing on a tree, Kanu asked if the lizardmen were really sensitive to sound. Smiling, he added that he knew it himself. The group of monsters rushed forward, mouths open. They began to pounce on the barrier to break through it. Baring his teeth, the Andres member asked if the newbie had gone crazy and wanted to kill everyone. Looking at him from the tree, the guy said that he didn't plan on dying at all. Stating that the team members were destined to die, he used the power of silence, his eyes turning red. The lizardman descended from the tree right in front of him. The monster sitting on the tree crawled down. The monster slammed its paw on the force barrier. Hajong opened his mouth in fear, realizing that the newbie had used the power that controlled sound. At that moment, the barrier was broken, and the monsters pounced on the team members. Their leader looked back, ordering the mages to strengthen the barrier. The red lizardman pierced the girl's body with its sharp tail. Tears poured out of her eyes. The guild member fell to the ground, blood flowing down the girl's legs. Hajong covered his mouth with his hands to keep from making unnecessary sounds. A blonde man appeared in front of him. The red lizardman swallowed almost the entire body of the spearman. The blonde relaxed his hand. The spear fell to the ground. Removing his hand from his mouth, the guild member began to sob. He held his hand out in front of the approaching monsters and asked the newcomer for help. The youth stood on the tree, arms crossed over his chest, while they begged him for help. The player opened his mouth, watching what was happening. He rounded his mouth, pronouncing the first syllable of his offender's name. Then the boy smiled, saying the full name. Clenching his fist, the protagonist wished Hajin luck. Opening his mouth wide, the squad leader began to insult him. The monster's paw grabbed his head, blood gushed from his mouth. Kanu watched as the lizardmen finished off the team. He thought that evil should be defeated with a greater evil. The monsters bared their teeth, looking around. The boy grinned evilly and thought that he should defeat the killers with even more bloodthirsty killers. A huge fire started in the night forest due to the burning monsters. The player held a fireball in his hand. After putting it out, he sighed in relief. Pointing his hand at a pile of dead monsters and people, the player used the power of the Devourer. Looking back, the boy saw a pop-up notification saying that the magic indicator had been increased by 1 and that it was impossible to use the power of the Devourer against those protected by the Gaia system. Imagining a scene from the past, he looked down and remembered that he had heard something about this system before. Demonic energy devoured the bodies of the lizardmen. The protagonist looked at the corpses of the people and thought that they were protected by a power called the Gaia system. Raising his eyebrows, Kanu asked if he had the ability to appropriate the special abilities of players using the power of the Devourer. Next to the dead Hajin lay a magic crystal. The guy sighed with relief, his expression relaxed, and thought that it didn't matter anymore. What was more important to him was the amount of magi he had received. The notification said that 30 magi had been received. The dark energy had dissipated. Clenching his fists, the player looked at the notification and thought that the magi had increased significantly compared to the last time. Spreading his fingers, he thought that it wasn't just the quantity. Thanks to the power of the hellfire, a fire owl appeared in his hand. Looking at the fire, the young man thought that the quality had also improved. Clenching the fire energy in his hand, he thought that he had just leveled up. The guy was looking forward to the third awakening. The dead Hajin was lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. 3 days later, the lights were on in the windows of the apartment building. The protagonist was drinking broth straight from the pot. Putting an empty pot on the table, Kanu praised his friend for the incredibly delicious food. Hansol, standing by the teapot, thanked him and asked if her friend would go hunting in the gate. Wiping crumbs from his lips, the guy confirmed this and added that he would be home for dinner. Picking up the teapot, the girl asked if her friend was torturing himself too much and whether it was time for him to take a break. The player laughed and said that he was fine. He asked when his friend's classes ended, pouring water into a mug. Hansol answered that she would finish in a couple of days. The mug filled with yellow tea, the girl said that from today on they would hunt goblins to increase their level. Smiling, she stirred the tea with a spoon and said that she really wanted to quickly achieve the second awakening. Looking at her, the young man expressed his confidence that she would succeed. The girl thanked her friend. Holding a mug, Hansol suggested that they drink another cup of tea before leaving so as not to get tired from lack of rest. The boy thanked her and thought that this was a real angel in front of him. Putting the cup on the table, the girl remembered something. Hearing that some rumors had appeared, the player looked up while holding the hot tea and asked what it was about. His hand trembled when Hansol said that there were rumors that there were cow players near the gate and asked her friend to be careful. The cow players had been falsifying their rank and attacking others while standing in front of the burning lizard men. The protagonist guessed that these rumors might have been caused by Andra's guild squad. Putting his hand to his mouth, Kanu thought that he had looked around before leaving during the last hunt and found no witnesses. The fire dissipated, the dead monster opened its mouth. The boy decided that from the corpses of the squad, it was possible to tell that they were killed by lizardmen, and that he had nothing to worry about if he was mistaken for the player's cow. However, there was no certainty in this. The energy of the devourer pounced on the corpse of the monster. Standing in front of clots of dark energy, the player decided to prepare just in case and focus on increasing his level as quickly as possible. Notifications announced that level 20 had been reached and that the third awakening had been unlocked. Seeing the notification about the opening of the special ability of the third awakening, the young man stroked the dark devourer and thought that last time the magic had increased significantly. But this was a completely new level. Summoning sparks in the ground, he decided to test the new abilities in action and use the power of Hellfire. A huge fireball appeared in the air, justifying the expectations of its owner. Looking at the fiery whirlwind, the guy thought that with each awakening, the seal of Machong weakens and the magic seeps through its weak spot. Looking down, the protagonist saw a notification saying that the special ability of the third awakening, the Thirst of Mariok, makes it possible to suck out the power of Mariok contained in magic stones and turn them into magic. On the tongue of the devourer lay a magic crystal. Kanu decided to check it. The stone sparkled. At the same moment, it began to melt. Noticing this, the guy thought that this was not bad, because the energy was about the same as in one monster. The devourer grabbed the body of the dead lizardman with its fangs. The player realized that he would be able to accumulate energy twice as fast, but he would no longer be able to sell stones. Looking at the phone, he thought that he had already managed to earn a good amount of money, so he could forget about the exchanger for a while. Taking off his jacket, the young man decided that while he still had a lot of time in reserve, he needed to try out the new power. After tying his jacket around his waist, he thought it was time to stretch. The protagonist looked up and sighed. The energy of the devourer next to him dissipated. Kanu squatted down. His gaze was determined. With one jerk, he rose high into the air. Spreading his arms, the boy used the power of the heavens. Putting his hand to his forehead, the player thought that he had never encountered a lizard boss in all this time. 6 wings appeared behind him. He thought that nothing could be seen in these thickets, but the boss must be of a high rank, which means there would be a lot of energy in him. Squinting, the young man realized that he did not have enough energy for the skill observer's power. Hearing someone's exclamations, he looked down. The man clenched his teeth. Blood flowed from his mouth. The man with red hair frowned and called his opponent an ugly mountain of muscles. His partner said that his expectations were not deceived. Peeking out from behind a tree, the protagonist asked what was going on there and realized that it was serious. A bloody bandit was lying on the ground. Tisu opened his mouth angrily. Kanu recognized the suspicious man who was looking for newcomers to the group. The man frowned and asked why people were attacking their own. The man with the sword on his shoulder asked why they were shouting like that. His partner asked if their opponent really wanted the lizardmen to come running here. Watching them from behind a tree, the boy realized that his friend had been tricked by those same cow players that everyone was talking about. Squinting, he realized that the rumors weren't about him. Swinging his weapon, the red-haired man ordered his opponent to shut up and stand still. He hit the man's shield. Tisu skidded to a stop on the ground. His face looked very tense. The cow player said that it was useless. His partner gritted his teeth in displeasure and asked if the opponent really had a second awakening, because he was very strong. Clutching the shield in his hand, the man said that they could only dream of victory. The shield hit the ground with force. Holding a sparkling shield in his hand, Tisu declared that they could not break it. The man praised his rather good ability. The man with red hair walked forward, saying that without the ability of the third awakening, their opponent was too pitiful. Sweat appeared on the man's face from the effort. Licking the blade of the axe, the player decided to end it. His partner reminded them that they should not kill the enemy. Watching this from behind the bushes, the young man thought that this was quite strange. He squinted and continued to watch. Curious about what happened, Tisu opened his mouth and breathed heavily. Crossing his arms over his chest and remembering their first meeting, the protagonist wondered if he should intervene. The man with red hair smirked and ordered the enemy to arm himself with a shield, because it will hurt. Suddenly, Kanu's eyes widened. He stood up to his full height. Jumping out in front of the tank, the guy noticed that the enemy's axes were covered in a huge amount of magic. The player raised his eyebrows in surprise, not understanding who these people were. Putting his axes forward, the cow player asked who blocked his way. His partner said that luck had clearly abandoned him. Thesu frowned in confusion. One of the enemies said that the newcomer had seen too much to leave unharmed. The man saw that his acquaintance had stood between him and the enemies. Raising a sparkling axe, the cow player said that there was no point in leaving him alive. His partner confirmed this. They said that thanks to the newcomers, they met the quota. Thesu looked out from behind the shield in shock. The man with red hair bared his teeth. His axe flashed in front of the protagonist. When he exclaimed, Kanu did not move and pursed his lips. The man furiously opened his mouth and called out to his friend. Swinging his axe, the cow player was glad that he had the opportunity to kill someone. An enemy's fist immediately flew into his face. The man with the sword looked up in surprise. Cow player fell to the ground, his mouth open. His partner looked at him and asked what was wrong. The man with red hair looked back, putting his hand to his cheek, and said that he himself did not understand anything. The boy hit him in the face again. Tisu watched what was happening with a surprised look. He called out to his friend. The player raised his hand to deliver another blow. The swordsman concentrated energy in the sword and swung it to protect his partner. The young man narrowed his eyes in disdain. Cow player pounced on him, holding a sword in his hands. Using the power of destructive emptiness, the protagonist hit him in the stomach. The swordsman flew back several meters and crashed into a tree. His eyes turned white from pain, and blood gushed from his mouth. He fell to his knees, his sword stuck in the ground. The bloody cow player lay on the ground, sighing in pain. Suddenly, someone lifted his head. Kanu grabbed him by the hair and asked him to answer his questions. His eyes glowed red. He asked where they got so much mage and the power that only demons use. The beaten man frowned and insulted him. The guy immediately slammed his head on the ground. Kanu grabbed the man by the red hair, causing him to scream loudly in pain. The protagonist said that he would ask the question again. The man with a swollen and bleeding face frowned and sighed heavily, saying that he could not say where he got the mages from. The man gritted his teeth and looked at Kanu with fear when he said that he wanted to tell him everything. The animal with 3 red eyes bared its teeth. The protagonist used the power of fear. Tiho trembled in fear. Tears flowed from his reddened eyes and he screamed desperately. He then fell to the ground and loudly called the guild, while Kanu looked at him silently. The protagonist silently looked at Tiho, screaming in fear. The gray-haired man placed his hand on his chest and told him to shut up. He frowned and asked with anger in his eyes if Tiho had lost his mind. The protagonist raised his hand. A dark mist appeared around him. He then raised his hand, telling the blonde man to sit in the corner. He flew back, blood pouring out of his mouth. Kanu flexed his fingers and said that Tiho mentioned the founder of the guild. The red-haired man opened his eyes wide and trembled, shouting loudly that this is Andra's guild. Sitting on the ground, Tiho shouted loudly that their leader performed a ritual and gave him this power. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, asking what kind of ritual. Tiho burst into tears, unable to speak due to his trembling voice. Kanu grabbed the man by his swollen face and demanded that he spill everything. Tiho covered his face with his hand and screamed in fear. Kanwu frowned as the man repeated the word ritual while shaking. Suddenly, white foam came out of Tiho's mouth and veins became visible on his skin. The man's eyes rolled back in his head, tears streaming down his face as he groaned in pain. The protagonist stepped away from Tiho and looked at him in disgust as his head was ripped off and a stream of blood gushed out of his body. Kanwu gritted his teeth in displeasure. Tiho fell to the ground and the protagonist assumed that the man had a device implanted in his body that would kill him if he spoke of the ritual. Kanwu turned around when someone timidly called out to him. The boy with the black bandage raised his head, quietly asking what was going on. Tisu smiled when he saw Taeyang wake up. The man reached out to Kanwu and told him that he had saved them. The protagonist looked at Tisu with confusion when he said that he thought Kanu was at the E-rank gate. The protagonist closed his eyes and spread his arms out to the sides, saying that he was there and was on a mission. Tisu took the card and understood why the protagonist had refused back then, since he was no longer a rookie. The man smiled widely and thanked Kanu for saving them from death. While Tisu and Kanu were shaking hands, Taeyang approached them, blushing from embarrassment. Tisu closed his eyes and said with a smile that he couldn't believe that they met again under such circumstances, and that Kanu was actually a high-ranking player. The protagonist smiled and thanked the man for saying such a thing with an awkward expression. Tisu put his hand on his waist and said that those people from Andres had a bad reputation. On the ground under a tree, Tiho was lying. There was a man in brown clothes lying in the bushes, and Tisu said that he never thought that they were cow players. The man looked at his phone, frowned, and said that he had to report this immediately and be sure to notify the S1-2. Tisu introduced the men in black and red uniforms and explained that the S1-2 were a division of players who were under the government. Kanwoo touched his chin when Tisu said that if they told the S1-2 that there were cow players in the Andres Guild, they would immediately begin investigating. The man looked at the protagonist in surprise when the protagonist called him and asked him not to tell anyone about what happened for now. Kanwoo crossed his arms and said that he would deal with the Andres Guild himself. Tisu gritted his teeth. He said that he agreed, and the protagonist smiled, asking him to forget about everything that happened here. Suddenly, Tisu fell to his knees. Kanu smiled awkwardly, looking down at Thesu, who was shouting that he was a real man. Thesu shouted with a smirk that he would help the protagonist on his journey, and that the Andres Guild would be held accountable for everything. Kanu crossed his arms, looking at Thesu with bewilderment, and Thesu shouted that they would punish the guild with their own strength. The blonde man lay on his back, his mouth and eyes open. Tisu smirked, exhaled through his nose, and shouted that this sense of justice reminded him of movies. Tisu slammed his fist on the ground and shouted loudly that he was blown away by the protagonist's sense of justice. Kanu crossed his arms, and the man shouted that he would definitely repay him by joining his journey. The protagonist sweated and smiled awkwardly. Tisu smiled, and Kanu thought he was the second Palak. Taehyung bowed and shouted loudly that he also wanted to thank Kanu, although he knew that he was no good for anything right now. The young man closed his eyes, shouting that he would do everything to help, and the protagonist smiled. Kanu looked down with a smile while Tisu said that Taehyung would remain silent and bandage the wounded, because bandits are known to be bad at dealing damage or tanking, which is why no one takes them into a group. Tears appeared in Taehyung's eyes when Tisu said that this was their fate. The bearded man smiled and suggested that they form a new group right now since Taehyung also wanted to repay Kanwoo. Taehyung blushed and Tisu put his hand on his shoulder. The boy clenched his fist and said that he really appreciated it. Tisu frowned and looked at Taehyung in surprise, who said that he was very worthless and now he became a burden to him. The boy closed his eyes and shouted that for this reason, he wanted to become stronger for the next time they met. The protagonist smiled slightly, looking at the two in shock and thinking that they were definitely crazy. Taehyung bowed, saying that it was time for him to go, and Kanwoo and Tisu waved their hands at him. The protagonist opened his mouth and thought that it was very tempting to have people who were indebted to you. Looking at the smiling Tisu, Kanwoo did not know what to do with him. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked what level the man was. The metal reflected the light. Tisu said that he was level 12 and had just recently reached his second awakening. He said with a confident smile that his first special ability was C rank and he had raised his level by hunting. Kanu touched his chin and widened his eyes in surprise, asking what rank his second awakening special ability was. Tisu placed his fists on his waist and laughed and said that his second awakening special ability was a rank, and the protagonist thought that he had much more potential than he expected. Kanu asked why Tisu didn't join a guild since he had the opportunity to join anywhere he wanted, and the man said with a smile that he had thought about it. The protagonist touched his chin and Tisu added that there was no need to join anything now. Tisu clenched his hand into a fist and shouted that he was a real man. He pointed at himself with his finger and stated that he would follow Kanu. Tisu then laughed and the protagonist thought that it was not bad. Kanu imagined the silhouettes of the man and thought that players who obtained a high-ranking special ability on their second awakening had a higher chance of obtaining powerful abilities for their third and fourth awakening. Kanu imagined the face of a girl with purple hair and thought that Hansol should soon achieve her second awakening. Then the protagonist said that Tisu was accepted. The man clenched his fist happily and smiled, thanking the protagonist. He took the phone in his hand and asked Kanu to exchange contacts. Tisu promised that he would rush to help in any situation. The protagonist took the phone and replied that he had just wanted to ask Tisu for something. The man frowned and Kanu asked him to stay here for now. He handed Tisu the phone and said that his friend was finishing her basic training soon. The protagonist asked Tisu to take her into his party so that they could level up together. The man smiled and said that he would gladly accept her when he learned that Hansol was a healer. Tisu took the phone and said that it would not be difficult to form a party because damage dealers were easy to find, and asked if Kanu would go to Andres' guild now. The protagonist looked away and hummed thoughtfully. The man opened his mouth, his eyes turned white, blood was visible on his face. He weakly opened his eyes when someone's hand was placed on his throat. Kanu pinned him against a tree and said that the man had better answer questions honestly. The man's eyes widened in shock, looking at Kanu, who told him to nod if he understood, which he did. The protagonist removed his hand from the man's throat. He immediately fell to all fours and began coughing. Tisu turned around as the man introduced himself as Kang Qiaolo. Kangwu leaned over to Qiaolo and reminded him that he had said earlier that they needed to take Tisu alive. The man remained silent as beads of sweat ran down his bloody face. The protagonist put his hands in his pants pockets and Qiaolo said that he didn't remember. Kangwu kicked him in the face. Qiaolo pressed his hands to his face and screamed in pain. He opened his watery eyes and looked at the protagonist in fear, who asked if Qiaolo remembered anything now. The man put his hands on his head and screamed that the reason for not killing was because of the sacrifice. Qiaolo was shaking in terror, his face covered in blood. The protagonist's mouth fell open in shock, looking down. He was squatting, thinking that they were even more broken than he thought. Kangwu touched his chin with his hand and thought that Ti-young had said something similar. Then he smiled. The protagonist grabbed the face of the terrified Qiaolo. Kangwu's eyes widened and he smiled madly. He narrowed his eyes and said that he had something to ask of Qiaolo. There were bright writings on the wall. The man was walking down a dark street. He was carrying a suitcase. Suddenly, Qiaolo was stopped by a stranger with long white hair and a lantern in his hand and said that he and Tio had gone hunting to find a victim. Qiaolo pursed his lips and looked away when the man asked what happened to his face and where Tio was. The man with white hair raised his eyebrows in shock when Qiaolo said that Tio had died. Qiaolo handed him the suitcase and the man asked what happened in there since Tio had been killed in the D-rank gate. Qiaolo grabbed the handle of the suitcase and said that there was a high-level player in there. He looked away, sweating in fear, and added that thanks to Tio, he barely managed to defeat that bastard. The man with white hair opened the suitcase that the protagonist was in, and Qiaolo said that he took him along as a sacrifice. Kangwu opened his mouth wide, his face was stained with blood, and the man concluded that he was in stable condition. When the man said that Qiaolo was acting strange, he turned away and frowned, saying that he felt a little shocked because of Tio's death. The man closed the suitcase and told Qiaolo that the fewer people, the better. Qiaolo frowned in confusion when the man said that since Qiaolo made the sacrifice, it meant that he would be able to participate in the baptism, and all the magic would also be his since Tio died. Qiaolo turned away and pursed his lips tightly when the man asked if he could use a little power. The man took the handle of the suitcase and asked if Qiaolo killed Tio to take his share for himself. The man smiled as Qiaolo yelled at him to shut up and take care of the victim. Qiaolo then walked away. He gritted his teeth, sweating from worry as the man tried to figure out if Qiaolo was upset about Tio's death. The man watched Qiaolo silently, holding the suitcase in his hand, coming to the conclusion that he was more sensitive than expected. There were torches burning in the red carpeted room. A man dressed in a black cloak stood there while someone apologized to the guildmaster for being late. The man bowed and said that Tio was killed in the fight and that they were delayed because of a high-level player. The guildmaster turned around and asked about the victim. The man showed the suitcase, saying that the victim was there and the guildmaster ordered him to bring it here immediately because they did not have much time. The man took the handle of the suitcase, following the order. The man in the black cloak took Kanu's body while the others shouted in unison, praising the power of the great Andress. The leader, who was wearing a mask, said that everything was going according to plan. The round slits for the eyes shone brightly, and he thought that it had already been a year since his conversion. People in black cloaks gathered in the room while the leader thought about how his followers were growing more and more. The people smiled while reading the speech, and the leader thought about how any player who mastered monstrous power would certainly thirst for power and he would quench his thirst with magic. The man took off his mask with a wide smile and said that it was time to begin the ceremony. He grinned and ordered his subordinates to prepare magic stones. A chest opened, in which crystals shone brightly. The man grinned and thought that the stronger the thirst, the more his body, soul, and power would transform him into a demon, and thus he could become a real demon. The leader smiled widely and asked who was receiving the reward today. One of the subordinates bowed and said that it was supposed to be Kalo, but he refused to take part in the ceremony. The rest of the followers turned around in surprise when the leader said that in that case there would be no reward this time. They fell to their knees as the man shouted that the slackers would get nothing and that if they wanted a reward so much, they should make a sacrifice. The leader leaned on his cane and added that his subordinates would not have had a chance to perform the baptism ceremony without his instructions. He smirked, his eyes shining brightly, and said that for that reason, this sacrifice was his. He raised his hand up, ordering the ceremony to begin. The man hit the floor with his cane, where bright flashes appeared. A red mist appeared around Kano. The crystals emitted a bright light, and the leader thought that this amount of magic stones would be enough for dozens of rituals. The man smiled contentedly and thought that he would continue to become stronger. Red streams of magic were visible near the rift through which the leader wanted to receive magic. He was kneeling, spreading his arms out to the sides. The followers were sitting on the floor. The man rolled his eyes in pleasure, feeling this delightful power, and thought that he wanted to absorb it with every cell of his body. Long legs grew on his arm, and he thought that Magi was too dangerous for direct contact, and without an intermediary, the body might not withstand it. The man opened his mouth wide and trembled, thinking that by allowing the victim to absorb all the energy until death, and then drink its blood, he would get Magi in its purest form. The leader extended his shaking hands to the protagonist's body. The leader opened his mouth wide and thought that Kanu was holding up well. He assumed that the protagonist was a rank player. The man smiled and thought that the longer the process lasted, the more Magi he would be able to obtain. His eyes lit up brightly with pleasure. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, his eyes turned white, and he trembled. The leader thought that Kanu was absorbing 15 times more energy than an ordinary victim. The man with a crazy smile came to the conclusion that the amount of demonic energy that he could absorb was increasing. Then he laughed loudly. Streams of energy were hovering around his hand. The leader grinned, looking at Kanu with interest. His silhouette was dark against the bright energy, and the man did not understand why the ritual did not end. The room was illuminated by purple light. The man asked to stop. He repeated his demand. The light rose up in an even glow. The man asked to stop. All the novices anxiously watched what was happening. The leader of the cult screamed shrilly, stretching out the word. The whole hall was illuminated by a bright light. A ritual was taking place at the altar. The man watched what was happening in horror. From nerves, he began to scratch the floor. He asked how this could happen. Kanu swayed forward and said in surprise that his stats increased by 20 units. The leader of the cult was shocked. He looked at the hero in fear, asking how. Kanu wiped his chin, smiled, and asked if they could repeat the ritual one more time. The leader was perplexed. The hero bit his finger sarcastically and asked to repeat the ritual one more time. The leader of the cult clenched his fist. He refused to believe what he saw. Everyone looked at this performance with concern. The leader of the cult screamed, cursed the hero, and a small fireball appeared in his hand. Kanu easily dodged the blow. An explosion from the fireball was heard behind him. He smiled and said not bad. The leader of the cult had already swung his sword, cast fireballs. The hero began to break the distance. The hall began to fill with explosions. They destroyed the interior. Fireballs chased the hero, destroying everything in their path. The leader of the cult looked perplexed. The hero smiled, using the power of the Iron Curtain. He looked at the leader of the cult and said, "The more magicians, the more comfortable." The leader clenched his teeth. He turned to his disciples, asked why they were standing, and gave the order to attack the hero. Everyone rushed to attack with shouts. One of the disciples had already jumped to the altar. He was approaching. The hero was walking towards him. He took out the blade from his magic, and with a powerful jerk he approached the student and pierced him with the blade. Kanu began to move from one disciple to another. He killed one after another with lightning speed. The disciples screamed. Kanu turned around. The head of the cult ordered everyone to get out of the way. He stopped attacking, thinking that this was the power of the guild leader Daken. The head laughed and said that the hero would see it now. He began to cast a huge fireball, said that this flame was capable of incinerating any form of life to hell because it was straight from hell. Kanu thought calmly. He turned away embarrassedly. The leader's eyes were burning. He was furiously saying that he did not understand how the hero was able to control the magic. The veins on his face bulged even more. He screamed that the hero was insignificant against his power. The hero immediately cast a flame, tens of times larger than the leader's flame. He looked at the fire cloud in shock. He said that this could not be. He looked at the flame in fear, frozen and not attacking. The hero calmly held a huge fireball above his head. The leader said that this could not be. His pupils were narrowing. The hero looked at the leader of the cult with a devilish smile. He thought that he could not defeat the likes of the hero. His hand trembled. He clenched his fist, removing the flame. He knelt down in front of the hero. He looked at the cultist in surprise and asked what he was planning. The man began to draw out a breath and said that this was a magnificent incarnation of Andras. Kanu was embarrassed. The leader bowed his eyes and said that they had been waiting for him for a long time. He called him the king and their god, and also the Messiah. All the novices looked at each other in shock. The leader called the hero a tyrant who should rightfully rule this world. He pointed his finger at the novices and immediately demanded that they bow their heads, because the hero is the one who will lead them out of their doomed destinies and lead them to eternal life. Kanu smiled, mentally laughing at the leader of the cult. Everyone knelt down. The leader looked at the hero pleadingly and said that he recognized Andras as soon as he saw him. They had waited so long for the hero to descend to them. He called him the king of all demons. Daken's hands were shaking. He introduced himself and said that his heart was breaking with emotion. The hero's flame went out. He thought that the leader was not such a fool, since he understood his position and bowed before him. He used the power of the heavens. Purple transparent wings appeared and he soared into the air. He laughed and said, finally, he was recognized. Dakin did not take his eyes off the hero. Kanu laughed and said that he was the great Andras, the king of hellfire. He threw his head back and called himself the king of all demons. Dakin hit his head on the floor and began to extol the hero. Kanu smiled and ordered all his subordinates to be removed because he had something to discuss with him. He looked at the leader and ordered everyone to leave. Kanu sat on the altar. Dakin sat in front of him on his knees. The hero asked the name of the leader, said that he had a couple of questions. Dakin said that Andras could ask whatever he wanted. Kanu calmly asked him to calm down already. Dakin guiltily looked away. The hero said that the leader was perfectly aware that he was not Andras. Kanu grabbed the leader by the collar. The man asked who the hero really was, but he was ordered to shut up. He looked menacingly into the leader's eyes, said that he was the one asking the questions here, and the leader would answer each of them. Kanu's eyes were wide open. He asked how it was possible that the man knew that with the help of Merc, extracted from magic stones, one could create an excavation. The man was shaking. He said that he was taught this. He remembered the guy in the demon mask and said that he came to him and said that if he followed his teachings about the demonic religion, he would grant him immortality. Kanu slapped the leader in the face, called him a psycho, asked how he could agree to this, not even knowing who he was. Dakin glanced at the hero without lifting his head from the floor. He said that the man was very strong. He remembered how easily he had dealt with their guild in 2 counts. He had ordered them to follow him or die. They had no choice. Dakin remembered how he was being strangled. He could do nothing but resign himself and follow orders. Kanu asked who this scoundrel in the mask was. Dakin looked at the hero in fear, said that he knew nothing and that he had not appeared since that very day. He gave all his orders through letters. Kanu hit the man in the shoulder, asked if he really followed the letters so strictly. Dakin trembled and said that it was all because the man in the mask was very strong. Kanu exhaled, realized that although the leader could have been forced at first, but soon, succumbing to the temptation of the enormous power of the magicians, he began to perform rituals of his own free will. He placed the mask on his knee. He looked away and thought, mentally asking himself who it could be. The religion of demons was like another cult, but these cultists knew how to get to hell. Kanu imagined an army of disciples, decided that this could not be ignored. He looked at the leader and ordered to give letters with orders. Dakin handed the hero a letter. He looked at the hero with fear. Kanu began to run his eyes over the letter. Absorb magic and become stronger, convert as many players as possible. He shook the letter. He looked at the leader and asked if anyone else had received similar orders. Kanu stood up, thinking that Dakin might not be the only one, because only if the mysterious customer was not an idiot, he would not trust only this cultist, especially considering that the unknown person's goal was to increase their powers. He grabbed the leader by the collar. Kanu looked at the man with a crazy look. Orobas asked through the hero how dare they try to turn this beautiful place into hell. He said that he would only say 3 things. He asked to find out more about the cult leader, not to conduct any more rituals, and to keep everything that happened here a secret. Dakin, horrified, began to agree, stutter and repeat. Orobas ordered him to disappear. Dakin ran in horror. The hero thought that even though he forced them to stop their activities, the Andras Guild had done too much harm. He thoughtfully looked down, realizing that the rituals had been performed many times. If the government paid attention to them, they would get to him while he was busy investigating this cult. Even if he caught these guys. He broke the stick. He still used the power of fear and there was no way for information to leak, so he would just throw them away once they served him. Kanu exhaled, said out loud that it had been a tough day. He decided that it was time for him to get some treatment. After a while, Kanu was at home, smiling and beaming. A worried Hansel ran up to him with a phone in her hands. Kanu asked what happened, but the girl said that she had the same question. He said that so much time had passed since he left for the gate, and he hadn't contacted anyone even once. Kanu looked at the many missed calls, didn't know what to say. He rubbed the back of his head guiltily, said that he needed to sort out some things, but now he was fine. The girl said that she was very worried. Kanu smiled and thanked Hansel for worrying about him. The girl was embarrassed. Kanwu said that next time he would definitely warn her. She said that she would take the hero at his word. She turned around with a smile and offered to have dinner. The hero beamed, said that he wanted kimchi. He was delighted. Hansel replied that she already knew about the hero's preference and therefore began to prepare kimchi with stewed meat in advance. Kanwu began to hysterically thank the girl for cooking for him every evening. Hansel put on an apron and said that today during the hunt she achieved the second awakening. It was time for her to start working to repay the hero, but he did not understand and asked again, surprised by this news. Hansel giggled contentedly and told the hero to listen. She beamed and proudly said that she was a B rank and she received a special ability, the Blessing of Light, along with the second awakening. The hero thought that in this case, they would make a great party with Tessu, after all, a healer with a high-ranking ability and an excellent tank. If these two worked together, he was more than sure that their strength would go far beyond the usual parties. Kanu sat down on the sofa and asked if Hansol had received any invitations from guilds. The girl said, "What a bunch." She was asked if she was going to join any. Hansol thought about it and said that she had no intention of joining anywhere. He started cooking and said that instead she wanted to help the hero. He thought that she was definitely an angel. She was stirring the food in the pot. Kanu said that even though she had received a high-ranking ability, he still didn't think it was a good idea to join him now. Hansol sighed in disappointment. Kanu said that objectively speaking, the current her would not be able to help him much. She sadly said that she understood. Kanu looked at the girl with annoyance. He closed his eyes and thought that maybe someday, but not now. He knew that he was much stronger than players of the same level. He understood that if he formed a team now, he would not have the opportunity to gain experience and participate in serious battles. In order to train well, he needed to form a group with players who complemented each other. He put his hand on the table, said that he knew a tank with a rank abilities. He thought that she should team up with him, because now the most important thing for her is to increase her level by gaining experience. Hansol sadly agreed. The hero said that when she increased her level and gained enough experience, they can form a group and go to a higher rank gate. The girl turned around and gasped. She smiled and said okay, and she will join this tank. Kanu smiled and said that they both have great abilities and so it will not be difficult for them to quickly increase their experience. Hansol smiled and said that she wants to quickly level up and join the hero. Steam was pouring out of the pots. Kanwoo said it wouldn't take long. Hansol said she would help the hero as best she could until then. Kanwoo smiled. He was happy that he was investing in the future. He thought about it. Hansol put the pot on the table. He was thinking about whether he should help raise their level. The girl said that while they were chatting, the kimchi had cooked. Kanwoo's cheeks blushed. He gasped. He looked at the kimchi, began to call it a name, and reached for a spoon. He began to thank for the food. But Hansol said to wait. She offered to try another one today. Kanwoo's eyes widened. He watched, tempted, as the second part fell into the pot. Divine light was shining from the pot. The hero's hand was shaking. He remembered the demonic cult. He reached for the chopsticks. Thoughts of the cultists did not leave him. He didn't know who they were, but for the sake of kimchi and ramen, he would protect this planet and definitely save this world at all costs. Sometime later, at the player service center, the C-rank player ID would be delivered to the address tomorrow. Kanwoo looked at the girl and asked, was it really impossible today? They answered no, because starting from the C rank, there is a thorough check of magic stones, so it is not possible to issue them right away. In order to get a C rank ID, Kanwoo went outside. They told him that it would not take more than a day, but that things would not wait. He looked ahead tiredly. In front of him was a motley crowd. He thought about how he had not rested even once since he returned to Earth, and nothing could be done with the demonic cult for now. He looked at the smiling couples. He understood that he could not miss such a chance. Kanwoo walked down the street, asking what he should do. He looked at his phone, remembered that before he got to hell he was too poor, so he killed time by reading comics or watching movies. He closed the app, decided that he would not go back to this. He looked angrily at the sky, understood that he could not live the same way as 10,000 years ago. He worked too hard to return here and so he needed to try everything. Something caught his attention. He looked at the sign of the gaming club. He went into the internet cafe and sat down on a comfortable chair. He looked at the menu with a smile, thought that he was in heaven. He began to look at the contents, remembered that everyone recommended ramen. He chose the most popular game. He thought about it, looked at the classes. In the game you need to form a party of 5 people with different roles, almost like in life. He began to choose characters, thought about who kills the enemy in cold blood and does all the dirty work on the battlefield. The choice was made. The game began. Kanwoo's eyes widened. His character killed monsters, got money for it. He looked at the player who was writing to him in the chat, asking why he killed the monster. He started arguing with the guy in the game chat until someone came up to the hero and told him that his ramen was ready. Kanwoo pointed to the table and a plate of ramen was placed on it. While the opponent in the chat continued to get angry at the hero, he was eating ramen with great pleasure. The guy's aggression turned into a plea for help, but Kanwoo was focused on ramen. Kanwoo took a radish, while his friend in the chat again switched to aggression. Kanwoo could not believe that this ramen was so delicious. His eyes were wide open. He enjoyed the taste and combination. He took a sip of cola, thought that he would definitely look here again. He continued to enjoy the atmosphere. He looked at the screen in surprise. The hero's character was killed. Suddenly, someone started screaming, from which Kanwoo choked. He wiped the soda off his mouth. He turned around, searching his mind for the one who was screaming so loudly. Kian was sitting at the table behind him. She asked who the hero was. A vein bulged on her forehead. She asked what he was staring at. She felt so bad that it was better to look elsewhere. Kanwoo looked at the girl in surprise. She asked what was on his screen. He turned around. Kian said that it was a big coincidence. He turned around again. Kian asked if it was good or bad. She came over, saw that the hero was eating ramen while they were fighting. She pointed back angrily and said that he should leave on good terms, adding another insult. Kanu looked at Kyung in confusion and asked who she was. Kyung smiled hysterically. She said that the hero was freaking out and was making fun of her. She tried to grab him by the shirt, but he dodged. Kyung froze in surprise. Kanu began to carefully stretch his hand towards her, asking why she suddenly attacked him. He asked her to stop insulting him because he had not done anything bad to her. The girl tried to grab the hero again, but he dodged. And again, Kanu frowned, mentally asking what was wrong with this girl. She looked at the guy with crazy eyes and again swung her arm to strike. She swung her hand, Kanu dodged. He jumped off the chair and Cha-in missed again. She struck again. Kanu continued to dodge, while Cha-in continued to attack him with a cold look. She clenched her hand into fists. Her fists sparkled. She looked Kanu in the eyes and asked who he was. In addition, she asked if the Mir Guild had sent him. The girl hostilely put her fist in front of the guy's face and frowned, asking who he was, if the Mir Guild had really sent him. Kanwoo raised his eyebrows awkwardly, thinking about the guild being in the top 5, saying that he didn't understand what she was talking about since he wasn't even in the guild. Kian clenched her fist, asking why he was lying. How could someone like him not be in the guild? The protagonist raised his head, asking why he had to be there, and wondering what guild the girl was in. Kian smiled happily and pointed her thumb at herself, saying that she was in one of the top 5 guilds, the infamous Scarlet. Suddenly, Kiyoung's face changed. She furrowed her eyebrows and opened her mouth, thinking that she got caught because she got too carried away, so she needed to cool down. Kanwoo walked up to the cashier, asking for the bill. The man in uniform smiled happily, thanking the guy, saying that they always wait for the protagonist again. The girl yelled in displeasure, frowning, asking where he was going since she was talking to him. The guy looked at her with disinterest, raising his eyebrows, realizing that she noticed. He said that he didn't like her displeased face. Kiyoung took a step forward, telling him to stop acting stupid and answer normally. The girl lowered her head and frowned, saying that she had never heard of a rank player being without a guild. The guy held the card in front of her. Her eyes widened. Kanwoo closed one eye, holding the document in front of him. The girl read in surprise that he was a D-rank player. She held her hand out in front of her, asking if he was really a newbie. The protagonist, putting the card in his pocket, said that he was. He almost died recently. Kiyoung furrowed her brows and widened her eyes, thinking that she would have beaten him if he was a newbie, wondering if these were really the skills of a D-rank player. Kanwoo turned around and headed towards the exit, asking if she was done, since he was already leaving. Kiyoung didn't understand what was happening and just watched him go. A shudder ran through the girl's body. She furrowed her brows, asking him to wait. The girl opened her mouth. A drop of sweat ran down her face. She thought about who this guy was. Kanwoo walked out of the establishment, putting his hands in his pockets. The guy looked down sadly. He quickly clenched and unclenched his fist, thinking that many of his abilities were still sealed. He was still too weak, however, he still had combat reflexes due to many years of experience. Kanwoo furrowed his brows, thinking that he never imagined that he would meet a person at the same level so soon. The hero remembered himself during the battle with her, looking around, trying to dodge the blow. He opened his eyes wide, remembering her movement at the end. It seemed to him that for a moment she simply disappeared from his sight. Kanwoo stood in place, and the giant hand of the girl, looking at him with wide eyes, slyly reached out to him. The guy's eyes sparkled brightly in the shadow of the hand covering him. The protagonist closed his eyes and blew air on his palm, asking who she was. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and widened his eyes. The girl pulled the window of a tall building to the side, getting ready to go outside. She stepped on the windowsill. With sharp movements, the girl moved between the walls of the building. Kiyoung looked down. She took out her phone, thinking that now there was no one around and it was quite noisy. The girl pressed the call button. Cha-young leaned her back against the wall and put her hand in her pocket. On the other end of the line, she was answered by the strategy department of the Red Rose. The girl asked to connect her with the head of the HR department. She was asked to wait. She was fiddling with her hand in her jacket pocket. The man took the phone in his hand and smiled, saying that the head of the HR department was Pak Hyen. He asked what happened to the head of Cha-young. The girl furrowed her brows, saying that she needed him to conduct one investigation. It was very important. A question was heard from the phone, whether it concerns a demonic cult. The girl, clenching her fist tighter, answered that maybe yes, but maybe no. Cha-young raised her hand, saying that she thought this player was hiding his identity, and he himself was suspicious. She saw his card. She remembered how the protagonist showed her his card, saying that his name was Kanwoo. On the card it was written that he was a D-rank player. The two cards of the protagonist were presented. Pak Hyen said that if it was really a D-rank player, then he didn't have a mana stone to identify it, which meant that it was much easier to counterfeit than a C-rank card or higher. Cha-young stood on one of the air conditioners outside the building wall. listening to the words that if the guy was really a D-rank player, then it meant that he could only kill players of his level and lower. The girl objected to him, crying out in displeasure. She furrowed her brows, her eyes shining brightly under the shadow of the visor of her cap. The girl said that he was definitely not who he said he was. He had predicted her actions in advance. Cha Young leaned her back against the wall of the building and raised her head, listening to the words that even if she didn't give it her all, not a single follower of the demonic cult was able to react to her attacks in time. Until today. The girl remembered how she frowned and bared her teeth in displeasure during their battle, thinking that she had been investigating the affairs of the demonic cult for a long time, but they were all far from her, definitely. Chang remembered how brightly Kanwoo's eyes shone. She attacked him, but the protagonist always dodged and eventually managed to get around her. The protagonist appeared right in front of her face. She wondered if this was just reflexes. Chang lowered her head and raised her thumb up, saying that judging by his skills, he was either one of the main ones in this cult, or even their leader. Pakian asked if this could mean that they had started to act seriously. Chang sharply clenched her hand into a fist, listening to the words that they cannot ignore this possibility, so she just needs to quickly find out more about him. The girl replied that she understood everything and looked at the phone screen. Kiyoon looked down, clenching her fist, thinking that although it was unknown if he was somehow related to this cult, she was sure of one thing: this player was stronger than her. The girl opened her palm, which had a white button in it. Kanwoo looked down and saw that the button on his shirt had come off, saying that he still didn't dodge enough. The protagonist furrowed his brows, his eyes shining red. The girl widened her eyes. Kiyoon's eyes were shining brightly in the shadow of the visor of his cap. She looked at her hand. The protagonist frowned, looking forward. The girl clenched her fist tightly, thinking that if this player really was a D rank and all this was talent, then she wouldn't be able to. Because as long as he existed, there was no guarantee that she would maintain her position as a high-ranking player. She needed to become stronger in order to be prepared for any unexpected events. She pursed her lips, looking down. Kanwoo turned his head, looking back, saying that he was thinking about finally having a proper rest, and would go to the C-rank gate tomorrow once he got his ID. The protagonist frowned, looking up. There was a pink person depicted on the door of the girls' restroom. Cha Young abruptly opened the door, frowning, saying that the break was over. She walked closer to the gaming chair, noticing that the guy had already left. Her attention was drawn to the game on the monitor. Cha Young's eyes suddenly widened, her brows furiously furious. She clenched her fist, looking at the screen, where there was a notification about being demoted to bronze. Cha Young bared her teeth and opened her eyes wide, breaking a button out of anger, shouting that she would definitely find Kanwoo and finish him off. The protagonist, walking down the street, hugged himself, not understanding why goosebumps suddenly ran across his body. Kanu stood surrounded by crowds of people. A bright blue portal was ahead. A guy was holding a piece of paper in his hand, saying that it was time to see what was here in the Macedonian C-rank gate. The protagonist looked at the images of monsters, thinking that they were trolls, but anyway, he urgently needed to hunt. His thoughts were interrupted by screams asking him to stop. Men in uniform stood in front of the protagonist. One of them raised his palm, saying that only C-rank players in a team of 5 were allowed to enter. Kanu's eyes widened in surprise, asking why. The man furrowed his brows, imagining a terrifying monster, telling the boy that the troll boss had appeared, so entering alone was prohibited. Kans looked at him in surprise, saying that he understood everything, but in his mind, the hero was thinking that as soon as he got the license, the monsters had appeared. How lucky that was. The boy froze, looking at the groups of players around him. They were discussing plans of action, who would do what, how they would catch the boss, and someone was saying that it was better not to take risks today. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, looking up, thinking that the C-rank gate definitely gave off a different atmosphere compared to the lower rank gates. He turned his attention to the people standing in front, among whom he saw a girl in a black hat and a magic staff, a guy with a good sword, thinking that even the equipment here was much better. Kanu watched as the uniformed man checked the incoming player, thinking that even the check seemed more strict. That was all he needed. He had to enter alone. There was no other way. The hero thought about what to do. The guy with the red bandage on his forehead smiled, saying that they would cut off this boss's head and take their $1,000,000. The players standing next to him smiled happily. The protagonist focused his attention on them. He turned his gaze to the players talking. The guy with blonde hair asked what they should do, to which the man, thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, said that he really doubted it. Kanu froze, surrounded by players, listening to their words about not knowing if they would be able to get out alive. Some even had goosebumps from thinking about the boss. Someone suggested skipping today's hunt, asking if it was worth it. Kanu thought about it. This uncertainty, panic, fear, anticipation. The protagonist smiled wryly, thinking that if he added a little anger to it, it would be the perfect seasoning. The boy extended his palm, from which dark energy emanated. He thought that he didn't even need to do anything. Like with the hobgoblin, ordinary people just needed to be pushed forward, and that push would be enough to influence them. The blonde boy said that $1,000,000 sounded quite tempting. and besides, it had been a long time since they had risen to D rank. The protagonist touched the boy's shoulder. He was talking about how their levels were still low to meet the boss. The blonde boy's eyes widened, and a monster's grin appeared in his background. Kanu had used the skill power of rage. A mad smile appeared on the boy's face, and he raised his eyebrows, asking if they would really be this pathetic for the rest of their lives. The boy with the dark bandage on his forehead furrowed his brows, asking what the hell had bitten him. The boy remembered covering his head from the kicking feet, saying that even in middle and high school they were beaten by punks. He gritted his teeth, tears streaming from his eyes. The boy said that they had dreamed of tearing these people to shreds their whole lives. It was pure hell. Suddenly, a bright light fell on his face. He pulled his hands back to see. A gate had opened, and then he thought his prayers had been answered. The boy smiled, looking up and smiling, tears streaming from his eyes. He thought that he would finally have the strength. He would no longer have to humiliate himself. The blonde boy blushed, furrowing his brows in anger, and screamed, asking what was happening now. Why were they dancing to the tune of some monsters? The guy's friends looked at him in surprise. The young man furrowed his brows, saying that he was strange today. But suddenly, he himself turned red with rage, shouting about why they were shaking with fear. Because they were capable of tearing everyone to pieces. The guy standing next to him with a red bandage widened his eyes in surprise. The girl in gray clothes screamed loudly that she would never forgive those who killed her brother. She screamed that she would kill everyone. The people around turned around in surprise. A drop of sweat appeared on the face of the guy with the red bandage. He did not understand what was happening. There was a scream around that the hero would kill everyone and receive a reward for all the suffering that he had to endure. He gritted his teeth, hearing the words that you can't hang around the low-level gate forever. The guy screamed loudly, clenching his fists, saying that the young man was right. He was tired of living like this, monsters or not, but he is not him if he does not bring every bastard who humiliated him to his knees. The players screamed loudly, getting ready to show the monsters where the crayfish hibernate. The blonde guy threw his head back and closed his eyes, screaming that they will cut off the head of this boss. The men in uniform at the entrance raised their eyebrows in surprise, not understanding where all the fuss was coming from. The guy with blonde hair shoved a card into one of them's face, screaming that they should open this gate already. The players came closer to the entrance, screaming that they will destroy this boss. The man frowned in concern, not understanding what came over them, because he had never seen such a reaction to the appearance of a boss. He sighed heavily, reporting into the radio that this was the front gate of the C rank. There was a huge crowd of players asking for confirmation. At this time, Kanu slipped behind him unnoticed. The protagonist found himself near the gate. Behind him, they could hear shouts that the heroes were going to cut off the boss's head. The guy landed on his knee, thinking how wonderful it was to see the players working together, just a lovely sight. He smirked and raised his eyebrows, saying that the reward would be his. The protagonist found himself in a desert. Behind him, the gate was shining brightly. The guy took a step forward, realizing that he was in a desert. The currents of wind raised sand into the air. The guy understood that this place was very different from the same swamp. This desert was simply huge. Kanu raised his hand above his head, looking into the distance. He thought about how difficult it was to find the boss in this vast area, thinking about whether he should use the power of the heavens. The protagonist looked down in surprise, saying that if he thought about it, now was the time. The guy opened the status window, saying that the magic indicator was already 50 points higher. Strength was 23, physical ability was 20, magic was 53, vitality was 21, merit was 0, wisdom was 11. Kanu moved up with sharp movements, saying if it was time for him to use this ability. The guy leaned his hands on the sandy floor. Dark energy came out from under his palms. The hero used the skill Observer's power. Giant red eyes appeared above the desert. The protagonist's gaze appeared to small monsters walking forward. He thought that too much information. It was just a stunning effect. The guy frowned, his red eyes shining. He looked more closely. Among the crowd of monsters, he looked for him. Suddenly, a giant boss appeared in his field of vision, surrounded by small minions. Red twisted lines descended on a dark background. The boss frowned, baring his teeth. The protagonist said that it was great. Kanu let his hands go, saying that he had found it. The guy wiped his forehead from the sweat, looking down and thinking that there were too many soldiers around the boss. He squatted down, looking at the crowd of players who were heading straight there. The war cries of the blonde guy were heard, saying that they would tear the boss's head off. Kanu rose to his feet, thinking that they could be used. He quickly disappeared from the place. With sharp movements, he jumped from one sand mountain to another, thinking that they would deal with the small fry and he would take on the boss. The small monsters froze. The boss walked forward, carrying a weapon on his shoulder. Kanu thought about luring out his minions. The protagonist swung, concentrating bright purple energy in his hand, thinking that now was the time to start an offensive. Energy quickly rotated, leaving his hand. A dark spear appeared in his fist. Kanu took a step. He twirled the spear in his hands, leaving a bright trace in space. The protagonist threw the weapon on his shoulder, looking forward. His eyes flashed a bright red light. Kanu threw the spear straight at the boss. The system notified that the B-rank boss was successfully destroyed. The giant monster fell to the ground, its mouth wide open. The system window reported that additional experience points were received for defeating the monster. The protagonist made the greatest contribution to the destruction of the boss, so his additional experience points were tripled. The status window reported that the level was increased by 4. Kanu froze in place with wide eyes, unable to believe that he killed the boss with one blow. Kanu looks down in confusion, wondering if it was really the boss. He smiles awkwardly, noticing that the status window says so, but wonders if it's normal for a C-rank monster to be so weak. He recalls the creature, thinking that it wasn't weak at all. Based on his data, it was definitely a C-rank boss. It was probably much stronger than he thought. He lifts his sleeve, remembering that he was going to hunt, but he was being extremely careful. The monsters below growl. They pay attention to something. Kanu appears in front of them. He smirks and announces that there is a change of plans. The creatures immediately rush at him. The youth stands with his hands clenched into fists. He looks confident and satisfied. He opens his eyes and declares that since things have turned out this way, he will deal with them in an instant. The monsters appear behind him. Something is visible in Kanu's hand. The creatures watch in surprise. The skin of one of them begins to glow. A flaming cut appears. Suddenly, blood gushes out from the wound. The youth stands with his arms outstretched. The thought of an attack that releases the full power of the blade sounds. He looks at the flying drops of blood with satisfaction, deciding that with such a quantity, the mage can use it without much difficulty. A notification comes that he has successfully destroyed the C-rank trolls and his level has increased by 2. Kanu looks questioningly when it is reported that the skill of Earth Blades has been obtained and the techniques that are registered as skills he can use more effectively. The monsters approach the corpse when the idea is voiced that skills are given to players who have used their special abilities frequently. The creatures only drool. The young man smiles, offering to test the abilities. A certain fallen drop is seen. A magic wave spreads across the area. The monsters growl in confusion. One of them steps on the line of magic and begins to tremble. Something pierces his leg. Everyone immediately starts running away. As they run, they are crippled by traps. A hand reaches out to the monster. He suddenly turns around. There are body parts lying around the young man, and he notices that the effect has indeed improved. The creature's hand appears as he decides to enjoy the reward. The hand begins to glow, and the power of the Devourer is activated. Kanu is perplexed when it is reported that the magic has increased by 2. He ponders that it is because his mages are over 50, noting that his mages also increased by 2 when he transformed the magic stones, so that is what they meant when they said that it would be harder to increase the stats gradually. The young man closes one eye, thinking that his leveling speed is still normal, only 4 levels left to get the 4th awakening. He takes off, deciding to hunt a little more. A question sounds about where the boss is. The man frowns, claiming that he thought they were going for something big. The people are indignant, being sure that they were not mistaken. Everyone remembers how they only saw a couple of trolls who were running strangely. The team looks at the trail of destruction, noting that the body of the boss was not found. There are traces of a fight, but no corpse. They despair, deciding to go back. One of them clutches his head, asking how they miscalculated the time. A line is heard about the young men having to complain. Kanwu sighs in relief, standing behind a tree. The men leave, and he decides to join them quietly and take advantage of the commotion to leave them. The team is angry, cursing. The young man only watches, thinking that everything is going according to plan. They are told to remain silent. He is surprised by this. The men turn their attention to the Devouring squad. They are confused, having many questions. One of the soldiers has his shoulder straps flashing, while the others continue to curse. A girl moves forward when she is noticed. She looks serious and is recognized. Devouring slams her sword on the ground, claiming that they have something to tell the players. She begins to speak seriously about what happened recently. The man is confused when it turns out that they received information that cow players were spotted at the D-rank gate. The man looks at the soldier awkwardly, and a phrase is heard about why they came for a surprise check. They must check all the players of the 3rd awakening and above, hoping for help from the people. Kanwu watches the conversations of others with concentration. He frowns silently. Devouring leans on the hilt of her sword, and people are asked to show their IDs. She looks serious, and the boy just hopes that he will not be caught. Everyone tenses up when they are told not to worry. Because the check will not take much time, they will only make sure that there are no wanted people among them, and then leave immediately. Kanwu nervously notices that today he acted a little more suspiciously, and they can talk about him. He looks at the crowd of people, realizing that if this is the case, it will be dangerous for him to do anything that stands out to the military department. Too many eyes to escape. The boy turns his attention to Devouring, thinking that one glance from her is enough to understand that it is very difficult to pass by her. He is serious and decides that he needs to leave as quietly as possible, but wonders how he can get out of this situation. Suddenly, he is asked to show his ID. Kang-woo is taken aback when the girl asks if he lost it. He awkwardly hands over the item, thinking that he might be paranoid. H-Wang looks closely at his ID, while the boy thinks that it does not look like he was caught. He seriously realizes that from now on, he needs to be more careful as the players have already made their move. He decides to try to get something out of the girl. As she continues to study the ID, Kang-woo thanks her for taking personal measures. He smiles, claiming that H-Wang is worthy of respect. The girl frowns at his photo when the boy notices that there have been more players lately. She looks away, saying that this is true, that is why they are conducting such checks. H-Wang hands over the ID, and it turns out that Kang-woo passed the check. He looks down, stating that all they need to do to live well is hunt monsters. The boy takes his item, stating that it scares him to think that people would kill other people for money. He smiles, knowing that all of her words are lies since they are well aware that the cow players are not after money. The girl turns away, saying goodbye, and the thought comes up that the government is also pursuing a demonic cult. She turns her attention to Kana when he asks what kind of cow players they are pursuing, since as a player he will be on the lookout and report them if he finds them. H-Wang just smiles, thanking him, and asks him to leave it to them. The boy laughs when she states that the safety of the players is their responsibility. The girl places her hands on her hips, noticing that Kana has recently reached C rank. She understands his desire to hunt in high-ranked gates, but it would be safer for him to level up in D-ranked gates. It turns out that kind-hearted people like him are rare these days. H-Wang smiles, hoping that there will be more like him in the future. Kang-woo awkwardly looks away, thinking that it will be a disaster if there are more like him. When the girl turns away, he wonders if this is a secret investigation. The boy calls Tisu, deciding that it is better for him to wait at home for now since the government is also investigating the demon followers. Several days pass. The young people are shown meeting at a cafe. Kang-woo sighs when the girl is asked if she is the healer they were told about. She smiles, saying that she is glad to meet him. The man looks back at him with satisfaction, saying that they make a beautiful couple. As Kang-woo sits down, he states that he wants him and Hansol to hunt together in the D-rank gate. Tisu calmly agrees, since anyone would want a healer with a B-rank special ability on their team. The girl blushes when she is called a daughter-in-law. The man happily tells her that she has nothing to be embarrassed about and asks her to tell him more about her ability. Hansol looks down, stating that her ability is called Blessing of Light. In addition to healing, it can buff strength, health, and agility. Tesu is surprised, asking if she can heal and buff at the same time. The girl smiles, admitting that she can also use skills to attack, to which she is called Incredible. The man enthusiastically tells her that it is very difficult to find healers who can buff and counter enemies. Even high-level guilds will accept a daughter-in-law right away. Kanu blushes, noticing that Tesu called the girl a daughter-in-law and she does not even deny it when Hansol claims that she does not plan to join a guild. Drinking his drink, the man declares that he is now going to become a legend among players together with Kano. Wiping his mouth, he states that Americano is definitely the best coffee. Covering one hand with the other, the boy asks if he has found anyone to be the damage dealer, and it turns out that there are two cool people. Tesu excitedly notes that they have recently reached the second awakening. Both are so talented that he even wondered why they have not joined the guild yet. He is sure they will like them, since he has an incredible sense of people. Kanu looks at him doubtfully, and the man admits that there are times when he makes mistakes. Smiling, he says that he is sure they can trust them, since he already met them during the first days of goblin hunting. He would like to introduce them to the boy tomorrow before the hunt, and everyone agrees. Hansol blushes, claiming that she needs to hurry to increase her level faster. She will work harder to join Kanu. The young man sheepishly looks away and tells her not to rush, as the most important thing is her safety. Tisu watches them with satisfaction, saying that he enjoys watching them. To this, Kanwoo tells him to stop staring. Crossing his arms over his chest, he tells her that they will meet tomorrow in the Inchin area and will send the exact address a little later, and asks why so far away if there is a D-rank gate nearby. The Hellhound opened its mouth wide and growled. The protagonist wondered what the Guardian of Hell was doing here. The monster rushed at him, baring its sharp claws. Kanu ducked, intending to dodge. Swinging his blade, he forced the monster to jump to the side. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought that he would learn the power of the Guardian of Hell. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth, inside which energy was concentrated. A huge fireball headed forward. A devastating explosion was heard, a giant cloud of dust and smoke rose into the sky. The hound looked up, exhaling steam. The player, finding himself in the air along with the fragments of stones, thought that the power of the blades was useless here. A bright blue flash appeared in his hands. Thanks to the power of the dark spear, a sharp weapon appeared in his hands. The young man began to make circular movements with the spear. The hound looked at the sky, noticing the flash. At the same moment, the spear pierced her shoulder. The guy landed a few meters away from the fallen monster. Squinting, he sighed in relief. Suddenly, his eyes widened. This attack only enraged the enemy. The guardian of hell opened his mouth and rushed forward. The ground under the protagonist's feet cracked. Intending to find the enemy's weak spot, Kanu jumped into the air right in front of his mouth. He directed his leg forward. Several of the hound's teeth were broken thanks to such a blow. The attacker landed on the ground. Determinedly watching every move of the enemy, the guy realized that the time had come for the decisive attack. Black energy concentrated in his hands as the guardian of hell approached him. Touching the ground, the player used the force of concussion. Large cracks appeared on the ground. The earthquake and the stone fragments raised into the air disoriented the enemy. Taking advantage of this, the young man rose above his head, gathering black energy in his hands. Summoning a dark spear, he aimed the weapon straight at the target. The tip of the spear pierced the hellhound's head. The eyes of the guy holding the spear lit up. The monster clenched its fangs. The guardian of hell swung its tail. The next second, it suddenly jumped up. A huge crater formed in the middle of the desert. Swinging its clawed paw, the hound threw the enemy away from itself. The player landed on the ground in a half-bent position. His brows were furrowed. The monster stood in front of him and growled. The protagonist thought that it was quite nice to get back on his feet. The spear stuck out of the monster's bloody skull. Attacks of such force were not enough to kill it. Putting his hands on his knees, Kanu thought that the guardian of hell was very persistent, as always. The enemies began to approach each other. The body of the hellhound was covered in red energy. The monster, engulfed in flames, opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. Like a fireball, it rushed towards the enemy. The boy smiled and said that in front of him was just a dog that didn't know its place. Dark energy appeared around his hands. Thanks to the power of heavenly might, his body caught fire, and the demon Baphomet appeared behind him. The monster's red eyes widened in shock. The enemies stopped in front of each other. A black demonic face appeared in the air. The player clenched his teeth in rage. The next moment, he hit his opponent in the jaw. From the powerful blow, the Hellguard flew into the air. His tongue fell out of his open mouth. When his body fell on the sand, a huge cloud of dust rose. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man sighed and thought that his opponent was quite resilient. The monster rose to its feet, drooling from its mouth. The boy thought that it would be good to use two powers at the same time. Taking a fighting stance, he thought that he had enough experience in killing these hellish creatures. His current level was more than enough to kill the hound. The monster tried to move, but its legs buckled. The guardian of hell fell to the ground with a crash. Dropping his hands, the protagonist thought that this dog really pissed him off. A notification appeared next to him, saying that the C-rank rift fragment was successfully defeated. Kanu looked at it in confusion. The new notification said that the level was raised to 30 and that the fourth awakening was obtained. The description said that the special ability of the fourth awakening, the Master of the Mage, allows you to wield mage faster and more naturally and hide your mage from other players. Standing in front of the corpse of the monster and looking at the notification, the guy asked what a rift fragment was. Looking away, he thought that he had already heard something about the core of the rift and assumed that this is what they call creatures from hell. Looking at the dead Hell Guardian with a spear sticking out of it, the player asked how the hound came to this world. Putting his hand to his chin, he remembered the princes of hell whose power the hound did not use and wondered what this rift was and if it was related to hell. Scratching his head and pointing at the notification, the young man decided not to dwell on such things, having no clue, and checked the rest of the notifications. Smiling, the guy noticed that there were quite a lot of them and that among them there was something interesting. Seeing the description of a special ability in the notification, he was glad that he received the fourth awakening and a class ability. Raising his hand over the Hellhound, the protagonist thought that with the fourth awakening, he no longer had to worry about trifles and that now he could feast to his heart's content. The power of the Devourer enveloped the body of the dead Hell Guardian. Grinning madly, Kanwu thought that at this rate he could get all of Mashin's power and become even stronger than he was in hell. The Devourer opened its fanged mouth, attacking the monster's body. The guy thought that leveling up was the right decision and left. Passing through the gate guard station, he stretched and decided to go home. Smiling happily, the player thought that today was a very good day, especially if there was kimchi waiting for him at home. Someone greeted him. Stretching his arms, the young man looked ahead. A girl in a cap was standing by the wall. Throwing a stern look at him, Kion said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy narrowed his eyes. Putting his hand on his hip, he said that he didn't think that they were so close to greet each other directly. Because they didn't even know each other, it seemed to him that all matters were decided back in the internet cafe. The girl said her name. The protagonist rounded up, remembering the scene from the support center and thinking that he had heard this name before. After introducing the heads of the top 5 guilds, he asked if the stranger was a representative of the Red Rose. Kion smiled and replied that she was the leader of this guild. Remembering the events that happened recently, Kanwu thought that it was no wonder that she had so much strength and asked what she wanted from him. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl said that she learned a lot of information about his data and past, including his upbringing in an orphanage in Jiangxian. Looking at the interlocutor from under the visor of his cap, the leader of the Red Rose said that he had been missing for 5 years, but this year he suddenly registered as a player. Hearing the question of whether this information was true, the guy looked at her sternly and said that he did not know why she needed this information, and that it was all true. Looking at her phone, Kion added that the player registered on March 16th, that is, about 3 weeks ago. The test results of the players in the control center showed that his special ability of the First Awakening was F rank. The girl expressed her confidence that this was an incorrect indicator, because an F rank player would not be able to reach the C rank gate in 3 weeks. Remembering the crystal ball, the boy pursed his lips in displeasure. Continuing to look at the phone, the leader of the Scarlet Rose said that the player appeared out of nowhere after 5 years and was already hunting for the C rank gate. At first she thought that he was a criminal and simply forged his ID, but his face and fingerprints matched the database. Frowning, the boy asked where she got his biometric data. Tapping the phone screen, Kyung explained that they were taken during the registration of the ID. Standing opposite, the protagonist thought that the big guilds had a lot more power than he could imagine because they had information about the gates visited and the fingerprints of the players. The girl, without taking her eyes off the phone, added that she made sure that the person in front of her was not a criminal with a fake ID. She closed the phone. Looking at the interlocutor with a serious expression, the leader of the Red Rose stated that she had a player with outstanding talent who could possibly surpass even herself. Hearing that he could be stronger than even Kanhyun, Kanwu silently pursed his lips. The heroes looked at each other. The guy thanked the girl for her high praise and asked what exactly she wanted from him. Kyung silently crossed her arms over her chest. Reaching out her hand, she said that she wanted to become a sponsor for the talented player on behalf of the guild. Shrugging her shoulders, the young man replied that this was not what he expected to hear. The guild leader asked in surprise what he was thinking. The boy smiled and assumed that he would be asked to join the Scarlet Rose. Smiling back, Kion asked how she could ask a player hiding behind an F rank to join her guild. Closing her eyes, the girl said that her interlocutor would not hide his abilities if he wanted to join somewhere. Mentally scratching his cheek, the young man thought that he was not hiding anything. Hearing the question about the details of the sponsorship, the guild leader raised her hand and explained that it was just financial support for a quick level up. Smiling slyly, the protagonist asked what the benefit was for her and did she really need help in the game. Burning with a bright flame, the girl furiously threatened him with death. Putting her hand on her cap and calming down, she began to mumble something about an offer from the guild leader. Smiling, Kanwu laughed and said that he played the game for the first time and did not know what to do. Closing her eyes, Kion said that she did not even get to silver because of her. The guy thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, surprised that she was still at bronze, because it was a pretty low level. The leader of the Scarlet Rose frowned menacingly and said that she played well, she just never had luck with teammates. Putting his hand forward, the player decided to get down to business and asked why the girl wanted to sponsor him so much. Adjusting his cap, Kyung explained that thanks to this, he would have more strength. The guy's body was covered in a purple haze. The guild leader said that the newbie, who became a player only 3 weeks ago, rose very quickly in a short period of time and was able to hunt alone in the gates of E, D and even C ranks, and thanks to the sponsorship he will become even stronger. The young man asked what exactly the sponsorship included. A badge with the letter A appeared in the air. The girl promised to provide temporary rights to enter any gate, up to the A rank. Putting his fingers to his chin, the main character said that he liked it. Introducing people with various weapons and magic crystals, Cha Young added that they would provide people from the guild of any class if the player wanted to form a party, and that they could sell magic stones through them without paying taxes. Kanu opened his mouth and said that this was a great opportunity. Introducing the armor and weapons, the girl also said that the guild would provide equipment. The normal equipment would be free, but for the first class equipment, you would have to put up a deposit, and the guild could also provide a house and a car. Looking down, the guy thought that Scarlet Rose was suspiciously kind to him. The guild leader asked him what he thought. Smiling, she replied that this was her contribution to the future. Crossing his arms over his chest, the player replied that this sounded unrealistic. Narrowing her eyes, Cha Young explained that the guild did not provide all this for free, but for completing various tasks, and hoped that she would not be let down. Looking up thoughtfully, the boy thought that the guild had a lot of tasks, so they offered sponsorship in exchange for completing the tasks. The sun's rays illuminated the girl's red hair. She was asked to tell him more about the details of the tasks. Lowering her head, she replied that she could not do that. Scratching the back of his head, the player thought that this was probably a long story and decided not to insist. Keeing adjusted the visor of her cap. Thinking that he could simply refuse if he was asked for something ridiculous, the protagonist extended his hand. The girl looked at her in surprise. Smirking slyly, Kanu said that he accepted the offer. The guild leader smiled back. Holding his hand in the air, the boy thought that this was a great opportunity to make connections in a large guild. The girl extended her hand in return. This was a chance to take advantage of the privileges and support provided. Thinking that he simply could not refuse, the boy shook the hand of his new leader. Squeezing her hand, he agreed. Cha Young looked at him happily and said that it was the right decision. The player asked when he would be told all the details. Turning away, the girl said that everything would be revealed when the time came. Hearing that he still couldn't help her with his current level, the boy tilted his head. When he said that the girl couldn't see the whole picture, the leader of the Scarlet Rose turned around and looked at him questioningly. Pointing a finger at himself, the protagonist stated that he was much stronger than he seemed. Cha Young's eyes widened in surprise. Turning away, she thought that her new friend was very arrogant. Putting her hands in her pockets, the girl explained that it was not only about strength. Kanu asked what else was required. Looking at her phone, the guild leader said that they did not have enough evidence yet, so she was not allowed to divulge this information. Putting a hand to his chin, the boy realized that there was no need to pry this information out right now. Handing him the phone, the girl asked him to leave his number. Holding the phone in his hands, the player asked when he could get the equipment. Folding his arms across his chest, Cha Young replied that it was possible to do it anytime. She asked if her new friend wanted to do it now. Returning the phone to its owner, the young man said that it would be nice and thought to himself that with the help of equipment, it would be possible to save mages. Turning around, the girl invited him to the guild office. The guy asked where it was. Looking around, the leader of the Scarlet Rose answered that the office was at Seoul Station. The residents of the city looked around in surprise, noticing a strange car. A little boy told his father that this car was very cool and offered to buy it. The father promised to work harder. A white car was standing on the road. Someone said that it was a Porsche. People were interested in who its owner. The girl lifted the car door. Sitting behind the wheel, she invited her new ally into the salon. The guy called her cool. Sitting in the passenger seat, he asked how much such a car cost. Cha Young replied that she hadn't looked at the price and couldn't say for sure. Hearing that the car cost around 10 million won, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at his friend, he wondered if she was really the girl in the sweatpants and cap from the internet cafe, and he understood why people liked foreign cars. The wheels of the car began to spin. Looking forward, Kanwoo said that they seemed to glide along the road, which was expected from an expensive car. Cha Young smiled and asked if he wanted the same. Looking at the road, she reminded him that the guild was ready to provide him with a car. Hearing Nuna's address to her, the girl's eyes widened. The guy's eyes were shining with happiness. The guild leader, looking at him with disgust, said that she was going to puke and threatened to rip out the airbag from the passenger side. The player crossed his arms over his chest and asked her to look at the road and said that he would be very grateful for the same car. Gritting his teeth in anger, Cha Young threatened to confiscate the car if he refused the order. The guy said that it was very stingy of her. The girl looked at him without taking her hands off the steering wheel and said that she still had a lot of hungry mouths. Fastening his seatbelt, the young man promised to remain silent and asked his friend to focus on the road. The car stopped at a huge hemispherical building, which housed the guild office. Getting out of the car, the protagonist was surprised by such a size. The girl told the parking attendant that the keys were in the car. The sun's rays reflected off the glass dome. The building was not inferior in size even to the player support center. The guy wondered if this was really the power of one of the main guilds. Cha Young asked him to go inside. Walking through the door, Kanwoo thought that it was a great decision to get involved with such a guild. Two people greeted them at the entrance. Someone extended a hand, assuming that this was the player the leader had talked about. The man with glasses closed his eyes and introduced himself as the head of the HR department. The guy shook his hand and said his name. The man next to him crossed his arms over his chest and proudly pursed his lips. This was the commander-in-chief of the task force. Young-ho gave the guest a distrustful look. The player mentally wondered why they were looking at him so intently. Smiling, Pak-hyun realized that the conversation with the leader had gone well and thanked the guest for accepting the offer. Smiling back, the young man said that he would not refuse to drink poison with such conditions. The head of the HR department laughed and replied that they were not that bad. The rest of the guild members were watching them. The man offered to take the guest to the warehouse with equipment. Ki-yeon looked at him and said that she would do it herself because he had a lot of things to do. Pak-hyun bowed and agreed. Young-ho said that he would go with them. Putting her hands on her hips and looking up at him, the girl asked him why he did this. Frowning, the warrior expressed a desire to see with his own eyes who their guest was. The player grinned. The guild leader allowed the man to go with them because it was better for them to be friends since they would see each other quite often. The elevator screen showed the number 14. On the 15th floor, the doors opened as the robot's voice announced. Walking down the hallway, Cha-young pointed at the door and explained that there was an equipment warehouse here. Saying that she couldn't provide the new guild member with anything, she put her hand on the sensor. A voice said that authorization had begun. Seeing the glow in front of him, the protagonist's eyes widened in amazement. He was promised to be provided with any equipment of any rank. There were many display cases with various weapons and armor in the room. The girl explained that a deposit would have to be made for high-level equipment and asked her friend not to rush with the choice. Enthusiastically putting his hand on the glass, Kano asked if there were any legendary or mythical items in this storage. The leader of the Scarlet Rose explained that they were not stored here, since the guild members used them themselves. Looking around, the guy replied that this was logical, and asked if they had high-class equipment. Cha-young smiled and replied that they had something like that. The player asked what the deposit was to get it. His face was reflected in the glass. He was told that the deposit was 50 million won. The boy pursed his lips when he heard that it was a discounted deposit. He turned away and looked down and thought that it was clearly out of his budget. The boy asked his friend if he could take a look at the middle-class uniform. Yono slammed his sword on the floor with force. The heroes looked at him questioningly. The man covered in purple energy loomed over them. Frowning furiously, he asked why the guest did not observe manners. The player narrowed his eyes in confusion. Looking down at him, the warrior asked him to address the leader with respect, since she was higher in status than him. His face distorted with anger. A smile appeared on the boy's face. With his red eyes flashing, he declared that he would not do that. Yonho glared at him angrily upon hearing this. Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword. The protagonist smiled relaxedly. The sword stopped a centimeter away from his face when the warrior was called out. The reflection of a girl in a cap was visible in the blade of the sword. Standing in front of her subordinate, she asked what was going on. Looking at him furiously and clenching her fingers, Kion called out to him again. Opening her mouth wide in anger, the guild leader asked how much longer he was going to remain silent. The man trembled without lowering his sword. The protagonist looked away. Yono wanted to ask how a newbie dared to talk to the leader like that, but the girl interrupted him, said that it was none of his business, and asked him not to meddle where it was not wanted. The warrior removed the sword from the newbie's face. Pointing at him, Kion asked her new friend to be careful with his expressions. If he did not want to be crippled, scratching the back of his head, Kanu replied that he would take note. Looking at the man who turned his back, he thought that this was a reliable guild since it had such loyal members. The warrior's hands were shaking. The guy wanted to ask for something else. With a sly grin, the player asked to give him equipment instead of a foreign car and promised to return the debt 1.5 times more. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and thought that this did not inspire confidence. The guild leader explained that she could only give the equipment after discussing this issue at a meeting. Yono hit the display case with force. Gritting his teeth, the man asked how the newcomer dared to call the leader a Nuna. Reaching for his sword, he continued asking the same question. The warrior opened his mouth wide and pulled out a sword from behind his back. A powerful blow was heard, causing dust to rise into the air. The swordsman's face showed confusion. Chayon pushed her subordinate's sword away and reminded him of what she had said a moment ago. The young man smiled slyly, and the girl asked if this should be taken as disobeying orders. Yonho lowered his gaze, trying to justify himself. Throwing his sword away, the head of the Scarlet Rose called what was happening a disgrace. Hearing that his offender was being driven away, the protagonist narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Menacingly towering over her subordinate, the girl promised to take drastic measures if something like this happened again. She asked what significant role the commander-in-chief played. The man lowered his gaze in disappointment and asked for forgiveness. His sword lay on the floor. Adjusting his cap, Cha-yon apologized to her guest and promised to make sure that the offender was properly punished. Yang-ho put his sword behind his back. The girl asked what high-ranking equipment the guest needed. As she needed to raise this issue at the meeting, the protagonist replied that he needed a chest armor that was easy to move and had good stats. The guild leader looked away thoughtfully, wondering what they could offer. Hearing her subordinate's voice, her eyes widened in surprise. The man frowned angrily and offered to fight in a duel for his own armor, which had a high rank and excellent stats. Kion clenched her fist and called out his name. The warrior looked back in fear. The girl, enveloped in pink energy, ordered him to go away. The protagonist stopped her, holding out his hand in front of her. He said that this was a wonderful offer. The swordsman pursed his lips in fear. The leader of the Red Rose looked at the newcomer questioningly. She frowned in confusion, thinking that this was very stupid of him. Remembering how the newbie moved in battle, Cha-yon thought that he was certainly strong, perhaps even stronger than herself. But Young-ho, who was level 67, reached the 6th awakening through his own efforts and became the strongest of the strong. Reaching the 7th awakening, the man clenched his fists. Looking menacingly at her subordinate, the girl ordered him to return to his work and asked the newbie not to provoke him. Thinking that he was clearly not ready for such a battle, despite his talent, the protagonist smiled and replied that everything was fine. With a crazy flash of his eyes, Kanwoo asked if he had the opportunity to refuse such a gift. Smiling, Young-ho said that he liked this attitude and thought to himself that he would not allow the newbie to come closer to the leader. Raising her hands, Kion asked him worriedly why he would do this. The boy stretched his neck. The man thought that the leader was his savior. The girl was standing on the corpse of a hellhound. Her gaze was confident. She became a leader that the warrior swore to follow. The young warrior touched the scar on his face and thought that he had given his heart to her irrevocably. The swordsman frowned furiously, touching the scar, and thought that no one dared to encroach on this. With an excited frown, the guild leader said that the newbie could die. The player smiled, saying that the free unique equipment would soon be his. Yono thought that he would make him realize the gap between them. The heroes entered the white battle room. The boy said that it was quite nice here. The man decided to see how long his opponent could remain calm. Stretching his arms, the guy asked him to watch carefully. Cha-young put her hand to her mouth and whispered that this was madness. The opponents stood opposite each other. The main character stretched his leg and repeated that everything would be fine. The girl said that he would definitely regret it. The warrior asked him to start when ready. Showing 3 fingers, the swordsman promised to concede the first 3 seconds and called for an attack. Stretching his wrist, Kanu grinned and asked if these were really lines from a movie. Twisting his foot, he asked his opponent to stop acting tough and take out his sword. Looking up, the guy asked what was unclear about his words. Crossing his arms over his chest, Yonho replied that he was not going to seriously mess around with some newbie. Cha-young watched tensely as her new friend stretched his knees. Purple energy appeared under his feet. Using the power of acceleration, he rushed forward. The girl only managed to turn her head. Hitting his opponent in the stomach, the player stated that armor wouldn't help. One powerful blow sent the man's body flying to the opposite side of the room. His armor was covered in a purple haze. The warrior's mouth opened in pain. His body fell to the floor, leaving a hole in the wall. The guild leader watched in shock. She asked herself what just happened. Putting her hand to her stomach, the swordsman thought that it was very dangerous. His armor was covered in yellow cracks. Trying to cough, Yono thought that everything would be over if it weren't for the gargoyle armor. Thinking that it was impossible, he pulled out his sword from behind his back. Hitting the ground with his sword, the man was shocked that the newbie had only been playing for 3 weeks. Grinning madly, the young man reminded her of his 3 seconds head start. Leaning on his sword, the warrior asked what kind of tricks were these. The protagonist spread his arms and noted that he had much more strength. Yono stated that a person who had only become a player 3 weeks ago could not possibly have such strength. Hearing that the 3 seconds he had given his opponent were absurd, the man looked down and bit his lower lip. Putting his hand to his mouth, Kanwoo laughed at the opponent for being arrogant, thinking that he was weak. Raising his hand majestically, he declared that it was funny that his opponent was now shouting about some trick that had ruined all his plans. The guy said that he was just a pathetic loser with his red eyes flashing. The warrior clenched his teeth in anger. He looked around and saw Kion standing to the side. The girl was watching what was happening with a worried look. The swordsman decided that he could not embarrass himself in front of her. After that, the swordsman squeezed the handle of his weapon with force. Letting out a battle cry, Young-ho swung his sword and used the killer sword of heaven. The weapon was immediately covered in a huge amount of light energy. Hearing a dissatisfied sigh, the man looked at his enemy. Covering his mouth with his hand, the player laughed, asking if he had to shout out such a terrible name for a technique. Squinting, he asked if his opponent thought it sounded cool. The warrior clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction. Telling his opponent to shut up, the swordsman swung his weapon. The enemies stood opposite each other. The sword was covered in light energy. The next second, Yono made a swift dash forward. Keeping a confident expression on his face, the young man thought that the one who was still the head of combat operations of one of the top 5 guilds could not be weak. The man frowned in anger. The protagonist decided that there was no point in giving it his all. Thanks to the power of darkness, his hand was covered in black and red energy. The enemy approached him, preparing to strike. The power of darkness seeped under his feet. Kian fearfully called out to her subordinate and asked him to stop. The sword was approaching the enemy's head. Thinking that his opponent had gone crazy, Kanu looked up and called him stupid. Using the power of darkness, he moved behind the enemy. The girl rushed forward. The warrior's mouth dropped open, not understanding when his opponent had managed to dodge. A hand appeared on his shoulder. Smiling, the guy stated that his opponent had lost and placed his hand on his back. Blue energy appeared around it due to the use of wave power. The swordsman's body was pressed into the wall. His eyes turned white from pain, and pieces of the wall rose into the air. Yono fell to the ground. The guild leader looked at him silently. She turned around to look at the newcomer. Sweat appeared on her cheek when the player recalled his words. Grinning and shaking his hand, he stated that he was much stronger than he looked. People in orange suits entered the battle room. Kyung apologized for what happened. The man placed a red case next to the body of the defeated man. The girl said that he would be expelled from the guild and that they would make sure that this did not happen again. Pulling the peak of her cap, she said that she had no excuse for what happened and asked for forgiveness. The young man, holding the armor in his hands, replied that everything was fine. The armor sparkled. The description said that it gave resistance to physical and magical damage and allowed one to use petrification once a day, which multiplied the resistance to physical damage by 2 times for 10 seconds. Smiling contentedly, the protagonist thought that such a special effect was to be expected from the armor of a unique rank. Looking back, he decided that it was reckless to bet such a valuable thing. Kyung embarrassedly covered her face with the peak of her cap. Bandaged Yongho lay on a stretcher. He went against the leader's orders and lost his armor. A tear rolled down his cheek. Kanu thought that love really does blind. Turning to the girl, the guy said that he would reconsider their relationship if something like this happened again. Looking at him from under her visor, the guild leader promised that from now on, all members of the Red Rose would show him due respect. Holding up the armor, the player asked what could be done if it was the wrong size. Kyung, pointing to the stand, asked him to put the armor there and promised to deliver it as soon as it was remade to the right size. Putting the armor on the stand, the young man said that he was leaving it in good hands and that now he had something to sort out. Waving his hand, he walked out of the storage. The girl put her hand on his belt and asked him to reset his parameters. The doors to the storage slammed shut. Sitting down on the stand, the guild leader wondered what kind of person this newbie was. Putting her hand next to the armor, she thought that Yonho would not lose to an E-rank player and wondered how a person who had reached the third awakening was able to defeat him in the first place. Looking down, Kyung thought that at this rate, a world ranker could emerge from Korea. The people were standing with their backs to the earth. The world rankers were the 8 strongest players among all the people on the planet. Currently, no player from Korea could enter their ranks. Even Kanghyun, who was ranked first in the country, could not break through. A guy in a beach suit was standing on the red floor. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by Pakhyun. A man entered the room and asked if the newcomer had already left. The guild leader confirmed this, said that the gargoyle armor was now theirs, and asked if the equipment masters were busy. The head of the personnel department approached her holding a folder in his hands and replied that the masters were free at the moment, adding that he had already heard about the unpleasant situation that happened to Yongho. Kyung explained that a disciplinary meeting was planned, after which the man would be expelled, and asked her subordinate to invite all the participants to the meeting tomorrow. Pakhyun closed his eyes in disappointment. The girl stood up from the stand and asked him not to make such an expression because it was a war and now the guild must do everything possible to prevent such a thing from happening again. The man stated that there were several aspects that needed to be informed to the leader. Looking at him from under the visor of her cap, she asked what happened. The leader of the Red Rose widened her eyes in surprise, hearing that the government had successfully planted a spy into the devil cult. Clutching the folder to his chest, Pakhyun added that the cult was highly likely to be trapped if everything went according to plan. Kyung took her hand out of her hoodie pocket. Taking off her cap and scratching her head, she asked him to tell her more about it. Night fell. The protagonist walked down the street, looking at his status window. Scratching his chin, he thought that the mages continued to accumulate gradually with different characteristics. It didn't seem to him that strength, vitality, and physical abilities were useless. The man was enveloped in yellow energy. Another part of the man was enveloped in purple energy. If you strengthen the body with other parameters, you can significantly reduce the cost of magic. The status window showed the values of the characteristics. Intelligence and wisdom did not matter while Merc was at 0 because the mind did not increase from them anyway. Reaching forward, the protagonist thought that the problem was only that he could not get the desired indicator. Although people say that after the second awakening, the indicators associated with features will grow exponentially. Imagining the corresponding graph, Kanu realized that the amount of magic never increased, despite the fact that all the characteristics continue to grow. Looking at his hand, he assumed that this is because his magic is too high. The guy remembered the dead hellhound and confirmed that his magic is indeed high compared to other indicators. Remembering the fight with Yonho, he thought that his abilities were superior to those of even high-level players. Imagining the graph arrow rolling down, the player thought that the higher the stats, the harder it is to increase them, and that the final level range is 30, therefore, the mage cannot increase while the indicator is so high. After stretching his waist, the young man thought that he was able to level up by defeating the Hellhound, and he can reach the 5th awakening by continuing in the same spirit. Suddenly, he looked up and expressed a desire to meet Hansol and Tisu. Many people gathered at the east gate in Incheon. The man smiled and waved his hand to his friend, beckoning him to him. Covering his head with his hand, the protagonist said that his screams were getting boring. The tank asked if his business was finished. The answer was affirmative. Kanwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise when someone wanted to introduce him to someone. Tisu pointed at the 2 squad members and introduced them. Sehun looked down and said hello. The boy thought he was very handsome. Yunbai started waving her arms, expressing her displeasure that a man who looked like a 40-year-old man called her short. Tank turned pale from shock. The sorceress turned to the player and said that she had heard about him from an older comrade. When he was asked to talk down to her, the boy smiled sheepishly, asking her to tell him about her abilities, but the girl ignored him, seeing Hansol and calling her very beautiful. The girl leaned over and thanked her. Yunbai took out her phone and offered to take a photo to show off to her friends. Looking around, the protagonist thought that it was a female version of Tisu. Someone said that they were glad to meet him. Sehun extended his hand, introduced himself, and said that he had heard a lot about the player. Placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, he explained that he had reached level 12 and the second awakening of an rank ability as a warrior. The girls took photos, making peace signs with their fingers. Sehun explained that his friend had a B rank special ability and apologized for her unbridled energy. Noticing his polite and formal manner, Kanwoo smiled and said that everything was fine, thinking to himself that this person could find an approach when talking to people. The heroes shook hands. The guy decided that this member of the party was talented enough to be able to obtain a rank special ability on the second awakening, like a character in a manhwa. Tisu looked at his friend and asked if he could trust these team members. The young man looked away, pondering the question. He thought that they did not have the vicious desire of the Andras Guild members, and answered in the affirmative. The man was happy, saying that his instincts were right. Sehun took a photo of the two smiling girls. Squinting, the protagonist recalled that his friend was almost killed by his comrades. The tank looked away in embarrassment. Winking, he said that it only happened because the heavens wanted to bring them together. The heroes silently looked at each other while their comrades took selfies. Looking at them, Tisu asked his friend what thoughts he had about the team. Kanwoo put his fingers to his chin and said that they were pretty good. He decided that they had a tank, ranged and melee damage dealers, and a healer who could heal and buff, which was a great combination. The man tapped his kneecap with his fingers. The girls exchanged contacts. Imagining a warrior with a sword and a tank with a shield, the guy thought that they had two players with a second awakening and a rank abilities on their team. Imagining a healer and a sorceress with a staff, he thought that with two players with B rank abilities, their team turns from a hunting party into a squad with impressive power. Looking up, the player decided to go with them on today's hunt. Looking at him, Tisu asked if his friend was really going with them. The young man smiled and promised to point out mistakes and help improve something. Joyfully clenching his fist, the man thanked him and said that he was counting on him. The guy rolled his eyes in displeasure, thinking that they were too noisy. Looking back, the protagonist said that it was time to go and that he would only accompany the squad, which should not relax in case of danger. The adventurous squad went forward. Kanwoo decided that he was not going to babysit them, so that they had the opportunity to grow themselves. His task was to help them develop, since they all had great potential. Ogres ran out of the forest. Holding clubs in their hands, they ran forward. There was another monster behind the two. The monsters bared their teeth, preparing to attack. Tisu stopped them, putting a shield in front of him. The ogres immediately fell to the ground. Smiling, the man laughed and asked if the enemies liked his block. The monsters trembled, lying on the ground. Thanks to the use of light shock, their bodies were struck by bright lightning. A deafening roar was heard. Looking back, Yunbai called out to her older comrade. From behind her, 5 more enemies were approaching. The tank saw this and hurried to protect her friend. His feet slammed down on the ground. The ogres gaped at the call to attack. The shining shield blinded them and disoriented them. Tisu grinned and asked to be buffed. Hansol sent waves of blessing light at him. His arms were enveloped in light energy. Thanks to the buff, his muscles grew several times. Happy about this, the man smiled and thanked the healer. The girl pulled the string of her bow. A bright arrow flew over the heads of the monsters. At the same time, the tank rushed forward, pushing them away with his shield. A smile shone on his face. The ogres roared as he threw them back with his shield. Blood flowed from the monster's eyes. Sehun delivered lightning strikes with his sword one after another, striking the bodies of the enemies. The warrior stopped. The bloody ogres fell behind him. He looked back. Approaching him, Tisu praised him for his good work and asked if he trained in kendo. Sehun scratched the back of his head and said that he did it as a hobby. On the ground lay the severed limbs of ogres. The man said that his comrade's level was much higher than some hobby. Looking up, the tank asked if it was cool. The main character was sitting on a tree branch. Kanwoo thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and did not answer. The team members looked at him questioningly, waiting for an answer. The guy jumped down from the tree and said that first there were 5 things that needed to be fixed. He squinted. The team looked at him carefully. The player thought that, frankly, everything needed to be fixed. Heading towards Tisu, the young man noted his good eyesight and ability to effectively lure monsters to himself. Recalling how the man had thrown the monsters back with his shield, he stated that the main problem was the improper distribution of forces, which caused unnecessary physical exhaustion, especially since there were other loopholes that every tank should be aware of. The man smiled. The protagonist said that he had scattered all the monsters from the start and asked what would have happened if a boss had appeared right after that. Hearing that he only needed to withstand the attack and retreat, Tisu frowned tensely and said that he understood everything. Hansol flinched when she was called out. Kanu smiled, remembering how the girl had cast a buff on the tank, increasing his strength, and praised her for this decision. He closed his eyes, stating that it was a bad move to use the arrows of light to protect himself, since healers primarily attract the attention of enemies and cannot protect the tank for long if they join the attack. The girl looked down and apologized. The guy said that the team would work on the mistakes gradually, and turned to Yunbai. The girl raised her right hand. He remembered how the sorceress decided to finish off the fallen monsters and used powerful fire magic. But when she attacked 3 fallen monsters, 5 more came at her, and then the magician got scared and began to panic. The player explained that the sorceress could defeat the monsters with a weaker attack and save more strength. Hearing that she should help the main damage dealer, acting as a half damage dealer, the girl raised her hand and said that she understood everything. Sehun tensely raised his eyebrows when his name was called. The young man silently looked at him. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he said that he did not need to correct anything. Because his work was excellent at this stage, the warrior expressed his gratitude. Casting a stern look at him, the protagonist thought that, unlike him, the damager did not have 10,000 years of training, and assumed that this is what geniuses look like. The rest of the squad happily raised their fingers up, praising their comrade. The player thought that he was still a completely uncut diamond. He wondered how strong the warrior would become in the future. Looking back, Kanu suggested going further. Tisu raised his fist and declared that this time they would try their best. Smiling, the guy asked everyone to work on their mistakes during the next hunt. The man threw the monster back. Yunbai pointed her staff up and used lightning magic. Hansol also raised her staff. Lightning pierced the ogre's body. With powerful attacks, Sehun dealt with all the ogres standing in the team's way. Watching them from the tree, the young man thought that they were all doing well. The shield crashed into the ground. The player assumed that if things continued like this, they would be able to fight in the C-rank gate in a month. Smiling, the tank asked if they had improved. The squad stood in a clearing with ogre corpses lying on it. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that the team was doing well. A squad member said that their comrade was too stingy with compliments. Someone thanked him for the fact that their skills were now growing faster. Kanu looked around when the team noticed an approaching monster. His eyes widened. This was not an ordinary ogre. A hellhound ran into the clearing. The demonic wolf opened its fanged mouth. Tisu stood on the ground, covering his body with a shield. He opened his mouth in shock when he saw the enemy. Growling, the monster rushed at the squad, spreading its wings. Summoning blades, the guy realized that the demon had appeared here again. Suddenly, the player looked down in surprise, not even having time to climb down from the tree. Sehong dealt a crushing blow to the beast's body. Blood spurted in all directions. The man opened his mouth in fear and called out to his comrade. Looking back, the damager asked his friends to step back. Dealing another blow, he jumped to the side. The enemy lost his balance. The sword burst into blue flame. Running under the monster, Sehong wounded him in the stomach. His expression was confident. The sword continued to shine. Feeling something, the guy looked back. The demon wolf threw him back with its paw. Baring its fangs, the monster rushed at its prey. The damager fell to the ground. The protagonist jumped in front of him. Using the power of 1,000, his fist lit up with dark energy. Thanks to the powerful blow, the enemy's body was in the air. The warrior's eyes widened in surprise. The bloody demon wolf fell dead. A notification said that the D-rank rift fragment was successfully defeated and that the level was increased by 1. Kanu shook off his hand and asked if his comrade could get up on his own. Sehun smiled and thanked his mentor. Tisu ran up to them and asked if everything was okay. Hansol, who was following him, asked if they were badly hurt. Putting his shield behind his back, the man was surprised that his friend was able to kill the monster with 1 blow. The guys were standing next to the hound's corpse. Putting the warrior's hand on his shoulder, the tank praised him for his good work. Noting how brightly his sword shone, the guy replied that he was only on his 2nd awakening. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that this man was strong enough to face demons, and too strong for someone who received an rank special ability on his 2nd awakening. Hanging on the man's shoulder, the warrior asked him to let him go. Kanwoo thought that this was not a simple talent. Thinking that he could now understand Yonho's feelings, he put the damager's hand on his shoulder, wanting to help. Tisu smiled, saying that it was hard to lean on a big man like him. Red threads appeared from the guy's hand. Due to using the observer's power, his eyes turned black. The notification said that the Lord of Mage was hiding the use of Mage. Sehun's body was covered with red threads. A status window appeared. The player wanted to see his hidden power, but realized that he could see the entire status window and his skills. He grinned and decided to take a look at them once. Seeing his characteristics, the guy widened his eyes. Because the warrior was of SSS rank, he was a descendant of the god of war and a hero destined to become the protector of the world. Tisu leaned towards them and said that he would do his best to fix any inconvenience. Sehun smiled and replied that everything was fine. The young man wondered what kind of person this person was. The damager smiled. The player thought that in front of him was literally a character from some manhwa. The popped-up status window said that its owner was a descendant of the god of war and a protector of the world. The protagonist realized why he was so good at fencing, and an image of a god of war engulfed in flames appeared in his mind. Looking at his comrade, Kanu wondered if he really was a hero. Removing his hand from his shoulder, Sehun said that he was fine. The guy thought that on one hand it could be a threat, but on the other hand, he couldn't let go of such a precious student. Imagining Cha Yon offering money, a car, and a house, he decided to build the same friendly relationship with full support. Crossing his arms over his chest and imagining his capabilities, the player thought that he couldn't throw gifts and money around like that, and that it was impossible to rely on friendship alone, even while there was no way to support promising newcomers. Imagining the scenes of their battle, the young man put his finger to his chin and thought of the damager rushing to protect his comrade from the demonic wolf. He had a good knightly spirit. Even though the situation looked dangerous, Yunbai pointed at the burning staff and offered her friend an electric massage. Sehun waved it off, but Tisu said that he wouldn't refuse it. The guy smirked, interested in what would come of it. He put his hand to his mouth. Someone called out to him. Hansol approached him and asked what happened. The protagonist came to his senses and said that he was just thinking and that everything was fine. The man in the background was enjoying the electric massage. Looking at the bloody corpse of the wolf, the healer asked why such a monster appeared in the D-rank gate. Her friend called it strange. She added that she had never heard of such monsters and that they would have been in big trouble if not for her comrade. Kanwoo noted that Sehun also contributed and asked how he was doing. The girl smiled and replied that he was already better. For some time he will need to not make any sudden movements, but after resting it will be much easier. Yunbai showed her staff to her laughing comrades. Turning to them, the guy asked if everything was okay. Stretching his shoulder, the damager replied that he was already much better. Smiling, the player said that it was good. The warrior added that he would have suffered even more if not for the mentor. With sparkling eyes, Sehun thanked his friend and said that he really was very strong. Tisu hit himself on the chest and said that he had never met such a strong and generous player. Squeezing his shoulder, the damager told him that he really had a good comrade. The young man replied that the warrior was also simply amazing, and thought to himself that all the team members were too strange. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man said that it was better not to joke with Sehun, because there were simply no others like him. The damager smiled and objected, saying that his friend was exaggerating. With a wide smile, the tank asked why his comrade did not want to join a strong guild, since it would certainly not cause any difficulties. He asked if he was interested in the offer of the Mere Guild, which was recruiting new members. The warrior trembled. Extending his hand, Tisu said that the guild's deputy was very enthusiastic about recruiting talented members. Turning to him, Sehun said that he was not going to join a guild, especially Mir. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. He asked if his friend had any disagreements with them. The damager put his hand on his scabbard and said that it was not worth talking about. Bowing, the tank realized that this was some kind of unpleasant memory from the past and apologized for asking. Closing his eyes and smiling, the warrior explained that it was just a very complicated matter and apologized for being overly sensitive. He wanted to continue the hunt, but the protagonist showed a cross with his hands and announced that the hunt was over for today because the team needed to rest. Sehun approached him and said that he was fine and that there was no reason to stop. Kanwoo put his hand on his shoulder and explained that there was no need to overdo it and that they would continue hunting the next day. Happily clenching his fist, Tisu asked if their mentor would really go with them. Looking at him, the guy replied that the team would manage on its own without his participation. The man sadly pursed his lips. The player added that he could not take care of them forever and that only in this case would progress be visible. Raising his fist, the tank promised to level up so that he could fight alongside his comrade on equal terms. Going deeper into the forest, the young man waved at him and said that he was looking forward to this moment. The heroes stood in the middle of a busy street, pressing something on their phone. The guy asked Hansol to go home first because he had some business. The girl asked if it was something urgent. Pressing her finger on a missed call, the protagonist replied that he suddenly received a call. Holding the staff, the healer asked about dinner. Putting the phone in his pocket, Kanu said that he would be back late, so she would have to have dinner alone. Hansol looked down, upset. Smiling, she wished to see him later and promised to heat up the dinner for her friend's arrival. Her friend wished her a safe journey, silently calling her an angel. They waved at each other. The guy thought that he really wanted to have dinner with her, but nothing could be done. The girl disappeared into the crowd of passers-by. Grinning madly, the player decided to put his plan into action. Sehun looked at his phone. The banners of the bus stop nearby had jellyfish on them. Looking at the bus route, the swordsman was thinking about the Mere Guild. Suddenly someone called out to him. The young man waved his hand at him, saying that he wanted to talk to him about something. Squinting, he added that this conversation was quite important. The notification said that bus number 700 would be arriving soon. The warrior pursed his lips when he was asked to go to a place where there was no one. The bus sped past the stop. The heroes entered a dark alley. Smiling, the damager asked what they wanted to talk about, but the protagonist hit him in the chest. From the strong blow, Sihun opened his mouth in fear. His body fell to the ground. Closing his eyes, he asked what was going on. Kanu pressed his knee on his chest, expressing a desire to ensure himself. Sitting on top of him, the guy said that the warrior would become much stronger than many players in the future, so they needed to build a friendly relationship. Grinning evilly, he said that he wanted to become close friends. Frowning, the damager asked if this could really be achieved with such crazy actions. The player's hand, enveloped in purple energy, pierced his chest. He explained that it was just a backup. The swordsman's eyes turned white from the pain. The power of submission covered his heart with dark energy. Sehun asked his mentor to stop doing it. The guy said that there was nothing to worry about, because his memories would disappear. The purple heart began to beat faster and faster. It was covered with red eyes. When the warrior opened his eyes, everything would be like before, and he would hunt monsters and continue to become stronger. The protagonist leaned towards him and said that he, Tisu, and Hansol together would be able to create the strongest group of players. Taking his hand out of his comrade's chest, he added that the damager would be able to use some of his abilities if he became his familiar. A dark mark appeared on the exhausted swordsman's chest. Kanu said that he had nothing to worry about. Grinning evilly, he said that they would get along well. Sehun's eyes widened in fear. There was no one in front of him. The warrior touched his chest and asked what happened. Leaning against the wall, the boy asked how he got here when he was just standing at the bus stop waiting for the bus. The time on his phone screen showed 8 in the evening. Remembering the stop, the damager thought that he wanted to get on the bus, but that was an hour ago. His body trembled. Putting his hand to his head, he realized that he could not remember anything and assumed that he had lost consciousness. Remembering the attack of the demonic wolf, the swordsman decided that he could not have fainted despite the aftermath of that battle. Frustrated, pursing his lower lip, Sehun called himself too weak. Trying to get to his feet, he decided that he had to become stronger. The warrior placed his hand on the wall, imagining the image of the leader of the Mir Guild in his mind. In his mind, the image of the vice leader, Young-hoon, appeared. The damager slammed the wall with force. Gritting his teeth in fury, he thought that one day the sharp edge of his blade would reach his neck. The swordsman walked forward, leaning against the wall. A notification informed that the complete subjugation of the soul was successful and that Sehang was registered as a familiar. Seeing the notification asking if the master had any orders, the protagonist waved his hand and replied that he did not have any yet. The notification announced that control over the familiar's body was temporarily suspended. Smirking, Kanu thought that now his friend must become stronger. He was not going to use force. The warrior looked at the screen of his phone. The damager went to the bus stop. Creating a familiar was just a backup, since it was not necessary to put a leash on a dog that did not bite its master. Watching him from the roof of the building, the guy thought that if his comrade's talent grew properly, his skills could be enough to rival Palak's strength. Imagining the people from the demon cult standing in the warrior's way, he thought that as long as the seal of Matjiang was not completely removed, it was very important for him to have a familiar to fight the devil cult. There was no way to know when a monster would appear at the gate. The damage dealer looked ahead with raised eyebrows. Smiling slyly, the player offered his friend due support and asked him to become stronger. Hearing the ringing, the youth took out his phone. It was Doc Hyan calling him. Squatting down, he asked what happened. The voice from the phone said that very important information had appeared. The boy pursed his lips when he was told that traces of a mage had been found. Holding the phone to his ear with a worried look, Doc Hyan added that someone had done this unintentionally. He said that it looked more like a trace of a monster-like creature. With a serious expression, the protagonist asked where the traces were found. He was told that the tracks were at the B rank gate in Uijeongbu. Standing up, Kanwoo thought that after the Hellhound and the demonic wolf, another demon appeared. The system calls them rift fragments. The hound appeared at the C rank gate, and the wolf at the D rank gate. Remembering this, the guy poked at the notification and thought that this time the demon appeared at the B rank gate. Licking his lips, he guessed that this demon could be stronger than the Hellhound, thanks to which his level increased sharply. Looking at his status window, the player thought that he could get the 5th awakening even faster. The train passed along the tracks. A voice from the loudspeaker announced that the train was arriving at Uijeongbu Station. The mechanical voice said that the doors opened. The young man stood in the carriage among many players. Pulling the edge of his suit, he thought that he urgently needed to buy a car and decided to ask Keon for one. Unlocking the phone screen, the guy thought that a demon might appear in the B rank gate. The man in front of him asked why everyone was returning. The girl with pink hair replied that something strange was happening inside the gate, so no one was allowed in. The protagonist looked up, hearing that some kind of mutant had appeared in the gate. No matter how many people were in the squad, no one was allowed in. People crowded in front of the gate, trying to get inside, but the guards strictly forbade it since the state would not be able to compensate for their deaths. Journalists were filming what was happening on camera. The man asked what one monster could do to them. The guard, holding a rifle in his hands, replied that exit and entry were strictly prohibited due to the appearance of an unknown monster. They looked back, hearing a system notification. The voice stated that the type of monster that appeared inside the gate remains unknown, and the number of deaths has reached 10. The loudspeaker announced that for security reasons the entrance was blocked. People started looking around, surprised that 10 people had already died, because even during raids so many participants do not die. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist thought that the one called a mutant was actually a demon. The gate in front of the portal was closed. Journalists approached the guards and asked them to comment on the situation, since the city residents were very worried. The girl held out a voice recorder in her hand. The guard replied that there was no exact information. The journalist asked why they blocked the entrance then. The military man explained that they had never encountered anything like this, so it took time to study the monster, but he said that the mutant looked like a lion. Kanu's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that it was Bure. A huge lion devoured the bodies of hellhounds. It was a monster with 5 legs, the strongest predator in the second circle of hell, which had a distinctive feature. The lion fell to the ground and fell asleep. On the day when the monster hunted 5 times, satiety was activated, thanks to which the monster did not attack until it was attacked first. Putting his hand to his mouth, the guy remembered the image of the lion and thought that from time to time it looked into the first circle of hell to find prey, terrifying all the demons around. Imagining the bloody player cards, the young man thought that the monster appeared about 2 days ago, but there were only 10 victims. Smiling, the player decided that this time everything was simple, because it was enough to give Bear 5 animals to eat and kill him during satiety. People were dispersing from the gate. The main character put the phone to his ear and called Kiyoung. The girl asked what he needed. The head of the guild was working out in the gym when she was explained that the government banned entry to the B-rank gate. She asked if her friend was really in Uijeongbu. Kanwoo smiled, reminding him that her friend had very good relations with high-ranking officials. A roar was heard from the phone. He was asked if he really needed to get into the gate so urgently. The guy closed his eyes and gave an affirmative answer. Throwing away the dumbbells, Cha Young explained that it would be very expensive. The player replied that he would pay the expenses because it was a very important matter. The girl asked if he was going to leave her and die at the clutches of a monster. The young man looked ahead and asked if the sponsorship would continue in the event of his death. The guild leader asked to pass the phone to the guard. When the military man wanted to say that the entrance was blocked, the guy handed him the phone and said that Scarlet Rose was on the line. The man opened his mouth in surprise. The player explained that the guild leader wanted to talk to him. Passers-by and journalists gathered around them, surprised that the guard was talking to Kiyoung herself and that a newcomer had joined this guild. The soldier hung up and sighed heavily. Handing the phone to its owner, he asked to grant this player access to study the mutant monster. The man said that if the monster was subdued, it would be necessary to hand over all information to the government. Journalists were filming what was happening on cameras. The main character took the phone and said that he would begin a thorough investigation so that the city's residents would not tremble in fear. People gathered around him, discussing what had happened. Someone behind him ordered him to stop. Kanu looked around, not understanding what was happening. Seongsu, surrounded by his followers, asked if they could enter the gate if Scarlet Rose had received permission to explore. The passers-by looked at him and began to whisper. Someone said that this was a newcomer who had been promoted by the Mir Guild in recent days and who had only become a player 3 months ago. Looking at him, the boy was surprised that this person was popular. The journalist pointed his camera at him. Seongsu asked if the person in front of him was the one who had received support from Scarlet Rose. The player looked at him with an unperturbed expression. The Mir Guild member said that his unique equipment, the gargoyle armor, only proved it. The youth trembled when he heard that since he was going alone, Scarlet Rose had become very weak. The boy smiled and replied that he always worked alone. The Mir Guild members smiled arrogantly. Seongsu asked if the newbie really thought that this gate would be as easy as the C-rank gate. Leaning towards him and smirking, the guy with the undercut said that such fools don't live long. Squinting arrogantly, he asked if a player of the Fourth Awakening would really interfere in such a thing and want to catch a monster to glorify his name. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Seongsu asked why he was silent. The protagonist stared ahead unwaveringly while his honor was being tarnished. Pointing at his comrades, the Mir Guild member suggested joining the party and investigating the monster together so as not to die. He said that all the roles were assigned, but a newbie would do as a robber. Kanu smiled and replied that this was very good. Removing the other person's hand from his shoulder, he said that he was afraid to go alone and did not know how to respond to such a show of concern. His eyes lit up with a red fire. Seongsu suggested that they all go together. The guild members looked at the newcomer arrogantly, not understanding why he had neither pride nor self-respect. The guy counted that there were exactly 5 of them. Viewer needed 5 victims to feel full. Considering the squad leader, there were 6 of them. Smiling madly, the player thought that even one would be lucky to survive and asked when they would set off. Seong-soo stood around the corner, watching the crowd at the gate. The deputy guild leader Young-hoon was informing him on the phone that the guy Kyun-ka. He had just heard that the hero was at the B-rank gate. The guy confirmed that he was really here. The boy held the phone to his ear, listening to the words that he should take this opportunity to embarrass the hero in front of the people. No matter how good he was, there was no way the Scarlet Rose Guild could surpass the world. That was the plan. Seong-soo frowned in displeasure, asking if the boy really wanted to team up with them. Kanu smiled, answering that he did. There were a large number of reporters and people with cameras near the gate. The boy thought that first of all, he wanted to embarrass him in front of the reporters, but he was the only one who would turn out to be a bad person if he continued this circus. Seong-soo frowned, thinking that if they continued to argue here, their image would only get worse. The boy turned to his team, saying that they were going in now. The reporters' excited shouts were heard. They were surprised that Scarlet Rose and the world had teamed up, shouting that it was a sensation. Seong-soo looked at the protagonist with displeasure, thinking that he was impudent. The guy had no idea what Scarlet Rose was guided by, supporting him. Kanu came closer to the bright gate, listening to the journalist's words that it was just wonderful. The headline was 2 rival guilds united in the face of the threat of a mutant monster. The heroes were already going inside. Seong-soo arched his eyebrows and smiled, hiding his hands in his pockets, thinking that the guy had nowhere to run anyway. The protagonist smiled sarcastically, his eyes shining brightly, saying that they should add this at the end of the article. This was just a one-time alliance, there would be no other. The guild players moved forward along the dark corridor. Seong-soo threw his hands behind his head, walking last. Kanu spread his arms out to the sides, asking if they would join forces to catch the monster. The guy spat at the protagonist's foot. The young man stopped. Seong-soo asked if he had no pride at all. Kanwoo raised his eyebrows, asking what he was talking about. The players looked at him with displeasure. The guy asked if he was stupid or what. The player in the blue robe smiled, telling his brother not to pay attention to him. The protagonist froze, listening to Seong-soo's words about how he was wondering if he was so good, since Ki-yeon herself called him, and he turned out to be an ordinary weakling. He noted that it was time for her to retire. The guy in the dark hood and long hair smiled, saying that Ki-yeon was smoothly sliding to the bottom, not understanding where she was even looking, asking what about their deputy guild leader Young-hoon. The young man with short ash blonde hair closed his eyes and exhaled, saying that he was the best because he was a conglomerate of the second year. His appearance and abilities were no joke. The son was just like his father. Being tankers was in their family. The rich woke up like players and founded a guild. Seong-soo laughed loudly, walking radom with the girl, asking what Scarlet Rose was. He did not understand what they wanted to achieve. I support such fools as Kanu. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest, thinking about their guild. He imagined a stern man with a beard, thinking that Yi-hyun was the leader of the Mir Guild and the chairman of a large company, Mir Electronics. The hero imagined a tall building and an army of players under the guild sign, thinking about how during the gate incident 5 years ago, a man and his son woke up as players, relying on the huge capital of Mir Electronics. He quickly rose in rank and founded the Mir Guild. Kanu followed the advancing players, thinking about how he heard how the big guilds rake in huge amounts of money. From the very beginning, it was a company that was doing well, so much money that you can choke on it. The young man covered his face with his hand, squinting his eyes slyly, understanding that the 2 big guilds were provoking a full-scale war, and when both guilds fell, he would be able to bite off a piece of each. The boy imagined his younger self, who ate the fallen pieces of the guild symbols. Kanu lowered his hand, thinking that even small scraps would be good for him, but Ki-yeon was still useful. The protagonist imagined a white chicken with the Scarlet Rose crest instead of a head, and next to it 2 golden eggs, in which there was a uniform and a car, thinking that it was stupid to cut a chicken that would lay golden eggs for the sake of immediate benefit. Kanu smiled maliciously, looking at the guy walking in front, thinking that the Scarlet Rose would be useful in the future, and if someone needed to be slaughtered, it was Seong-soo. The guy frowned in displeasure, shouting about where this monster was, to which Kanu smiled, saying that he had no idea, suggesting that they first look around. Seong-soo looked at him with displeasure, asking if the young man really thought he was that stupid, because they were already looking around, saying that the hero was not only a fool, but also not very smart. The protagonist laughed nervously. The young man raised his hand to his chin, listening to the words that the Scarlet Rose had definitely withered. Poor Ki-yeon. Kanu put his hand to the wall, watching the players leave, thinking that it was time to look for the monster. The hero used the power of observation. Red curved lines rushed along the dark corridor. The guy froze, seeing the image of the monster very close to them. He thought in surprise that all this time he was behind the wall. The hero saw his movements. He was definitely hungry. Saliva flowed from the monster's mouth. He showed sharp teeth. A sly smile appeared on Kanu's face. He put his hand with white energy forward, saying that this was such happiness. The hero used the skill power of temptation. Energy passed between the players and light streams. They looked around in surprise, not understanding where this smell of something delicious came from. The guy walking in front in a light hood and dark long hair turned around, asking them to be silent. Kanu narrowed his brightly shining eyes with a smirk, thinking that Bar would sense it from afar. The boy's cries could be heard, saying that something was approaching. These were not the footsteps of an ordinary monster. He shouted loudly, telling everyone to get ready. It was definitely a mutant monster. The players took fighting stances and prepared their weapons. Song-soo turned to the protagonist and frowned in displeasure, telling him to stand in the corner and not dare to tell the reporters later that he helped them catch a monster. To which the young man mockingly asked if he was an expert in phrases called death flags. The guy frowned, his eyes wide. Kanu turned to him, asking if he remembered what he said earlier. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and smiled terrifyingly, saying that fools like him die quickly. Song-soo didn't have time to object, as a monster appeared right in front of him, grabbing one of the players. The guy opened his eyes in shock and raised his eyebrows, looking at this. The giant blue mutant monster impaled the guy in the light robe on its sharp claw. The players froze in place. The monster bared its sharp teeth, screaming loudly, its eyes shining brightly in the shadows of the corridor. Kanu smiled smugly, thinking that there was one. Shouts were heard for them not to stand still. Song-soo raised his hand, ordering everyone to line up in battle formation and begin. The players stood in battle stances. Drawing their weapons, the girl concentrated bright energy in her hands. Sharp spears flew straight at the head of the mutant monster. Suddenly, the monster disappeared from its place. The players stood together, forming a circle. The monster moved with quick and sharp movements along the dark corridors of the dungeon, raising dust and stone debris into the air. Song-soo frowned, telling everyone to stay in their positions. The guy looked up, seeing how the monster grabbed another player with a sharp claw. With a sharp movement, he pierced his body, lifting him into the air. The guy froze in place, watching this. The mutant monster was eating the player, bright blood flowing down his muzzle and teeth. Kanu sat on a stone column and smiled, thinking that this was already the second. Song-soo screamed loudly, frowning and stretching his hands forward, ordering them to prepare for a coordinated attack. The guy swung his weapon, forming bright blue swirls around himself. The monster looked straight at him. He thrust his spear into the floor with all his might, bright lightning coming out from the place of piercing. The mutant monster screamed shrilly, being attacked by the Oni force with electricity. Song-soo held onto his weapon, ordering them to attack now. The two guys, frowning, rushed forward. Song-soo raised his hand in front of him, holding the weapon in it. The bodies of the defeated partners flew behind him. The boy furrowed his brows in horror, looking up, thinking that this was impossible. He looked at the monster, on whose claws two of his allies' bodies were hanging, thinking that his lightning had hit the target right away, and he didn't give a damn. The girl raised her tear-stained eyes. She begged for mercy. Kanu smiled, counting how many players had already died. Seong-soo's screams were heard, not understanding what she was doing, telling her to remain calm and hold on. He clenched his teeth nervously, not believing that everything would really end like this. The boy took a fighting stance, swinging his spear, getting ready to make a last attempt. The monster looked at him with brightly burning eyes. Seong-soo suddenly rushed forward, leaving flashes of lightning behind him. He was heading straight for the head of the mutant monster, bright flashes of his lightning shining throughout the dark corridor. The boy frowned, his eyes widened. He screamed loudly, a flash. The monster bared its teeth and threw the guy into a stone wall. His body was crushed by rubble. The guy's eyes rolled back and turned white. Blood was coming out of his mouth. He looked in fear at the monster's claw that stopped a centimeter from his face. His eyes widened and tears flowed out of them. Kanu smiled, saying that this was already the fifth one, which meant that it was all over. The mutant monster ate the defeated players, its blue eyes shining brightly. The monster greedily ate the players. Seong-soo was lying upside down by the wall. He looked at it in horror. His comrade's hand fell in front of his face. A voice was heard that the monster was almost full. Seong-soo's eyes widened in surprise and he screamed, seeing the main character on the monster's head. He slowly walked along its bright fur, saying that there were 5 victims per day. Kanu smiled and put his hands in his pockets, saying that after eating 5 creatures, Bar becomes full, and after eating, he will not move unless he is attacked first, and after that, it's a small matter. The monster rolled his eyes contentedly, opening his mouth wide. Song-soo cried out loudly that this could not be. Kanu spread his hands to the sides. In one of his palms there was bright orange energy, and in the other concentrated dark energy. The hero used the skill power of the dark spear plus power of the hellish spear. He was going to create such a powerful move that he would kill the monster with one blow. He connected his palms with 2 clots of bright energy. Song-soo opened his eyes wide, breathing heavily. A bright flash lit up the hero's face. He thought that skills that use several powers at the same time still require strong concentration, but now it does not matter. Streams of bright and dark energy came out in all directions. A bright flash flashed on the battlefield. Kanu swung both hands, holding 2 types of energy in his palms. The hero used the skill power of the Biden. A brightly shining bident appeared in the guy's hand. The hero moved forward, a furious grin appeared on his face. The status window reported that he acquired the skill power of the bident. The system notified that the powers registered as skills are used more clearly and concisely. Kanu pointed the bident at the mutant monster's head, leaving a bright trace in space. He screamed shrilly. The weapon was stabbed into his head. The mutant monster furiously opened its eyes and opened its mouth wide, showing sharp teeth. A bright flash flashed on the battlefield, causing a large explosion. Songsu was thrown aside. The system reported that the hero defeated the B-rank Rift Fragment. His level was increased by 6. He sighed heavily, taking a step forward. The monster fell to the floor with its mouth wide open. The status window showed a notification that the hero had received an experience bonus for leveling up. His magicka increased by 7, the guy's magicka reached 60. One of the conditions for the devil's blessing was met. Kanu looked down in surprise, rubbing his forehead with his hand, thinking that this was a strange name and some other bad explanation. He didn't understand what it was or what effect it gave. There was no explanation. The information window showed that the devil's blessing was the first step to becoming a demon god. The first condition was to reach 60 magicka, the other 2 were unknown. The guy covered his mouth with his hand, thinking that he had a feeling that it would give him incredible power. The devil's blessing, a demon god. He imagined himself surrounded by purple monster claws, thinking that this was a power that even he, having lived in hell for 10,000 years, had never heard of. So he believed that the predictions he made earlier were correct, raising his level and his characteristics even more than when he was the Demon King. The guy folded his arms in front of him, dust raised by the fallen monster fell behind him. Kanu smiled maliciously, his eyes shining and thinking that he could become a god who surpassed the king. Although the guy thought that he no longer had a thirst for power, however, this devilish habit was still with him. The protagonist put his hands in front of him, saying that it was time to taste beer. He used the skill Devourer's power. Giant hands with claws and mouths with sharp teeth appeared around the monster, absorbing the mutant monster. The creature opened its mouth wide. The young man said that he could not refuse magic. The system reported that the Magi indicator had increased by 4. Kanu smiled. A dark vein appeared on his cheek. He thought that, as expected, demons give much more Magi. He had already reached 60 and now he had increased it by 4 again. The protagonist's attention was drawn to the dissatisfied words of Songsu, who was lying upside down against the wall. He was asking who the guy was. Kanu turned to him in surprise. The young man smiled, asking if he was still alive. The protagonist moved forward, saying that he thought that the guy would die first, but he turned out to be really strong. He was sorry to lose such talent. Songsu frowned and, unable to move, shouted at him not to come near him, but the young man enthusiastically asked why he was so sad. The guy raised his eyebrows pitifully. His face was stained with blood. He asked in a trembling voice if the young man would kill him. Kanu grabbed his leg and smiled, asking what he was talking about. How could he kill his friend, since his role was not yet finished? So he could not die? Songsu repeated the words about the role in fear. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled, telling him not to be so afraid. For starters, he would just ask a few questions. He asked in an angry voice what kind of person sent them to him. Songsu looked at him pitifully, gritting his teeth. Kanu frowned, his eyes shining brightly in the shadow. He thought that usually losers are not treated with hostility from the very beginning, but he already had information about the hero without even knowing him, which means there is definitely a backstory. Kanu asked dissatisfiedly, was he really going to remain silent, bringing the toe of his shoe closer to the guy's face? The protagonist hit the guy in the face with all his might, lifting him into the air. The young man grabbed him by the collar and slammed him into a stone wall. Kanwoo lowered his head, pressing Seongsu's face against the wall, asking who it was, to which the boy, breathing heavily, replied that it was Young-hoon. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, recalling the players who had discussed him earlier, asking why he did this. Seongsu was talking about how Kion had insulted him, after which he began to hate the Scarlet Rose Guild. The boy imagined the girls with wide open blue eyes and the man whose image was reflected in the glass. The protagonist pulled the guy's hair and raised his eyebrows, wondering if they were only pestering him because of that, to which Seongsu, with a frown, said that it was necessary to show that the Mere Guild was superior to the Scarlet Rose. Kanu, without letting go of the guy's head, said that no matter who did it, he was clearly not all right in the head, asking if there was a photo of him. The guy held out his phone. The protagonist smiled. Looking at the photo, he said that the young man was really handsome. Looking more closely at the photo, the guy thought that it was Sehun, but came to the conclusion that they were just both handsome. Kanu threw the phone away and smiled, saying that the guy wanted to say that the hero was caught up in some fool's revenge. Asking if that was true, Seongsu pitifully frowned, asking for his forgiveness and saying that he was ordered to, so he had no other choice. The protagonist pulled his hair, the guy threw his head back. The young man asked if he was really working for someone like that, but anyway, it was all in the past. Kanu said that if the guy played his role well, He would have no complaints. A shudder ran through Song-soo's body. He opened his eyes wide, saying that he would do whatever the young man ordered. The protagonist smiled and closed his eyes, telling him not to worry because the job was not difficult. On the contrary, it could even be useful for him. The journalists pointed their cameras forward, seeing that the gates opened. Everyone was wondering who came out. When Kanu appeared in front, supporting Song-soo by the arm, everyone screamed loudly, rejoicing that they were alive. The protagonist almost carried the wounded guy on himself. Questions came from all sides. Where the others were heading? Will anyone else come out? Did they kill the mutant monster? The boy opened his mouth slightly, listening to the questions about how they managed to do it and what happened inside the gate. He screamed loudly, pitifully knitting his brows, asking to call an ambulance for Seong-soo. The people around him did not understand what happened to his face. The reporters surrounded the protagonist and the guy lying on the ground, asking how this could happen, to which the boy, supporting Seong-soo, said that it happened when he was fighting a mutant monster. The reporters asked what happened to the other partners. Kanu gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, asking if it was not obvious, since only the two of them survived, everyone else was dead. The reporters looked at each other and pitifully knitted their brows, asking how so many players died at once, although Scarlet Rose united with the world. Someone asked to call the Devouring squad to send elite troops, but the protagonist cried out that this was not necessary. He touched his finger to Seong-soo's mouth, saying that there were many casualties, but the mutant monster had been eliminated, and cheers were heard. One of the reporters asked if the protagonist had killed him, to which Kanu smiled and closed his eyes, saying no, saying that the hero who had killed the monster and saved his life was Mr. Seong-soo. The boy lay motionless, his face covered in bruises and blood. The girl handed the boy a microphone, asking if he could elaborate, to which the hero immediately agreed. He introduced the players, standing in a circle with Seong-soo in the center, saying that this is what happened when they entered a place similar to a dungeon. They soon felt as if someone wanted their blood. The reporter asked if he was talking about the monster, to which the boy replied that it was exactly that. It was the mutant monster, already waiting for them near the gate. Seong-soo frowned, looking to the side. The protagonist imagined a monster with sharp fangs and brightly shining eyes, saying that when he saw it, he immediately realized that it was a very dangerous and strong enemy, because of which they might not get out of this gate. The young man said that he had thoughts of escaping. However, when Seong-soo said that the monster could escape by going out of the gate, thereby causing harm to the locals, they decided to fight. He imagined a guy frowning and opening his mouth. Admiring words were heard about the players fighting for the sake of ordinary people. A journalist asked what the monster looked like. Kanu imagined Seong-soo heading straight for the monster's head with a weapon in his hands, saying that as the government announced, it was a monster with a lion's head and 5 paws. Seong-soo's group members immediately died from the terrifying attack. A worried question was heard, did they all die at once? The protagonist imagined a serious guy and himself standing behind him, saying that when the situation became critical, Seong-soo told him to run. He decided to fight alone. Kanu opened his eyes wide and stretched his hand forward, saying that he could not leave him alone, so he stayed and watched the fight until the end. He imagined Seong-soo rushing straight to the mouth of a giant monster, saying that his fierce and desperate struggle, it was a fight not for life, but for death. Finally, Seong-soo defeated the monster. The young man raised his eyebrows pitifully and smiled, covering the guy's mouth with his hand and saying that he, having defeated the mutant monster, muttered the names of his dead partners until he lost consciousness, and even now he does this. All the cameras were aimed at the heroes. Kanu screamed, asking if he regained consciousness. He covered his mouth with his hand, asking him not to talk until the ambulance arrived and he caught his breath. A question was heard from the crowd. A man was saying that Mr. Seong-soo was initially negative towards the hero. The girl brought the microphone closer, asking what the guy would say about this. Kanu lowered his head and closed his eyes, saying that he was worried about him. Since he had just recently received the support of the Red Rose, the guy said that he acted like this on purpose so that the hero would not lose his vigilance. The protagonist introduced Seong-soo, who smiled, putting his hand on his shoulder. There were enthusiastic cries. Tears appeared in Kamu's eyes. He knitted his brows, saying that he did not understand the depth of his kind heart. Seong-soo is his hero. He is a real hero of the modern era. The guy lay motionless. A tear flowed from his eye. Newspapers printed articles about the hero appearing after defeating the mutant monster. They reported that Seong-soo fell into a coma. 30 million won had already been collected in donations to help him. Another rising star had fallen. The girl was sitting on the couch reading the news about Seong-soo on her phone. Ki-ying frowned, holding a cup in her other hand and thinking that no matter how you look at it, this wasn't the work of a mutant monster. He was beaten by another person. She wondered what Kanu was doing. Ki-ying brought the mug to her lips, thinking that she felt like she was raising a tiger cub. A girl with blonde hair was sitting across from her, saying that her rookie was good. She hung her jacket on the back of the couch and slowly drank from the mug, saying that he knows how to play to the crowd, wondering where she found someone like him, since he can hardly be called a rookie. The girl with long blonde hair was the head of the Saner guild named Hyunju. He sighed in displeasure, asking the old woman to leave here, asking how long she will sit here. The girl flushed with rage, asking who she called old. The girl put the mug back down, asking if this mutant monster could be related to the devil cult. Hyunju looked down, saying that it was only a matter of time before everyone else besides their 5 guilds found out about the devil cult. Those fools had become more active lately. She looked into the mug and imagined a man in dark robes and a mask, saying that when the cataclysm happened, the 5 guilds were created and the world was saved. But if it became known that there was a cult that sacrificed humans, the world would be turned upside down again. Hyunju took out a spoon from her tea. She sipped slowly from the mug and looked at the girl in front of her, saying that she wondered how Scarlet Rose viewed this situation. Kyung's eyes widened, dark energy appeared around her. Kanu entered the room, his eyebrows raised in surprise when he noticed that they had guests. The girl happily raised her hand in greeting, asking if he was the new guy Cha Yeon personally hired. The guy confirmed her words and said hello, asking who she was. Hyunju, smiling, said that she was Cha Yeon's friend. The girl lowered her head and closed her eyes, saying that since he came, it was probably time for her to leave, to which the protagonist, awkwardly putting his hands forward, said that they could continue the conversation, calling her miss, and he himself would come by later. Hyunju said that everything was fine, because she saw everything she wanted. Kan-woo's eyes widened in surprise, looking at her. The girl looked at the guy mysteriously, noticing that she definitely said that she was Cha Yeon's friend, asking if it was too rude to call her miss. She was still young. The young man stood embarrassedly in place, trying to connect the words. Hyunju stood in the doorway, saying that she would go already. She frowned sadly as she looked into the room. Kan-woo sat on the sofa, asking who it was. Cha Young, sitting opposite, said that it was just a familiar old woman. She handed the hero a card, asking him to take it. On the white card was the letter S and a picture of a boy. This was the S-rank gate access permit he had requested last time. The boy smiled, saying that it was issued faster than he thought, asking if this was the power of the Red Rose. The girl sheepishly pulled the visor of her cap over her face, saying that she had already enough flattery, just in case she had asked the hero not to hunt there. Kanu raised his eyebrows questioningly. The protagonist was saying that he had actually overheard what they were talking about while standing behind the door. Kyung, without looking up at him, said, "That's how," pouring hot tea into cups. She pushed one of them towards the boy, saying that even if it was confidential, she would have to talk to him about it someday. Kanu blew on the hot drink, asking if she was talking about the devil cult, since it was the one behind the mutant monster's appearance. He looked up at Kyung, who was saying that they were crazy people who were doing strange rituals, sacrificing living people. They had become active in recent days. She imagined the man's face, which was covered by his hand, but his eye was shining brightly, saying that they didn't know how long this organization had existed or how strong they were. The girl was talking about how they were working together with the government to track down this organization. She imagined the heroes standing in a circle, looking at the dark silhouettes of people around them. The boy asked if the other guilds knew about this, to which Kyung replied that only the 5 great guilds, but only their guild cooperated with the government. Kanu raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking why they were the only ones who had to care about this. Was it really to maintain their image? The girl lowered her head, saying that they certainly weren't working for free. Her eyes widened. She was talking about how the government had put a big bounty on the heads of the devil cult leaders, but that wasn't the only reason. Kyung was looking at the spoon that was lying next to the cup and saucer, saying that their guild members were investigating this matter, having sacrificed too much, and now they can't stop pursuing the cult at all. A frightening aura appeared around her. Kanu raised his eyebrows at her, thinking that he didn't know how many guild members were sacrificed, but it seemed like the damage was significant. There were tongues of dark energy around Kyung. The hero thought that he felt bloodlust from her. She was a real rancor. The girl was incredibly strong. A smile appeared on the boy's face. He thought that he himself wanted to fight her right now. However, there were more important things. He put the cup on the table, asking if this meant that the request she asked to fulfill. Without letting him finish, the girl said yes. Cha Young lowered her head and clasped her hands together, saying that if one day they caught the devil by the tail, she would like to ask for his help, although they do not know yet. But it seems that they are very strong for a simple pseudo-religion, so any strong player will be in their favor. She frowned and, looking at him, said that if he wanted to leave, then she will not hold him, but he must answer right now whether she can trust him with this task. Kan-yu sat opposite, folding his arms across his chest and raising his eyebrows high. He smirked. The guy held up a card in front of him, asking her not to worry. The hero frowned and smiled, saying that she helped him so much, how could he not repay her in kind? Cha Young looked at him in surprise. She pulled the peak of her cap over her face, a blush appeared on her cheeks. The girl smiled and thanked him. A creepy smile appeared on Kanwoo's face. He thought that it was luck, not understanding why he was so lucky. The more he stepped on the trail of the cult, the more magic he received. The girl said that she would inform the others that the boy was joining them in searching for the cult, asking him to keep in mind that he might be called in case of an emergency. The boy replied that he understood everything. Cha Young once again asked not to hunt the hero in the S-rank gate. The car moved forward, leaving the Scarlet Rose Guild building behind. The system reported that they would deliver the hero to his destination at S1-2 station. The boy smiled, saying that it was great to have a car. He called the status window and read carefully. The system notified the features of the fifth awakening of the Master of Hell Creatures. Effect allows you to summon a hell creature. The stronger the creature, the more mana consumption. The note said that the summoned creatures are perceived by the summoner, the master. The ability can be used once every 3 months. The hero imagined a graphical computer network, among which there were various monsters, thinking that once every 3 months he can summon the strongest monster he can. As expected, the gate acts as a kind of bridge between other dimensions and the earth. The higher the level of the gate, the more powerful creatures come. It was the same with the demons of hell, called rift fragments. In other words, the higher the level, the stronger the demon will be summoned. The system reported that the hero arrived at the destination. The guide was turned off. The protagonist took a step out of the car, thinking that in this case, the place where he would definitely use the new power was the S-rank gate. Kanu was approaching the gate, around which there was a squad of players belonging to the country Hwarang, the garrison of the First Army. The military requested access from the young man. The boy handed over his card to be scanned. The man said that the player Kanu was allowed to enter the S-rank gate. The protagonist smiled, raising his eyebrows and thinking that the security here was really strict. He could not pass without the red rose. The shouts of the soldiers about to open the gate were heard. The boy's hair fluttered in the wind. He froze, getting ready to see what would come of it. Coming out of the gate, Kanu found himself on the shore of a large blue sea, noticing that it was simply huge, saying that it would be great to kill all the monsters here and build a resort. He put his hands in his pockets and raised his head, saying that it was not bad here. The protagonist sat in the lotus position, raising his head up and thinking that summoning a demon, even a Cerberus, would be a success. Looking only at the characteristics of his body. They are greater than the devil from the third circle of hell. In any case, it does not matter who he summons. The main thing is that he is strong and controllable. Kanu closed his eyes and clasped his fingers in front of him, getting ready to begin. Tongues of purple energy wriggled around the protagonist. The system notified that the special ability of the fifth awakening was activated, the Master of Hellish Creatures. Kanu gritted his teeth. Dark lines of energy moved along his body. The sky was covered with clouds. The system reported that a rift for summoning was created. A bright crack appeared in the sky. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, looking up. He raised his hands up and arched his whole body. Dark energy was reaching for the rift. The system reported that the hero had managed to create a rift necessary for the summoning. Under the influence of the magician Man Mahjong, a deeper rift had formed. The guy frowned. Looking up, he noticed a green light. He thought that all the gates he had seen before were blue. Green lightning was shining brightly in the sky. The status window reported that it was not possible to block the connection with the outside world due to the loss of functionality in the Gaia system. The spatial gates leading to the Erno continent were closed. The guy did not understand what continent they were talking about. Kanu covered his face with his hand and closed his eyes, thinking that something had gone wrong and now he could be pulled back into hell. The system notified that a demon was being summoned. The guy opened his eyes slightly and exhaled with relief, realizing that everything worked out. He looked up in surprise with wide eyes, shielding himself from the sun with his hand. The guy did not understand what it was. The system notified that the demon summoning was successful. The characteristics of the baby dragon Echidna, the daughter of the evil dragon Kargas, was registered as the hero's familiar. Kanu found himself right in the paw of a giant white dragon, looking at him with big blue eyes. The protagonist looked up, thinking about the dragon. The monster fell to the ground, and Kanu thought that the dragon's condition was not the best right now. The protagonist looked up. A dwarf with a red beard was hovering in the air. Next to him was a woman in a white hat. There was also an elf who was holding a bow in her hand. A warrior with blonde hair frowned, holding a sword in his hands. Behind him stood Kanu and a man with a shield in his hand. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, not understanding what language they were speaking. The blonde boy turned around, eyebrows raised and mouth open. The protagonist didn't understand what they were going to do. There were red scratches on the dragon's body. Kanu thought that their clothes had changed since the gate opened on Earth, but these strangers really did look like they came out of a fantasy world. The protagonist decided that he first needed to understand what they were talking about because he had the power to understand the speech of other countries. Kanu raised his finger up, using the power of the common language, and he immediately understood what the strangers were talking about. The dragon was lying on the ground, its body shaking and bleeding as if it was on the verge of death. Reynold closed his eyes and sighed in relief, and the girl standing next to him said that now the monster would not be able to harm other people. Kanu asked the strangers who they were. Reynold turned around and with a slight smile said that he was the third prince of the Arnon Empire. Kanu narrowed his red eyes and sweated, hearing the name of this empire. The protagonist thought that he had never heard of the continent of Erno and the Arnon Empire. Then he looked at the interlocutors and recognized them as an elf and a dwarf. Kanu tilted his head and assumed that they really were from another world. The bloody dragon was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. Kanu walked up to the monster, raised his hands, creating a red magic ball, and thought that he couldn't let the summoned beast die like this. The protagonist placed his hand on the dragon's body. Red lightning flashed across the monster's body as Kanu used the power of revival. Its wounds began to heal. Reynold frowned and screamed, asking in fear what Kanu was going to do. The youth froze and widened his yellow eyes as the dragon recognized its master. The monster opened its eyes and thanked Kanu for saving him. The protagonist stroked the dragon's muzzle. Kanu looked at the monster, thinking that the dragon spoke to him for the first time, which meant that it definitely accepted him as its master. Suddenly, a sword blade appeared near the protagonist's face. The elf pulled an arrow onto the bowstring, and Reynold raised his weapon. The youth wrinkled his nose, asking if Kanu was the master of this dragon. The protagonist looked away and asked why they tried to kill Echidna. Reynold's face twisted in anger and he yelled that it was an evil demon dragon. In the middle of the red fog stood a tall white building, and the young man yelled that the dragon had brought drought and plague to their land, causing many people to die in the empire. The dragon frowned and said that it was not him. Kanu raised his hand, turned around and repeated the same words. Reynold opened his mouth as the protagonist said that if the dragon could control natural phenomena such as drought, then it was a divine being that could not be resisted, much less hurt. Reynold yelled in rage that it was all the dragon's fault because there was no other explanation for their country's misfortunes. The prince clenched his fist, yelling that the dragon must die to save the people of the empire from drought and suffering. Kanu turned away, created a fireball in his hand and thought that they were really getting on his nerves. The protagonist hit Reynold and thought that they were the people who turned a blind eye and ears to everything that was happening and only held on to their own truth. There was a huge explosion and everyone was thrown into the air. Reynold frowned and grabbed his sword while Kanu was saying that the dragon could cause both plague and drought and was trying to destroy the Arnon Empire. The protagonist opened his red eyes wide and said that no matter what Echidna did, she was now his familiar. Tears appeared in the dragon's eyes when Kanu said that he was not going to give up the one he had tried so hard to summon. Reynold bowed his head, frowned and said that the protagonist was a semblance of an evil demon. The protagonist smirked and said that he was a real demon. Reynold wrinkled his nose and yelled that he knew it. The prince raised his sword and yelled that he would definitely destroy Kanu no matter what it took. The man with the shield laughed, supporting Reynold, and the girl behind him blushed, saying that the prince was cool. The dwarf said that he would treat him to an expensive dark beer later. Kanu rolled his eyes and thought that they really were asking for it. The dragon asked the protagonist to be careful. Reynold swung his hand, attacking the protagonist. A powerful explosion thundered. Kanu frowned, gritted his teeth and thought that this was not an attack that could be easily blocked and that he luckily had equipment. The warriors prepared their weapons. The protagonist stomped his foot and a depression appeared on the ground. He used the power of explosion and all the opponents jumped up. Kanu raised his hands up, rocks and dust flew into the air. Red streams of magic surrounded the opponents when Kanu used the power of explosion and improvised skill. The protagonist crossed his hands, clenched into a fist. Red lines intertwined in the air, attacking the opponents. Kanu extended his hand to the side. The blow knocked the dwarf down. The brown-haired man put up his shield to block the attacks. Kanu's attacks surrounded Hands, who screamed loudly. He suddenly turned around, his mouth open in shock. There was a loud explosion, and Reynold opened his mouth in shock, loudly calling out to Hands. Kanu approached Reynold. The prince gritted his teeth, his face covered in sweat. The woman with the staff in her hands created a blue barrier around herself. Kanu jumped over the broken rocks, chasing Reynold. Kanu hit him, and he let out a painful sigh. Reynold grabbed the hilt of the sword and frowned, screaming loudly. Blue stripes appeared around the prince. He used the technique of the first style of the swordsman Arnon. The protagonist jumped into the air, and Reynold swung his sword. Kanu pushed the prince away, and he fell to the ground. Kanu bent his knees, narrowing his eyes as he wondered why Reynold always shouted the names of techniques. The prince grabbed the sword tightly and ran towards the protagonist, shouting loudly. Kanu jumped back and avoided the attack. Reynold's eyes turned white and he clenched his teeth tightly. The two youths fought each other. Blue streaks appeared in the air. Kanu raised his hand, clenching into a fist. Then, a huge explosion thundered, raising dust into the air. The protagonist sweated and thought that Reynold was stronger than he expected, and his attacks would have been quite dangerous if not for the fifth awakening. The prince smiled and laughed. Kanu clenched his hand into a fist and smirked, thinking that Reynold was too ordinary. The prince raised his sword blade as the protagonist ran towards him, using the blade slash technique. Kanu hit Reynold with his knee. The prince's face turned blue and sweaty, and he groaned in pain. He bowed his head, his body trembled, and Kanu smiled contentedly. His eyes shone brightly and called Reynold an idiot. The woman in white raised her eyebrows in alarm, calling out to the prince. Everyone else was also watching. Reynold leaned over, put his hand on his leg, and told his comrades to run. The protagonist chuckled and thought that they had no choice but to run, and that the fight was over the moment Reynold injured his legs. The blue-haired girl cried and screamed loudly that they couldn't abandon the prince and run away. Reynold sweated, screaming that it was okay and that they had to take care of the Arnon Empire. Kanu kicked the prince and said that he had to protect the Arnon Empire on his own, and called him a pathetic disappointment. Reynold flew back, coughing loudly. He fell to the ground, closing one eye and gritting his teeth. For him, fighting was always like this, without sympathy or mercy. The dark-skinned creature frowned as beads of sweat ran down its skin. The monster's hands were clasped together. It smiled predatorily, red spots were visible on its face, there was only composure. In order to survive, it simply fought and killed. The boy with torn clothes cut off the monster's head. Black hair hid the boy's face, feelings were a great luxury in hell. Reynold closed one eye and frowned as Kanu clenched his hand into a fist above his face. The girl with blue hair widened her eyes and opened her mouth, covering the prince with herself. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, looking down at her. He widened his red eyes in surprise and extended his hand to the side when Reina asked him to kill her instead of Reynold, because without him, they would be doomed. Tears rolled down the girl's cheeks and she said that the prince was the hope of countless people in the Arnon Empire, and also the person she loved the most. The prince closed one eye, calling out to Reina, and the girl apologized for confessing like that, as she was afraid that there would be no more chances. Reina placed her hand on her chest and said that she would do anything Kanu asked if he would spare Reynold, but the protagonist refused. Reina's mouth opened in surprise and her eyes widened, and Kanu explained that he would do as he wanted. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and asked what he cared about their world. Reina and Reynold looked at Kanu in fear, who said that they should be prepared to die if they took up arms. The protagonist narrowed his red eyes and told them to forget about feelings and other drama. Reina covered the prince with her hand, who said that it was mean, and Kanu thought that it was meaner to attack as a team against one. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and thought that cheating in a fight was a classic. He looked down and said that he would send them to a place without pain. The system reported that it was confirmed that a creature other than the summoned beast had invaded and crossed the gate. A message appeared on the dark screen saying that the Gaia system was forced to exclude the presence of aliens from another world. Kanu widened his eyes in surprise, and Reynold, who was lying on the ground, raised his hand, asking what was going on. The protagonist gritted his teeth and clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that he would not let this go. Reynold wore gold-plated armor, and Kanu thought that this equipment looked too expensive. The blonde youth frowned and opened his mouth, and Kanu thought that this armor was from another world, so he could not let go of such a treasure. The system notified that the Gaia system had successfully eliminated the presence of aliens from another world. The protagonist dropped to one knee, lowered his head, and cursed loudly. He gritted his teeth and frowned, thinking that everything was going so smoothly, but Gaia took them away. Suddenly, Kanu looked to the side, realizing something. He was standing on the edge of a cliff, looking down at where his familiar lay. The protagonist jumped down and mentally wondered what was wrong with the Gaia system, and if it could be a defense against invaders from other worlds. The blue screen showed the Gaia system, and Kanu thought that something was said about it even when he came to Earth, and most likely, this system still does not work properly. He remembered the fight with the monsters and assumed that it could be related to the demons from hell appearing, and that it began 2 or 3 weeks ago. Suddenly, Kanu began to sweat and his red eyes widened. He imagined his grinning face and realized that this was all because of him. The protagonist sat up, clutched his head, and thought that he was the cause after all, although he just wanted to escape from hell and eat kimchi stew. The dragon, whose face was stained with blood, asked Kanu if those people had left. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and fixed his hair when Echidna thanked him. He approached the dragon, healing it, and said that he could not leave Echidna in such a state as her master. The dragon stood up on its paws and grew in size when Kanu asked it to. Urno continent. The protagonist imagined an image of the people he met earlier and thought that they came from the Arnon Empire, the largest country in the Urno continent. And it was a completely different world because in addition to magic, swords, fairies, and monsters, dragons also exist in their world. The little dragon looked out the car window. Kanu assumed that all the other monsters came from Urno. Kanu drove the car. Echidna, who was sitting between his legs, asked where they were going. The blue car was driving down the road. The protagonist said that they were going to a place that wasn't exactly his home, and the dragon asked where his nest was. Kanu blushed, closed one eye, and said that this could also be called a nest. Echidna laid her head on the protagonist's leg and thanked him for inviting her to his nest. They passed a green forest and Kanu asked if the dragon was always alone. Echidna confirmed it was. Echidna remembered sitting in the middle of the forest and said that she originally lived with her father, but at some point he abandoned her and disappeared. A small dragon among tall stacks of books. Echidna said that after that day, she only read books. The dragon looked up when someone entered the room. The dragon was lying on the protagonist's lap, saying that the person was Reynold. Kanu was wearing gray pants. Echidna said that she did not actually cause the drought or spread the plague. The protagonist hung his head when Echidna said that no one believed her, although she continued to say that she did not do it. The dragon looked up with wet eyes, asking if Kanu believed him. The protagonist remained silent as he looked down and thought that this look was painfully familiar to him because it was the same. He imagined a crowd of adults with children and thought that somewhere deep inside him there were memories of growing up in an orphanage. The little boy extended his hand forward and Kanu thought that just meeting his parents was a luxury, but he just wanted to be loved. He looked forward with red eyes, thinking that he wanted to be cared for and for someone to acknowledge her existence. Kanu smiled, thinking that he had no choice but to let these feelings go. He stroked Echidna's head and said that even if the whole world was against her, he would believe in her. The dragon closed one eye as tears flowed down his muzzle. The protagonist looked down. Then he looked at the road and smiled slightly. A blue car was driving along the highway and Echidna said that she would remember his name. Hansel smiled happily as she hugged the little dragon. Kanu ate from the pot while the girl played with Echidna. Hansel hugged the dragon to her face and screamed that she wanted to be friends with such a cutie. The dragon jumped out of the girl's hands and the protagonist thought that as Echidna's height decreased, so did her height. Hansel said with a slight smile that the levels were rapidly increasing and that she would be able to enter the C-rank gate immediately after her third awakening. Kanu looked at the girl in surprise when she thanked him. Hansel placed her hands on the table, blushed slightly, and said that the protagonist helped her by introducing her to such good people and that she could not even dream of such a life. Hansel closed her eyes and thanked Kanu again, on whose lap Echidna was lying. The protagonist thought with a slight smile that this is what it feels like to be loved. He then stroked the small dragon and said that he should thank the girl too. The lights were on in the windows and Hansel asked Echidna to sleep with her. Kanu was lying on the bed. He opened his red eyes and thought that he felt exhausted. Hansel was holding a hot pot in her hands, saying that the protagonist woke up later than usual today. The girl turned around and asked if Kanu was in pain. The protagonist stretched, closed his eyes, and said that everything was fine and that he shouldn't worry. Echidna asked Kanu with a smile if he slept well, and he gave an ambiguous answer. The protagonist rolled his eyes when the dragon praised the food Hansel cooked. The girl handed the plate to Echidna, and Kanu jerked in surprise, looking at the child next to him. Echidna looked at the protagonist with a smile, who didn't know that she could take such a form. Hansel said that she didn't know about it herself, and remembered how in her dream, when the dragon was lying next to her, she felt a strange power. In the morning, Echidna was sitting on the bed in the form of a little girl. The protagonist took a spoonful of rice, looked at the child and assumed that it was because he was feeling tired, and hoped that Echidna could return to her dragon form. The girl was eating cereal with milk. She looked up when Kanu asked her to return to her original form. Echidna stood up and raised her hands up, emitting a green aura. She frowned and pressed her lips tightly. The wind blew Kanu's hair, who looked at Echidna in shock. The girl grew wings, and Hansel and the protagonist fell off their chairs. Echidna opened her mouth wide, which contained sharp fangs. The glass cracked, flying out of the window frames. The three of them sat in the middle of a dilapidated apartment, and Echidna apologized. Hansel patted the child's head, smiling, asking him not to do that to her in the future. Tears appeared in Echidna's eyes when the protagonist said that she should get used to human life now. While Hansel and Echidna were talking, Kanu thought that it was because Echidna became his familiar and now naturally uses human speech. The child lowered his head, and the protagonist decided that he would take Echidna with him, and in a way it was good that it turned out that way. Hansel smiled and said that they called the repairman, and now they should go shopping for clothes for Echidna. The girl looked at Hansel in surprise, who said that the clothes she wore as a child were already worn out and did not fit well, so they would go to the shopping mall nearby. Hansel, whose cheeks were red, asked if Kanu would go with them, and Echidna asked him to play with them, but the protagonist said that it would be a bit difficult. Kanu touched his head and said with an awkward smile that he was not going hunting when Hansel told him to rest. He looked at the two girls, a drop of sweat appeared on his cheek, and said that there was a place he needed to go. There was a blue car parked in front of the red building. The protagonist held a phone in his hands while someone asked him about summoning a dragon and other people. Cheon held a cup in her hand and asked if Kanu wanted them to give the summoned beast an ID. The protagonist said with a smile that the girl understood surprisingly quickly, and she frowned angrily. Kanu received messages from Hansel, then asked if Cheon knew anything about the Gaia system, and the girl sipped from her cup, saying that she was hearing about it for the first time. While the protagonist looked at a photo of Echidna in her pajamas, Cheon asked who he was to summon a dragon as a familiar. Kanu smiled while looking at the phone screen. The protagonist typed a message asking if it was too late to ask. Kiying sighed and closed her eyes, saying that she was lending a helping hand. Kanwoo looked at the girl and asked if she could make an ID, and Kiying asked her to send a photo of Echidna. Kanwoo then smiled and said that he had one more thing to ask. Suddenly, he looked away, hearing a familiar voice. Standing at the door was H-Wan, who called out to Kiying and said that they needed to talk. Kiying stood up, and H-Wan came closer to the table and apologized for the sudden interruption. Kanwoo pursed his lips and sweat dropped, saying that he always felt uncomfortable when he met H-Wan. The blonde woman shook the protagonist's hand. They introduced themselves, and Kanwoo thought that there might be questions because he was now sponsored by the Red Rose. H-Wang smiled, hearing Kanwoo's name, and remembered how they had met before. The protagonist looked at Kiying with skepticism when she asked if he had beaten up anyone, and H-Wang replied that Kanwoo was polite and fair. The red-haired girl sweated and looked at the protagonist in shock, who said that H-Wang was exaggerating. Kiying put her hand on her face, closed her eyes, and said that Kanwoo wanted to fool H-Wang, and then asked what he wanted. The girls looked at the protagonist in surprise, who asked if he could get an official S-rank pass. Kanwoo smirked contentedly. Kiying sat on a chair, put her hand on the back of her head, and asked why the protagonist wanted to hunt in the S-rank gate, and Kanwoo replied with a smile that it would not be dangerous with a summoned beast. The red-haired girl opened her blue eyes and asked if Kanwoo knew what was in the S1 S-rank gate. The protagonist replied with a smile that he did. He introduced a wyvern, a mountain giant, and a giant ogre. There was a monster sitting on the seashore. Chae-yeon adjusted her cap and added that there was also El Koro there. She looked at the protagonist seriously and told him to never go near the lake if he was going to hunt there. Suddenly, H-Wan came closer to them, frowned, and asked what they were talking about. She looked to the side and said that just a few weeks ago, Kanu was hunting in the S-rank gate. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled, and Chae-yeon told him that there were some circumstances and that Kanu's powers could be trusted. The protagonist touched his face, and H-Wang guessed that he was trying to hide his identity that time, but even the best rankers in Korea avoid the S-rank gate. Kanu looked up in satisfaction when H-Wang said that Chae-yeon had caught a great player. The red-haired girl looked skeptically at the main character and doubted that it was she who caught him. Kanwoo picked up the phone, asking if she agreed to his request, and Kiying said that he would be able to hunt at that gate tomorrow. The girl frowned and told Kanwoo to be careful because it was a dangerous place even for him. The protagonist smiled and said that he understood. Kiying drank from her mug, and H-Wang sat down on the sofa. The red-haired girl looked away, asking what brought H-Wang to her. The white-haired woman frowned when Kiying asked if they had finally caught the devil by the tail. She closed her eyes and said that it was not that. Kiying adjusted her cap, asking what was the matter then, and H-Wang said that they should expect someone soon. Kiying's eyes lit up brightly. She imagined a crowd of people in black cloaks, and the girls discussed that one of the agents had managed to infiltrate the Devil's Church and that the agent was conducting video surveillance. The girl intertwined her fingers, and H-Wang said that they had barely been able to contact the agent for a few days. Kiying leaned forward, asking where the meeting would be. H-Wang replied that it would be tomorrow at Suwon Station. Kiying touched her face and tensed up when she heard those words. White clouds floated in the blue sky, and she realized that this was the place near where Kanu decided to hunt. Echidna got dressed and happily showed her outfit to the protagonist, asking him if it suited her. While getting dressed, Kanu smiled, saying that the dress suited her very well, then asked if they bought it with Hansol yesterday. Echidna happily thanked Hansol, who smiled and told her that she was beautiful and whatever she wore would suit her. While putting on his shoes, the protagonist informed that he and Echidna were going hunting. While Kan was warning Echidna, Hansol was a little embarrassed, thinking about hunting with Kan. She looked down, realizing that she also wanted to go with them, but her level was low. The girl looked at the protagonist when he called out to her asking if she was going hunting. Hansol replied saying that she was planning to go a little later. Adjusting Kan's belt, Hansol surprised him by saying that he would go hunting with her in a couple of days. Hansol was shocked by the protagonist's words. She, embarrassed, told him that she would look forward to it. Kan smiled, looking at the girl, because she must have accumulated enough combat experience by now, and she needs to become even stronger. Echidna waved her hand goodbye to Hansol. The events take us to the S-rank gate of Suwon. Standing on a rock with Echidna, the protagonist told her that there were three main things she needed to know. The first was not to go near the lake behind her. The second was if he attracted a monster she could not fight directly but just help, and the third was not to transform into her original body. After receiving the girl's consent, the protagonist placed his hand on the ground. Using the power of observation, he decided to look at the monsters nearby. Soon, she found a giant ogre. Kanu began to concentrate mana in his hand, deciding not to overdo it and start gradually. As the mana began to spread, Echidna noticed a wonderful smell coming from it. The girl smiled and looked at Kanu when he ordered her to get ready. The protagonist raised his hands using the power of the demon bafflement. He ducked and crushed the boulder beneath him using the power of 1,000. A moment later, the angry Kanu rushed forward. He was already in front of the ogre at great speed. Their fists collided, starting a confrontation. The ground beneath their feet could not withstand and crumbled. Kanu gritted his teeth as he realized that this was the power of an S rank. Looking at the unharmed ogre, Kanu felt uneasy as even the power of 1,000 could not harm him. Kanu abruptly turned his hand, deflecting the ogre's fist. The ogre's momentum caused it to strike the ground, raising dust. At the same time, Kanu climbed onto the ogre and used the power of the dark spear on the summoned spear. His spear immediately pierced the ogre's head. The monster gritted his teeth in anger. He surprised Kanu by grabbing him. At the same time, Echidna extended her hands using the dark storm. Concentrated mana cutters began to cut the ogre, leaving deep wounds on him. The protagonist smiled and used the power of lightning to praise Echidna. The monster roared loudly as Kanu landed on its head and placed his hand with concentrated lightning on its head. The powerful discharge made it roar and roar even more loudly. After a while, the ogre exhaled a huge amount of smoke, and the system notified Kanu that he had defeated an S-rank monster. A moment later, the system notified him of an increase in experience and level by 1. When the ogre's body fell in front of him, Kanu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Kicking the ogre's corpse, Kanu thought about how players above level 65 were hunting here in a crowd. It turned out that the experience points for killing one monster already exceeded many others. Echidna ran up to Kanu asking if she had been useful. He praised her in response, saying that she had completely immobilized the ogre. Kanu glanced to the side while Echidna told him that she was also surprised because after he summoned her, she felt stronger. While Echidna was enjoying the aroma, and Kanu was thinking that even if Echidna fought in her true form, everything would be fine, some monsters roared loudly. Kanu and Echidna immediately raised their heads. The protagonist was alarmed when he saw a crowd of golden wyverns that were attracted by the scent. Picking up Echidna, Kanu told her to hold on tight. He needed the grass beneath him, realizing that fighting the wyverns on their territory was foolish. A moment later, he turned around and ran away. Using the power of the heavens, he formed wings and began to fly. Kanu was a little scared when he saw the wyverns begin to chase him. Looking back, Kanu recognized the speed of the monsters. He smiled, letting the wyverns fly past him. At this time, Echidna's eye widened in shock. Her body was enveloped in mana, and she began to tremble. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, not understanding what was happening to Echidna. She began to transform and screamed, saying that this new dress was what he praised. Having completely transformed, Echidna injured one of the wyverns with one swing. They began to look at each other in fear, but Echidna didn't give them time to think about it and immediately grabbed 2 wyverns in her jaws. She roared loudly as she grabbed 2 more while Kanu watched. Echidna turned around and caught a wyvern flying past the protagonist. While Echidna was fighting fiercely, Kanu received system notifications about his familiar's victory over S-rank monsters. He slightly narrowed his eyes in shock, wondering if this was the same Echidna that Reynold and his group almost killed, while the system notified Echidna of her victory over another wyvern. Watching Echidna squeeze a wyvern in her jaws, Kanu admitted that she was much stronger than he thought. The protagonist stood in a stupor as he received another system notification about Echidna's victory. She roared loudly, while Kanu thought that perhaps she was even stronger than him. Kanu held the barely awake Echidna in his arms. She did not understand where they were until the demon lord said that they were still inside the gate. Echidna was completely powerless. She must have spent too much energy. Kanu said that she immediately lost consciousness after she returned to her form. Echidna was worried about her ruined dress, but the lord promised to buy her whatever she wanted later. Kanu complimented her that any clothes suit her, but Echidna, almost crying, spoke about the value of these clothes. In the end, she was interrupted by the angry lord, who threatened her so that this would not happen again. Remembering the monster she turned into, he said that he painfully hated people who cannot stop and think rationally during anger. The girl was embarrassed and apologized, promising to improve as long as he did not leave her. Kanu slightly bowed his head, listening to the girl. Kanu hugged the young Echidna and told her to throw nonsense out of her head because this was her first fight with him. He wondered if he had overdone it, then calmed the tearful girl down. However, he wanted to make sure, because losing her mind would be a huge problem, but still the result was good. The protagonist called up a system window with characteristics. Earlier, he thought that she would become stronger in her true form, but he did not imagine how much because she killed all the wyverns alone. He understood that this power arose because she used his magic and was also able to take human form. Squeezing his fist, the protagonist understood that by absorbing his magic, she was becoming stronger. Looking at the girl, Kanu realized that Echidna, having managed to take human form, had clearly become stronger. Accordingly, if his magic increased, he would be able to use her power even more, but this would be a great burden for her body. He hugged her slightly, realizing this. Hearing familiar sounds, he realized that these were giant ogres. They were 2 angry ogres. He put Echidna under a tree, deciding to finish off the monsters, although he wanted to go home. Kanu grinned, deciding to stretch his legs. But suddenly 2 strangers appeared and defeated the ogres. One of them was a tan man with a wild grin on his face, and the second was a balanced guy with a calm look. Kanu stood in a stupor looking at them. The arrogant duo began to say that it was dangerous, but looking at the protagonist's face, one of them asked if he wanted to kill them himself, to which the second said to look into his eyes. They were tired and exhausted. Kanu knew them. They were the heads of the guild Onuri and Hanel, Minhak and Kanhyuk. The demon lord thought that what an unfortunate coincidence to meet 2 guild leaders. The protagonist felt awkward because Kanhyuk said that there were only 2 of them, and without a group, they looked like newbies who came in immediately after being given permission. Kanhyuk hugged Kanu and offered Kan to accompany him to the exit. The head of the Hanel guild glanced at Echidna, thinking that Echidna was probably also exhausted, to which he received a refusal from the protagonist because Minhyuk and Kanhyuk must be busy, so they can go. The leader of the Thieves Guild, Onuri, thought what a boring guy he was and it could be dangerous. Minhyuk glanced to the side, noticing something, while Kanhyuk kept insisting since he was a good person and a guy with a child. At that time, Minhyuk noticed the S-rank crystals lying on the ground and picked them up while the overlord was seeing his partner off. Kanu awkwardly scratched his head trying to persuade Kanhyuk. The protagonist smiled nervously, receiving Kanhyuk's consent. At the same time, Minhyuk closely watched the protagonist, sensing something was wrong. In the city, Echidna was woken up by Kanu while carrying her in his arms. He reminded her that they wanted to buy a new dress and it was better to do it before it was too late. Looking at the phone, he mentally told himself about today's crazy day, first Echidna, and then those 2. The protagonist plotted the fastest route to the mall using the electronic navigator. The path seemed strange to him. It seemed to him that there were not many people around the S-rank gate. Looking into the alley, he doubted the path. Suddenly, Echidna began to call him. The awakened Echidna said, pointing her finger at the dark alley, that it smelled of blood. The girl continued to point at the alley, saying that it smelled of human blood. There was a demon cult there. A spy who infiltrated there reported that a terrible madness occurred, beyond all expectations. He, having avoided internal control, took a video with shocking information. But due to the cult's block to prevent information leakage, he was not given the opportunity to send it. In the end, he did the impossible by contacting headquarters, but the surveillance system increased. But one of the cult tracked him down and caught him. At one point, he was able to escape. Bleeding, he ran with all his might. He could no longer bear it. His eyes closed on their own. But he didn't want to die like that, because he had this chip and he had to hand it over to H-Wang. He ran, but tripped. He fell on his knee and screamed. His body was shaking. His body wouldn't obey. He hit the floor with his hand, realizing that he couldn't give up. He casually ran his bloody hand across the floor and forced himself to take another step, another one to the gate, to the H-Warring squad. He clenched his teeth heading towards the gate. Kanu and Echidna were right in front of the poor fugitive. The young man, barely opening his eyes, made a decision. Kanu looked at the guy in bewilderment when he grabbed his hand. He handed the chip to the protagonist. Kanu asked what it was, but the agent didn't finish his sentence and the request to pass it on. He collapsed to the ground. Kanu crouched down, trying to wake the fugitive. He asked what was going on. Under his screams and orders to answer and not fall asleep, the wounded young man died. Kanu and Echidna were left standing in the alley in front of the fugitive's body, not understanding what kind of chip it was. Looking at the dead and bleeding man, Kanu wondered what was going on here and what was that on his hands. The protagonist sat down next to the supposed spy and used the power of observation. With this, he opened the system window of that man. It showed Donghan, level 52 with 6 awakenings. Kanu was surprised and realized that he was a strong player. Putting the chip in his pocket, he realized that the player could not exit the S-rank gate, because for this you need at least 7 awakenings. In the end, the only clue was the chip, which Kanu placed in the chip slot to examine it. The contents had only one video file, which alerted the demon lord. Upon opening it, he was stunned by the contents. Seeing the shock and horror on Kanu's face, Echidna became interested. She was puzzled when she saw the protagonist start to tremble. It was a very obscene sight. Beads of sweat appeared on Kanu's flushed face. He was covered in goosebumps and wondered why the hell the boy was so careful with this chip. He looked more closely, thinking that he had missed something. But even after looking closely, he only blushed again. The protagonist was happy to see such a scene again in 10,000 years. Echidna, in turn, asked a lot of questions about what the overlord was looking at. The confused protagonist justified himself, saying that he was simply trying to understand what happened to that guy, mentally muttering to himself that he needed to calm down. Suddenly, he felt someone approaching them. A crowd of demonic cult supporters appeared before them, and a dissatisfied Kanu had no idea who they were. They stopped in front of him. The evil cult members cursed at the guy, realizing that he had already seen the contents. The demon lord was perplexed that it was so obvious after watching the video. The cultists announced that they could not leave them alive now. The shocked lord was confused by such nonsense, wondering if what was in the video was prohibited by law. He did not understand what the cult followers were saying, while they accused him of being shameless and pretending not to understand what they were talking about. The enraged protagonist, realizing that they definitely needed the video, put his phone in his pocket. He was determined to protect his pleasure received after so much time at the cost of his life. Enveloping himself in mana, he told the cultists that he could not give them the chip. The cultists said that he had finally shown his true face. A moment later, the cultists rushed at the protagonist. Using the power of the Iron Curtain, the protagonist broke the dagger of one of the occultists. Combining the acceleration force with her, he instantly struck down 3 more. The confused cardinal of the sect ordered everyone to release all their power, and his companion warned of bad consequences. The leader said that he did not know where this man came from, but if they did not use this, then they would all die. Kanu's pupils dilated due to the flow of power, and he himself punched one of the opponents in the face. The protagonist suddenly came to his senses. After all, Echidna was perplexedly asking him what it was. The followers of the devil cult began to transform into demons. With a menacing expression on his face, the Lord said that he would give them peace forever so that they would not suffer anymore. Echidna became worried because it was dangerous, and when she said that she would help the protagonist, she was stopped by him. Saying that no one could deal with them better than him, he clenched his fist and rushed to the side of the roaring demons. One of the demons roared loudly at the protagonist, but a moment later, he was cut into 2 parts by Kanu. The demon gritted his teeth while the protagonist thought about the devil's regenerative powers that made him need to speed up. He immediately struck the demon again. He flew back with a scream. Suddenly, another demon ran up to Kanu, but Kanu immediately plunged his blade into his head. Another cultist attacked the protagonist from behind when he struck his enemy, but he was immediately struck by Kanu, who turned around. Kanu punched the cultist while simultaneously plunging his blade into him. The leader of the cultists watched this in shock. The demons began to roar in excitement, and a moment later, they turned around and ran away in fear. The protagonist bared his teeth, saying that it was too late to run away. Using the power of the blade's earth, Kanu cut the cultists' bodies with cries. When the blade struck the leader, he screamed loudly in pain. Blood was spilled under the shrill cries of pain of the demons. A moment, and the ruler was already shaking off his hands. Carelessly chuckling, he looked at the fallen monsters with disappointment. Returning to the video, he still could not understand why these demons from the cult needed it. When he again immersed himself in the video and thought whether he should take advantage of the moment, a cry of a man was heard asking if it was here. While Kanwu did not take his eyes off the screen, Kian fell on him from above. The protagonist, tearing his gaze away from the smartphone, noticed her out of the corner of his eye and became worried. Kian saw him and was also worried because they knew each other. While Kian asked him what he was doing here, Kanwu was only worried that she had seen what he was watching. Hwang, who was watching from the upper building, was in shock, even her pupils dilated. Hwang frowned deeply when she saw something. Cha Young asked the protagonist what he was doing here, to which he responded by saying that a few moments ago, strange people were jumping out here one by one. Hearing him, Cha Young said that she came on business. Hwang came down and asked Kang Wu if he had seen a chip here. Holding the chip between his 2 fingers, he asked if they needed it. Suddenly, Kion began to rudely order him to give her the chip because it was very important to her. The demon lord was in a stupor and did not understand why it was so important. The dissatisfied girl replied that they should look at the contents right away. The blushing Kanu mentally asked her again and whether she really wanted to see what was inside right now and why. Right now, the protagonist asked in confusion, slowly moving away to the wall, while Anju, taking off her cap, extended her hand to him, asking how many times she could repeat it so that he would give her the chip. Then Kanu took the chip out of the phone and handed it to the girl, who, putting her cap back on, asked what was wrong. From this, the protagonist blushed and looked coquettishly at the girl, who, while dealing with the chip, said that since it turned out that way. Inserting the chip into the phone, she offered to look at the contents together, after which she added that, in the end, Kanu also needed to know the contents. The protagonist was shocked by what he heard. He immediately turned away from Yeonju without answering. At that moment, the girl turned to Hwang and asked about the agent's condition. She, looking at the guy lying in a pool of blood, said that the agent was dead. After that, she covered the guy's eyes with her hand and turned to King. Looking at the main character, who, with his hands in his pocket, looked at her in surprise, she asked what happened here. Having answered this question, he thoughtfully scratched the back of his head and said that he himself did not really understand, but after a while, he told the whole story. Having finished, he, throwing his hand to the side, said that he had nothing more to say. Hwang, standing in front of him, said that it seemed that Kagu got involved in this incident completely by accident. After that, she looked at Yeonju and calmly said that after watching this video, they would get an explanation. But before she could finish, Yeonju, blushing from what she saw, screamed loudly. Covering her face with her cap, she turned the phone towards the protagonist and screamed, "What is this?" She continued to hold the phone with a shaking hand. Then the protagonist, turning away and covering Echidna's eyes, explained that he had nothing to do with it because the video was there from the beginning. Surprised, Hwang put her hand to her chin and said that this was most likely a fake video. Fake? Yeonju asked in surprise, to which Hwang replied that they would only be able to decipher the video through the video editor at headquarters. Hearing this, Yeonju screamed furiously, asking why they had to use such a video. Then Hwang said that it was a very good video for a fake, so headquarters usually recommend such adult videos as fakes. Now it became clearer, the protagonist said to himself, thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, adding that, as expected, the original video contained information about the devil cult, and the agent was supposed to deliver the video here, but something went wrong. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by an enraged Inju shouting at the protagonist why he didn't tell since he saw the video. Turning away, Kanu, blushing slightly, said that she herself wanted to watch the video right now. When suddenly a small Echidna jumped out in front of Inju and screamed at her not to hurt Kanu. Seeing the little girl, the girl pointed at her and asked who she was. Then the protagonist, patting Echidna on the head, said that this was the summoning dragon he had already spoken of. Could this really be that dragon? Inju asked in shock, looking at the child's swollen face. She just looks so small, she said, imagining a huge, terrifying dragon in front of her. Exhaling heavily, the protagonist asked her what she imagined about him. At that moment, Hwang's voice was heard, reporting that she had just contacted headquarters. She approached everyone with a phone in her hand and said that since their agent had died while carrying out this mission, they needed to immediately check the video. After which she added that they needed to immediately go to the main headquarters. It was already late evening. Devouring squad headquarters. Everyone is at ease. Hwang's voice was heard. Having taken the elevator to the floor the guys needed, they went out. They were immediately met by a small army. Hwang immediately turned to Captain Junseok and asked if there were any problems with the night operational staff. Bowing his head, Junseok replied that there were no problems and everything was fine. There was a problem with the transmission of information, Hwang said right there. After a short silence, she reported that Agent Donghan was killed during the operation. Upon hearing this, all 30 people were shocked and beads of sweat appeared on their faces. After which Hwang added that in order for the agent's death not to be in vain, they needed to approach this matter with even greater responsibility. Immediately after these words, she turned to Donghan again and said that she would contact the deceased's family, after which she ordered him to issue compensation. The protagonist, on whose back Echidna was sleeping, was watching all this the whole time. He looked at Hwang and said to himself that she was a natural-born warrior. Hwang, turning to Donghan, said that the video was encrypted, so it was necessary to immediately decrypt it and show the contents for investigation. Then she suddenly asked if it was possible to contact Commander Huni now. Donghan immediately replied that it was impossible because the commander was on a business trip to investigate the SS rank gate of Japan. It was reported that Chief Hwang was the most influential person in the first squad. After that, it was reported that everyone in Korea knew that no one could resist Kanghyun Huni except for him. Hwang, closing her eyes and exhaling heavily, said that they would go to the research room, after which she ordered that the video be deciphered as soon as possible. After that, she shouted loudly that the evening roll call was cancelled and that was it. After a while, a spotlight was brightly burning in the research room. It broadcast a video on the screen in which one of the cult followers approached the cardinal. "Speak," the cardinal said angrily, turning around. Then the newcomer said that the preparations for the summoning were nearing completion. Then the cardinal turned to the kneeling follower and asked how much time was needed, to which the guy replied that if they accelerated, they would do it in 3 weeks. Adjusting his hood, the cardinal said that it was faster than he expected, after which he asked if they had received support this time. Yes, the guy immediately answered, then added that probably because it was a huge guild, most of the offerings were B rank and above. There was a crazy smile on the follower's face, and beads of sweat were running down his cheeks. He happily said that the day when their plans would come true was not far off, then added that if the quest was successful, the church would bring even more. "Shut up," not letting the guy finish, the cardinal interrupted. Walking towards him, he asked if he was already talking about success. Descending the steps, he said that this was only the first step. "Sorry," the guy immediately said. Then the cardinal stepped on the follower's head and told him to keep in mind that they were still far from achieving their true goal, adding that he would never be able to achieve it with such a mindset. "I will improve," the guy said in a trembling voice. Without leaving the follower's head, the cardinal ordered him to refrain from such speeches until the preparation for the summoning was completely completed, because such words could cloud the mind. "Yes, sir," the guy answered. "And also," the cardinal suddenly said, without moving from his place. "It seems that we have a rat," he continued, staring at the follower. Here the video ends, H-Wang reported. "The Mask of the Red Devil," the protagonist said to himself. He, with his arms folded on his chest, looked at the screen and continued to say to himself that apparently, this is the one who preaches the cult of the devil, adding that the cardinal is sure that there are several players with such a rank. After thinking for a while, the protagonist said to himself that speaking of the summoning and the huge guild, when suddenly his eyes lit up with a bright scarlet flame. "3 things can be taken out," he continued. The first, imagining a cardinal on the hand of a huge demon. He said to himself that if a red mask with a star is called a cardinal, then it is clear that he has great power. Second, imagining a small portal to hell in a small room, he said that the cultists are preparing to summon something to earth. Third, imagining 5 emblems of different guilds, the protagonist concluded that the cultists are supported by some large guild. After his thoughts, without looking up from the image of the cardinal, he said that at the moment, the only way to begin an investigation is to investigate the large guilds. "For what?" H-Wang immediately asked, putting her hands on the back of the chair. Kanu immediately replied that the cultists caught a spy, and now they will do everything in their power to hide the information about the summoning. After thinking for a while and imagining the summoning hall, he added that now that they do not have their man there, then at this stage they will not be able to find out inside information. Accordingly, they will not have any leads. Immediately after that, having presented 5 cards with the emblems of large guilds, he added that it only remains to figure out the large guild that gives the cultists support, after which he said that they immediately exclude the Scarlet Rose and the government, who are conducting this investigation. Hearing such smart thoughts, the delighted Kang H-Wang said contentedly that he quickly got his bearings in the situation. From such praise, the protagonist smiled contentedly, when suddenly, Yeonju, putting her head on the table and exhaling heavily, asked in frustration how to figure out such a guild, because it would be difficult even for the government. Then H-Wang, putting the tablet on the table, said that, of course, it would be problematic to find out from the guilds, and if you resort to violence, then there is a high probability of getting involved in a senseless conflict. "There is one way," the protagonist suddenly said, watching the experiences of his colleagues. "The way?" Yeonju asked in surprise, raising her hand and head. Then Kanu raised his finger with a sly smile on his face and said that they should throw out the bait. After thinking for a while, the protagonist asked if it was true that the devil cult sacrificed high-ranked players. "Yes," and Ju answered discontentedly, rubbing her hand, after which she added that because of this, they lost many newcomers to their guild. "Did I really raise a big issue?" Kanu asked quietly, and Ju waved it off and replied that everything was fine. Then the protagonist continued, saying that the basis of the plan would be newcomers. In other words, the guys were targeting low-ranked players with high attribute ratings. Hearing this, H-Wang, thoughtfully putting her hand to her chin, said that recently cow players have been hunting in low-ranked gates and the number of disappearances has increased sharply. Hearing this, the protagonist said that they should start spreading rumors. After that, he smiled madly and his eyes lit up. Looking at H-Wang, he said that they should blow a bubble that said that there were rumors that there were very talented players of S rank and above in the low-rank gate. After thinking for a while, Kanwoo added that they should add another rumor that said that Scarlet Rose was already looking at talented players, so the number of players in the guild had increased significantly. After that, he imagined a fish jumping for the bait and said that now the cultists would make a sudden move and catch their bait. After listening to the protagonist, H-Wang, leaning on the table, said that the idea was good, when she suddenly asked if the cultists would be so reckless as to take such a risk, considering the situation with the spy being exposed. "The cardinal will definitely make his move," Kanwoo answered firmly and coldly, folding his arms. "How do you know?" Yeonju asked in confusion, getting up from the table and looking at the protagonist. With a wicked smile on his face and glowing eyes, Kanu replied that it was a devil cult, adding that the cultists had already lost all moral control on the path to their passionate desire. Nervously squeezing his hand, Kanu said to himself that in addition, the closer the cherished power is to the cultist, the more they turn into demons, so those who collect magic will not be able to resist such a temptation. Suddenly, with a kind smile on his face, looking at H-Wang, the protagonist said that even if the cultists were so careful before, it was still impossible to hide what was happening. H-Wang looked at Kanu and replied that despite the patrols, there was no tendency for the cow of players to decrease. After listening to this conversation, Anju, folding her arms on her chest, said that they would do so then, after which she asked who they would throw as bait, because at low ranks, strong rankers are already known. Suddenly, after a short pause, she looked at the protagonist and said that she was not going to use her guild members as bait. Hearing this, Kanu smiled widely and said that he understood the girl perfectly. Suddenly, a crazy smile appeared on his face again, and he said that there was already a person who was perfect for the role of bait. At this time, throwing his jacket over his shoulder, Sehun walked along the sidewalk. Entering the house, he fell to his knees in front of his sick mother. The guy's eyes were shining with a bright blue light. Sehun sat silently opposite his mother. His condition was terrible, but he still held the hand of a person dear to him. Someone was watching all this from the window. It was the protagonist, who was disguised as he watched the guy through binoculars. He could not hold back his tears because he saw Sehun taking care of his sick mother every night. Anyway, he suddenly said, opening his phone and seeing the news, he added that the reality exceeded expectations. He saw many posts about Sehun and said to himself that rumors were spreading faster than planned. But at the same time, it didn't attract unnecessary attention, Kanwoo added, so it was the perfect speed of spreading. At this time, two guys passed by him and saw Sehun in the window. At this time, Pak Hyen's fingers were quickly tapping on the keyboard. His voice was heard, which said that they needed to gradually keep an eye on Sehun, after which he added that if there was someone in the group who knew Sehun, then they should pretend that the protagonist did not know him. Pak Hyen sat surrounded by many monitors and searched for information. The protagonist, lying under a large cape with a magnifying glass in his hand, recalled Pak Hyen's words, who said that no one except Kanwoo was suitable for this role. When suddenly the protagonist noticed that Sehun left the house. The guy was completely collected. Then I need to move too, the protagonist said. After a while, Sehun came to the gate of Mokdong C rank and greeted his team. Surprised, Sehun asked Hansol if she was feeling unwell since she looked pale. By the way, Tisu suddenly said, Kanwoo is missing somewhere as always, he added. Hansol then said that he had not been home for a week. Then Tisu asked if she could somehow contact the main character. At that time, someone approached a man in a night costume and offered to join forces, to which he said that he already had a team. Then the girl sadly lowered her head and said that they texted each other every day and sometimes called each other, so now all she could think about was Kanwoo and where he had gone. Suddenly, Sehun, confusedly scratching his cheek, said that this had nothing to do with the affairs inside the gate. Then Yunbai, with a warm and wide smile on her face, told Hansol not to be upset. She also added that Kanwoo most likely had a reason for this, and a week had already passed, which meant that he would be back soon. Probably, Hansol answered quietly, her head down in disappointment. Clutching her staff in her hands, she asked upsetly if the protagonist was tired of her cooking. Surprised, Yunbai asked again. Hansol was in despair and depression was already around her. She asked if this was why the protagonist did not want to stay at her house or if he had a new girlfriend. Yunbai immediately patted the girl on the back and said encouragingly that there was no one better than Hansol, so he could not find anyone, only the opposite. On the contrary, Hansol asked in surprise. Yunbai immediately imagined the protagonist howling at the moon and said lovingly that he was in his prime, and being under the same roof with such a beautiful girl like Hansol was torture. Stop it, Sehun said immediately, then told Hansol not to pay attention to Yunbai's words. He spread his arms out to the sides and said that the protagonist must have an important reason, because unlike them, Kanwoo was a high-ranking player. He smiled warmly and said that he understood Hansol's worries, but all they could do was to quickly reach Kanwoo's level. Hansol listened to her comrade with her head lowered in bitterness. Sehun continued, explaining that all they had to do was work harder and try their best. Hearing her friend's words, the girl suddenly grabbed her staff and resolutely raised her head. Immediately after that, the entire group went to the portal to hunt. A man in a knight's helmet watched from the side. Raising his helmet, he said contentedly that the guys had already reached C rank. It was the protagonist, who had a satisfied and warm smile on his face. While seeing the team off, he was saying to himself that even though level 20 and Third Awakening were not enough, the guys were growing up fast. Suddenly, taking off his helmet and exhaling heavily, he said to himself that one way or another, he had not seen Hansol for a week. He remembered the girl's sad face and said that he could not do anything, because work was calling, but when he personally saw how hard it was for her. After that, he remembered Echidna, who, being in Hansol's apartment, was crying, remembering the main character. He understood that Echidna, for whom he was the only person she could rely on, was probably having an even harder time. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he said to himself with displeasure that he wanted to end this as quickly as possible. And at that time, a huge monster swung his weapon and screamed loudly. Having struck Tisu, he easily withstood the blow, defending himself with his shield. There was a satisfied smile on the guy's face. Suddenly, he raised the shield above his head and shouted, asking how the monster could handle it. A strong blow from the shield landed near the monster's leg. At that very second, Tisu shouted, giving a sign to Sehun. Hansol immediately used the skill Strengthen on Sehun, and the guy used the skill Water Dragon, after which he was enveloped in a strong magical aura. The next moment, he pierced the monster through and through with his glowing sword. blood spurted out of the goblin's mouth. But at that very second, the monster closed its mouth in rage, gritting its teeth. Immediately after that, it turned around, preparing to attack Sehun. Fire spear, Yunbai's voice was immediately heard. At that very moment, a large fiery spear pierced the monster's back, lightning enveloped the orc's body, and smoke poured out of the monster's mouth. The next moment, the monster fell to the ground. Approaching the goblin, Tisu asked if he was definitely dead. Kicking the monster in the face, Sehun said that he was definitely dead since his experience points had increased. The boys crowded around the orc. Suddenly, Yunbai, holding her hat, said that she thought they needed to be vigilant even if there was only one opponent. Yes, Hansol answered, adding that C-rank monsters were stronger. Looking at the goblin's corpse, a confused Tisu said that there were more than 5 lizardmen last time, but even if there were 3, the lizardmen would still be dangerous, after which he asked how Kanu went to such places to hunt alone. Confusedly scratching the back of his head, Sehun said that in any case, a month had passed, and they had leveled up well and even killed a troll. At that moment, Tisu and Yunbai joyfully shouted that it was all thanks to Sehun. Confusedly scratching the back of his head, with a drop of sweat on his face, the guy answered that Yunbai's magic was also good, after which he asked if they would now start collecting mana stones. Hearing this, everyone happily said that they would hurry with the collection. At that very second, they rushed at the dead troll, collecting everything they could from it. The main character watched all this from a cliff. Lowering the pipe, he said to himself with satisfaction that they had definitely grown, because they fought even without unnecessary movements. After that, he remembered the moments of the battle and said to himself that the roles were now clearly distributed and all future movements were clear. Remembering how Tisu put up his shield, he said that this was so plus control. Recalling how Sehun used a strong skill to destroy a monster, he said that it was the main damage plus buff, adding that salt could give an additional buff, so it was useful even if healing was needed. After that, he recalled how the lightning spear finished off the troll and said that it was auxiliary damage plus cover. Watching the happy and satisfied team leave, the protagonist said that it was interesting to see if the guys would need his help. That's it, Kanu said, standing up, and then said that it was time to really put out the bait. He lowered his head in confusion and, recalling the image of the cultist, wondered how long they would remain idle since a week had already passed. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and there was uncertainty in his eyes. He wondered if the cultists were really going to just look at such an outstanding newcomer. After that, he looked through the pipes again at the departing team and said to himself that he himself knew that such prey was impossible to miss. After that, he put the pipe on the ground, exhaled heavily and said that everything needed to be checked. At that very second, he stretched out his hand and used the power of observer technique. He looked through all the hidden places of this location. He passed by monsters. In his head, he said that the cultists should definitely come. When suddenly, looking around, he saw 2 explosions in the distance. After looking at what was happening there, he saw 2 players who easily killed the monsters in their path. Looking at the corpses of the trolls, the protagonist immediately realized that these players were high level, after which he added that they did not even collect mana stones. He immediately realized that they immediately ran towards Sehun. Immediately after that, he cancelled the technique. There was a crazy smile on his face. He happily said that the cultists finally took the bait. At this time, the shocked troll with a cut belly fell to his knees. Having fallen dead to the ground, the whole team went to him. Then Tisu happily said that Sehun was great, to which the guy, confusedly scratching the back of his head, said that he was just lucky. Then Yunbai waved her hand and said discontentedly that Sehun did not even let her have fun this time. At this, the guy laughed in confusion, when suddenly shock and surprise pierced him. A troll crawled out from behind the mountain behind Hansol. Sehun immediately shouted to the girl, warning her of danger. The monster immediately rushed at the girl, but a second later he was cut into 2 parts. The whole group was shocked by what had just happened. The laughter of an unknown person was heard, who then said that he was wondering who was fighting here. Seeing the person who came, Sehun was shocked and scared, and beads of sweat were running down his face. In front of him was Young-hoon, behind whom stood a huge man in a tuxedo. "I didn't think I'd meet you here, Sehun," Young-hoon said immediately with a crazy smile on his face. Suddenly, the entire team turned to Sehun and asked if he really knew that guy. But the guy didn't hear his team's questions. He remembered Young-hoon and said that he was the deputy leader of the Mir Guild, one of the top 5 guilds in Korea, because he was the son of the chairman of the Mir Electronics Corporation. After that, Sehun remembered how Young-hoon put his hand on the ball and only blue color appeared. Toda Sehun explained that unlike his father, Yi-hyun, who is considered one of the highest ranking officials in Korea, Young-hoon was only slightly above average, but relying on his father's wealth and power, he was able to manipulate other people. "Why did you come here?" Sehun immediately asked Young-hoon, to which he laughed and threw his hand to the side and said that he was hunting. Then go where you were going, Sehun immediately said, to which Yonghan replied that it was somehow rude to his brother. Then Sehun could not hold back and screamed with all his might, asking how he dared to call himself his brother. There was a mad smile on Yonghan's face. Looking at his brother, he replied that Sehun, unlike him, had lower blood. Unable to bear it, Sehun grabbed his blade. Yonghan was advancing on his brother. Throwing his hand to his side, he asked with a mad smile on his face if he really wanted to fight so much. A drop of cold sweat was running down Sehun's face, and he clenched his teeth in rage. Suddenly Yonghan, stopping, said that there were a lot of rumors circulating around his brother now. Rumors? Sehun asked in surprise. They say that he has an incredible ability of at least S rank. Hearing this, Sehun was greatly surprised and shocked by this. Young-hoon continued to say with a sneer that he did not know that his brother would awaken as a high-level player. Holding the hilt of his sword, Sehun asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Suddenly, Young-hoon stuck out his tongue, smiled madly and extended his hand to Sehun and said that he needed a sacrifice like his brother. After that, he looked at the rest of the frightened team and said that they were also suitable for the role of sacrifices. Everyone immediately hid behind Tesmu. Looking at Hansol, Young-hoon said that she should not be killed or sacrificed. Because, he said, looking at Hansol with malicious glee, after which he added that it seemed that there were many ways in which she could be used. Bastard, Sehun immediately shouted, rushing at his brother, but the latter instantly parried the attacker's blow. Sehun flew into the distance and stopped. Seeing this, the entire team was shocked. He clenched his teeth in rage. A drop of sweat was running down his face, and he asked himself if it was possible to attack so quickly from such a short distance. Like a rainbow, Yonghan swung his sword, ordering his brother to stand still. His sword in his hand was covered in an incredible magical aura. It was also reported that the absolute defense mode was on. A second later, he appeared in front of his brother and swung his sword, but Sehun quickly dodged. Seeing this, Yonghan laughed, shouting that he was running away well. But at that very second, he again struck Sehun several times. The guy was having a hard time holding back all of his brother's attacks. Suddenly, after another blow, Yonghan missed. Then Sehun swung and was about to strike hard, but before he could do so, Yonghan parried the blow again. The next moment, Sehun received a strong kick to the stomach. He immediately flew into a nearby rock. He was all wounded, it was hard for him to get up. I understand, he said to himself. After that, he stood up and saw that his brother was approaching him. Looking at the sword, Sehun realized that Yonghan's sword was not moving of its own free will. Then he suddenly realized that the sword that his brother was holding was moving its owner. This was the absolute defense system of Yonghan's special equipment. It was reported that this entire system was developed in the laboratory. It is a special system that combines technology and Capital World electronics. This system is attached to the equipment and detects enemy attacks using sensors, so the system automatically blocks attacks by moving the user's body. Yonghan was furious. His face was red and veins stood out. He squeezed his blade hard, preparing to kill his brother. A second later, he rushed at him, but at the last moment, Tisu appeared, protecting his comrade with a shield. "Who are you?" Yonghan asked irritably, holding the sword on the shield. Tisu could barely hold back from such an onslaught. He clenched his teeth from the weight, and veins stood out on his hands. He said with heaviness that although he did not know what could have happened to Yonghan and Sehun. After these words, he began to move, straining his legs and moving forward, when suddenly he shouted that he could not allow him to harm Sehun. After these words, he rushed forward at great speed, dragging his comrade's brother along with him. Tisu tried incredibly hard, when suddenly he stopped and looked ahead because he did not understand what was happening. In front of his shield stood Yonghan, who was covered in a protective shell. There was a malicious smile on the guy's face. He was wearing absolute defense equipment. Looking at Tisu, he asked how dare he attack him with such equipment. He immediately used the skill to summon a magic field. Tisu was greatly shocked. A bright light illuminated everything around. Its source was Yonghan. At that very moment, Tisu flew back to the mountain. Looking at the dust that rose up, Yonghan with a crazy smile on his face said that he would have killed him anyway, having dealt with his brother. Then, suddenly, looking towards Sehun, he was slightly surprised. Not far in front of him, Sehun stood in a stance, charging a strong attack. Behind Sehun stood Hansol, who was using reinforcement magic on him. There were no pupils in Sehun's eyes. Incredible magical energy enveloped him entirely. He used the dragon shockwave technique, fifth connection. At that moment, he disappeared from the spot. A second later, he was already above his brother, swinging back where the huge wind dragon was. Streams of energy rushed towards Young-hoon standing in front of him. The hero used the dragon shockwave technique, fifth connection. The guy frowned in displeasure and bared his teeth. Sehun appeared in front of the guy's face, raising his sword to strike. An image of a giant wind dragon had appeared behind him. He frowned and opened his mouth wide, screaming loudly. Young-hoon thrust his sword in front of him, stopping his attack. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide, his weapon was destroyed. With a loud scream, Sehun abruptly lowered his hands, holding the weapon in them. A bright trace was left in space. The guy froze in place, he was breathing heavily, looking up ahead. Sehun arched his eyebrows, listening to the guy's words about how he could forget. The youth was always like this. Young-hoon raised his eyebrows and pressed his palm to his chest, activating a defensive expansion. He kicked the man lying next to him, saying that he had a dirty background. The boy had never been able to lose. Sehun furiously knitted his eyebrows and bared his teeth, calling him stupid. Young-hoon remembered their childhood in school, when the boy was better, playing basketball and Sehun scoring a basket. Even in his talent as a player he was better. The boy remembered his brother picking up a bright sphere. But there is a limit to everything. Young-hoon held out a small dagger. He pointed the weapon at the boy standing in front of him, saying that he didn't care about it, because he had enough money and power to command people. Sehun froze in a fighting stance. The system reported that the copying was complete. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and opened his mouth, hearing the cries that he would crush his worthless talent and the like. Young-hoon was floating in front of the boy with a smile on his face. An image of a giant monster appeared behind him. He was shouting that he was able to crush the boy even 1,000 times. The boy used the dragon shockwave technique, the fifth connection, the wind dragon. The boy grinned smugly and knitted his brows, asking if the boy could repel his own technique. Sehun bared his teeth, holding his sword in front of him. A bright flash shone in front of his face. The boy's eyes widened. Young-hoon swung his hand sharply, throwing the boy back. Dust rose into the air. The boy smiled maliciously. He was saying that this was the limit for his little brother Sehun. From now on he will look down on him. The boy was sitting on the floor, blood flowing from his mouth. He was staring ahead with an empty gaze. The pink-haired girl came closer and concentrated bright energy in her palm, saying that she would cure him. Yunbai gritted her teeth and held out a wand with a bright sphere in front of her. The girl used the skill lightning spear, but the guy only laughed, surrounding himself with a blue shield. Young-hoon frowned and smiled frighteningly, saying that no matter how much his brother fought, despite all his efforts, he was pathetic because there was a limit that could not be crossed. Hansol widened her eyes and frowned, telling the heavily breathing Sehun that in this situation, she would not be able to treat him for long, but she provided first aid. The guy looked down, listening to the girl's words that she would go help Yunbai, and he needed to come to his senses as soon as possible. He thought about how, although he survived, his strength completely left him. Young-hoon bared his teeth in a smile. Using the holy strike, bright blue flashes were around him. Sehun thought that this is how he will die. After he swore to take revenge on the bastards who abandoned them, there is no talk of revenge since he cannot even protect the people dear to him. Yunbai and Hansol put their hands forward, trying to strike the youth in front of him. The man lay motionless on the ground, gritting his teeth. Sehun pursed his lips, thinking that all this was because of his weakness, because of his lack of strength. Suddenly, the youth heard a voice asking if he was pathetic. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and knitted his eyebrows. The voice again asked if the boy wanted to become stronger. The protagonist watched the events through a telescope. He recognized the person the boy was talking about back then. Kanu smiled, happy that he would finally be free of this pepper bag, thinking that the guild that was associated with the devil cult was the mere guild. The guy looked up in surprise, remembering the photo on Seongsu's phone, thinking that Sehun was the illegitimate son of the head of the Mir Guild, because initially he thought that they were just similar enough, but did not suspect that they were brothers. Kanu began to warm up, saying that now that he had established the necessary connections for the plan, he could slowly move forward, but his words were interrupted by a loud scream from the guy. Sehun screamed that he needed strength. The protagonist smiled embarrassedly and raised his eyebrows, not understanding what he was talking about. The guy grabbed his sword. Blue energy shone brightly around him. Lifting his hair and cloak up, he screamed that he needed more strength in order to defeat all the enemies in his path. The girls turned to him in surprise. Sehun gritted his teeth. He raised his sword to strike, approaching Young-hoon, the image of a giant dragon head shining brightly behind him, shouting that he needed strength to protect the people he cared about. Kanwoo grinned, wondering if the guy, finding himself in such a situation, had awakened some hidden power, whether he had really awakened. The system notified that Sehun's familiar was accepting the power of the god Chen Th1. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, reading the status pop-ups that the vessel was not yet ready and could not accept only part of the power. Acquired high-level martial arts shock waves. Received one key to change for the better. Sehun's familiar had mastered a new art, mastering the sword and the cloud dragon blade. Kanwoo thought about giving him the place of the protagonist. The boy, his eyes shining, rushed at Young-hoon with his sword. The dragon behind him opened his mouth wide, baring his teeth. Sehun frowned, his eyes rolled back. He opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. Leaving a bright light in space behind him, the young man rushed towards his brother. Young-hoon bared his teeth, holding his sword in front of him, not understanding what was happening. He worriedly turned his gaze to his shoulder. A wound appeared on it, from which blood spurted. The boy froze, looking at his brother swinging his sword and wondering if the absolute defense had really failed. Young-hoon frowned and bared his teeth, asking not to make fun of him. The boy grabbed his weapon tighter. His brother used the dragon shockwave technique. Fifth connection. Sehun, his eyes shining, was not going to retreat. The boy opened his mouth and shouted, using the skill Cloud Dragon Strike. Third connection. A large monster head was visible from behind his back. He shouted loudly, Cloud Mayhem. A bright blue dragon moved after the boy, writhing its whole body. Young-hoon bared his teeth, dodging the blows his brother inflicted, not understanding how this was possible. Where did he get such strength and speed from? Sehun moved sharply from side to side, not stopping to strike. The boy was very close to the boy's face. His eyes were shining brightly. Young-hoon did not understand how his brother could surpass him in everything, how he became so strong. The boy looked worriedly at his other shoulder. The blade of the sword left a new wound, blood spurted out of it. Young-hoon frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking about running. The boy held the hilt of the sword with both hands. Sweat appeared on Young-hoon's face after the sword's tip managed to pass through his advanced defense of the absolute defense equipment. He then realized that it was too late to run. Suddenly, a large man wearing black glasses and a suit appeared in front of the boy. He held out his weapon, thereby stopping Sehun's attack. The man frowned and, with a sharp movement, threw the boy back. Young-hoon frowned and cried out, asking why Myung-ho deigned to come out only now. The man apologized to the vice chief. Sehun leaned on his sword and breathed heavily. The status window reported that the damage level was too high. Without a break in energy recovery, the wounds would worsen. The boy thought that the man only needed to swing his axe to stop him. He frowned, looking ahead. Beads of sweat flowed down his face. He thought that he did not know what was on Young-hoon's mind right now. Myung-ho appeared before the boy, holding an axe in his hands, telling the boy to admit that he could never surpass the vice chief. The man furrowed his brows, saying that if he was obedient, then he would finish him off quickly. Sehun opened his mouth, breathing heavily. He looked up at the man standing before him. Sehun frowned and shouted loudly, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Myung-ho swung the axe, pinning the boy to the ground. The boy's hand flew up from the ground as the tip of the axe sank into the ground next to him. Sehun closed his eyes and bared his teeth, realizing that his body was exhausted. The man stepped on his hand with his foot, raising the weapon to strike, saying that weaklings also have rights, but only one, to suffer. The boy gritted his teeth, blood pouring out of his mouth, thinking that he was wrong. The young man remembered his little self in the house. The silhouettes were illuminated by the warm light in the window. Heard his mother's apologies for giving him life, the woman hugging the little boy. Sehun was kneeling with his head on her shoulder, thinking that he didn't need an apology. He was already coping with everything, so he wanted to thank her for giving birth to him. The boy held his mother's back tightly. Sehun was lying on the ground, tears streaming down his eyes, thinking that in the end he couldn't overcome the reversal of fate. Calling himself pathetic, he apologized to the boys, because he thought that it was because of him that they ended up in this situation. Hansol's eyes widened as she looked at the boy. She was helping the injured man. Yunbai was breathing heavily, saying that her mana was at its limit. The boy regretted that he couldn't protect them and he wouldn't be able to until the very end. Sehun looked at the approaching axe head. He closed his eyes, tears streaming down his eyes, asking for their forgiveness. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he heard the words that it was well said. The protagonist held the axe in his hand. The man bared his teeth in displeasure. He asked if the only right of the weak was to suffer. He stuck out the sharp blade from his hand, saying that he thought so too. The guy swung his hand sharply and threw Myung-ho back, his impact with the ground causing clouds of dust to rise into the air. Kanwoo smiled, saying that from now on he would allow the man to fully enjoy his right. While Myung-ho was trying to recover, Sehun looked up at the guy, asking how he ended up here. The protagonist smiled, saying that he would tell him everything later, mentally making a displeased face. He thought that he couldn't tell him that all this time he had been watching the guy and was impatiently waiting for the devil cult to come and catch him. Kanwoo turned to the girls, asking them to carry Sehun to a safe place and patch him up. They widened their eyes and frowned, answering that they understood the order. Hansol supported the injured guy. While the girls were carrying away the body of the beaten boy, Myung-ho stood up and picked up an axe, asking Kanwoo if he was from S1-2, to which the boy asked with a smile on his face if he was from there. Would he have come here alone? The boy closed his eyes, rubbing his neck and saying that they were not in a relationship to introduce themselves, asking him to pounce already. The man squeezed his hands tighter, holding the axe in them. Myung-ho threw himself at the boy with insults, leaving a bright mark in space. He gritted his teeth and frowned, asking if these were his words. Kanwoo smiled widely, squeezing the tip of the axe in his hand and saying that the weak in bonds have only one right, to suffer. A shudder ran through the man's body. He could not move the weapon. The protagonist mockingly said that he would not violate his right. Myung-ho gritted his teeth. The boy was reflected in his glasses. He wondered who he was. Young-hoon jumped out from behind the rock, spreading his arms out to the sides. He shouted for the man to use magic. The man gritted his teeth in displeasure, listening to the screams of the guy who asked if he was tired of living, ordering him to quickly use magic to sacrifice himself for the Mir Guild. Myung-ho dropped the base of the axe from his hands. He patted his chest, saying that he understood everything. The veins on his hand became very bad. He clenched his fingers, tearing off his clothes. Kanu raised his eyebrows and smiled, looking at how the man changed his appearance, enveloping his body in bright red tongues of energy. Myung-ho opened his mouth wide, showing sharp teeth. Horns appeared on his forehead. He spread large red wings, screaming shrilly. Young-hoon arched his eyebrows and smiled smugly. The guy laughed loudly, saying that this way they would definitely be able to win. The hero's face showed veins. He ordered the man to kill the impudent fool. The protagonist smiled, looking at the monster's hand hovering over him, saying that no matter how strong Myung-ho was, he would be the winner from here because the hero always wins. Kanu smiled, raising his hand with concentrated dark energy and saying that it was surprising that of all the people he saw when he returned to Earth, he looked the most like a demon. The hero used the ability the power of the Iron Curtain plus the power of 1,000. Kanu pierced the demon's stomach with a weapon, leaving a bright mark in space. The man's eyes widened. Blood spurted from his mouth. The demon screamed shrilly. Young-hoon froze in place, not understanding what was happening. His forehead turned blue. Myung-ho lay motionless on the sand. The protagonist, his eyes sparkling, walked towards the guy. He wondered if the young man was a ranker, not understanding how he was able to defeat a man who used magic. The protagonist smiled maliciously, his red eyes shining brightly. Young-hoon turned around and gritted his teeth, thinking that he needed to run. He needed to call his father. The guy was breathing heavily, holding a bright communication bead in his palm, which is used for continuous communication inside the gate. From behind Young-hoon, a creepy smiling Kanwoo appeared, asking where he was going. The guy screamed in fear. The protagonist pushed him in the back. The guy fell to the ground. Young-hoon frowned, looking at the protagonist and asking who he was. A boot approached his head. The guy closed his eyes. Kanwoo rested his foot on his head, asking why in a moment of despair they always ask this banal question. Is it really the devil cult that teaches them to talk like that? He noticed the bright light in the guy's palm, asking if he was going to contact Ying-hyun. Young-hoon couldn't even string two words together. Kanwoo smiled creepily, saying that everything was fine and asking the guy to call his father. The man was sitting in a chair in front of a brightly shining communication bead. He touched it with his finger, asking what happened. A question came from the brightly shining bead. The protagonist asking if this was the same guardian Young-hoon. The man asked who it was. Ying-hyun put his hand on the side of the chair, listening to Kanwoo's words that he was just the one holding his son hostage. He heard his son's voice, followed by a scream and the sound of a blow. The man frowned, listening to the guy's words that Young-hoon seemed to be going through puberty because he was not listening at all, asking if he raised him well. The protagonist smiled, holding the chain that bound the boy's body in his hand, asking if the man was worried about his son. Young-hoon lay motionless. His face had many abrasions and traces of blood. He was breathing heavily. While Kanwoo was talking about how his condition was getting worse with each passing minute, the man asked what he wanted. He imagined a bright blue portal, saying that if the man wanted to save his son, then he should go to the C-rank gate in Mokdong right now. The man asked if he should come alone. The guy laughed loudly, asking if he would really do it if the protagonist said so. The man darkened, raising his eyebrows. Kanwoo lowered himself to Young-hoon and smiled, pulling the chain. He was talking about how he knew people like him too well. The guy told him not to even think about slipping away, because he would not wait for long. The youth furrowed his eyebrows and screamed. The man asked if the protagonist was sane, and Young-hoon could be heard screaming. Kanwoo leaned on him with his foot, telling him to stop fussing and come alone. Yi-hyun left dents in the table under his hand, turning to the guy, asking if he really thought he could clean up all this trouble and survive just because he cooperated with the government and was in a guild. Kanwoo cried out in displeasure, saying that he did not cooperate with the government. The man asked if he always acted alone. The protagonist grimaced, saying that he always hunted alone. Yi-hyun jumped up from his seat and frowned, screaming that the guy was crazy, asking if he knew who the man was, if the hero had the guts to do such a thing. Kanwoo laughed loudly, saying that he did not care who he was. The man's eyes widened in rage. He dug his fingers into the holes of the table, listening to the guy's question. Does the man himself know who Kanwoo is? The communication bead was shining brightly. The guy was saying that if this is the case, then he can beat the boy without stopping. The main character smiled, pulling Young-hoon's hair back. Tears were flowing from the guy's eyes. His teeth were knocked out. Tears could be seen in the eyes of the sufferer. His face was slapped, but they tried to stop the torturer. Smiling, Kanwoo said that he would give the man 20 minutes, and if he did not show up, he would leave it to his imagination. The boy looked down as Yi-hyun claimed that he did not know who he was or what he wanted. He clutched the shards in his hand, stating that if Kanwoo did this for ransom, there was no turning back. He furiously said that he would definitely get the boy, and after that, he would tear him to pieces and kill him. Slamming the martyr's head into the ground, Kanwoo only wishes him luck. The tied-up man trembles, and the boy decides that Yi-hyun is finished. He pays attention to him after begging for mercy. crying. The boy says that if he wants money, his father can give him as much as he wants. Kanwoo only hits him, claiming that he loves money, but that is not what he wants from their family. Opening his eyes, the prisoner asks in despair what he wants. Smiling, the boy says that he wants peace in the world. The boy grumpily tells him not to fool around, asking what he really wants since he can give him anything. They cover his face, telling him to shut up. The boy smiles when Kanwoo tells him that he needs to get ready to meet his sugar daddy. The thought that his father will not leave a wet spot on him sounds. Kanwoo smiles widely, noting that he is lucky. The prisoner looks at him questioningly when he states that Yihyun loves him. A huge horse appears, and it is said that a person who cares about someone is easy to use. Young people come out of the portal. Kanwoo looks away when his name is called. Keying frowns, noticing that he hung up the phone and has not been heard from since, and says that she brought the Devouring squad and the players she could, but it seems in vain. Tisu is surprised by the people who appeared, and the boy claims that he was just unlucky to be in the same boat with them. The girl goes to Hansol, asking who it is. She looks her up and down. Suddenly, Kian crosses his arms over his chest and looks at her with displeasure. Hansol frowns when she asks what her relationship is with Kanwoo, stating that she should ask the same question and why she is speaking so friendly to the boy. Tisu holds the boy in his arms when he is told not to overdo it unnecessarily. Hwang seriously asks where the one who took the bait is he the one being dragged along the ground? Kanwoo smiles as he lifts the prisoner by his chains, believing that he is still alive. Ki tensely notes that she would not have recognized him at first sight, did not think that she would see Young-hoon as a hostage, and the boy believes that they should have expected Yihyun to come with someone. The girl sighs, believing that they have started a war. Anyway, since the Mir Guild was connected to the devil cult, they would have started a war sooner or later. Hwang looks at her, telling Kang that she is sorry, but in such a hurry they could only gather so many reinforcements, it will be difficult for them if a full-scale war starts. She frowns, believing that their actions were hasty. Young-hoon trembles, and it is stated that there is no easier battle than one where the enemy runs headlong. But that only happens when the enemy loses their mind, and it is asked if Yihyun will lose his temper and immediately charge. Kangwoo's foot moves towards the prisoner's head as he states that a father's love for his son knows no bounds. He smiles, and Kiang asks if he really believes that Yihyun would charge headlong, since he is not that kind of person after all. The young man menacingly states that they will find out. Several cars speed by and everyone tenses. The man gets out of the car, remarking that he knew they were the ones doing this. The girls look at him with displeasure when their names are mentioned. The man trembles with anger, believing that they thought that taking his son hostage would put an end to their plans. Yihyun seriously asks where the man he was talking to is. He looks away when the voice is heard. Kanwoo waves his hand at him, claiming that the man looks better in person. Yihyun grits his teeth, insulting him. The boy drops Young-hoon when he is thanked for not escaping. The man looks at him in shock. Kiang is indignant, asking how Kanwoo could give up the hostage so easily. Yihyun frowns, asking what the trick is. The boy laughs, saying that he wanted them to be together one last time, since the man was so worried. Yihyun tensely holds his son when he asks if he wants to hug him. Kanwoo just laughs. The man asks worriedly how Young-hoon is feeling. He asks worriedly if his son is okay. The boy is reflected in his eyes and he asks him to tell him something. Young-hoon asks tremblingly who he is. Yihyun tenses up after asking again. He squeezes his son's shoulder, telling him that he is his dad. There are requests to let the boy go. Young-hoon asks worriedly who he is. The man looks at him dumbfounded. The boy asks crying to let him go. Yihyun looks furious. He clenches his hands into fists, insulting Kana. Tian covers the people with her hand, telling them to step back so as not to get caught in the hot hand. The man furiously asks how dare the boy do this to his son. Suddenly, pieces of rocks fly in all directions. Kian covers himself with his hands, casting a spell. She clenches her hand into a fist. At this time, Kanwoo looks satisfied. The girl and the man rush to attack when the special ability of the Ninth Awakening and the Bloodthirsty Chain are used. Kiang swings aggressively. Yihyun looks furious. They approach each other. The old man clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes turned white, and he yelled, calling for everyone to step aside. He stretched his hand forward, and immediately there was an explosion. The old man clenched his hand into a fist, approaching Kian. The girl frowned angrily and clenched her jaw. A red long chain surrounded the old man, who jumped into the air. He froze, clenching his hands into fists and looking at the red chain on his body in shock. The old man clenched his teeth, his hand trembled, and he let out a loud sigh. He swung his fist in the air. While the old man screamed angrily, Kian looked at him with hatred. Then the old man stretched his arms out to the sides, breaking the chain and yelling that it was useless. The red-haired girl jumped back. Asphalt debris flew into the air, and she clenched her fists, cursing loudly. The old man swung his arm and yelled for Chaeyeon to go away. The red-haired girl was floating in the air among the rubble. Suddenly, Hwang entered the battle. The white-haired woman frowned and screamed loudly, calling for a gale. She waved her hand in the air, and bright blue stripes immediately appeared. The old man fell to the ground, gray smoke rising. He bent his knees and clenched his fists, screaming loudly. His jacket tore. Bloody wounds were visible on his body. His eyes turned white, and he was breathing heavily through his mouth. Chae-young and H-Wang looked at the old man with hatred. The protagonist smiled, crossing his arms. Yi-hyun bared his teeth and furrowed his black eyebrows. Veins appeared on his forehead, and he yelled loudly. The old man raised his hands up, clenching his hands into fists, and his eyes began to emit a bright light. Then he slammed his fist on the ground, shouting that he was asking Ki-young and H-Wang to leave. The asphalt cracked, its debris flew up. H-Wang lost her balance and trembled. Yi-hyun jumped up, shouting loudly. H-Wang jumped to the side. The old man ran after them at lightning speed. Ki-young turned around and gasped in surprise when she saw the old man behind her. Yi-hyun furrowed his eyebrows and wrinkled his nose, shouting for everyone to get out of the way. Ki-young clenched her hand into a fist, holding the chains, and clenched her teeth tightly. Then, the girl stretched her hand forward, and the chains flew towards Yi-hyun. Suddenly, the old man appeared in front of her and Ki-young frowned in shock. The girl jumped up. She gritted her teeth and frowned, not understanding what just happened and thinking that Yi-hyun had completely lost his mind because he was breaking through all their attacks like crazy. Ki-young clenched her hands into fists, releasing red chains from them. The chains wrapped around the old man. The girl was behind him. Yi-hyun raised his thin eyebrows and clenched his jaw, trying to free himself from the grip. Ki-young jumped to the ground, pulling the chains towards her. The girl looked at her opponent with concentration and thought that no matter how strong the old man was, they were rankers of the same level and that she had enough strength to beat him. Yi-hyun raised a trembling fist while beads of sweat ran down his skin, and Ki-young thought that he would not be able to ignore the attacks forever. H-Wang closed one eye and stuck her sword into the ground, trying to get up and thinking that they could make one more decisive strike. Blood flowed out from the scratches on Yi-hyun's face, and he screamed loudly through clenched teeth. Ki-young's red hair flew out and she stretched her hand forward, her blue eyes widening in surprise. The old man broke the chains and screamed loudly. The red-haired girl jumped back. Yi-hyun's eyes widened and turned white, and he sighed loudly. The sharp blades fell to the ground. Kanwoo watched from afar as the old man called him a bastard. The protagonist's red eyes glowed brightly, and he smiled maliciously. The old man clenched his teeth furiously. He ran towards Kanwoo, insulting him loudly. Yi-hyun raised his fist, angrily screaming at the protagonist. Suddenly, his face became covered in sweat, and he coughed loudly. The old man trembled and turned around. H-Wang thrust the sword into his body. The blonde woman frowned and breathed heavily. The man in the black suit held the blue-haired boy by the arms, who was trying to get out. H-Wang gritted her teeth, frowned, and pulled the sword out of Yi-hyun's body, and he began to fall. The old man stomped his foot on the ground. He fell to his knees and lowered his head, his whole body trembling. Blood dripped from the blade of the sword, and Yi-hyun slowly stood up and walked forward. Ki-young and H-Wang watched him closely. Kanwoo crossed his arms, silently watching Yi-hyun slowly walk towards him. The old man raised his hand, letting out heavy sighs. The protagonist smirked when Yi-hyun called him a little devil and extended his fist towards him. Then the old man's hand relaxed. He fell to his knees. Kanwoo grabbed his hair, lifted his head, and asked with a laugh how this happened. The protagonist reminded with a smirk that Yi-hyun was going to kill. Kanwoo narrowed his red eyes and asked with a frightening smile if the old man now understood who he was. Night fell. The lights were on in the windows of the Devouring squad headquarters. Someone asked for an explanation. The heroes walked down the corridor. Chae-young turned around and explained that they were talking about Young-hoon. Imagining the boy's beaten face, the girl asked what happened to him. The protagonist replied that he played with his memory a little. Frowning, the leader of the Scarlet Rose clarified whether he really had such an ability. Raising his hand, Kanwoo replied that there was no need to be surprised because he had many talents. Sternly knitting her eyebrows, Chae-young asked him not to talk nonsense because it was a question not only of talents but also of personality. The guy called out her name. Putting his hand on his girlfriend's shoulder, he said that it was not at all necessary to know everything and try to understand everything. Leaning over, the player smiled madly and reminded that they help each other quite a lot. The girl clenched her fist when she heard that her goal was to destroy the devil cult that had taken away the people dear to her. The boy smiled widely and asked if that wasn't enough. He offered to continue working on it and extended his hand. The guild leader sighed heavily with her mouth open and thought that she hadn't been raising a tiger cub, but a real tiger that had sunk its fangs into her. Deciding that it was too late, she agreed and shook her friend's hand. Ki-young said that they would continue to try. The heroes' bodies cast long shadows, but the boy's shadow seemed demonic. Yi-hyun sat on a chair in a straitjacket. Someone said that they had some questions for him. People watched from behind the glass. H-Wang, standing in the interrogation room, asked when the guild leader began collaborating with the demon cult. The heroes turned their gaze to the old man. Placing their hands on the table, the girl asked what the summoning meant and who was hiding under the mask of the Red Devil. A satisfied smile appeared on the man's face. H-Wang slammed the table with force. Frowning, she called the traitor to account. Yihan lowered his head, hearing that he was not the chairman of World Electronics and the leader of the guild, but a criminal who was promoting a crazy pseudo-cult. The old man frowned arrogantly, asking if they really hoped to make him talk. Hearing that the H-Warring squad, despite their power, were just government dogs who did whatever they were told, H-Wang frowned with disdain. Looking at her, the man asked if she knew how many connections he had in the evil dogs whose leashes were in his hands. He asked how a dog dared to snap at its owner, and at that moment, a pink chain stretched across the room and interrupted him. His body, entangled in chains, crashed into the wall. Kyun put her hand forward and called for the traitor to answer questions. H-Wang looked at her with concern. Blood was flowing from Yihan's mouth. Pulling the chain and stepping on his stomach, the leader of the Red Rose repeated her demand. Grabbing her hands, the second girl asked her to stop so that they would not have any problems. Smirking and continuing to breathe heavily, the old man stated that they would lose in the end. He explained that it was hard to even imagine how bad the situation was for the whole world and what the cult was planning. Kyun clenched her teeth in anger. The protagonist behind them caught their attention, praising their work and asking them to move away. Standing in front of the traitor, Kanwoo offered to talk for a while. The man frowned in displeasure upon seeing him. Sitting on the floor, he looked up and said that he would not say a word. The guy explained that he had no other choice. Yihan opened his mouth wide and asked if the player was really that stupid. But his face immediately changed and became more submissive when he heard that there was a way to bring his son back. Grinning evilly, the young man said that he could return Young-hoon's memory. Narrowing his eyes, the player ordered to tell everything he knew about the demonic cult. The old man's eyes widened in fear. His body trembled. He lowered his head. The man laughed with his mouth open. The girls watched what was happening in confusion. Raising his crazy eyes, the traitor shouted that his enemy would go to hell. Scratching the back of his head, the guy thought that he had already been there. The girls narrowed their eyes in displeasure. The guards were watching the interrogation room through video cameras. Yihan said that he first met this man about 8 months ago. The heroes sat at the table with their hands clasped. H-Wang asked if they were talking about the man in the red mask. The answer was affirmative. Cheung asked if his true identity was known. Looking down, the old man answered negatively. Thinking that even he did not know the identity of the red mask, the protagonist raised his eyebrows and asked to continue the story. Remembering how they met on the roof of the building, the man said that the stranger offered to turn him into a demon in exchange for the necessary sacrifices for the ritual. The leader of the Scarlet Rose contemptuously frowned and asked what was wrong with him if he agreed to such madness. The girls carefully watched the traitor, who answered that only someone who knew nothing about demons could ask such a question. Cheung asked what they were talking about. Introducing a huge three-eyed demon, Yihan explained that devils can live forever and not age, unless their head is cut off and their heart is torn out. H-Wang gave him a serious look and asked if the criminal believed in these tales of eternal life. The answer was affirmative. Hearing that demons had actually existed for over 1,000 years, everyone in the room widened their eyes in surprise. The sun was shining on the Colosseum. The demons were already 1,000 years old. Although in fact, they had existed before that. White clouds were floating above the cathedral. People were standing in front of the Eiffel Tower. The demons were scattered all over the world and secretly increased their scale, although they only began to show active actions in the past few years. Scratching his cheek, the protagonist thought that the demonic cult had existed for 1,000 years, although they only began their active activities after the day of the disaster. He decided that destroying them would not be as easy as it might seem. Slamming her fist on the table, Kyung asked if the traitor was going to receive immortality in exchange for sacrifices. The answer was affirmative. Frowning in displeasure, the girl said that immortality could drive anyone crazy. The man lowered his head and smiled, saying that she truly did not understand. Hearing that the demon's body retained its spirit and aroused passionate desire, the leader of the Red Rose leaned forward and asked what that meant. Imagining the devil devouring people and holding on to jewels, Yihan explained that the demon was able to live forever with a youthful body and a lively mind, and could not be disappointed in life. He asked if that was not wonderful. Kyun furrowed her brows and asked how that was even possible. Smiling, the old man stated that he would not have agreed to the deal if he did not know for sure. Realizing that the criminal was saying this because he understood the power of the demon cult's growth, the girl gritted her teeth. Pursing her lips, the protagonist thought that this was nonsense, since eternally unsatisfied desires are not as sweet as they seem. Remembering how he bit into the monster's severed limb, Kanwoo decided that it was an unbearable pain that nothing could compare to. Keeping a confident expression on his face, the guy thought that this man didn't really know anything about the cult. The man explained that thanks to the offerings and the ritual, several members of his guild received mages. With her hands clasped, H-Wang asked what it was. Yeon explained that mages were the magic of demons, which was somewhat similar to Merc, the magic of humans. When asked if he received mages, the old man replied that he hadn't had time. Keon frowned and asked why this happened if that was the essence of the deal. Introducing the demons and the man in the red mask, the man explained that it takes more time to prepare to turn into a full-fledged demon, because if you accept mages hastily, a person will lose control of their desires and turn into a monster. Someone asked why it was necessary to force the guild members to accept mages then. The trader said that this way you can instantly gain great power and that the essence of a follower is to be used. The leader of the Scarlet Rose called it immoral. H-Wang leaned over and asked who the cult wanted to summon. Hearing that they were going to summon the devil, the girls' mouths opened in surprise. The player trembled. Placing one hand on the other, H-Wang asked where and how this would happen. Her friends looked worried. Yi-hyun replied that he did not know anything, but the cultists said that the spatial wall blocking the summoning of the devil had weakened recently. Lowering her head, Ki-young asked how long ago this wall had weakened. Hearing that the wall had weakened about a month ago and that it was now possible to directly summon the devil, the young man broke out in a cold sweat. Squinting, he realized that all of this was happening because of him. A notification about the detection of an atomic crack surfaced in his memories. A bright sphere was burning under the dome. A notification informed that the dimensional protection mechanism was working properly. The protagonist realized that the demonic cult had begun its active activities after his return to Earth and the destruction of the Gaia system. Imagining him showing the middle finger, Kanu thought that it was all because of him and smiled. Ki-young looked at him questioningly. The guy hoped that the wall would restore itself, but the old man frowned and said that the wall was getting weaker every day. Mentally grabbing his hair, the player imagined demons and a man holding hands, and thought that, in any case, demons and monsters would not unite to destroy humanity together. Deciding that worrying would not help matters and that he needed to focus on the cult first, he looked up and asked where the cult's headquarters were. Sitting at the table in a straitjacket, the man replied that this knowledge would not help, because, most likely, the cultists were already in another place and the preparations for the ritual were already completed. Ki-young narrowed her eyes and asked if there were already enough victims since they were trying to catch Sehun. Yi-hyun closed his eyes and said that he no longer knew. The leader of the Red Rose furiously declared with her mouth wide open that it was pointless since the leader of the guild that was supplying the victims should know if there were enough or not. The old man smiled and said that they were just part of the system. The girls looked at their friend and asked what he was talking about. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that they were not the only ones, putting his hand on his chin. He introduced Hyunju, Minhak, and Kanghyun and explained that the Mir Guild was not the only one collaborating with the demonic cult. The girls frowned tensely. The cultists gathered in the temple in front of their leader. The man in the red mask sitting at the table said that Yi-hyun had been captured. Looking at him in the crystal ball, the cultist said that he wanted to help with something, but the old man revealed himself too insignificantly. One of the followers raised his head and said that they had victims from another guild and nothing would interfere with the plan. Squinting, the cardinal wondered why Yi-hyun had acted so recklessly. Seeing the protagonist in the reflection of the ball, he assumed that it was because of him. Imagining a smiling Kanu, the red mask remembered his name. Putting his feet on the table, the cult leader decided to check this information and asked how the additional support from the order went. The cultist replied that everything had arrived. Presenting a red gem, the follower explained that inside was a demonic crystal with a huge concentration of magic, which would be enough to increase the leader's power. Looking at it, the unknown person replied that it was good and asked if there were any orders from the order. The follower raised his head and said that there were no orders. Resting his head on his hand, the cult leader thought that the order wanted them to achieve everything on their own and said that they needed to hurry. Imagining a huge demonic bug, he narrowed his eyes and ordered them to continue with the plan and start with El Quoro. The heroes left the building. Cha-young scratched the back of her head, upset that they came to the very beginning. H-Wang patted her on the back and noted that this did not mean that they did not receive any information at all. Looking at the surprised protagonist, the girl reminded him that he was entitled to separate compensation from the state. Imagining all the events that happened, H-Wang smiled and explained that her ally caught the Mir Guild and easily neutralized Yi-hyun. Presenting the certificate and cup, Kanwoo scratched his nose and hoped that the compensation was not useless papers. The girl replied that she did not follow the rules to such an extent and promised to contact him later about the reward. The boy smiled and said that he would look forward to it and thought to himself that he should definitely wait for the reward. The lights were on in the windows of the multi-story building, and someone called the player's name. Hansol met her friend in the hallway with Echidna standing next to her. The little girl burst into tears, asking where her friend had been all this time. Slamming the door behind him, the boy apologized and explained that he had important things to do. Approaching him, Echidna spread her arms and asked if she had done anything wrong. The girl raised her eyebrows pitifully, asking if she would be abandoned, and promised to improve if she had done anything wrong. Leaning towards her, the young man said that nothing bad had happened. Hugging her, he said that he would never abandon her and asked her to calm down. Stroking her head, the protagonist thought that he could not do anything, because for a whole week he had been taking care of a child who had recently run away from loneliness. Hansol asked if his business was over. Kanwoo stood up and apologized for not being able to explain it properly. The girl looked down and said that it was okay because her friend cared about them more than anyone else. She expressed her confidence that he would explain everything later. The guy happily knitted his eyebrows. A blush appeared on his cheeks. Hansol added that she made kimchi just in case. A wide smile appeared on the player's face. His eyes sparkled. There was a pot of delicious kimchi on the stove. The young man shouted that he would eat it right away, and thought to himself that his girlfriend was a real angel. The sun was shining on the hospital building. Lying on the hospital bed surrounded by friends, Sehun asked if it was true that his mentor heard rumors and began to follow him. Thinking that he was the target of a cult, the protagonist confirmed this and added that after hearing the rumors, he immediately understood who they were talking about. The warrior looked down, asking where they were coming from. Kanu smiled, saying that the world of players is small and that rumors spread quickly when it comes to someone who stands out from the rest. Mentally knitting his brows, the boy thought that if he hadn't spread the rumors intentionally, someone else would have. Hansol lowered her head in disappointment, asking why it couldn't be said beforehand. The player looked at her questioningly. The girl knitted her brows sadly and said that she knew that her friend had many secrets, even if it was for the greater good. Covering one hand with the other, she explained that she felt a huge gap because of it and thought that she wouldn't be able to reach her friend even if she stretched out her hand. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist apologized for making her worry. Hansol's eyes widened in surprise. The girl gave him an embarrassed look and said that there was no need to apologize since he had a good reason for acting like that. The player added that his friend said everything correctly. He said that he made his family members worry. Hansol raised her eyebrows, happy to be called a family member. Her hands began to shake. Kanwoo added that he can't guarantee that something like this will never happen in the future, but he will do his best to not worry his family. The guy looked at his embarrassed friend who was trying to say something. Turning to him, the girl asked him to talk to her freely. Remembering their meeting, she gave a thumbs up and said that her friend spoke freely to Keon so he can talk to his family members too. The player was surprised that she was offended. The rest of the team watched with interest. Tisu threw popcorn into his mouth, saying that he had watched all the love comedies this year. Yunbai smiled, saying that a real Santa Barbara was unfolding in front of them. The heroes' trembling hands touched each other. The young man looked away in embarrassment and asked why his girlfriend did not speak to him freely. Hansol looked away and answered that it was more convenient for her. Holding a tangerine in her hands, Echidna called out to her friend with displeasure. Having landed between the heroes, the girl asked to peel the fruit. The guy agreed in amazement. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, he asked if the tangerine needed to be completely peeled. Echidna asked to remove the white core. Sehun looked at them, wanting to say something. The warrior looked down and said that he didn't want to ruin the good atmosphere, but he had something to ask. The protagonist said that everything was fine. The damage dealer clenched his fists and asked what happened to Young-hoon and Yi-hyun. While peeling a tangerine, Kanwoo replied that they would rot in prison for the rest of their lives. The people in formal suits were leaving the office. A newspaper with an article about the investigation was flying in the air. The guy said that there was no need to worry about them being released because this time, these people did something that no amount of money could buy off. World Electronics and the Mere Guild were completely destroyed due to this incident, so they had no money or power left. The player added that he knew about Yi-hyun forcing the warrior into debt. Sehun trembled when he heard this. His eyes widened when his comrade said that part of the debt could be compensated legally and that his sick mother would be given treatment in a good hospital. Clenching his fist tightly, the damage dealer expressed his gratitude. Hearing these words, Tisu and Yunbai wiped away their tears of happiness. Sehun cried and covered his face with his hands, trying to say something. Looking at his friend, he called him a savior. The embarrassed youth's memories showed scenes from the alley, while the warrior talked about the importance of their meeting, which gave him luck for life. In the end, the damager said that he would regard him as his stepbrother, and suggested that he try hard. The protagonist felt guilty. Clenching his fist, Sehun repeated his words. The protagonist looked at the floor in shock. Closing his eyes, he replied that he would also talk to his friend freely. The warrior cried and thanked him. While Echidna ate a tangerine, the heroes looked at their comrade who wanted to tell the truth. Yunbai and Tisu looked up in surprise, hearing that there was a fact that their friend had been hiding all this time. Introducing the god of war holding his sword, the damage dealer said that the rumors about him having a special ability were true, because he had the SSS rank ability of the descendant of the god of war, the possession of which, to be honest, is still far from ideal. Yunbai opened her mouth in surprise and asked if anyone had such an ability in the First Awakening. Tisu said that it was not surprising, because his comrade was really special. The protagonist sighed, narrowing his eyes, realizing what was being said. Someone asked how the warrior managed to awaken as the descendant of the god of war. Sehun replied that he was not sure about it, because his notification was a little different from the others. He said that he was chosen as a guardian due to the damage to the Gaia system. Hearing this, Kanwu widened his eyes in shock. Tisu asked what kind of system it was. The warrior closed his eyes and replied that he himself did not fully understand. The guy thought that even Ki-young had never heard of the Gaia system. The player thought about his friend being chosen as a guardian to fix the glitch and then asked when he woke up. The damager looked away and said it was May 22nd. Hansol put her finger to her chin and noted that it was the day they first met. Imagining his body being pierced by lightning, the young man thought that Sehun woke up as a guardian on the day of his return to Earth, and the reason for this was the damage to the Gaia system. It was the warrior who was the key to restoring it. Yunbai happily clenched her fist and declared that in front of her was a hero who would protect the world. Tisu smiled and called him powerful, laughing. The damager said that such speeches burdened him. As they chatted, the protagonist put his hand to his mouth and thought that the person in front of him was much more important. Smiling, he decided that it was very good that his guardian was now his familiar. Bowing, Kanu wished his friend a good rest. The man looked at him and asked if he was going to leave. The answer was affirmative. Someone grabbed the shirt of the one leaving. Sehun clutched the shirt in his hand and asked if his friend was leaving already. Echina said that it was too early. The boy replied that he did not want to disturb the patient's rest. With a sparkle in his eyes, the warrior said that everything was fine and asked him to stay for a while. The player looked back, wondering why he was being looked at with such a look. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The little girl expressed her desire to leave with him. Hansol looked at her and explained that their friend would be busy for a while. The young man realized that familiars and summons instinctively reach out to their masters. His body was covered in beads of sweat. The red-faced damage dealer continued to look at him. Deciding to escape and wishing the team good luck, the boy asked to contact him later and jumped out of the window of the ward. The monsters bared their fangs and rushed forward. Echidna concentrated the dark energy in her hands. She put her hands forward and used Dark Storm. Waves of black energy rushed towards the roaring monsters. Multiple cuts appeared on their bodies. The girl fell on her back. The protagonist swung his weapon, using the power of the metal axe. An ability icon appeared near his hand, gripping the handle. The axe was covered in bright blue energy thanks to the icing power of the demon Leviathan. A notification said that the acquired skill was rank S. Kanu's eyes shone. One powerful swing of the axe cut through the monsters' bodies. Blood spurted out. They were covered in bright ice blocks. The ice cracked, the axe disappeared. Echidna landed next to her friend. A notification said that the level had increased by 1. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the boy thought that it was not easy. The notification said that the 6th awakening was obtained and a special ability upon reaching level 50. Poking at the status window, the player smiled, wanting to quickly see his new ability. The description said that the skill rank was unknown and that the special ability would be fully revealed only after the final incarnation of evil. Seeing another question marks, the young man squatted down in frustration. Thinking that the conditions for the final incarnation were unknown, Echidna approached him and asked if everything was okay. Thinking that it was wrong to mock people like that, the boy looked at the girl and replied that everything was fine. The ball in his hand lit up. The protagonist looked at him. Hansol's voice from the ball asked if her friend was busy. He replied that he was not busy and asked how the preparations for moving were going. The woman was putting things in a box. The girl looked back and said that they were almost done, so he could come visit her tomorrow. Kanwu asked how her mother was doing. The woman was smiling at a framed photo. Hansol replied that she still had something to pack, so she would leave later. The guy replied that he would be there soon. The sun was shining on a tall apartment building. Once in the new apartment, the girl folded her arms and asked if they would really be living here. Echidna happily said that this nest was very big. Smiling, the player explained that he did not want to live alone in such a big house and that they were a family. Hansol was surprised by his decision to bring her mother here. Closing his eyes, the boy explained that he did not buy the apartment with his own money, but with funds given to him by the Scarlet Rose Guild. Frowning, the girl asked if Ki-young helped him. Hearing the affirmative answer, she was upset in her mind, but she didn't show it. Looking at the panoramic windows overlooking the lakes, Hansol was surprised that Cha-young could afford to buy such an expensive apartment in the center of Seoul for her guildmate. Imagining her face, The girl put her hand to her chin and thought that she shouldn't give in to her. The guy looked at her questioningly. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Echidna jumped up to her friend and asked what he was doing tomorrow. The protagonist replied that he didn't have any special plans. Tapping her index fingers together, the little girl wanted to suggest something. Kanwoo patted her head and suggested that they all have fun together. Echidna happily raised her hands. Hansol turned around with a surprised look. Seeing the girl as another competitor like Cha-yeon, the girl frowned and said that she would go with them. The bright sun illuminated the city. Someone asked their friend to look at something. Echidna put on a lion costume. The girl pointed at her with her hands and said that it was very cute. The guy smiled and agreed. Hansol took out her phone and offered to take a photo. The girl happily agreed. Watching them, the player thought that they had just gone shopping for clothes. Smiling, he was glad that his friends had become closer. Echidna put on denim overalls. The girl gave her a thumbs up. They ate snacks from a paper bag. The boy thought that he was worried in vain about the girl relying only on him and not being able to communicate with other people. Hansol carried a huge plush rabbit in her arms. The girls happily hugged each other. The guy decided that Echidna would now be able to adapt to the environment. Beads of sweat appeared on his exhausted face. In his hands were many bags of clothes. While his girlfriends walked forward smiling, he wondered how many more things they were going to buy. The player, covered in paper bags, opened his mouth in surprise. The heroes were standing in front of the food court. The young man asked if it was really possible to order and eat anything here. Looking at his shocked friend, Hansol wondered if he had never been to the food court and said that it was not a luxury restaurant, but here you can find food for any taste. Seeing how the cooks made pizza, fried rice, and boiled soup, the main character was surprised that this actually existed. Imagining how he had to eat demon meat, he clenched his fist and remembered that he wanted to return to Earth to have fun and eat delicious food to his heart's content. After that, Kanwoo ordered all the dishes and 10 servings of kimchi. His girlfriend asked him to at least slow down a little. There were many dishes on 2 tables. The guy wanted to try everything as soon as possible. In his spoon was fragrant kimchi. As he put the food in his mouth, he thought that it was nothing compared to what his girlfriend cooked. The next player took a slice of pizza to add some variety to the taste. Hansol looked worriedly at her friend dipping the pizza in kimchi. After taking a bite, the guy rolled his eyes in pleasure and thought that it was tastier than he thought. He threw some fries into the pot. Echidna asked if it was always necessary to eat food like this. The girl covered her eyes with her hand. She asked not to follow a bad example. The boy took a sip straight from the pot. Putting the pot on the table, the protagonist smiled, thinking that it was very tasty. Someone clapped for him from the side. Kanwoo looked around, hearing someone's voice. His eyebrows rose when he was told that jjigae is best eaten with flour. Kanghyun took off his sunglasses and greeted him. Smiling, he said that they have not seen each other for a long time. The boy cast a distrustful glance at him and asked what the leader Hanel was doing here. Kanghyun sat down on the chair next to him and was surprised by such a respectful tone of conversation. The man said that he had an interesting proposal and asked to speak to him informally. Hansol looked at him tensely. The guild leader pushed back his glasses and asked if the newcomer from Scarlet Rose was sitting in front of him. Putting a spoon in his mouth, the player replied that he was just cooperating with them. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Kanghyun promised to be brief. Frowning, he offered the newcomer to join their guild. Echidna continued to eat, watching what was happening. The girl sitting next to her covered her mouth with her hand. The man promised 50 billion won, a car and a house for joining the guild. Smiling widely, he also offered a management position. The boy opened a can of Coca-Cola. Taking it in his hand, the guy smiled, saying that he expected this to happen and that the reward was too small. He took a sip of soda. The leader of Hanel gave him a surprised look. A satisfied grin appeared on his face. Opening his mouth wide, Kanghyun laughed, surprised that it was not enough. Putting the can on the table, the protagonist said that he did not know what conditions he would like because he had no desire to stand under someone. Hearing a new proposal, he looked back. Taking off his glasses, the man offered some legendary equipment for free. Many different types of weapons appeared in the air. Legendary tier equipment was ultra rare. Unlike equipment made from the corpses of normal monsters and mana stones, it can only be made from materials collected from gate bosses of S rank and above. Red seals appeared around Ki-yeon's hands. The peculiarity of the legendary equipment was that an engraving ceremony was held, meaning that no one except the owner could use the equipment. Often the legendary weapon itself refused to choose a specific owner. Also, the legendary equipment increases the characteristics to the absolute value. Kanghyun noticed that this aroused the interest of his interlocutor. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and thought that it sounded quite tempting. Thinking that it was meaningless without increasing magic, he closed one eye and refused. Smiling, the man reached into his pocket and said that he expected such an answer. Putting a business card on the table, he asked to call back if the player changed his mind. Kanwoo looked at his hand questioningly. The head of Hanul put jelly in kimchi and said that you should definitely try muk because its taste is simply incredible. Echidna pointed at him and said that he also mixes all the food. Hansel covered her eyes and said that she imagined it. Kanghyun turned to leave and said that they would see each other again. The girl also wanted to try mixing everything in one bowl, but the girl forbade her. The guy scooped up the resulting mixture with a spoon. The sun's rays reflected off the glass panels of the building. Someone was surprised to hear that her friend rejected such an offer. The player put his hands on the back of his head and explained that he did not want to walk under someone. Kyung looked back and laughed. She called her guildmate strange. The young man smiled, adding that he did not have to join Hanul. Imagining the cloak in a glass display case, he decided that he could get legendary equipment as a reward for contributing to the safety of the players. The girl did not know what to say. The heroes approached the elevator. The protagonist asked what his girlfriend knew about Kanhyun. Pressing the elevator button, the leader of the Red Rose said that they had only met a couple of times, being the heads of large guilds. Hearing the question of what kind of person he was, Cha Young smiled, saying that it was difficult not to notice the man's mind-blowingly bright personality. The heroes entered the elevator. Kanwoo asked if there were any rumors about him. Pressing the button to close the doors, the girl said that one day the leader of Hanul got very angry. This happened during the judging of the world players. At that time there was a lot of talk about Korea entering the world ranking for the first time, but its representative was defeated. Kanhyun stood, leaning on his knee, in front of a man in a haori. His opponent, Fujimoto, was the owner of the legendary level weapon Susanoo Eyes. A symbol similar to yin yang lit up in his eye. In the end, Korea lost to Japan, which caused public criticism. Coming out of the elevator, the guy asked if that was all. The girl replied that that was all she knew. Her friend asked if the man would take revenge on him for refusing. Closing her eyes, the guild leader said that it was not his style. The player put his hand to his chin and remembered the scene from the food court. Cha Young waved her hand to Hwang, who was standing in front of them. The girl smiled, asking the guests to come inside. There was a huge cylindrical glowing device in the room. The girl said that during the search of the Mir Guild's armory, they managed to find an item that did not pass the engraving ceremony. The leader of the Scarlet Rose praised her friend for her excellent work. Hwang crossed her arms over her chest and replied that the higher-ups were against it. She asked if her ally liked the artifact. The young man's mouth opened in surprise, seeing the legendary equipment status window. The black pearl cloak, made from clots of the Kraken's heart, was floating in the air. Looking at her friend, Cha Young noticed that its effect seemed a bit ambiguous. Hwang agreed with her. Looking back, the girl in the cap said that the equipment gives an additional 5 points to unique characteristics, but the problem was that not many players have such a feature. Her eyes widened. Grinning madly and putting his hand to his mouth, the protagonist thought that this was an incredible thing. The girls looked at him in surprise. Adjusting his cap, the leader of the Scarlet Rose asked if he really had a unique characteristic and suggested that it was nothing special judging by the speed of leveling up. Cha Young explained that this was one of the legendary equipment of the highest tier. Kanwoo came closer to the cloak. Smiling, he said that he liked this cloak. After saluting, the guy thanked his friend and promised to continue to help eradicate the cult. Hwang smiled and was glad that the equipment found a suitable owner. The player reached for the cloak and asked if he could put it on. The guild leader frowned and explained that it had to be put on in the same way as the gargoyle armor. The boy put on the new cloak. A notification announced that legendary grade equipment had been obtained and that the Black Pearl's engraving ceremony had begun. His body was covered in threads of red energy. A notification announced that the Black Pearl had recognized its owner. His arm was enveloped in yellow flames. A notification announced that the Black Pearl had begun scanning the owner's stats to apply the effect. Bright lightning appeared on his arm. A new notification said that the magic stat had increased by 5. The notification announced that the engraving ceremony was a success. The protagonist looked at his body engulfed in flames. Kian crossed her arms over her chest and asked how it felt to be wearing legendary equipment. With a wide smile, Kanwoo replied that he could wear at least a dozen more of the same. Hwang closed her eyes and laughed, saying that players can only wear a maximum of 5 equipment, regardless of their level. Wearing more would have no effect. The girl said that judging by her friend's reaction, one would think that he was a beginner. The guy looked back and thought that 5 pieces of equipment would also be effective. Looking at her ally beaming with joy, Kion pursed her lips in displeasure. She asked if he liked the legendary equipment. The player closed his eyes and confirmed it. He turned around when the girl suggested testing his strength. Clenching her fist, the leader of the Red Rose seriously offered to fight him. The heroes entered an all-white room. Someone asked if it was possible to ruin it. Hwang replied that the training room was made specifically for this and asked her friends to fight with all their might. Looking down, Cha Yeon wondered how strong her friend was. The young man spread his hands. Remembering Yeonho, who was slammed into the wall, the girl thought that it was not only the growth rate, because the opponent's stats in that fight were at completely different levels. The heroes went their separate ways. The guild leader looked back, thinking that she needed to make sure that her ally, who did not care about level and stats, had something special. The guy looked back. He thought that his girlfriend was the perfect opponent to test how much his strength had grown. The heroes began to warm up. The player was curious about what role these people would play in his future. H-Wang raised her hand, wanting to say something. On command, the opponents took a fighting stance. When the start of the fight was announced, the main character rushed forward, swinging his fist. Keon managed to dodge this attack. Without wasting a second, she prepared her fist for a strike. Kanwoo jumped back. He managed to stop the opponent's leg with his hands. The girl's fist ended up in front of his face. The boy blocked the attack with his hands outstretched. Blue sparks appeared from the blow. The player realized that it was a medium-strength blow, but not fatal because the opponent wanted to test him in close combat. He smirked, thinking that this even made him a little angry. The next moment, the young man moved his opponent's hands to the side and swung his hand. However, his fist missed the target. Grabbing the guild leader by the cap, the boy asked if he was underestimated. Pulling the cap over her face, the player said that this could cause death in a real battle. Kian pierced the cap completely. Red chains appeared in the air. Squinting, the protagonist thought that she was not joking and asked if they were really going to kill him. The girl smiled cheekily and said that this was not an ordinary player. The red chains almost touched his face. A real whirlwind arose in the room because of this ability. The guild leader swung her hand while controlling the direction of the chains. An explosion was heard, rubble flew into the sky. Kanwoo was able to jump to the side using his demonic wings. His hand was clenched into a fist. Using his special ability, Kraken's Wrath, the boy directed his sharp wings forward. A notification said that the mage stats had increased by 5 points. The leader of the Red Rose brought her hands together. Spreading them apart, she summoned a huge number of chains, but the player managed to dodge them. Putting her hand to her forehead, H-Wang said that something was about to happen. The boy dodged the chains with his fast wings. Using the power of shaking, he looked down. Dashed across the room, the boy used the power of the heavens to pounce on his opponent. Kiang released several more chains upward. The player easily dodged all the attacks. Thanks to the use of the power of the explosion, his hands caught fire with a bright flame. A blinding explosion rang out, throwing the girl back. She covered her eyes with her hands. The protagonist somersaulted behind her, the links of the chains breaking. Kanwoo used the power of sound, striking his palms. The sound waves swept across the entire training room, raising clouds of dust around. H-Wan closed her eyes and covered her ears with her hands. The guild leader did the same. Gritting her teeth, the boy realized that it was time for the decisive attack. The leader of the Scarlet Rose looked back, trying to resist the power of sound. Using the power of 1,000, the player destroyed the ground under his feet. Using the power of a growing blow, he aimed his fist right at the target with burning eyes. Gritting her teeth and frowning, Kion realized that she could not dodge. She twisted the chains around herself, hoping to protect herself from the enemy's fist covered in purple lightning. Pink energy sparkled around her frightened face. Using the heavenly rift, the boy struck. A bright flash lit up the room. H-Wang, covering her body with her hands, looked forward in surprise. The guy put his hand forward. The girl fell to the floor. Smiling, she tried to catch her breath. There were pieces of red chains on the floor. There was a huge hole in the wall behind her. The guild leader said that her ally was a real monster. The heroes were opposite each other in a destroyed training room. A notification said that the effect of the Kraken's Wrath ability had ended. Another message said that the ability could be reused in 2 hours. Relaxing his fist, the player thought that this was incredible power. Looking at his defeated friend sitting on the floor, he understood why people were so obsessed with owning legendary equipment, because he managed to win in just 1 minute. Kion narrowed her eyes and asked if her friend had really become a monster. Holding out his hand, the boy stated that it was all thanks to the legendary equipment. The girl took his hand and reminded him that she also had legendary items. Looking at her ally's evil smile, she asked if she really was an ordinary person. Smiling, the protagonist helped her up and answered in the affirmative, adding that she was lucky that they were not enemies. The guild leader stood up and stated that she was still an unreliable person. H-Wan was trembling. Hearing her friend's voice, the heroes turned around. Frowning angrily, she stated that she spent billions of ordinary people's taxes to build this room. The former opponents looked away in embarrassment. Looking at the huge hole in the wall, H-Wang asked how this was even possible and did they really not know when to stop. The heroes apologized to her. Covering her face with her hand, the girl said on the phone that the training room was currently unusable. The heroes in the background argued over who was more at fault. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist thought of a way to compensate for what was destroyed. Frowning, Kion said that they should have gone into the gate instead of fighting here. Looking away and imagining his previous loot, Kanwoo thought that the cost of repairs could be recouped by selling the magic stone from the giant ogre, but it would take a long time. He asked if high-level bosses really could drop legendary items and expensive materials. The girl looked back and confirmed it. Hearing the proposal to defeat El Cuero, the girls stared at their friend in shock. Turning to him, H-Wang asked if it was really an S-rank gate boss. The guy confirmed it. The guild leader crossed her arms in displeasure. Deep underwater, where the sun's rays could not reach, there was a terrible demon. This boss lived in the lake in the S-rank gate in S1. People said that no one could defeat it because in the water all melee attacks against it were impossible. Also, the monster was invincible because the magic of resistance and the habit of hiding in the deep water made it impossible to attack from a distance. Smiling, the player said that it was difficult to defeat. Frowning, Keon replied that this was an understatement and added that there was no guarantee that it would drop legendary equipment. Looking at her, the young man objected, saying that they could get lucky and that it was not only about money. The girl asked what else. With a sly frown, the guy explained that defeating the boss could be the key to unlocking its maximum level and the sixth awakening. The huge monsters stood in front of the gates, closed with chains. As the level increased, any player would be blocked by 2 walls. The end of effort was at level 59, and the end of ability was at level 89, with the most famous way to overcome these walls being to conquer a powerful boss and go beyond their abilities. Putting her hand to her chin, the guild leader thought that she was stuck near the wall of the end of ability and that the option to catch a big boss did not seem so bad. Squinting, she looked at her former opponent and realized that she lost to a man of level 50, being at 89. Putting her hand to her forehead, the leader of the Red Rose agreed. The protagonist smiled and said that this was a great solution. Putting her hands in her pockets, Keon said that the two of them could not handle it. Looking at H-Wang, Kanwoo said that he had a plan. This plan required high-class melee combat. Closing her eyes, the girl agreed to go with them. Her friend's mouth opened in surprise. A piece of wall fell from the ceiling. The heroes stood opposite each other. H-Wang explained that she must be responsible for giving up this room, and noted that she was not a pathetic person who would shift responsibility to other people. The guy asked who they were talking about. Smiling, the girl added that she was interested in what her ally's plan was. If it required a high level of melee combat, the player closed his eyes and replied that they would understand everything in time. Their faces appeared as an addition problem. Cheung asked if their group would consist of 3 people. The young man said that Echidna would go with them. The protagonist thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and decided that it would be nice if another melee player went with them, and thought to himself that Sehun's level was still not high enough. Hearing his name called, Kanwoo looked up. Introducing the blonde guy with glasses, H-Wang told him that she knew a skilled melee player. At the S-rank gate, cliffs with symbols towered over a blue lake, and the heroes were fighting a giant orc. The guy dealt a crushing blow to the enemy lying on the ground. A notification appeared about the successful defeat of the giant S-rank orc. The next message said that level 59 had been reached. The player sighed in relief. Echidna landed behind him. A notification popped up that the level cap had been reached, which caused additional experience to accumulate. The young man looked down, wondering if there were talented people with unlimited capabilities. Looking at him, Keon frowned and asked if her ally would be exhausted before the boss hunt began. Seeing his girlfriends, the guy was surprised that they had come so early because he had not yet pumped up his level. Moving away from the monster's corpse, the player said that he had not spent too much energy. A stranger was standing behind the girls. Pointing her hand at her acquaintance, H-Wang introduced the skilled player she had spoken of earlier. Saluting, the blonde introduced himself as the commander of the 2nd Corps of the H-Warring squad. Shaking his hand, the protagonist said that he was pleased to meet him, and thought to himself that he probably had the same level of strength as his girlfriend. Hyunmo replied that he was also pleased to meet him. The guy decided that his fighting style of 2 swords would be very useful in the fight. The blonde stated that he planned to hunt today, but after looking at the corpse of the monster, he was surprised that a newbie was hunting giant orcs. He asked what the child was doing in such a dangerous place. Kanwoo explained that it was his familiar. Echidna pressed herself against his leg. Looking at her, the swordsman was surprised that the child could be a familiar. Crossing her arms over her chest, H-Wang stated that they would tell him the details later. Looking at her comrade, the girl explained that all you need to know is that this person is not inferior in strength to Kyung. Hyunmo opened his mouth in shock. Looking at his new ally in shock, the blonde wondered how a person who awakened only 2 months ago cannot be inferior in strength to almost the best player in Korea. H-Wang asked if her friend liked the new team member. The guy smiled and replied that everything was fine. He explained that without her help they wouldn't have gotten such a strong player as the commander of the 2nd Corps of the H-Warring squad. The girl laughed and was happy about this news. The swordsman blushed with embarrassment. Bowing, Henmo expressed a desire to ask something. The player looked at him questioningly, approaching him and putting his hand to his mouth so that no one could hear him. The blonde asked what kind of relationship he had with the commander. The young man replied that they didn't even communicate. Rolling his eyes, the guy realized that his new ally had fallen in love. H-Wang explained that they didn't have time for questions, The swordsman looked at her and replied that he understood everything. Chaeyoung looked at her friend and suggested that they stop filming love dramas and start briefing in order to quickly deal with El Cuero. The main character replied that they could start already. Frowning, the girl asked if they would really start in the area where the giants lived. There were 2 stone golems standing near the heroes. The guild leader said that they would get in the way. Smiling, Kanu objected, saying that these monsters would be the key to defeating the boss, and decided to start the briefing with a golem standing behind him. A huge hook on a chain fell with a clang onto the coastal sand. All team members stood on the shore. Henmo shouted that the chains were ready. The guy was standing a few meters from the shore in the water. He lifted his leg and decided to try something. His eyes lit up with a red fire. This was the first hunt for El Cuero in history. The player hit the water with force, stirring it with the power of sound. Dark mandibles were visible under the water. The young man froze in anticipation. Suddenly, the water rose into the air. Putting his fist in front of him, the guy realized that the enemy was approaching. The boss was swimming underwater at great speed towards his enemy. The monster's tail appeared in the water. The protagonist furrowed his brows and alerted the team of the enemy's approach. Hwaeung and Hyunmo placed the chains on their shoulders. Echidna closed her eyes using magic. Her feet stood firmly on the ground. A red eye appeared under the water. A huge wave rose above the lake. El Cuero jumped out of the water. His red eye was directed upward. A monster similar to a giant stingray hung in the air. Red spikes appeared from its limbs. A flurry of sharp spikes fell on the heroes. Turning around and shouting that these were poisonous needles, the protagonist called out to his familiar. The girl extended her hands forward, summoning a green demonic barrier. The needles hit it. Echidna closed her eyes. Kanu asked her to be patient for a while. The blonde looked at his commander, his mouth wide open. The girl frowned. The squad leader called out to them. The guy grabbed them with his hands and used the power of the heavens to summon wings. He furrowed his brows and asked his comrades to hold on tightly. The heroes rose into the air, iron chains stretching from their hands. The player carried them through the sky at great speed. Henmo gritted his teeth from the gust of wind. The young man released his hands. The team members fell down to land on the boss's back. The boy jumped down with them, drawing his blades. The monster widened its red eye, noticing the intrusion. The heroes plunged their swords into its body to stay on its back. The blonde noticed that it was too slippery. The protagonist handed an additional chain to his ally. Holding a hook in his hand, he asked the swordsman to attack from the right, and the girl to attack from the left, to finish before the boss returned to the water. The hook pierced the stingray's flesh. El Cuero sank into the water, making terrible sounds. The boss quickly swam forward, hooks with chains sticking out of his back. Each of the heroes simultaneously thrust another hook into the monster's body. The monster opened its huge mouth. Hwaeung drew her sword, noticing something strange. Thinking that the enemy was going to escape, the protagonist frowned and asked his friends to hold on tight. The boss swung his long tail with all his might. The next moment, he rose into the air above the water. Hyunmo held onto the dagger with all his might, summoning wings behind his back. Kanu said that he would try to hold back the enemy who was going to sink to the bottom. He asked the team not to waste time and secure the rest of the chains. The team members looked around, trying to hold onto the monster on their backs. El Cuero flew high above the ground. The guy sank into the water, causing a lot of splashes around. Clenching his fist, the player used the power of a growing blow. His eyes lit up red due to the use of the power of 1,000. The boss looked at the vortex forming beneath him. Using the sky rift, the boy threw his body upward. High waves rose. Hyunmo closed his eyes. Hwaeung gritted her teeth. Frowning, the boy realized that his attack had no effect due to the fact that it was used underwater. Finding himself above the lake surface, the protagonist decided that it was good that the monster was in the air and thought that he needed to inflict more serious damage. Seeing the gills next to the red core, he realized that this was a weak point. Thanks to the power of the heavens, pink wings appeared behind him. A powerful blow caused a flash near the gills of the stingray. The pupil in the boss's eye dilated. Bright blood sprinkled Kanu's body. Yellow lightning appeared around him. Hyunmo opened his mouth in surprise, noticing the electrical discharges. His commander frowned. Noticing that something strange was happening, Echidna looked at the sparkling El Cuero. The girl closed her eyes and called out to her friend. A green barrier appeared in front of her. Hwaeung turned around and asked if all the chains were secured. Hearing a positive answer, she urged her friend to retreat. The swordsman asked in amazement what to do with their comrade. Looking down, the girl said that their leader was stronger, so they should leave so as not to interfere. The stingray's body was covered in bright yellow energy. The heroes jumped off its back into the water. Looking back, Hwaeung thought that her comrade went inside. The guy was standing inside the monster, surrounded by a protective barrier. Smiling, he thought that Echidna sensed that he was in danger and used her ability in time. She managed to put up a barrier even at such a distance. The girl tensely held her hands in the air, using a spell. The player clenched his fist. The electricity on the boss's back became noticeably less. Suddenly, a hole appeared in it, from which blood spurted. Having broken through with the blades, the young man thought he had the strength he needed. El Cuero fell into the water and a wave washed over the squad members. Having pulled the hook out of the monster, the protagonist sighed heavily. Turning towards the shore, he called out to his friend. Standing on the head of the stone giant, Kyung heard that everything was ready and that they needed to start pulling the chains that were wrapped around the golems. The stone monsters looked around in surprise when a red chain was struck on their heads. Clutching it in her hands, the girl asked why they were taking so long to do their job. Smiling widely, she swung the chain, calling for her friends to quickly leave. The red-haired girl chuckled sheepishly. Dust flew across the location as she rushed from the spot. She attacked with mad pleasure, striking from above at the huge stone monster. He stated that she said to get out of there quickly. Iron chains bound the monster, partially underwater. The flow of electricity caused great damage to its body. The protagonist, entangled in chains, mentally said that although he uses the power of 1,000 and the Iron Curtain at the same time, he still resists. He mentally added that nevertheless, he needs to hold these chains as long as possible. Turning his head, he thought that there is not much left and he needs to endure a little more. El Cuero splashed a lot of water when he began to get out of it. Several different large monsters were held by chains. Squinting one eye and continuing to hold the attack, the protagonist mentally stated that he is not weakening his grip yet. Long chains wrapped around the monster's back. Small clots of energy began to form on its body. They began to shoot out and hit the turquoise barrier. The bound stone monster turned its head. Looking at the powerful attacks hitting the barrier, the guy mentally asked if he had underestimated it too much. An image of a little girl appeared, her eyes clenched in tension. The guy mentally stated that the monster was much stronger than he thought, and if they continued like this, the stone giants would fall first. He also mentally added that they needed a way to weaken its power. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Looking at Yeonju standing on one of the monsters, the dark-haired guy told her to make spikes. Opening her mouth wide, she asked if he was crazy, because they could hit him too. Lowering his head, the guy screamed for her to do it as quickly as possible. Gritting her teeth, the girl began to cover her hands with a magical aura. Armor began to appear on her hand. It was an ability, bloodthirsty chains. A dozen dark red chains enveloped the monsters. They began to suck energy from them. The chains on the protagonist's body began to damage him. He grimaced in pain. A special ability of the gargoyle armor was used, petrification. Dark lines ran across the guy's face. He squinted and wheezed. A thought flashed through his head that, as expected, it was hard to hold on even with unique equipment. Several chains from the monster instantly soared into the sky. The protagonist mentally declared that it did not matter if it weakened their opponent. Streams of powerful energy enveloped the chains. They tied and dragged the S-rank boss. The red-haired girl tied all the monsters together in an instant. Smiling, she told them to finally use their power. She mentally stated that a hardcover is a special characteristic of giants. Looking at the tightly tied up enemy, she mentally stated that it worked so that they took almost no damage from sharp attacks, so she did not hunt in the S-rank gate. The monster tried to resist the chains. The girl mentally stated that she did not think that they could be used to soak the boss. The red chains continued to suck out energy. The monster was pulled out of the water for several meters. Smashing the chains with his fist, the dark-haired guy stated that, fortunately, it somehow worked. The blonde girl, running up to the monster with the protagonist, asked if he was okay. Part of the monster began to fall on the girl. The protagonist screamed that it was still dangerous here. Swinging her blade, the white-haired girl instantly cut the monster in half. El Cuero lay in front of several hunters. Grabbing the girl in his arms, the blonde guy asked if that damn radioactive stingray thought that they would die in the water. Holding the sword in both hands, the girl exhaled. Looking forward with a serious expression, the protagonist stated that they should wrap this up. With tears of happiness in her eyes, Echidna said that Kanu was safe now. The worried blonde boy stated that she could have died. The protagonist confirmed this and asked if she could heal the stone giants. They were too exhausted, so he would not be able to continue the fight. Swinging her chains, the red-haired girl dealt damage to the stone monster. The protagonist told the girl to stop mocking him and come to him. Opening her mouth wide, the blushing Yeonju stated that she was only doing this because he asked her to. Throwing out her hand, the protagonist said that the two of them should finish him off while he was on dry land. The white-haired girl and the blonde boy began swinging their swords and ran. Henmo stated that things were different now and that they were stronger than her on dry land. Hyunmo swung his two daggers, while HWA Young swung his blade. Several powerful strikes to one point splattered a lot of blood. El Cuero was dying quickly as his body slowly disappeared. Another strike to the side of his bound body landed. The two hunters quickly rushed forward and continued to attack him. They made several slashes all over his body. Clenching her fist, Yeonju jumped towards her opponent. Summoning a spear made of metal chain, she dug into the monster's body. She was forced to jump back sharply as the huge monster made a quick counterattack. The red-haired girl jumped towards her three allies. Hyunmo stated in his stance that his scream was really annoying. Grinning evilly and narrowing his eyes, the protagonist mentally noted that he was as dangerous on land as he was in the water as expected from a boss. He decided to resort to using mashing. An image of a dark-haired boy appeared, standing knee-deep in water with a red moon in the background. He turned his gaze to the left. In front of him were 3 strange wooden doors with eyes on top. Turning away from them, he mentally said that there was no need to go there. He took some of the red liquid at his feet and said that this would be enough. Lowering his head, he clenched both fists. Madness was reflected on the protagonist's face, and streams of dense aura began to envelop him. He used the power of the dark spear and summoned a Bident. Grinning, he mentally declared with dark, burning eyes that this was not enough and a little more was needed. The additional effect of Kraken's wrath was used. With a mad smile, he clenched the weapon enveloped in red energy in his hands. Starting to spin the weapon above his head, he jumped up and used the power of crushing. He stepped on the ground. Enveloping his spear in a purple aura, he swung it and used the Spear of Death. It was a new S-rank skill. The red-haired girl turned around excitedly, her eyes wide open. The protagonist shouted for everyone to disperse. The boy and girl looked at him in fear. Enveloped in chaotic streams of purple aura, the protagonist swung his right hand. He delivered a powerful blow that made his opponent bleed. Lightning filled and streams of wind filled the entire location. Trying to hold back Kanu's onslaught, the monster shifted its gaze. The concentrated attack hit El Cuerdo's body. After delivering the blow, the protagonist and his team jumped back. Covering their faces with their hands, they looked up in confusion. A new silhouette began to appear in the stream of red flame. It was the power of the 6th awakening. The monster's shape began to change, and the chains on its body instantly flew off. A system notification appeared about the perfect combination of 3 forces and the fulfillment of the condition for the embodiment of evil. Closing one eye and looking at the information window, the protagonist mentally stated that this was the condition. His hand began to tremble. Clenching his fist, he thought that in hell he could easily use this power, but on earth it was quite difficult. Opening his eyes, which reflected sincere animal rage, he mentally stated that he still had room to grow. He thought that he needed more strength. He opened his mouth and began to make sounds that were a little strange for a human. His teammates called him. Taking up the blade, H-Wang asked what kind of attack it was and stated that she knew he was very strong, but she did not even imagine that it was this strong. Approaching him, she said that she thought they would be captured. Raising her hands, the red-haired girl said with a smile that if he had such an ace up his sleeve, why hadn't he used it before? Looking at them, the protagonist said that this was the first time he used it. Raising his injured arm, the protagonist told her to look at his shaking hands and said that it was not a skill that you use whenever you feel like it. With a sparkle in her eyes, Yeonju asked if she would win if they fought now. The protagonist asked if she was truly obsessed with fighting to the core. Raising her hands, Echidna said that she had healed all the giants. Throwing herself into his arms, she asked if the hunt was over now. He confirmed it was, and said that she had done well. Kanu's eyes widened sharply as he looked down. A huge monster rose up behind the protagonist. The protagonist mentally noted that, come to think of it, the window about El Cuerdo being killed had not yet appeared. He told everyone to prepare for battle, for nothing was over yet. Getting into a stance, the white-haired girl asked him in surprise what he meant. Grabbing his weapon, Henmo also clarified what he meant. Everyone else also looked at him questioningly and asked the same. He confirmed. Getting into a stance and looking forward seriously, he said that the message about El Cuerdo being defeated had not yet appeared. Looking at the system windows, his teammates confirmed this. Looking forward, the protagonist thought that it was incredible, because the first time he used the Spear of Death, it killed a strong demon from the 7th circle of hell in one fell swoop. The monster's eyes began to emit a bright light. The protagonist mentally asked how a monster from the gate, who was not even a demon, could be so strong. Getting up from his place, the monster began to perform a quick attack with its long tail. The protagonist and the fair-haired guy looked at it in surprise. Strange appendages appeared on the monster's body. Looking up, the protagonist mentally asked if they were mages. Blood burst out of the tendrils, creating huge holes in them. Dozens of red tentacles instantly burst out of his body. His entire body began to be covered in them. He began to transform. Grabbing his weapon, Henmo asked what the hell and stated that he was ready to continue the fight, but now he thought it was time to run. The red-haired girl put her hand forward. She quickly wrapped one of his tentacles in pink chains. Before she could react, she instantly began flying towards him. Turning around and throwing her hand back, she shouted chain. She stopped as her teammates began to hold the other ends of the chains. Gritting their teeth at the difficulty, they pulled with all their might. Narrowing his eyes and looking forward, the protagonist mentally stated that he had already used 3 powers at once, and the Kraken's wrath to boot, so there was almost no magic left. He assumed that they might lose and asked what attack to use. Echidna, turning into a white dragon and jumping on the enemy, told him to leave it to her. The protagonist's team members looked at the monster in surprise. Looking ahead in surprise, Yeonju asked if it was another boss. The protagonist replied that it was not and stated that it was Echidna. She rushed forward at maximum speed. A powerful blow from her paw slammed the huge monster into the ground. Under the pressure of the blow, it was temporarily out of action. Wind and dust from the strong blow spread across the location. Opening its mouth, the white dragon, not letting the enemy escape, made another attack. 4 shocked people watched El Cuero being beaten. Echidna's strong blow threw the monster up into the air under the surprised gaze of the protagonist's team. Narrowing their eyes, they silently watched their fight. The white dragon lifted its wings above the bleeding monster. Smiling kindly, Echidna asked her if she was doing well without changing her form. A notification appeared that they had successfully defeated the S-rank boss El Cuero. The bloody red monster lay on the sand in front of the ocean. As the player who ranked first in terms of contribution to defeating the boss, Echidna received an additional bonus. Experience increases exponentially. There is a level limit. All increased experience points accumulate. With her arms outstretched, the girl ran into Kanu's arms with happiness on her face. Stroking the happy white-haired girl, the protagonist said that she was doing well and mentally declared that now he was definitely dead, and although the level limit was not lifted, it was still a good outcome. Looking down in shock, the red-haired girl said that she seemed to understand why she was Kanu's summoned beast. An image of the monster's unusual and large tentacles appeared. Yeonju said that they only came out at the end and asked if this was typical of El Cuero. Putting her hand to her chin, the blonde girl said that she did not know, but with pride. She could say that she had hunted monsters quite a lot, but this was the first time she had seen something like this. Stepping on the monster's body, the protagonist said that this did not seem like a feature. Bending down, he added that he had seen something like this before. The red-haired girl asked what he meant and why he was climbing up. An image appeared of the monster's tentacles appearing in several warriors in red helmets, who were running forward with fury on their faces. The protagonist said that the scene where he thought he was dead but began to rampage again was similar to the members of the devil cult who had turned into monsters. Walking up to him and looking up, Yeonju asked if this meant that this was the effect of magic. Pressing on his foot, he replied that this needed to be checked. Disgusted, the protagonist's team began to climb up the defeated monster. The protagonist mentally stated that this is what he felt earlier. He began to lift the monster's limb and mentally stated that he was sure that the tentacles began to grow from here. Reaching his hand forward, he thought that there was definitely something here. He brought his head closer to the unusual wounds and veins on the tentacle. He stated that he found it. Looking down in surprise, his team members asked what it was. In his hands lay an unusual red stone. The guy asked if it was a precious stone. Seriously looking forward, the protagonist said that they should wrap it up. Is this really a precious stone? Yeonju asked in surprise, looking at the stone in the protagonist's hand. Then Henmo thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and said that this stone was different from Mana stones. Then Hween, folding her arms across her chest, asked if it was because the stone was from El Cuero. I don't know, the protagonist answered, looking at the stone in his outstretched hand, adding that he was not entirely sure. In his head, he said that he knew the reason, explaining to himself that a huge amount of Magi energy was concentrated inside the stone. The stone was not that big, but at the same time, strong energy emanated from it. Looking at it, the protagonist said about Seiya that the stone was similar to a mana stone, but instead of mana, the stone contained Magi, after which he added that, unlike other stones that are formed naturally in the body of a monster, the surface of this stone was artificial. After thinking for a while, Kanu said that, most likely, someone created this stone. Immediately after these thoughts, the image of the main cultist appeared in his head. Immediately after that, he told the guys that he seemed to understand everything. Yeonju immediately looked at the protagonist and asked what it was. Kanu exhaled heavily and said that it was very likely the work of the devil cult. Hearing this, Yeonju screamed in shock, was it really a devil cult? Beads of sweat were running down her face. Pointing to the stone and recalling how it was obtained, the protagonist said that the stone looked too artificial to be called a mana stone. After that, he explained that the stone's location was not deep in the body and he himself only needed to stick his hand in to get the stone. Remembering the face of the enraged El Cuero, Kanu added that someone had shoved the stone into the monster themselves, after which he said that it was very likely that El Cuero was angry because of the magic contained in the gem. After thinking for a while and imagining the mask of the cultists, the protagonist said that if there was a group capable of doing something, then it was definitely the work of the devil cult. After hearing this assumption, Hween put her hand to her chin and thoughtfully said that it made sense, after which she added that no one could have done this except for the cult. Then Kanu, pleased with himself, said that it was just an assumption. Then Hween, looking at Hyunmo, asked if the guy's team could start an investigation and Pohang immediately. Hyunmo immediately answered positively. Suddenly, the protagonist smiled madly and said to himself that one could only think that the cultists could create magicians of such a level. He continued to say to himself that seeing this in front of him was unbearable. At this time, Yeonju, putting her hand in her pocket for her phone, said that they needed to take a photo of the stone and send it to their guild for research. But at this time, Kanu, putting his hand behind his back, used a lightning power technique which immediately struck the monster under them. At that very second, the monster began to twitch. Everyone except the protagonist was scared. They were shocked that the monster was still alive. Meanwhile, while no one was looking, Kanu burned the stone. Within a few seconds, the monster calmed down and everything returned to normal. Anju immediately turned to the protagonist and told him to give her the stone. Noticing that Kanu had nothing in his hand, she screamed in rage, asking where the stone was. The shocked and scared protagonist professionally showed the emotions of shock. He screamed that the stone evaporated like smoke. Sweat ran down his face, and in his head he happily said that he needed to check how much his magic had increased. Then Hwang asked in surprise if the stone really evaporated from a person's touch. Suddenly, a notification appeared stating that the magic of the demonic stone was being absorbed. Immediately after that, another appeared, stating that the magic indicator had increased by 3. Seeing such numbers, the protagonist blushed with joy. Covering his face with his hands, he happily said to himself that he had not risen so demonstratively for a long time. Suddenly, Echina turned to him and asked if they were leaving. At this time, Kanu was wondering in his head why the window said magic of the magic stone. Surprised, Echidna, who did not receive an answer, turned to the protagonist. Could it be? Kanu said to himself, not paying attention to the little girl. He put his hand to his face with satisfaction, smiled madly, and, breathing heavily, asked himself if he could really find even more demon stones. Time passed. It was already evening outside. The Devouring squad headquarters. A car drove up to the doors of the headquarters. Echidna was sleeping behind the glass. Hwang's voice was heard, saying that this was the remaining amount after deducting the repairs. After these words, she handed over the cards and added that after processing the mana stones and the corpse, about 10 billion remained, after which she said that this was the first time El Cuero was killed. After a short pause, Hwang, remembering how she said goodbye to Hyunmo, said that the second Devouring squad and Pohang would try to find something similar to that crystal in other gates. Yeonju immediately asked a question about what would happen if the stone disappeared again. After thinking for a while, Hwang answered that they would have to catch the monsters alive or take the crystal without touching it. The protagonist did not answer this, only scratched his nose in confusion. To himself, he was upset that his comrades had to waste time because of him. But suddenly Hwang began to speak. There was good news. Then Kanu and Yeonju looked up in surprise and asked again. Hwang, with a satisfied smile on her face, said that they had received an ingredient for the legendary equipment from El Cuero's body, after which she added that a sword could be made from the tail. The guys sat in the hope of hearing and learning more about the characteristics of the sword. Hwang reported that they had learned which stats would be improved. After a short, intriguing pause, she said that it would be possible to increase strength or agility. Upon hearing this, Kanu and Yeonju were upset because the main stat was the main character's demonic energy and Yeonju's was magical power. Yeonju immediately asked Hwang if she would take the sword for herself, to which the girl replied, laughing, that she was not suitable for this sword. After that, she explained that the sword could only be used by a player with the Kai stat. Yeonju asked in surprise if Kai was really a thing from martial arts novels. Yes, Hwang immediately answered, adding that some swordsmen had this stat, but most of them were from China and there were almost no such players among Koreans. Upon hearing this, Yeonju, folding her arms across her chest, said discontentedly that it turned out that the sword was useless for them, after which she offered to sell the artifact to China. But before she could finish speaking, the main character interrupted her, with a sly smile on his face, saying that he would take the sword. Hearing this, Yeonju turned to Kan in confusion and asked him again. The main character, smiling and lowering his head, explained that if we are talking about someone with a unique characteristic. Immediately after these words, he introduced Sehun and said that he knew one player. At that time, Sehun's team was moving through the dungeon. Yunbai, raising her head up, said that although it was a labyrinth, most of the paths were already known. Then Tisu, with a drop of sweat on his cheek and a confused smile, said that they had been following Sehun all this time, after which he asked him if the guy had really felt something strange. Hearing the question, Sehun looked at his comrade with a smile on his face and replied that he had simply felt something unpleasant. Suddenly, it was as if he had been shot. He opened his eyes wide and tensed up. At that very moment, he stood in front of the black corridor and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Quick steps were heard from the corridor. A second later, a minotaur ran out of the darkness towards them. When the guys saw it, they said that it was just an ordinary B-rank monster. But this minotaur was different. It ran out of the darkness and threw its dead kinsmen on the floor. Its eyes were burning, and its face was distorted in a grimace of rage. Seeing this, the entire team was confused and covered in cold sweat. The Minotaur, leaving another Minotaur on the floor, screamed furiously, and its terrifying aura filled the entire room. At that very moment, Thesu jumped forward from Sehun and covered him with a shield. At that very moment, the Minotaur delivered an incredible blow that split the floor to the ground. To protect his comrade, Sehun grabbed Thesu and pulled him back. Going forward is dangerous, he screamed. Then Tisu stood up heavily and thanked Sehun for saving him. Veins were showing all over the monster's face, and his grin and glowing eyes showed that he was furious. Sehun immediately shouted that more buffs were needed. After that, retreating back, he said that Tisu under Hansol's buffs would buy them some space, after which he instructed Yunbai to distract the Minotaur while Hansol buffed Tisu. Yunbai immediately understood everything and began to use the lightning skill. Lightning shot. A second later the girl screamed, and a strong lightning bolt was immediately released from her staff, striking the Minotaur. But the monster did not even fall from such an attack, only staggered a little. Seeing this, Sehun was very surprised, but he did not lose his grip. Here, Tisu shouted loudly, luring the Minotaur. The monster, hearing the scream, immediately turned in the other direction. While Yunbai was distracting the monster, Hansol managed to buff Tisu, who was already preparing to buy time for his comrades. As soon as the Minotaur turned his attention to him, Tisu rushed to attack. But seconds later, he received a strong blow to the shield, stopping him. The Minotaur reacted very quickly, leaving Tisu. Hansol, although worried, continued to buff her comrade with all her might. Having received a huge boost, Tisu smiled widely and thanked the girl. He was enveloped in incredible magical power. The Minotaur did not stop and was about to deliver another strong blow. Suddenly, Sehun appeared behind the monster, ready to defeat the Minotaur. He was incredibly focused, and his sword was behind his back. Flying next to the Minotaur, he used the Cloud Dragon Sword technique and struck the monster. At that very second, the Minotaur's head fell to the floor, and the monster itself knelt down. And in a moment the monster fell down dead. Tisu immediately turned to Sehun and, showing a thumb, happily said that he knew his comrade could handle it. Joyful Yunbai ran up to the guy and said with admiration that it was great, as expected from the protector of the world. To this, Sehun only laughed in confusion, exhaled heavily and said that it was all thanks to the help of his team. After that, he, walking towards the dead Minotaur, asked what was wrong with the monster, because it was more aggressive than ordinary Minotaurs. Then Yunbai, looking at the muscular and venous body of the Minotaur, said that veins were visible all over its body, adding that something was definitely wrong. Then suddenly Sehun saw something that shocked him. He came closer to the Minotaur and saw that the neck, where the head was no longer, was burning with strong magical energy. What is this? Sehun asked himself in surprise. Kanwu was standing near the Devouring squad headquarters. As he entered, a sword appeared in front of Kanwu. A pop-up window appeared stating that the sword was called El Cuero's blade. The description said that the blade had cutting power. Hwang asked him if Kanwu liked the blade. The guy said that it was a great weapon and if he could, he would use it himself. Kanwu asked if it was really possible to create legendary equipment so quickly. Hwang said that the hardest part was getting the materials, and since they had everything they needed, it was not difficult. Yeonju asked the girl if it was difficult for her, since she could imagine how much it cost to forge it. Hwang said that it did not matter, since the two of them were doing even more for the safety of the citizens than the Devouring squad. After a short silence, she said that it would be wrong not to support them. Yeonju laughed and asked if that was true. Smirking, Kanwu thought that he just wanted to absorb all the demonic energy. After giving the protagonist a once-over, Hwang said that she wanted to talk to him about something. She folded her arms over her chest and asked if he thought they were speaking informally. The guy looked at her in surprise. After a moment of silence, she continued to say that she felt awkward when Kanwu spoke formally only to her. With her arms folded over her chest, Yeonju asked with displeasure why Keen was speaking informally to her. The guy scratched his head thoughtfully. He then continued that from now on, he would start speaking informally. After a short pause, Kanwu asked Hwang how the crystal research was going. Exhaling, the girl said that they hadn't found anything, although they had tried very hard. Hwang continued that although they had hunted twice as much, they hadn't found anything like it. Putting his hand on his chin, the boy thought about how the demonic cult couldn't have placed the crystal only in El Cuero. Looking down at the floor, Tessic exclaimed in surprise. He immediately asked what happened, that El Cuero was defeated. The cardinal said that when they went to check the progress of the infection, they only found traces of a battle and blood. Tessic, angry, asked what happened to the demonic crystal. The leader of the demonic cult said that they were trying to get it back, but there were no traces. Tessic, angry, swung his arm and hit the table, breaking it in half. He shouted, asking what happened to the other monsters. To this, the leader said that they were checking them, most of them were fine. Tessic rudely shouted that he did not believe that their plan was figured out and they began to hunt the crystal. He thought about how this monster could not be found for 5 years and it died right now. The cardinal said that because of this incident, the plan was greatly delayed. Tessic asked what would happen if they tried another method. The participants exclaimed, saying that the risk was too great and there could be consequences. After a pause, they continued that if they used this method, the plan could be put into action immediately, but it was reckless. Tessic replied that if they used this method, the world rankers would not stand aside. And what would they do? Tessic asked. Covering his face with his hand, Tessic said if the world rankers did not stand aside, what would they do? Angered, Tessic asked if the participants thought that he was afraid and had to hide. The entire room was enveloped in a magical red aura. Tessic immediately developed a frightening bloodlust. His hand burned even more intensely, and the veins on it bulged out strongly. After the magic died down, Tessic asked if they had any demonic crystals left. He shouted for the participants to plant the crystals into the monsters as quickly as possible. He said that if the plan is delayed, your safety is not guaranteed. He continued. Folding his hands on his knee and placing his foot on the broken table, Tessic asked who defeated El Cuero. The cardinal answered that it was Inju from the Red Rose Guild. Tessic put his hand on his face and said that she was in the way again, just like Ihan. His eye immediately turned red and said that since she decided to go against him, she would have to face the consequences. The leader said that Yeonju was strong and it would be difficult to take her down. Tessic said that she would not be the target. Smiling and covering his face with his hand, he said that she had her eye on a newcomer named Kanwoo. Tessic said that he wanted to take Kanwoo hostage. Tissue said that they had gotten a lot today and it was all thanks to Sehun. Sehun laughed and said that it was all thanks to their efforts. Yunbai smiled and said that they were rich now. As Tissue started talking about the next time they would meet, he was interrupted by the guy standing in front of them. Hansol shouted happily when she saw Kanwoo in front of her. Kanwoo greeted the guys, telling them that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The four of them started to rejoice when they saw Kanu. The protagonist said that they were doing well. Sehun asked why the guy came so suddenly. Kanu said that he had a gift. Sehun laughed and asked if Kanu wanted to give a gift to Hansol. Kanu asked Sehun to accept the gift. The guy gave Sehun the El Cuero blade. The four of them looked at the blade in surprise while Kanu said that it was a legendary equipment that could only be used with Kai. Tissue said that he envied Sehun. Sehun looked down at the floor and said that he was not strong enough to help Kanu and that he had no right to take such a gift. Kanu said menacingly that it was up to him to decide whether the guy had the right to take the gift or not. The protagonist continued that in the future, Sehun would become much stronger than other players and would be on par with the rankers. With tears in his eyes, Sehun, holding the blade in his hand, called Kanu his brother. Sehun sincerely thanked the guy for such a gift. Yunbai was genuinely happy for the guy and said it was wonderful. A tear ran down Kanwoo's cheek, and Sehun continued to say that he felt awkward that the guy was treating him so well. He sheepishly said that he felt rejected when they first met. Kanwoo thought about Sehun being the protector of this world. Sehun said that it might sound strange, but it was as if their souls were connected. Kanwoo thought that he really turned him into a servant, so they were really connected. Sehun addressed the guy, calling him brother. He said that he would only serve Kanwoo to live up to his expectations, his eyes shining with happiness. Sehun took Kanwoo's hand. The protagonist asked him to let go of his hand. Putting his hand in his pocket, Sehun said that he also had a gift for the guy. Extending his palm with a crystal to Kanwoo, the guy said that he looked at one of the monsters closer and found a crystal. Smiling and taking the crystal in his hand, Kanu said that he didn't think it could be considered a gift, but he thought that Sehun might know something about it. Kanu held Sehung's hand between his palms. The protagonist's eyes changed greatly, they lit up with a bright red color, as bright as the crystal. With a smirk on his face, he said that now he and Sehung will be together forever. Smiling, holding the crystal in his hand, Kanu asked where Sehung got it from. Thinking and placing his hand on his chin, Sehung said that when they were hunting on the gate as usual, he had a strange feeling. He continued to say that his whole body was covered in goosebumps and he felt a sense of rejection, just like when he first met the protagonist. Kanu looked at his interlocutor in shock. Sehun, remembering the Minotaur in the labyrinth, reported that when he tracked this feeling, it led him to a strange Minotaur, who had dark skin and was much more ferocious than the other Minotaurs. Kanu looked at Sehun and thoughtfully said to himself that his interlocutor must have been possessed by demonic power, and did this mean that he could feel demonic energy? The protagonist asked the guy when Sehun met Echidna in the hospital. After a short pause, he continued to ask if Sehun felt anything strange. Sehun, remembering the meeting with Echidna, thoughtfully answered that he did not feel any rejection then. Looking at the crystal, Kanu thought about the fact that Sehun did not feel demonic energy. After that, he put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully asked himself what else he had in common with this monster. If he was possessed by demonic energy, he could become a demonic monster. Suddenly, after what he said, it dawned on him. A crack, he immediately said to himself. The protagonist immediately imagined the connection between all of this and, looking at Sehun, said to himself that Sehun was the protector of the world who must protect the damaged system. In his head, he understood that Sehun instinctively felt disgust for those involved in the rift. Immediately after these thoughts, Kanu put his hand on the interlocutor's shoulder and turned to him. A drop of sweat appeared on the guy's face. The protagonist, with a crazy smile on his face and eyes burning with scarlet flames, told Sehun that they had one thing. In his head, he said that now with Sehun's help he had a chance. After a short pause, he added, "Find all the demonic stones hidden by the cult." After a while, Sehun's entire tired team was driving to the bus stop. The only Sehun was sitting with a sword in his arms, looking at the sunset through the window. Meanwhile, the protagonist and Hansol were walking along the sidewalk. Hansol asked Kanu if the protagonist and Sehun would be searching the gate from tomorrow. The protagonist answered positively, then added that for now, Hansol's team would have to hunt with just the three of them. Kanu began to climb the stairs, saying that they had already leveled up enough, so the three of them would be able to handle it, adding that they should still be careful. Hansol did not answer this, but only stopped and looked at the ground. Her face showed excitement and an effort to gather her strength. "Kanu," she suddenly said. "What is it?" The protagonist turned to the girl questioningly. Then Hansol said that they were going to the gate tomorrow. Climbing the step, she continued to report that she was talking about herself and the other guys, then asked the protagonist to go with them. The protagonist silently listened to the girl. She justified this by saying that if Kanu was next to them, they would be able to grow faster and this would also help the protagonist's case. After listening to Hansol to the end, Kanu turned away and said that from tomorrow, starting to rise again, he added that he would be going out to the 11th gate, and the monsters there were much stronger than the minotaurs. Without stopping, he asked if Hansol was sure that she would not interfere, especially since a cult was involved. Hearing this, a drop of sweat appeared on the girl's face. Smiling confusedly, she apologized and said that she said it without thinking. Then Kanu explained that the cult could attack at any time and the more people they had to protect, the more dangerous it was. Listening to all this, Hansol was very upset. Suddenly, the protagonist's hand appeared in front of her face, causing her to stop and look ahead. Just like now, the protagonist answered coldly and calmly with eyes full of contempt. In front of him at the stop were 5 cultists with scythes. Pushing Hansol behind him, Kanu asked with a sarcastic smile on his face if this was really a devil cult. Immediately, the cultists with glowing eyes replied that they only follow the orders of the master. Immediately, another cultist coldly said that Kanu should allow himself to be killed without pain. Hearing this, a mad smile appeared on the protagonist's face. At that very moment, his eyes filled with rage and hatred. Looking at the cultists, he ordered everyone to leave his car. Hearing this, all the cultists grabbed their weapons and rushed at the protagonist. The guys were furious. The protagonist, however, expected this move and was preparing to defend himself. "You're already annoying with these cliched phrases," the protagonist said, after which, grabbing Hansol in his arms, he quickly changed his position. "Stay away from them," Kanu said to the girl, who blushed with embarrassment. Then the protagonist, looking at the assembled cultists, said that he would sort everything out. "I can too," Hansol suddenly screamed, blushing. At that very moment, her staff lit up and she used the Grace of Light skill. At that very moment, Kanu was enveloped in a powerful magical energy. It was immediately reported that the indicators of strength, agility, and unique characteristics had increased. Having learned about this and looking at his hand, he said to himself in surprise that it turns out that Hansol's buff can increase the unique characteristic. "Don't worry," Hansol said at the end. At that moment, the hero smiled slightly and said that he would not get hurt. Suddenly, turning his head, Kanu saw many evil cultists rushing towards them. And at that time, the main character jumped high into the sky and the strong magical chains of the cultists were reflected in a second. With a small sarcastic smile on his face and burning eyes, he asked who said that it was possible to run away. At that very second, he swung the chain with the blade, swinging at his opponents, as suddenly someone sharply and deftly grabbed his chain. At that moment, he turned to his opponent and prepared to attack. There was calmness and peace in the eyes of the main character. The next blow immediately sent the cultist flying into the far wall. He used the chains again to repeat the attacks on his opponents. Not a bad ability, the cultists responded furiously. The cultists held fast to their plan. Hearing this, the protagonist created lightning between his 2 hands with a crazy smile on his face. Wave power, a moment later he used Kanu's skill. All the chains on his body disappeared. And most importantly, huge wings appeared on the protagonist's back. Seeing this, all the cultists were very shocked. Looking at Kanu in horror, they shouted that the cardinal had underestimated him. "We must report to the cardinal," they told her at that very second. But before one of the team could move, the old man's legs were enveloped in magical energy. Within seconds, all the cultists were imprisoned in waist-deep fire. Hansol watched all this from behind cover. "Let's talk calmly now," the protagonist asked, approaching the leader in this attack. Coming close to the cultist, Kanu removed his mask. Underneath it was an ordinary human face. It was all covered in cold sweat, and the guy himself was incredibly scared when suddenly, looking at the main character, the cultist was horrified. In front of the guy was a huge demon Orobas, who was asking who was under the cardinal's mask. When suddenly the guy's mouth opened and a barely audible laugh was heard. But after a couple of seconds, drool poured out of his mouth, and the cultist himself began to laugh louder. But then he laughed madly. The main character, standing next to him, asked in surprise if he was really resisting. "Glory to the cult," the cultist suddenly said slowly but loudly, when suddenly Kano saw something that shocked him. The cultists stuck out their tongue, on which there was a pentagram, when suddenly a small flame lit up on the border of the pentagram, and a moment later a huge and strong explosion sounded. From such a strong explosion, Hansol closed her eyes and turned away. Having come to her senses a little, she immediately grabbed Kano. She was shouting loudly, calling the protagonist, when suddenly, among the rising dust, Kanu appeared, who was completely enveloped in a strong magical field. Opposite him stood a headless cultist guy. Keeping his arms crossed, Kanu said to himself that he had hidden a trump card, when suddenly his eyes lit up with a bright scarlet fire again. It was as if he was talking to the cardinal. Kanu said that back then he had forced him to crawl out of the hole. At this time, the surviving cultist ran to the cardinal, who was sitting on the throne, and reported that all the followers were dead. Was this really the work of Enju? The cardinal asked with interest. Then the cultist, kneeling on one knee and bowing his head, replied that he did not know. In his head, the cardinal was thinking, saying that it was in vain that he had sent loyal people to their deaths. Switching back to the cultist, he asked how many rift fragments had been collected, to which he immediately replied that about 30%. Putting his hands on the mask, the cardinal ordered him to leave. After the cardinal left, he took it off and placed it next to him, saying to himself that no matter what, the guys wouldn't be able to find the demon stone. The cardinal turned out to be Kanghyun, the top 1 ranker in Korea. He had a crazy smile on his face, and he said that time was on his side. "Everything is going according to plan," the cardinal said happily. Hansol ran towards the protagonist whose cloak was fluttering in the wind. Kanwoo turned his head to the side and thought that the girl was going to stay away and then take all the credit for herself. The protagonist's eyes lit up brightly, and he decided that in that case, he would make her crawl out. Hansol sweated and opened her yellow eyes wide, asking if Kanwoo was okay. The protagonist turned around, touched his face, and asked the girl to wait for a minute. He brought the phone to his face, calling Shahun, and mentally apologized to Hansol, thinking that he had something to finish. The girl looked at Kanwoo in surprise, who informed Shahun about the collection that needed to be worked on harder and the gate at 6 in the morning. Hansol gripped the staff tightly in her hands. The protagonist lowered his hand and asked Hansol if she saw anything. They turned around as the enemies approached them, and Kanu said that he didn't know what this devil cult would do in the future, but as long as it wasn't about work, it was best to keep his distance. The girl smiled softly and said that Kanu was very considerate, and that she didn't expect him to think about her feelings even though she had gone through something like this. Kanu looked at Hansol in shock, who said that she wanted to become a person like him to repay him a little bit for what he had done for her, and to do that, she needed to be strong. The girl closed her eyes and smiled widely, saying that she would become so strong that Kanu would be surprised. The protagonist's cheeks turned pink, and he thought that Hansol was just an angel. He then ran to the side, asking if they were going home then, and the girl awkwardly reminded him about the car. 9 days later, a bright blue portal was visible in the middle of the city. Kanu raised his hand and said that everything was going smoothly. The gray-haired boy asked if they were done for the day, and the protagonist smiled and praised his partner for doing a good job. Shahun blushed while looking at Kanu, and the protagonist thought about pretending not to notice the puppy eyes. He pointed at the blue car and offered to give Shahun a ride, but the boy refused because he was planning to visit his mother in the hospital. The protagonist smiled slightly while driving a car. Kanu entered the apartment holding a bag in his hand, and Echidna ran towards Kanu with her hands outstretched. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when the protagonist sat down in front of her and told her that he bought ice cream. While the girl sat on the floor eating ice cream, Kanu lay on the couch and thought about how it had been surprisingly quiet lately. However, if the devil cult had started acting up, Hweong and Jiyeon would have contacted him by now, even though there had been no movement since the last attack. The protagonist laced his fingers together while looking at the ceiling and wondering what they were doing. Suddenly, Hweong called Kan and his phone vibrated. He brought the device to his ear. The white-haired woman furrowed her brows and reported that dark movements were detected at the S-rank gate in Pohang. Hwang's eyes shone brightly, a drop of sweat appeared on her cheek, and she added that based on the information they received, they were preparing for the call. A red-haired girl wearing a black cap walked among the crowd, and Hwang said that Yeon and the Red Rose Guild were already on their way. There were people standing near the helicopter. The woman said that she was also going there and that she would send Kan the address of the helipad so that he could join their operation. The protagonist hummed thoughtfully, looked at Echidna, and thought that his mana had recovered so he could move around comfortably. Hwang frowned and opened her mouth when Kan said that he would go there. He patted Echidna on the head and explained that he had a private helicopter. Kanu smirked, extended his hand, and asked why he would borrow someone else's vehicle then. Echidna and the protagonist stood in the middle of a deserted area. The girl clenched her hands into fists and responded when Kanu called her. The protagonist, with a confident smile, offered Echidna to fly to Pohang in her dragon form. Echidna agreed, and immediately there was a bright blue flash. The girl transformed into a white dragon. Kanu sat on Echidna's back, who asked if she could have more ice cream, and the protagonist replied that he would buy her another box. The dragon raised its head, shouting that it would try, and Kanu asked Echidna to calm down. He smiled while sitting on her back and decided to do something while no one was looking. The protagonist placed his hands on the dragon using the power of the shadow. Echidna raised her head, asking what Kanu did, and he replied that he only activated his invisibility ability. The dragon was hovering in the sky. The protagonist's black hair flew around, and he thought that it bothered him that he didn't know the exact extent of the devil cult. He furrowed his brows, wondering how far it had gone. He imagined the faces of different people and wondered where the secret guild was. Kanu asked Echidna to slow down when they arrived at Pohang, and the dragon began to land. The protagonist placed his hands on his waist, saying that Hwang said that she would contact the Devouring squad in charge of this gate, and that he and Echidna landed a little further from the gate. The dragon looked at Kanu, who told her to change into another form so that they could go. Echidna shook her long tail. Suddenly, something hit the protagonist's face, causing him to let out a painful sigh. Kanwoo turned around and frowned, immediately thinking of a person. A translucent image of a stranger was visible next to Echidna, and Kanwoo guessed that this guy was hiding here thanks to a skill. The stranger opened his mouth wide and screamed, begging him not to kill him. He put his hand on his head and looked up, surprised to see an actual dragon. The protagonist spread his legs wide, staring at the stranger. His red eyes glowed brightly as he realized that this guy was once with Baek Kanghyun. It was the master of the Honorary Guild, Cha Min-hak, wearing a red cap. He was wearing a black jacket, and he reported that he saw a strange moving shadow and went after it. Min-hak stood up, walked a little closer to Kanwoo, and added that he heard that the protagonist's mentor was Yeon. Kanu's eyes were emitting a bright red light, and he asked who gave Min-hak permission to speak. The youth put his hand on his chest and shouted that he was just trying to explain the situation and knew that he looked suspicious. The dark blade was emitting a purple aura. Kanu's eyes widened and he smirked, saying that he didn't give the youth permission to speak. The Echidna leaned over Min-hak. The protagonist thought with a slight smile that just because Min-hak had a demonic stone didn't mean that he was from a devil cult. He imagined the purple symbol and thought that it was strange that a guy who looked like a guild master was walking around like this. Kanu wondered what brought him here. Min-hak clenched his fists and looked at the protagonist from under his brows. He asked with a serious expression if Kanu was going to listen to him. Min-hak took out a knife and said that in that case, he had no choice but to force Kanu to do it. The two youths stood motionless, silently looking at each other. Min-hak kicked off the ground and jumped up. Kanu used the power of speed and rushed forward. He activated the power of the blade, placing two blades in front of Min-hak's face. The youth gritted his teeth and let out a painful sigh. He then jumped back. Min-hak's face turned pale and covered in sweat. He was horrified by Kanu's strength and asked who he was. The protagonist frowned warily and thought that since Min-hak was not that strong, he was unlikely to be related to the devil cult. They silently looked at each other while Kanu thought that if the Honorary Guild was not related to the devil cult, then Min-hak really was following them, thinking that they looked suspicious. Deciding that it was necessary to find out, Kanu frowned and said that Jeon and the Devouring squad would be arriving here soon. Min-hak lowered his head when the protagonist said that he was going to listen to him and asked how the boy ended up in Pohang. Min-hak raised his face, sweaty from excitement, and asked if Kangwoo suspected him, since the protagonist himself was suspicious due to how quickly he developed. The boy kicked the red knife with his foot. Then, he tightly gripped the handle of the weapon. Min-hak disappeared from where he was standing in a flash using the speed of sound technique. The boy quickly ran forward, preparing to perform a spinning kick. Kangwoo smiled softly as he looked at Min-hak. Min-hak stopped next to the protagonist with a horrified expression when Kangwoo said that he asked the question out of curiosity. He widened his bright red eyes and asked with a scary smile if the thief knew how to fight. Kangwoo looked at his phone thoughtfully. There were yellow message icons on it, and he said that there was still time because Yeon and Hwang had not arrived yet. He pressed the button on the coffee machine, and the drink began to pour into a paper cup. The protagonist handed the coffee to Min-hyuk, who was sitting on a bench and was stealing everything from coins to magic stones. Kanwoo turned away and said that his patience was limited and demanded that Min-hyuk explain himself faster if he wanted the protagonist to understand him correctly. Min-hyuk wrapped his hands around the paper cup and looked down when Kanwoo asked why he came to Pohang. Without looking up, the youth spoke about their guild, Onyuri. Min-hyuk placed his hands on his knees and said that they were pursuing a devil cult on their own. He remembered bandaging his comrade and asked if Kanwoo knew the rule of binding a thief. The dark-haired youth had bruises on his face. Min-hyuk said that it meant shutting up a thief and bandaging him up like a useless part of the team, and that this was the current treatment for thieves. Min-hyuk stood against the wall with his arms crossed and said that they were quick to respond to rumors and seek justice. They had long known about the existence of a devil cult. The people in the crowd looked scared and upset. Min-hyuk furrowed his black eyebrows and nodded. The crowd split up, people went in different directions, and the young man said that they decided that they would pursue the devil cult independently, separate from the government and Red Rose. There were 4 people standing behind Min-hyuk, and he added that it was to prove that thieves are not only good for gagging and bandaging. The protagonist turned around, looking closely at Min-hyuk, who said that he then noticed Kana and Echidna, who seemed suspicious to him, and so he kept an eye on them. Min-hyuk's light eyes widened in surprise when Kana suddenly said that he believed him. The protagonist poured coffee into his mouth and thought that Min-hyuk was crazy for believing his word just because of his plausible speech. Kanwoo threw the plastic cup into the trash, closed his eyes, and asked if this was similar to Hong Gildong, and that he would see if Min-hyuk could prove his worth. The red cap-wearing youth looked at the protagonist dumbfounded. Kanwoo turned around when he heard Min-hyuk ask him to wait. He put his hands in the pockets of his black coat, and Min-hyuk stood up, saying that Kanwoo's skills were much higher than the top 5 guild leaders of Korea. The protagonist's face showed a skeptical expression when Min-hyuk asked why Kanwoo thought so little of himself that he helped the government and Red Rose chase devils. Min-hyuk raised his eyebrows in surprise and opened his mouth when he heard that Kanwoo had the same reason as him. The protagonist touched his forehead, imagined the beef kimchi stew, and said that he was doing this for the sake of world peace. Min-hyuk blushed, looking at Kanwoo with admiration. The protagonist turned around, saying that it was time for him to go, and Min-hyuk thought that Kanwoo looked like a villain, but was actually a good guy. Shadows fell on the protagonist's face, and he thought that it was because the devil cult was good at helping him absorb magic. Putting his hands in the pockets of his coat, Kanwoo came to the conclusion that the Thieves Guild had no connection with the devil cult because thieves were too weak and pathetic for devils. The protagonist's red eyes glowed brightly, and he thought that if Min-hyuk was spying on the devil cult, there were fewer and fewer suspicious people among the guild leaders. Kanwoo imagined the smiling man's face, thinking of the guild master Sa-nair and the man Min-hyuk was accompanying. The dark-skinned man with white hair named Kan-hyun turned around, grinning creepily. The man in the black coat put a red mask on his face. He raised his hands towards the glass ball. Water dripped from the rocks in the cave. There was a star pattern on the ground, and the crowd watched as the priest Utesic announced that he was ready. He rested his head on his palm, saying that this ceremony was the first step in their grand plan, so failure was unacceptable. A bright red light appeared in the cracks of his mask as the cardinal told the priest to make sure of success and use more sacrifices if necessary. Tesic stood next to a small pillar with a red stone. The man with black patterns on his face adjusted his clothes and sighed. Tesic looked at the red ball, praising the devil cult. He asked if the others used blood for the sacrifices, and one of the cloaked men nodded, confirming this. Tesic pursed his lips and looked down silently. A red star was drawn on the ground, and he thought that this ceremony was especially important, so they must not fail. The priest raised his hand to the ground. Red liquid dripped from his fingers, and he thought that this was not enough. The brown-haired man looked up in surprise when Tesic ordered him to come closer. The young man approached the priest and asked what had happened. However, before the young man could finish speaking, Tesic attacked him, and the young man let out a painful grunt. He fell to the ground, blood all around. The other cloaked men looked at the priest in horror and asked what he was doing. Tesic, smiling madly, shouted that they did not have enough blood, and that the cultists should blame themselves for not being able to find enough victims. Splashes were visible. Tesic smiled, standing in the middle of a cave filled with corpses, and laughed loudly. Everything was rumbling. The cultists stood by the pentagram, corpses lay on it. He proclaimed the demonic cult. The bald cultist smiled, rubbing the blood on his face, and said that this should be enough. He slammed his hands on the corner of the cross. The man was illuminated, his eyes lit up. He began to read a spell in Arabic. At this time, Keen was called and she turned around. Kanu approached her and asked if they could now go into the gate. H-Wang looked at the hero, said that the situation inside should be good. Everyone entered the gate, found themselves in a rocky area. H-Wang assumed that the agents of the demonic cult were hiding in the cave, and there were so many of them there that it would be almost impossible to find the right one. An indescribably strong energy was in the air. Another guy came up to the squad, noted that everyone was already in place. The blonde smiled, greeted everyone, noted that he had not seen the hero for a long time. The guy approached S1-2. She asked how the investigation was progressing. He replied that everything was at a dead end, but they heard a loud sound from the gate. The Echidna pulled Kanu by the cloak and called. She looked the hero in the eyes with concern and said that the gate smelled strongly of blood. Kanu looked back at Echidna with worry. At that moment, yellow lightning struck above the pentagram. A blood-red rift appeared in the air. The cultist laughed and said how long he had been waiting for this. He asked to show his great power. A strong wind walked along the vaults of the cave. The cultist called upon a creature stepping from eternity. A huge demon appeared from the rift. He looked at the man and asked who dared to address him. The demon of the seventh circle of hell, Auriax. The cultist fell prostrate before Auriax. He, a miserable mortal, greeted him. He smiled. The demon asked, did he really call him? The demon looked with a terrible look and asked why the man did this. The cultist looked up and said that he wished death and suffering on miserable mortals. At this time, the spy was monitoring the conversation between the man and the demon. The cultist asked the demon to lead his followers with his boundless power. If he could break the chains of mortality, he would serve the demon with all his being. The frightened guy turned on the radio, while Auriax laughed and said that he liked the zeal of the man. Henmo looked at the radio that started working. The guy was urgently calling everyone here. The guy said that he explored the caves, but the situation was much. Henmo picked up the radio and began to ask what happened there, but the radio was silent. He shouted and demanded an answer. Kanu frowned and said that it was better to move forward and not hang around here and chat. Everyone stood in front of the portal. The hero decided that they were no longer going to hide the smell of blood. At this time, the squad looked ahead in fear. They were inside the S-rank gate in Pohan. A huge demon pierced the mountain with his body and soared into the sky. Auriax turned to the squad, and a moment later he landed in front of them. The demon's eyes flashed red. He laughed and said that the people in front of him would be quite suitable as sacrifices. The squad captain got into a fighting stance. He asked everyone not to be afraid and said that they would hold out until reinforcements arrived. And everyone ran to attack. Mages, warriors, and archers began to attack the demon. He laughed even louder and said that he really liked it. He adored the heat of battle. In one fell swoop, he cut down several fighters at once. The squad with Henmo that appeared nearby looked at what was happening in shock. The cultist laughed madly. He was shocked by the power of the first summoned demon. He understood that with each passing day the boundaries of dimensions were becoming weaker and therefore he would be able to summon an even stronger demon next time. He shouted that the nation, this entire world, everything would be in the hands of the demonic cult. Auriax's scythe was covered in blood. He said that this was not enough. He stuck out his long tongue and called people pathetic insects. The captain of the defeated squad gritted his teeth in fear. He turned around. Henmo ran to the attack, protecting his subordinates. Auriax swung his scythe, saying that the guy's actions were too stupid. Henmo blocked a strong blow with a scythe. He was thrown to the side while he was flying. He managed to note how strong the demon was. The magician raised his staff and said that who would have thought that one blow from this creature would only throw the commander back. The girl managed to catch the commander in a bubble, saying that this was expected of him. Henmo smiled nervously. The members of the squad said that they were really waiting for him. He looked at the archer and asked if this was a real demon. He asked everyone not to worry and offered to show him their strength. Kanu looked at what was happening in shock. Keen took out a chain, noted that if the guys from their guild had come, everything would have been much easier. H-Ween said that nothing could help here and they should at least be grateful that they managed to come before this demon broke out of the gate. The whole squad concentrated on the battle. While Kanu looked at the demon with bulging eyes, Henmo asked who was stronger, the demon or El Cuero. The cultist ran up to the demon and asked his master to show the pathetic mortals all his power, but Auriax replied that he would have done it even without his whining. He smiled. Henmo frowned. The demon laughed, said that there was nothing to look for among the squad. He asked if there was anyone stronger here. He began to examine the people, tried to find the most useful. He looked at Kanu, who nervously looked away. Auriax also thought nervously. He clenched his teeth. Auriax from the seventh circle of hell. Kanu became even more nervous, turned away completely, quietly asked himself why this was a real demon. He clenched his teeth. In the very depths of all 10 circles of hell, the 9th circle of hell, the place of residence of the hellish champions is located. The castle of the Demon King, the lord of the castle of the Demon King, and the one who destroyed the 7 princes of hell, the strongest demons, the all-consuming strongest demon, and also the Demon King. Kanu scratched his head. Auriax was horrified. He screamed, asking what he was doing here. Kanu turned away. Auriax began to call the hero lord. Kanu closed his eyes, mentally asking why among the endless number of demons there was only one who knew him. The cultist looked at the trembling demon in surprise. Auriax turned around at the cultist's call. He screamed and demanded to cancel the summoning. He swung. He grabbed the cultist in his fist, began to shake him, and said that he did not want to go against that monster. He was going to return to hell. He demanded to quickly cancel the summoning and return him back. The cultist looked in shock at the terrible and huge demon, asked himself how this happened, and said that it was impossible to go back. He asked the Lord not to worry. He looked at the squad with the hero and called them simple and pathetic mortals. Auriax was shaking. He asked if they were mere mortals. He looked at the worried Kanu and asked if they were really weak. He screamed, saying that the cultist did not understand anything. He did not understand who the hero was and what he did. The entire squad was depressed. They asked if a demon had attacked a demonic cult. They decided that it was time to strike. The hero stepped forward and said no. He blocked the way with his hand for S1 and asked to leave everything to him. Kanu looked forward and said that when the demon saw him, he misunderstood something and this should be used. S1 did not understand anything, but Kanu replied that there was a simple misunderstanding. Auriax's face flashed blue. He turned around. Kanu was standing next to him and asked if his name was Auriax. He frowned, mentally demanding an answer so that only he could hear. Auriax froze in horror. He put the cultist down, mentally answered that he was Auriax from the 7th circle of hell. He asked why the Demon King was here. Kanu smiled, thought that part of his power was currently sealed. But if he could intimidate the demon, he could easily deal with him. The hero's eyes lit up. He said that Auriax had interfered with his plans right now. Auriax recoiled. He was trembling, mentally asked what plans were we talking about. Kanu narrowed his eyes angrily and demanded not to ask unnecessary questions. Because it irritated him, he thought to himself that he had no plan and was talking nonsense. Auriax bowed guiltily, asking for forgiveness. Kanu looked up, said that the demon's unexpected appearance was making his job difficult, but he would be generous and give the demon a chance to fix everything. Auriax gritted his teeth and said that he would listen to any order from the hero. Kanu smiled, said that if he carried out his command, he will receive him in his home. Auriax looked up, asking in surprise. He thought that the Demon King who had defeated all the supreme demons of darkness, he thought that this was the greatest honor. Besides, if you become his confidant, you can even get a part of the king's power. He bowed and asked for an order. Kanu said okay. He ordered to fight these people without weapons and asked to try to win. He pointed to his squad and said that he would see if his strength was enough. Auriax decisively threw out his scythe and said that he understood everything. Kanu thought that he should have doubted his words at least a little. Kyung and S1 looked at the demon in confusion, asking what Kanu did and what happened to that demon. S1 frowned and said that this was a great opportunity to destroy him. She thrust her sword forward, its tip lit up and she used the west wind. She looked forward at the result of her attack. Auriax looked at her silently. Hwa-yeon jumped up and started to get closer. She screamed and dealt the first blow. Blood gushed from the demon's hand and he screamed. He looked at the girl angrily. He raised his hand to strike and called her a small insect. There was a rumble. Cha-yeon stretched out the chain and asked who he was calling an insect. She swung many bloody chains. They grabbed the demon. Cha-yeon jerked the chains back. Auriax began to watch as the chains grabbed all his hands. They began to chop his flesh and continue to grab and tighten more and more. He clenched his teeth, thought about how strong these people were. He thought that even weapons would not guarantee an unconditional victory. But he understood that this was a test given by the Demon King. He tore Cha-yeon's chains with screams. Hwa-yeon appeared behind the demon. Henmo stood on her other side. They began to inflict many cuts on Auriax. He screamed that it was annoying. He thought about how he had been fighting only with a scythe for so many years and could not properly demonstrate his skills. He fell to the ground. He thought about how the Demon King saw through his shortcomings. Kanu took his scythe and walked forward. Auriax turned back and looked at his king. He opened his mouth, realizing that he would definitely not watch the demon lose to humans. He thought that the king was going to give him back his scythe with demonic power. He happily decided that with this power he would destroy humans in one fell swoop. But at that moment, Kanu struck the demon deeply with his own scythe. Blood gushed out of the monster's mouth. He did not understand what was happening. Kanu struck deeper and deeper. Mentally, he asked the demon not to hold it against him. He cut Auriax in two. Kanu smiled and said that the one who fell for the trick was initially to blame. The system reported that the hero had successfully defeated the demon of the 7th circle of hell. He received his experience points. All the experience points he had received began to accumulate due to the level limit. At this time, the cardinal was watching what was happening through the red sphere. Evil was hidden under his mask. He said the hero's name. Kanu thoughtfully looked at the system's messages, thought that he, of course, had high hopes for defeating the demon of the 7th circle of hell, but apparently the barrier before level 60 was too high. Teen ran towards the hero and asked what happened. Kanu held a dark sphere behind his back. He said that the demon died and in the end everything worked out. He thought that leaving the corpse would be a big mistake and so he used the power of a predator. Dark tongues began to cover the corpse of the demon. While no one saw, everyone turned around. The monster's carcass was burning with purple fire. The system informed the hero that his demonic energy stat had increased by 3. Kanu stuck out his tongue, thinking that it was too little, but as he leveled up it was harder and harder to gain points, so he decided that it was still normal. He frowned, thinking that there was one more detail to keep in mind. After the 6th awakening, the seal of the 10,000 demon core had weakened. The stat had not increased much, but the quality and quantity of demonic energy had changed dramatically. Everyone looked at the purple flame behind the hero. They asked if demon corpses really disappeared after death. Hanmo was holding a bald cultist captive. He asked if it was really the cultist in the red mask. HWA Yon turned around and said that he was just a subordinate. Hanmo looked at the cultist and noticed that he himself was not revealing himself. He hit the man in the face. As he noticed, he usually killed such people immediately, but he pressed on the cultist's back and said that he would have to be patient with him for a while, because they were not controlled as strictly as the soul people, so they had a lot of methods for extracting information. The cultist began to curse Mo, but the guy asked again in surprise. He leaned over to the man and threateningly ordered him to watch his language. When he thought about what he had done to his subordinates, he simply lost control. Hwang put her hand on his head and said that she understood his feelings, but still, before a sincere confession, she had to ask a few things. The girl asked if Mo was ready to transport the killer. The guy leaned forward, dragging the man along with him, and said that of course he was ready. He added that he had a car and a helicopter. The veins on the cultist's face bulged. In agony, he thought about being caught by such insignificant creatures. He thought about the demon being too stupid. But then he thought about it and decided that everything would be different if he had the power of that demon. He puffed out his cheeks, covered himself in purple energy. Kanu screamed and ordered everyone to back off. They wouldn't have a chance to interrogate him. Hanmo looked at the hero in surprise. The cultist fell to his knees. Rivers of blood flowed from his mouth. He was shining. Kanu said that this cultist had experienced too much demonic energy. The cultist raised his head, screamed. He began to transform into a monster. Everyone prepared for battle. Keen pulled out the bloody chains. She threw them forward, using the shackles. The chains bound the transformed cultist. Keen screamed. The man's body threw the tall one into the air. She yanked the chains down and the cultist hit the ground with great force. There were scraps of his clothes on the ground. Keen frowned. She adjusted her cap and asked when they were going to catch their leader. She looked down, said that she had to control herself so that he would stay alive for interrogation, but in the end, Keen froze in surprise. Kanu asked who cares. Kanu looked ahead and said that Keen did a great job and she did not need to worry. He noted that they would still have a chance to catch them. Keen awkwardly blushed, while Kanu switched to the system window and decided to check his status. He clicked on the window. He looked at the system message in surprise. It said that the body was overflowing with demonic energy. This was the first step to becoming a demon god. The hero learned the last condition. He needed to create a crystal of demonic energy larger than a certain size. The cardinal was congratulated on his successful summoning by the acolytes kneeling in front of him. The masked people said that thanks to this, the cult received more support. The cardinal just nodded silently. The other people said that now they can move forward with the plan. He thought he had a strange premonition. After all, he never thought that the summoned demon would be defeated so easily. He looked at the acolytes and asked how they would support them. The acolyte replied that they would give them demonic energy crystals. The acolyte said that they had already received enough to strengthen the cardinal and advance the plan. The cardinal remained silent. He thought that they were giving them to them because of the success of the summoning, but this kind of support was not much different from what they had received before. He asked himself again, how did they kill this demon? Was it all because of the hero who attacked last? He imagined Kanu. He leaned over. It seemed to him that Keen had been the strongest in the Red Rose before, but the demon had acted strangely precisely when he saw Kanu. And to him, this guy seemed like a child who knew nothing about the world. The acolyte raised his head and remembered that there was more news. The cardinal demanded to speak faster. The cardinal's eyes flashed red. The acolyte said that the world rankers were going to take action with the help of the Japanese government. The cardinal suddenly stood up. He hit the ground and the acolyte was torn to shreds. The cardinal screamed and asked how dare he mention such a thing so calmly. All the acolytes were trembling in fear. The cardinal said that he had a feeling that for them, the disappearance of the demonic crystals, the almost instant death of the summoned demon, and Fujimoto Rem were just trifles, not problems. The cardinal said that they would cancel all their plans and act differently. The acolyte raised his head, began to talk about another method. The cardinal descended while the acolyte said that another method would turn the whole world against them. The cardinal grabbed the guy by the throat. He looked angrily at the acolyte and asked if he really thought he didn't know this. Foam was running down the cardinal's hand. He looked at the other acolyte and said not to make him repeat himself. He demanded that all necessary preparations be made. He ordered it to be prepared at the Isu station. A few days later at the Isu station, one of the boys lazily turned his head when he saw the light. He opened his eyes wide when he saw something strange. A black rift appeared in the space, emitting a purple light. It was a gate. Kanwoo was lying on the floor with his hands behind his head, his lips pressed tightly together from the tension, thinking that the surroundings were calm. He was swinging Echidna on his legs, thinking that the surroundings were too calm. Kanwoo and Sehun were driving in a car, and he thought that after the incident in Pohang, there were no traces of a demonic cult, so they decided to gather the two of them under a false pretext in Mahjong. The phone attached to the steering wheel showed the name of the caller, Yeonju. A system window popped up in front of Sehun, which surprised him greatly. He called out to Kanwoo, who stole a glance at his partner. Sehun was holding a gun in his hands when he reported the system window that appeared in surprise. The car sped along the highway and Kanwoo asked what they were talking about. Yeonju appeared on the phone screen and angrily asked why Kanwoo wasn't answering her. She explained that a gate had appeared in the center of Isu station. People were running away from the monsters that were breaking out. Houses were burning. Some people had been captured. A woman and a little girl were running away from the monsters in fear. Suddenly, the girl tripped over a rock. She fell to the ground and her mother immediately turned to look at her. The monsters were catching up with them. The woman cowered in fear, her whole body tense. She sat down next to her daughter and wrapped her arms around her, trying to protect her from the attacking monsters as the girl screamed in fear. Suddenly, Sehun appeared, cutting down the monsters with his sword. He turned to the woman and told her and her daughter to hide behind him. He looked at the monster with concentration and thought about the gate that opened at Isu station. The monster roared and Sehun thought that the humans had turned into monsters because of the demonic energy that flowed out of that crack. He swung his sword and struck the enemy. The humans looked at him and smiled in relief because they thought that since the hunters had come, they were saved. Sehun glowed with power as the monsters began to advance towards him in a crowd. He couldn't help but think that all these monsters had been humans just recently. Suddenly, a flash of light entered his consciousness. It was as if Kanwoo's voice in his head was telling him to listen carefully. He sternly said that the humans had died the moment they were affected by the demonic energy and that these were the monsters moving in the dead bodies. Sehun remembered this conversation and that once a person turns back into their previous state, they can't go back, so they should be thought of as undead, zombies, or skeletons, so if he wanted to save the rest, he shouldn't hesitate for a second. Sehun gritted his teeth and decided that he would do as Kanwoo told him. He raised his sword. He rushed to attack the monsters with a shout. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to many system windows, which informed him that he had started a special hero quest in which he had to kill monsters and destroy the fragments of the crack. And the reward was an extreme increase in experience points, and when completing the mission together, the experience points would be distributed among the party members, so it was impossible to allow an even greater disaster. Sehun attacked the monster and thought the same thing, that there were 2789 of them. The guy's movements were fast and precise when he thought about the fact that about 3,000 people had turned into monsters. Sehun sliced the monster in half, deciding that there was no time to think. Blood sprayed everywhere. Sehun looked at the monsters carefully and analyzed that they were quite weak, at best D-rank orcs. He frowned, immersed in his thoughts. Sehun held his sword in front of him and cast the Cloud Dragon spell. A cloud of icy air rushed towards the enemies under Sehun's command. The sounds of fallen monsters began to resound everywhere. The monsters turned into smoke under the spell. The Cloud Dragon hit the targets, not missing a single one. Sehun passed through the crowd with the spell and lowered his sword. His eyes glowed from using magic. Sehun swung his sword again, thinking then that he needed to act faster. He attacked the monsters and repeated it to himself like a mantra. Behind him, people were shouting, encouraging him as best they could, and Sehun thought that he needed to be even faster. He let out a tired breath and at the same moment, the system windows appeared, saying that the absence of self-state had been reached. The special characteristic unity of body and sword had been obtained, one transformation condition had been met, and the boy thought that he couldn't handle it. The rift continued to turn people into monsters. When Sehun thought that there were too many of them, the number of demons was only increasing. Just when he thought that he was alone, someone shouted his name. Sehun turned around in surprise. Yunbai, Hweung, Tisu, Hansol, and Kyung were standing in front of him. He asked them how they all got here so quickly. They pointed at Echidna and said that she gave them a ride. Kyung approached Sehun with an angry expression. She frowned and asked where Kanwoo was now. Sehun let out a heavy breath. He told him about the rift and that Kanwoo was heading towards it. A man in a Hawaiian shirt was standing near the rift. He turned around in surprise. Kanghyun put his hands in his pockets and asked Kangwoo, who approached him, if he had heard the news. He pointed to the girl's corpse and said that the number of victims was huge. Kangwoo's eyes began to glow red with anger. Kanghyun looked at the guy carefully and said that he was glad to meet him anyway. His pupils reflected the image of Kangwoo when he suggested that they deal with the monsters as soon as possible and collect the bodies. Kangwoo suddenly attacked Kanghyun. His hands were covered in blood when he asked how long ago Kangwoo noticed. A few hours earlier, Kangwoo told Sehun that he needed to do something, so let the guy go and do what he had to. Sehun abruptly turned around and ran to help the people. Kangwoo watched as Sehun ran to where help was needed. He silently watched him go. Kangwoo jumped on power poles to avoid being among the corpses. He carefully looked around and thought that the man from the devil cult who did all this was still here. Kanu closed his eyes and thought that considering the number of deaths, he simply shouldn't let such valuable energy go to waste. His eyes flashed red as he decided that he had to find it and used his observer power. A red eye seemed to appear behind him and Kanu used it to scan the area. He finally managed to find something. However, it was Minhyuk from Honor. Kanu looked at the fighting guy and thought that he had arrived quite quickly considering that there was no information from them. Kanu crossed his arms and thought that he should find out as soon as possible. Suddenly, a thought came to him. Kanu looked at Minhyuk's silhouette, thinking that she was constantly moving in one direction and that she might have information about the guy who did this, so he should follow him. Minhyuk looked at his phone, thinking that if the information from the secretly installed tracker was correct, then that person was simply standing near the strange gate. He thought about the rift and the destruction it brought. Suddenly, a thought came to Minhyuk. He saw Kanghan using his power to defeat a man. The man fell to the ground with a dull thud. Minhyuk became angry, since you have to be a bad person to use demonic energy to kill people. Something caught Kanghyun's attention. He turned to Minhyuk and said that he had long wanted to ask about the fact that since he began to follow him around, pretending to be his friend, he actually guessed who he was. Minhyuk became very tense because he was discovered. Kanghyun immediately grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. The boy tried to pry Kanghyun's hands away, but he continued to choke. Kanghyun said with a satisfied smile that he was able to find out, since the power that comes from serving the devil is much better and more diverse than one can imagine. He frowned and said that Minhyuk was a stupid person. His heroism had clouded his mind, so he should have attacked at the first opportunity. Minhyuk said that they were similar in terms of clouding. He smirked and said that Kanghyun was angry that he lost to Rama Fujimoto. Kanghyun's face darkened with anger when he heard that he was supposedly doing all this out of anger because he couldn't become a world ranker. Minhyuk's blood immediately spurted out in all directions. He fell to the ground, and blood spread everywhere. Kanghyun looked at him with anger and said that now he would kill Minhyuk by painfully sucking out all of her magicka. At that moment, Kanu arrived. His eyes flashed red with anger. There was an explosion of a spell. Kanghyun asked since when Kanu began to notice what was happening. Kanu gave him the middle finger and said that he didn't have time to talk to the trash since he didn't deserve it, so he suggested attacking. Kanghyun chuckled and the veins on his neck stood out clearly. He summoned his energy and said that he would finish Kanu in 1 minute. Kanu also activated his energy and used the power of the Iron Fist. They glared at each other. Kanu and Kanghyun rushed towards each other to attack. Kanu concentrated on using the freezing power of Leviathan. Kanghyun had a hard time resisting the spell. Kanu attacked again with the ice sword. Kanghyun gritted his teeth in rage since the opponent was stronger than he thought. Kanu used the power of the blade. Kanghyun had to quickly block the blows. The people around watched the bright flashes near the rift. Kanghyun exhaled through his teeth. He jumped to the car and picked it up. Kanu saw a truck flying towards him. He looked at the flying car appraisingly. Kanwoo concentrated on defense. He cut the truck in half with one sheer blow. At the same time, Kanghyun attacked him from above. Kanwoo said it was a low move. Kanghyun used heavenly power. Kanwoo clenched his fist and used striking power. The heavenly rift spell illuminated Kanghyun's distorted face. Explosions thundered above the multi-story buildings, illuminating them with a bright orange light. Kanghyun was blown aside by the shock wave, but he managed to break. He looked at Kwu, grinned, and said that now he understood. Kwu was approaching him, and he said that the culprit who repeatedly interfered with their work was not Yeonju, but Kanwoo. This thought amused him. Kanghyun frowned. He wondered who Kanwoo was. Smoke billowed above the broken buildings. Kanwoo took a step towards Kanghyun. He asked what it meant. Kanghyun sat down on the ground and repeated again that the culprit who was stopping their plan was not Yeonju but Kanwoo, meaning it was him all along. He thought of the girl as strong, one of the best hunters in the country. Kanghyun smirked, since that was all. He frowned and said that it seemed strange to him that Yeonju was the only one stopping them all the time. Dark thoughts flooded him as he said that he would ask his question again. Kanghyun looked at the boy carefully and asked who Kanwoo was. Kanwoo smirked slyly. His face darkened and he asked what he hadn't said. Kanwoo began to concentrate magic around himself, saying that he didn't have time to talk to him. Kanwoo clenched his fists and said that he didn't think Kanwoo would tell him so easily. Kanwoo rushed forward, thinking that he shouldn't wait. Another explosion sounded above the houses. Kanwoo and Kanghyun clashed in battle. The blast wave sent a car flying. Kanwoo swung his arm to strike. The attack landed on Kanwoo's right shoulder, ripping his skin. The boy was very surprised. Kanwu stood in a cloud of his energy and extended his hand forward. A cough was heard in the purple haze. Kanghyun looked at his hands and said that he had the feeling again. But Kanwu would be a great test subject to test his strength. Kanwu tensed up, watching his opponent. Kanghyun waved his hands, telling him to start what he had planned. He raised his hands and said that enough fragments of the crack had been collected. At that moment, a red shard rushed towards him. One of the fragments split in half. Strange emanations emanated from the crack, and Kanghyun began to laugh madly. Kanwu noticed with surprise that the shape of the crack had changed. The power was spreading at double speed. Many people in the pack were turning into monsters. The crack repeated the silhouette of Kanghyun. Kanwu realized that the demonic energy was heading towards Kanghyun. Purple flashes of energy embraced Kanghyun's body, urging him to come quickly to it. First, a red wing appeared. Then a red tail appeared. The next moment, a red demon stood in front of Kanwu. Horns appeared on its head. The demon grinned. Kanwu had to guess what it could be. He realized that Kanghyun summoned the demon inside himself. The guy did not understand whether he summoned only his soul or something else. Suddenly, a strong wind rose. Kanwu silently watched the demon. Kanghyun happily understood what this feeling was that made him feel so good. He towered over Kanwu. Kanghyun grinned furiously and offered to start over. Kanwu thought about how this madman managed it all. Kanghyun rushed to attack and offered the guy to die. He roared. When he attacked, Kanwu dodged the attacks. He carefully watched the demon's actions. Kanghyun hit so hard that rocks flew in all directions, calling on the power of heaven. Kanwu spread his wings and flew into the air. He thought he would be finished in a minute. Something flashed in his hands and he used Kraken's wrath. It blew away the heavenly power, hitting the demon in the face. Kanghyun's head snapped to the side. Kanwu noticed that the damage was minor. An icy explosion sounded over the city. Kanwu swung his arm again to attack. He sent another spell at the demon, but Kanghyun only laughed. His laughter grew louder with each passing minute. Kang was surprised that his spells had no effect. His energy had dissolved. Kanwu was surprised that his energy was dissipating. Kanghyun laughed, saying that he knew what Kanwu would do when he lashed out like that. The demon smirked and said that Kanwu did not understand the power of a true devil. Kanwu heard about the blocking power. Suddenly, he understood what they were talking about. Kanghyun said with a smile that the hunter's power was blocked. Kanwu looked at the demon's hand and thought that it wasn't just the hunter's strength, since he felt no mana in his body. Kanghyun laughed and said that now that he was trapped, he couldn't get out. He took a step towards his opponent. Several powerful explosions were heard. Kanwu was thrown back by the blow. He hit the wall and fell to the ground, thinking that things couldn't get any worse. Kanghyun smiled as he said what he would say. That Kanwu was useless now, since he could only watch. He towered over the guy and said that he knew such people well. The demon smirked and said that people who thought that everything in this world belonged to them. Kanwu remembered that he had once been told about impudent, rude, mean people. Kanghyun's eyes flashed. He grabbed the guy's head with his hand and said that it was time for payback. Kanghyun told him to die and squeezed his hand tighter. There were footsteps. Echidna was running as fast as she could to help Kanwu. Kanwu heard her voice. The girl was using her spell, telling the bad man to take his hands off of Kanwu. Suddenly, her magic was blocked as well. Kanwu looked at the girl through his fingers and thought that since his demonic energy was blocked, she couldn't use her power either, since the source of her power was his power. The demon smiled and said that he had seen this little girl before. He grinned, saying that it seemed like he and Kanwu were on good terms. Kanwu leaned on his hand and heard the demon wonder what his face would be like when this little girl was crushed before his eyes. The demon grabbed Echidna by the dress and lifted her into the air. Kanwu stood up and pulled out his sword. Echidna looked at him and heard him telling the demon to stop showing off. Kanwu smirked and said that he wouldn't watch from the sidelines, would he? The demon laughed and said that he really thought he could defeat him without his power. Kanwu heard that it was impossible and swung his arm to attack. Kanghyun's smile began to fade. The Echidna's mouth opened in surprise. He cut off his arm. Blood spilled on the ground when Kanwu reminded him that Kanghyun asked who he was. Kanwu smirked and said that he would show who he was. The demon tensed up. They looked at each other and the demon thought that this guy was trying to escape from a trap. Kanwu felt the energy in his body again. But it was not enough because he used several abilities at once and the Kraken's wrath timer expired, and without an arm, he was at a disadvantage. The demon laughed, calling Kanwu resourceful, and then asked what he would do with such a body. Kanwu looked at his opponent tiredly and thought that he did not want to use this method, but he had no choice. Blood was gushing out of his hand as he thought that it was okay since there would come a day when he would use it anyway. The blood from his hand turned black and enveloped his body. The blood moon illuminated the space since it was the power that was closest to him perfectly. It was as if he was standing in front of the doors, choosing the one that had the power of a devourer. Kanwu looked around carefully. He reached out his hand to one of the doors. Something caught his attention. One of the doors was slightly open for the Temple of 10,000 Demons and the opening of the first gate. Energy seemed to flow from him. Kinu was enveloped in magic. The demon could not understand what kind of aura Kinu had. He did not understand what was happening. Kanhan smirked, and Kinu thought that he did not know what was happening, but he could use his ability again. The demon attacked, shouting that it was over. Kinu was as if hunched over under the weight of the power. An explosion was heard. The demon laughed, wondering what it was, and it was Kanu who had transformed into slime. Echidna called out to Kanu with tears in her eyes. Suddenly, the demon realized something was happening. Kanu was spreading. Slime covered the demon's hand. Kanhan was completely covered in slime. The slime turned into many jaws. Echidna covered her mouth with her hand in fear. The space exploded. Kanhan seemed to be choking on the liquid, cursing and asking for help. The space was illuminated by the light of turquoise eyes. He did not understand what was happening, as there was a moon and doors in front of him. He was in the water, asking to be pulled out of here since he could not lose like this. The demon's voice was heard, saying that he was interested, so Kanhu was able to drive his interrupter into a hopeless situation, and, facing him face to face, he begins to sympathize with his desire. Kanghan closed the hole, thinking that if he made a mistake, he might lose his body, but he had no other choice, so he agreed. The horse-like demon laughed contentedly, offering to see what could be done. Kanghan felt his eye change. The space was flooded with aura. With that eye, Kanghan saw a boy sitting. Kanwu seemed to be leaning over him. The demon screamed, and Kanghan threw his head back, nervously watching what was happening. The demon became nervous and asked why Kanghan fought with this monster, since he would have been better off choosing the Prince of Darkness or fighting Baal or Satan. Kanghan frowned and asked that Kanwu was really on the level of the 7 great devils. The boy screamed about T-Bully and the demon called him a fool. Kanghan continued to beat the water when the demon said that the 7 great devils were no more. He thought about the bars that held the power and said that they were consumed by this demon lord. Kanwu's eyes glittered in the darkness. Kanghan tried to comprehend that Kanwu was the demon lord. He thought about the boy and how it couldn't be true that he was the lord that controlled all of hell. He looked at the clots of energy and thought that there couldn't be such a person on earth. Kanwu sank into the water next to Kanwu. The power swirled around him as Kanwu still tried to believe the words he had spoken. Kanwu smirked and a flash of a spell lit up the space. Drops were falling into the water as the boy opened his eyes. He looked around, not understanding what he was doing. He was sinking into the water, thinking that he didn't remember anything, not even who he was. Suddenly, a flash of energy caught his attention. He turned around and saw a man sinking into the water not far from him. Kanwu sank deeper with his mouth open. The boy decided that he needed to get out. He swam towards the light. Suddenly he saw a door. Someone's clawed paw grabbed the boy. Many paws tried to hold his leg. The boy began to paddle with all his might, not even understanding who he was. The paws were pulling him down, and he did not understand why he should fight at all. The boy thought that it would be easier to give up. Bubbles rushed through the water. Many paws were aimed at the boy. It was as if someone nearby said Kanu's name. He clenched his teeth, cursing. Kanu began to swim towards the light with all his might. He paddled with all his might. The paws still tried to pull him down. A flash illuminated the space. The first thing he saw was the face of Echidna, who asked if he was okay. Kanu cleared his throat. He said, looking at his friends, that he was okay and for such moments it was worth risking your life. Echidna said with tears in her eyes that she felt Kanu almost disappear. She cried because he said he would never leave her, to which the boy began to apologize. He exhaled and thought that it was expected that opening the door in such a situation was too dangerous. Opening the door. Opening the gate of the Demon King's castle, even in hell he almost never used it, since any mistake could lead to irreversible consequences. Echidna hugged Kanu, and he thought that nevertheless, before opening this door there were no problems, so he would not use it recklessly in the future. He smiled, since he could not die now. He thought about the fact that in his hands is what he must protect, and system windows appeared, which reported that Mjujas, the 8th Prince of Hell, was defeated. His level limit was exceeded, the experience points gained are accumulating, the magic points were increased by 5, he is gaining a restraining force. Kanu was glad that he still had 5 points of Magi. He stood up carefully and thought that now his Magi stat was 103. He had finally surpassed 100, and he had heard that in order to become a world ranker, you need to reach at least 100 points. Hansol touched his hand. She used healing light. Kanu was surprised by the effect, and the girl explained that this was her 5th awakening. She said that this time Sehun had a special quest, after which everyone's level immediately increased. Kanwu was surprised by the special quest, thinking that Sehun the Owl was acting like the main character, to which he said that he would explain everything once they figured everything out. Hansol asked if Kanwu still had trouble moving, to which he awkwardly agreed. The girl took a step forward. Hansol grabbed Kanwu in her arms and said that she would take him home. Kanwu felt awkward and said that he appreciated Hansol's eagerness. He looked at the girl's chest. Kanwu was delighted. Hansol asked if he could walk on his own, to which the boy turned away, blushing. Kanwoo was embarrassed and said that she was right. It was still difficult for him to move, but it couldn't be helped, he still couldn't walk on his own. Tisu's voice was heard, telling him not to worry. He said that it was nothing to him and grabbed Kanwoo in his arms, saying that he would take care of him. The man smelled incredibly of sweat, so Kanwoo said that his house was in the other direction. However, Tisu asked Kanwoo not to be shy and walked with him in his arms. The Isu Station incident was an issue that shook the entire world. The demon cult revealed itself to the world for the first time. Therefore, the Isu Station incident was another reason for them to no longer hide their identities. There was a clear blue sky above the tall residential buildings. 3 days after the Isu Station incident, the protagonist opened his mouth wide and yawned while lying in bed. He suddenly stood up and began to stretch his arm, saying that he felt better because he slept for 3 days. Echidna opened her eyes wide and smiled happily when she saw Kanwoo. She immediately hung on the guy who entered the room. Kyung and Hansol fixed their gazes on him, asking if he was feeling better. The guy patted Echidna on the head, telling him that he was okay now, and then turned to Kyung, asking what she was doing there. Hansol leaned her hand on the chair next to him, saying that the girl was worried about him and came every day. He rested his hand on his side and laughed, looking at her. Kanwoo raised his eyebrows, asking if this was true. She looked away in embarrassment, saying that she just stopped by to rest in the house that she bought with her money. Hansol furrowed her eyebrows, asking if he was really okay, maybe he should rest some more. The protagonist smiled, saying that everything was fine, but he was glad to see that she was worried. Kyung furrowed her eyebrows and closed her eyes. She brought the mug to her mouth, saying that while he was resting, the Hangul Guild was completely disbanded. The boy raised his eyebrows, asking what happened to the demon cult. The girl sitting opposite him said that they were captured, but they were not interrogated before they turned into monsters. Other than that, their cult did not show itself in any way. She put her hand forward, saying that the demon cult forces in Korea were basically destroyed. Information began to come in from all over the world that they did not act so openly in any other country, noting that even in Korea, they were not dealt with yet. Kanwoo picked up his phone, saying that he would look at the articles. The hero sat on a chair, looking at the screen of his smartphone, reading the headline asking what the goals were and who was hiding behind the mask of the pseudo-group demon cult, the author of which was the reporter Yunhai. He swiped the news one by one, reading the bright headlines about how after the hero appeared, there was a focus on the dragon sword Sihun, followed by his photo. Reporter Yonhee wrote that the Chinese guild Chingaman was visiting Korea to recruit Sehun. Another person named Badak wrote that testimonies from survivors were still coming in. Tion rested her head on her palm, asking if he was going to stop at just the Isu Station incident. Kanwoo smiled, his eyes shining brightly, saying that he would not stop until he had cleansed this world of them to the last drop. The girl smiled, saying that was exactly what she wanted to hear. She smirked and put her elbow on the table, saying that there were many stories about Sehun circulating online, asking if he would be jealous and scare the newcomer. The guy closed his eyes and raised his eyebrows, saying that it was not like him. Hyun widened her eyes as she looked at the boy and said that some famous world rankers had come to Korea. The boy repeated her words in surprise. She replied that it was the Chinese guild Chingaman. Kanwoo raised his eyebrows as he imagined the man and girl whose face was hidden by a fan, thinking that the articles said that they had come to recruit Sehun, but he didn't know if that was true or not. The protagonist raised his hand to his chin thoughtfully, thinking that now that the Gaia system had begun to lose its power, it was impossible to predict what methods the demon cult would use next. The boy imagined a red demon with wings, thinking that he couldn't even imagine how to summon the demon inside himself, so he had no choice but to become stronger. Kanwoo pursed his lips and closed his eyes, thinking that the level cap was not removed due to the body's development lag. However, if you look at it, it was already a matter of technique. He thought about how to do it more effectively. He cried out softly, opening his eyes wide. His attention was drawn to the phone lying on the table. He remembered Sehun going to look at the descendant of the god of war. The tall building with bright red windows was the home of the Scarlet Rose Guild. Sehun opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows. He was glad to see the protagonist, asking if he was feeling better. Kanwoo smiled, saying that he was feeling better, noticing that all the news was only talking about the young man. The hero lowered his head, asking not to remind him. Behind the guys there was a crowd of enthusiastic girls. Sehun closed his eyes and pulled back his mask, saying that as soon as he went outside, people began to crowd around. He did not even think about hunting. The boy said that he was unhappy. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise, asking why. Sehun frowned, remembering Kanwoo with a weapon in his hands and saying that in the end, it was not he who resolved the situation at Isu Station, but Hyung, so Kanwoo should be revered as a hero. The protagonist opened his mouth and frowned, asking what he was saying. After all, he did it, therefore the boy is a hero. Sehun asked if he didn't care what people thought of him. Kanwoo said that it was of no use, only annoying, especially since the boy himself said that it interfered with hunting and he didn't like it. The boy opened his eyes wide, looking at him. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that in any case, he didn't like it. Kanu folded his arms across his chest. The boy asked why he came to Scarlet Rose then. The protagonist smiled and frowned, saying that he wanted to learn martial arts from him. Sehun put his hand forward, suggesting to start right away. The protagonist agreed. The youth turned to the stand with weapons on his back, asking what his main weapon was. Kanu thoughtfully brought his hand to his chin, saying that he sometimes combines, to which Sehun said that for learning martial arts, it would be better to choose one weapon. Kanu put the blade from his hand, saying that this is what he uses most often, asking if this would be suitable. The youth thoughtfully chuckled. Sehun handed him a sword, saying that they can start with it, since his martial art is based on the use of a sword. Kanu took the weapon in his hand, thinking that if he were to learn from the sword of the dragon, then this is the most suitable weapon. Sehun, smiling, held the sword in front of him, saying that first he would teach the hero the basic movements of the sleeping dragon sword technique. Kanu's eyes widened in surprise. The young man continued to say that his Hyan would be able to learn it in one day, asking him to watch and repeat after him. Sehun frowned, bringing the tip of the sword closer to his face. He suddenly rushed forward, leaving a bright trace in space. The main character opened his eyes in surprise, looking after him. The guy swung the sword, stopping it above himself, having first raised it behind his back. The tip of the sword shone brightly. Sehun used the sleeping dragon sword technique. 8th formation. Next to Kanu, the floor broke into small pieces, raising dust and debris into the air. The curtain of dust settled. The silhouette of the guy could be seen in the distance. The protagonist looked at him and said that it was the 8th formation, asking what about the first. Sehun, who had dark marks on the walls from the explosion behind him, smiled awkwardly, saying that he wanted to show it to get the protagonist interested, since he would see all the movements anyway. He smiled brightly, asking if it was really easier than he thought. Kanu was surprised by such a reaction. The youth put his hands in front of him, telling him to try to repeat the movements after him. Just do as he saw. The boy widened his eyes, holding the sword uncertainly in his hands, asking if he was talking about that thing. Sehun furrowed his brows and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he could definitely do it. Kanu frowned and pursed his lips, thinking that this kid was too full of energy. The protagonist gritted his teeth and swung the sword, leaving a bright mark in the space. Sehun opened his mouth wide, shouting that if he did this, there would be a big recoil on the next one. The boy swung his sword awkwardly, listening to the boy's words that he had wasted too much energy this time, asking him to move his hands. Kanu was breathing heavily, his head down. He shouted loudly that only the boy could do this easily. Sehun opened his eyes in shock and raised his eyebrows, asking where he got that from. The protagonist's face turned red. He angrily clenched his hand in front of him, thinking that this is why it is not worth learning from geniuses. It is like filling a glass with water to the brim with your eyes closed. He imagined a person whose eyes were covered with a dark strip. Kanu threw the sword to the floor, saying that it looks like he will have to give up on learning martial arts. Sehun frowned sadly when he saw this. He grabbed the protagonist by the shoulders, saying that he wanted to help. The guy frowned in displeasure. The young man put his hands in front of him, saying that his level was too low for him to help, to which Kanu, putting his hand on his hip, said that the problem was that his level was too high, offering to end it there because they would have another opportunity. Sehun put his hands in front of him. An airflow swirled between the young man's palms. He offered to teach him the breathing technique, saying that it would be easier. The protagonist, looking ahead with darkened eyes, thought that this was Danshin. Internal force was used. He thought that he could handle it. Kanu sat in the lotus position, saying that he would try, thinking that trying was not torture. A bright red light began to appear in the guy's chest. The system notified that the effect of the master of the magician was activated. The ability to control the magician was increased. The energy was concentrated in a bright sphere, from which red tongues of energy were extending. The protagonist sat with his eyes closed, the internal energy shining brightly in his chest. The status window notified that the protagonist had successfully mastered the technique of breathing the heavenly dragon. He had successfully created demonic energy. A bright red crystal appeared in front of Kanu. The system notified that the protagonist had fulfilled the last condition for achieving the demonic form. The guy opened his red eyes wide. He looked worriedly at Sehun standing next to him. Kanu smiled happily, thinking that he loved this person. The young man looked at him in surprise, his eyes wide open. The status window presented data that the highest degree of demonic form had been achieved. The first stage of becoming a demon lord, the first condition is reaching 60 units of magic. The second condition is perfect mastery of more than 3 powers. The third condition is the formation of a demonic crystal of a certain size. Kanu smiled happily and put his hand to his body, thinking that he did not even suspect that the last condition was the creation of a demonic crystal. The guy sat in the lotus position. his head down, thinking that demonic cults might also use such methods. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, a bright red energy around his face. He opened his eyes wide, brightly burning, thinking that it was the same type, but the power was completely different. Bright energy emanated from his palm. The guy thought that if the crystal used by the demonic cult was Americano, then it was pure espresso. The hero tried to get up, leaning his hand on the floor. Sehun cried out in concern when he saw that the guy was about to get up. The youth darkened when he saw that the hero stood up. Kanu swung his fist, his eyes wide open. He hit the wall with all his might. A powerful stream of energy lifted his hair and shirt higher. The objects around him spun under the guy's power. Sehun opened his mouth in surprise, his eyes wide open. The protagonist froze in place, looking at the objects on the floor and thinking that this was the power of the mind, although he only spent a third of the energy per strike. The youth happily ran up to him, saying that it was amazing. He was able to do it after looking only once. The protagonist smiled, saying that this time it was better than what he repeated before, although he simply remained motionless as he was told. Sehun noted that he seemed to have managed to learn this technique, to which Kanu, putting his hands in front of him, said that it helped him a lot. He raised his eyebrows, looking up and thinking that the size of the crystal was a little disappointing, of course, but if he continued to use the breathing technique, it would continue to grow, especially since he did not have to do it while sitting. Sehun's eyes widened in shock and his mouth opened slightly, raising his hands in front of him. The youth frowned, shouting that it was impossible to use this technique like this. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. His body was covered in red energy. Seung frowned in surprise, looking at him and asking if he was okay. The guy folded his arms over his chest, saying that everything was fine. In his mind he remembered hearing that if you do this breathing technique without sitting with your legs crossed, you can get damage to the body. The hero smiled, thinking that it was easy compared to controlling the doors in the Demon Lord's castle. He imagined tall doors surrounded by bright red energy. Kanu pursed his lips and grinned, thinking that the breathing technique, opening doors are all opportunities for growth, so you need to focus on your internal energy. The guy put his hand forward, asking the young man if this is the best breathing technique of those he showed him. Sehung widened his eyes, answering, yes, because if you accept the power of the god of war, you can learn other techniques, but for now this is the best option. Kanu smiled and put his hand on the boy's shoulder, saying that martial arts training was enough for today. The protagonist smiled widely and raised his eyebrows, saying that next time they would go to the S-rank gate. The guys were moving along the corridor of the building, listening to the announcement that a member of the Chinese guild Chingaman had arrived in the country. Kanu stood by the car door. Sehun folded his hands in front of him, saying that the guy could go. He would go by subway himself. The protagonist, caught by his words, called him to get into the car. The wheels of the car were spinning. The guy looked at the road and held the steering wheel with both hands, saying that for now the boy would ride this one, but he would soon find him a car. The boy raised his eyebrows and cried out, saying that this was unnecessary. He was very grateful to the hero for helping with his mother, to which the guy closed his eyes, saying that it was for his convenience. He was going to pick something good enough that whenever he called the boy, he could get there quickly. Sehun's eyes widened, a blush appeared on his face. He sheepishly addressed the hero by name. The boy said that he did not know what he would do without the boy. Kanwoo thought about how, compared to martial arts, one car was a mere trifle. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to something in front of him. His eyes widened. Near the entrance of the building, two tall men in traditional Chinese suits were standing. The protagonist frowned as he got out of the car. He walked closer, asking who they were. The man with a scar on his face looked at the boy. He frowned, introducing himself as Namgung, the commander of the 3rd Squad of Chingaman. The man said that the ruler of the sword wanted to see the Korean dragon, asking him to follow him. Sehun's eyes widened and he froze in place. The protagonist stood behind him with his hands in his jeans pockets. The young man furrowed his brows. A drop of blood appeared on his face. He repeated the leader's name, asking if the man was talking about Jeongminjin. Namgung gritted his teeth and frowned, telling him not to say that name without reason, asking him to follow him. Kanwoo frowned, his eyes shining brightly. The man raised his eyebrows, informing him that the plane was ready. The protagonist put his hand on the young man's shoulder. He frowned pitifully, addressing his Hyam. Kanwoo stood in front of Namgung, saying that this fool doesn't even know Korean properly. The man frowned, asking him what he was talking about in displeasure. The protagonist put his hands in his jacket pockets, saying that seeing them for the first time, he continues to speak informally. The young man looked at the guy in amazement. Namgung frowned, asking who he was. Kanwoo furrowed his brows. A vein popped out on his neck. He said he was Sehun's Hyam. The man bowed his head, saying that he heard that Young-hoon was in prison. The protagonist exhaled heavily, saying that there were deeper relationships in the world than blood. The young man froze in a stupor. Sehun's eyes widened. He raised his eyebrows high, looking at Kanwoo. Namgung was telling the guy in front of him that he was not interested in him, since the ruler wanted to see the dragon, so he told the hero to get out of his way. Kanwoo said that he didn't care about them either. The man clenched his teeth in anger. Veins popped out on his forehead. He clenched his hands into fists, telling him not to dare open his mouth so boldly. A bright aura appeared around the man. Namgung spoke to Sehun, saying that if he didn't want to see this guy get hurt now, he'd better follow them. The boy's eyes widened and his brows furrowed. He clenched his hand tightly into a fist. The boy stood between Kanwoo and the man, shouting loudly that he shouldn't talk to his Hyung. Namgung laughed, asking if he wanted to fight. The man grabbed his weapon and frowned, thinking that the sword master ordered the boy to be brought in politely. However, he thought that he should teach these kids a lesson. The protagonist touched the man's body, leaving an object in it. His eyes shone brightly in the shadow of his face. He told him not to even sing to take it out. Namgung's eyes widened and he gritted his teeth. Beads of sweat ran down his face. In his hand was an object imbued with the protagonist's energy. He thought that it was very fast. Kanwoo lowered his head, saying that if he pulled it out, he would never come back on his own. Namgung looked at him in horror, his eyes wide open. The man frowned, the veins on his face bulged. He couldn't believe that he was being suppressed by the aura. He screamed loudly, turning to the guy. Kanwoo looked at him with wide, bright red eyes. The man jumped back and, swinging his weapon, asked how dare he laugh at him. Namgung held his sword in front of him, saying that the guy was just a hunter from a small country. A bright flash flashed on the battlefield. Namgung screamed in horror, looking at the red palm. He dropped the sword from his hands in fear. The protagonist said with a grin that out of fear the man decided to show off the size of the country. A shudder ran through Namgung's body. He said that about the sword master from Chingaman. Kanwoo frowned, looking up at him and thinking about this guild. The boy grabbed the man's swollen red palm and turned to Sehun, who was standing next to him, asking if there was a good place nearby that served kimchi jjim. The boy embarrassedly repeated his words. Kanwoo's eyes opened wide and shone. He suggested that they eat and send these guys home. From the establishment with wide windows, a request was heard to serve the madam 10 servings of kimchi jjim. The woman asked them to wait a minute. At the table sat crippled warriors, with large bumps on their heads. The main character happily patted Namgung on the back and smiled, telling them to just eat. He decided to leave them alone because he was in a good mood today. He wanted them to feel the greatness of Korea with their tongues. Sehun sat embarrassedly opposite the boy. Namgung gritted his teeth and lowered his head, thinking about how he, the commander of the 3rd Squad, Chingaman, was beaten by some Korean hunter and then dragged around like a dog. The woman smiled as she brought out a vat of hot food. Noticing that they must be very hungry, she asked how long they had been waiting. She loudly invited them to the table, serving kimchi jjim, smoothly hot meat sprinkled with spices in a broth, with pieces of cheese nearby. The man's eyes widened and his brows furrowed. Namgung gritted his teeth, asking what kind of mess this was. Kanwoo fixed his piercing, furious gaze on him. Sitting on the floor with a bandaged arm, the beaten Namgung said that the man who called himself the dragon's brother said that whoever wanted to meet him had to come to Korea in person. Mujin sat on the throne in front of him, resting his chin on his hand. Frowning in displeasure, he concluded that his subordinate, who had been politely asked to bring the dragon here, had fought with his companion and simply returned. The man bowed deeply and asked for forgiveness. Gritting his teeth, the warrior thought that he had never imagined what would happen. Some time ago, the protagonist had grabbed his throat despite Sehun's attempts to stop him. Namgung was shocked by the fact that a person could go crazy because of ordinary food. The guild leader laughed. A smiling girl stood behind him. A booming laugh rang out in the dimly lit room. The old man put out his hand, from which light immediately flew out. A wave of light energy through the subordinate's body. The warrior crashed into the wall, his mouth open in pain. Standing up from the throne and walking towards him, Mujin ordered him to leave because those who are not useful are of no use to the Chingaman guild. The girl pouted and asked if her father was going to Korea. Turning around and looking at her, the guild leader replied that they should go since they were invited. A week had passed since these events. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the houses and trees. The protagonist took a sip from his mug. A bright glow appeared in his stomach, from which red threads crawled. All this time he was focused on developing demonic energy through meditation. This had to be done while eating, sleeping, and even going to the toilet. Hansel carried a pot to the table, while her friend quickly ate rice. A red stone flashed in the air. The demonic crystal grew to the size of a fist. This result was achieved thanks to a special breathing technique and meditation. Standing in front of the gate in the clearing, Kanu thought that the last condition for reaching the highest level of demonic appearance was not met. Someone called out to him and made him look back. The break was over. The guy suggested to continue and asked if everyone was ready. A squad stood in front of him. A joyful Echidna rushed into his arms. Hansol clenched her fist joyfully and replied that they had a good rest. Yunbai raised her hands up and said that she wanted to rest a little more. The little girl grabbed her master's cloak with her hands. She asked him not to overwork himself and promised to help if he needed anything. Her eyes sparkled. The player smiled, looking at her. White clouds floated across the sky. The team decided to start searching for a target and training. Looking around, the young man tried to find a single target. In the middle of the clearing stood a giant orc. The guy pointed at him with his hand. Echidna clenched her fists and asked him to rely on her. Taking a fighting stance, the protagonist thought that it would be problematic if there were many enemies. Gusts of wind enveloped his body. Stretching his arms forward, he used the power of silence. His familiar's body glowed. The girl ran up to the monster from behind. Swinging her arms, she summoned waves of dark energy. Due to the numerous cuts left by the energy, the orc opened its mouth and roared. Blood splashed on the green grass. The other monsters heard the roar of their fellow and looked back. One of the orcs swung his shining fist. The player opened his mouth wide and called for the team to act. Tisu put a shield in front of him, thereby blocking the enemy's attack. Echidna smiled and asked if she did a good job. Swinging her staff, Hansol looked back and asked her comrade to get ready. Yunbai brought the glowing staff to her face and began to whisper a spell. Pointing it forward, the girl used the lightning sphere. Waves of energy burst out from the sorceress's staffs. Electric discharges struck the bodies of the monster, in front of which stood a man with a sword. Sehun raised his weapon, preparing to attack. Due to the use of the sleeping dragon sword skill, his eyes lit up with blue flames. Using the fifth formation, the warrior rose into the air and hit the orc in the shoulder with all his might. A bright flash appeared in the air. The team stood in a cloud of dust in front of the defeated enemy. Someone said that this monster was very strong. Yunbai joyfully raised her fist and shouted that they managed to kill the S-rank monster. Hansol put her hand to her chest and said that it was all thanks to Echidna who weakened the enemy. Tisu closed his eyes and rejoiced at the victory. Smiling, the protagonist thought that it was not only about leveling up, but also about acquiring real skills. Looking at the calm Sehun standing next to him, he thought that his friend, unlike the others, did not look tired, which meant that he needed to have a separate training session. Kanu suggested taking a little rest and moving on. Hansol brought the staff to the tank's body and used healing magic. The man raised his hands up and thanked his friend. Hearing someone's roar, the guy looked back. 3 monsters were rushing towards the squad. The leader concluded that they smelled blood. The orcs bared their sharp fangs. Using the power of darkness and summoning a spear in his hands, the player thought that fighting 3 monsters at once was annoying. Suddenly, light energy flew in front of the monsters. Their bodies were cut by someone's attack. The orc opened his mouth in fear. There were 3 people standing behind the fallen monsters. Someone said that it took a long time to find them. The stranger asked if the dragon's sworn brother was standing in front of him. The young man squinted and recognized the man. Mugen, standing surrounded by his comrades, introduced himself and said that it was nice to meet you. Smiling, he apologized for what happened earlier. Sehun opened his mouth in surprise. Hansol put her hand to her mouth. The guy said that he did not understand Chinese. The old man looked at the man standing on his left hand. The man trembled and translated the words that were said earlier. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and used his power of perception to ask his interlocutor to speak Chinese, which surprised the guild leader. Kanu gave him a stern look and said that anyone could apologize with words, which only made him laugh. The heroes stood opposite each other. The leader Chingaman folded his palms and expressed regret for his subordinate's wrongdoing. He closed his eyes and said that it was not the time to be stubborn. The next moment, Mugen bowed deeply. His daughter and translator opened their mouths in shock. The squad members did the same. The old man said that he had expelled everyone who was rude from the guild because he was responsible for raising his subordinates. Sweat appeared on the guy's tense face. Bowing, the man promised that it would not happen again. Grinning evilly and putting his hand to his chin, the player asked if this was really a promise. Without raising his head, the guild leader said that he was very sorry before him. Hearing this promise, the young man licked his lips slyly. Looking into his eyes, the leader of Chingaman confirmed his promise. The guy's face did not leave the demonic smile. Rolling his eyes and sighing, he thought that he would not press because mistreating a potential ally would only make things worse. The heroes looked at each other, standing next to the corpses of the orcs. The translator trembled with fear. The young man asked what exactly brought the guests here. Mugen answered that he came to see the sword dragon after he came across a video of his fight at Isu Station. Looking back at Sehun standing next to him, the protagonist asked why they needed him. Frowning slyly, the old man replied that he wanted to check something. He needed to know how the sword dragon learned the martial art of the god of war. The warrior tensely raised his eyebrows. Echidna tugged her master by the cloak. She asked what a god of war was. Kanu looked back and asked if the girl understood Chinese. Shaking her head, the familiar replied that she did this thanks to a magic spell. The guy remembered how she managed to master Korean immediately after summoning. Having answered affirmatively to the question of whether this spell could be used on others, Echidna smiled happily. The player asked to do this. Thanks to the magic, the bodies of the squad members were covered in a green aura. Sihun looked at his hand in surprise. The man was glad that the sword dragon also knew Chinese. Putting her hands on her waist, the little girl said that it was all thanks to her magic, with which she could freely communicate even without knowing other languages. The guild leader laughed, realizing that they would not even need a translator. The man standing next to him lowered his head in disappointment. Looking ahead, the leader of Chingaman said that this way their conversation would go faster, and decided to repeat his question about the martial arts of the god of war. Sihong raised his eyebrows in surprise. The young man stroked the familiar's head and asked how the Chinese guild managed to find out that someone was using these martial arts. Mujin put his hand on his chest and replied that he couldn't help but know. He introduced the god of war holding a sword above his head and added that his family was the descendants of Th-Wen, and the girl behind him smiled. Looking forward thoughtfully, the protagonist decided that, according to his words, the god of war really did live on Earth in the past. The guy asked if martial arts existed before the appearance of players. The old man nodded and explained that after the appearance of players, they became much more effective. After introducing martial arts and a demonic cult that also appeared a long time ago, Kanu realized that what existed before had awakened and become stronger. He smirked and asked what the guest was going to do when he found out how to teach these techniques and assumed that the man would kill the swordsman to keep the secret. Hearing this, the guild leader's brows furrowed tensely. His lips were pursed. With his mouth wide open, the leader of Chingeman burst out laughing. He stated that someone had read too many martial arts novels. The boy frowned in displeasure, not expecting to hear such words from a man who seemed to have escaped from such a novel. Taking a step forward, Mujin explained that he wanted to make a deal, since many secret techniques had suffered greatly while being passed down from generation to generation. Putting his hands behind his back, the old man explained that the dragon sword technique was one of those that had only been preserved in the annals, so it needed to be restored. Grinning, he offered to personally teach the warrior other techniques in exchange for help. Turning to his friend, the player asked what he thought about this. Sihun looked down, worried. Remembering his training and fighting monsters, the warrior decided that he wanted to become stronger so that this would not happen again and so that he would have the opportunity to save someone's life if it happened again. The young man smiled. Patting his comrade on the back, he suggested that they discuss everything. With his eyes shining, the protagonist reminded that his friend wanted to become stronger and live up to his expectations. The heroes stood in the clearing and looked at each other. The damage dealer happily raised his eyebrows and promised to try hard. Hearing this, Hansal's eyes widened menacingly. Yunbai looked at her worriedly. The guild leader was riding in a car with his daughter. Smiling, he said that they had successfully concluded a deal. The heroes shook hands in honor of their agreement. Holding up a finger, Kanwoo reminded him of the condition that the equipment restoration and training must take place in Korea. The leader Chingaman asked his daughter what she thought about him having to stay in Korea for a while. Closing her eyes, Soyeon replied that it was okay because she really wanted to visit this country. Putting her hand to her cheek, she added that a man had appeared who interested her. Hearing this, Mujin's mouth opened in shock. The girl licked her lips. The old man thought that his daughter was not interested in men weaker than him and assumed that he was talking about the dragon. Closing his eyes, he thought that he wanted to give her the dragon anyway, and said that Sehun was a very nice young man. Imagining him against the background of a Chinese dragon, the man thought that the guy who had the spirit of the god of war in his body had perfectly mastered the art of the sword and understood the deep meaning of martial arts. The swordsman turned around. He had a talent sent from heaven. The guild leader smiled, offering his daughter a place next to Sehun. The girl replied that this young man was certainly interesting. With her eyes sparkling with love, Soyeon declared that she was more interested in Kana. The leader of Chingaman raised his eyebrows in surprise. Remembering the face of the protagonist at the beginning of their meeting, the girl put her hands to her chest and said that demanding an apology from the Emperor of the Sword was a bold move and that he was the strongest person in recent times. Crossing his arms, Mujin thought that this was not part of his plans. Closing his eyes, he thought that in 10 years, the dragon would surpass his mentor, but by that time, his daughter would be past the age of marriage. Putting his thumb to his forehead, the old man decided that he felt sorry for such a confident young man, but the dragon was much better for his daughter. He thought that his life would not be in vain if his daughter got married. Putting his hand forward, the man wanted to talk about Sehun, but the girl said that she did not like men weaker than her father. The guild leader smiled, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. He wanted to test the level of that impudent guy. A black car rushed down the street at high speed. The next day came. The sun's rays reflected off the surface of the Scarlet Rose Guild's house. The protagonist crossed his arms in displeasure, and a dumbfounded Sehun stood behind him. The leader of the Chinjaman extended his hand forward and offered him a duel. The heroes stood opposite each other in the training room. Kanwoo asked why this offer came so suddenly. Mugen extended his hand and said that he personally wanted to see his abilities. Hearing that the guild would provide the necessary assistance in exchange, the boy looked up and thought that this was a good chance. Sehun looked at him worriedly. A red stone shone in the air. The player needed to test the power of demonic energy, and if the opponent was a world-class ranker, then there was no need to be afraid of harming him. The young man smirked and said that this was a good offer. Extending his hand in response, he offered to begin and hoped that this battle would be fun. His entire body was covered in a red haze. A bright flash appeared on the floor due to the jerk. A blue axe appeared in his hand by using the power of a metal axe and the power of icing. Using the Leviathan skill, the boy struck hard at the opponent, who had already held out his sword in front of him. The blades of the weapons met and trembled. Mugen frowned. With a sharp movement of his hand, he threw the opponent aside. A large distance formed between them. The old man rushed forward, intending to attack. The player held out the shaft of the axe in front of him to defend himself. The opponent's sword passed very close to his face. The man intercepted the sword. He immediately swung it for another strike. A satisfied smile appeared on the protagonist's face. The guild leader's eyes widened as he noticed the bright flash. The red spear passed his face, piercing his long hair. A powerful, blinding explosion was heard. A huge cloud of dust rose around the opponent. Holding the spear in his hand, Kanwoo thought that it was dangerous. The bident in his hands exuded bright energy. The weapon was created by combining the power of Hellfire and the Dark Spear. The first advantage of demonic energy was the doubled speed of using abilities. The second advantage was adaptability. The guy squeezed the spear shaft with force. His feet stood firmly on the ground. Thinking that it was possible to reach a high level even without resorting to body enhancement skills, he threw the shining spear at the enemy. The leader of Chingaman raised his glowing sword. A blue Chinese dragon appeared above him. Mugen suddenly frowned. He cut through the air with a celestial dragon strike. A pillar of energy stopped the spear in mid-flight. Its shaft cracked. In the end, the bident broke before reaching its target. The player snapped his fingers. The spear fragments sparkled above the enemy. A powerful explosion was heard from the back of the room. Smiling madly, the young man thought that the third advantage of demonic energy was destructive power and that the concentrated magic was already enough. Sehun and Soyeon widened their eyes in shock, calling out to the martial artist. The old man opened his mouth wide, letting out a battle cry. His body was enveloped in blue energy. Raising his eyebrows tensely, the protagonist felt goosebumps all over his body and thought that he underestimated the enemy. Sweat appeared on his face. The man thrust his sword forward and said that from now on, everything will be serious. He was surrounded by the spirits of Chinese dragons. This was truly the power of the world ranking. Wanting to see the limit of this power, Kanwoo said that the right moment had come and summoned a shimmering weapon in his hand, using the power of the blade and the power of Hellfire. Using the power of decapitation, he firmly grabbed the hilt. A two-handed sword engulfed in light energy appeared in his hands. Dust fell from the ceiling. Grinning, the guild leader asked who this brave warrior was. Baring his teeth, the guy replied that his opponent should not have conducted a separate investigation, and declared that he would attack with all his might. The fight stopped due to a ringing phone. The opponents froze in place. Looking at the phone, the player apologized for this. The opponent said that everything was fine. Putting the phone to his ear, the young man asked what happened. A loud scream made him put the phone away at arm's length. Cha-young reminded him that she asked her friend to wait at the entrance of the guild and asked where he was. Standing in the parking lot, the angry girl explained that Director Hyuni had just returned from Japan and needed a ride to Devouring. The guy said that he was not a driver and that his girlfriend also had a car. The leader of the Red Rose threatened to abandon the car right there. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he was on his way. There was a huge dent in the wall of the training room. Mugen allowed his opponent to leave. Kanwoo thanked him. The door of the room closed. The old man expressed regret for not being able to make a final decision. Soyeon covered her mouth, admiring the guy's strength. Sehun supported her. The man looked back and wondered if he should be happy that they got along well. Scratching his beard, he thought that he wanted to intimidate his opponent even more, but now he would have to wait. He thought that there was an eerie energy during the fight. The guild leader felt like he was on a red sea of ominous energy that would one day engulf everything in this world. He wondered if there was anyone who could cause fear in such a person. The blue sky hung over the Devouring division headquarters. The protagonist asked about the succubus. A drop of sweat slid down his tense face. The heroes were sitting at the table in the conference room. Kion asked if it was a demon that fed on male energy. The Devouring warrior crossed his arms and explained that a Japanese demon cult was trying to summon a succubus. He was asked what the name of this demon was. The man put his hand to his forehead, trying to remember the name. Hearing the name of the succubus queen, Kanwoo's eyes widened in fear and sweat broke out in a daze, imagining Lilith's playful expression. A few minutes ago, white clouds were reflected in the windows of the building. The leader of the First Legion of Devouring troops crossed his arms and introduced himself. The leader of the Scarlet Rose smiled, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy said his name. Hyuni asked them to sit down. He noticed that there was a big commotion in Korea. The player sat down at the table. The man clasped his hands together, apologizing for not being able to help. The young man thought that this man was not easy to get through. Pointing a finger at her friend, Cha-yeon explained that they were unable to completely protect the people, but thanks to him, everything was resolved. The head of the Legion said that H-Wang told him about it. Answering the question of what happened, he said that he had news. Looking at him excitedly, the girl decided that it was not worth calling them personally. Hearing that it was related to the sect, she opened her mouth in surprise. Imagining the face of a man in a red mask, Hyuni explained that the sect, located in Japan, like the Korean one, was preparing to summon the devil. The cultist stood in front of the glowing sarcophagus. Someone asked if this was the same as Oriak's. The man nodded and said that this time it was much bigger. Putting her hand to her chin, the leader of the Red Rose remembered that the Japanese cult was stronger. H-Wang looked at her comrade and asked if the Japanese government had asked for help. The leader of the Legion turned to her and said that it had not yet spread to the press, but the situation was at a standstill. Introducing the Japanese player, Kion said that Japan had Fujimoto, who was in the world ranking, and asked why they needed their help. Hyuni replied that other than Fujimoto, they did not have any outstanding people, and the strength of the Korean cult was lagging behind. Putting her hand to her forehead, the girl was upset because the devil's summoning happened just recently. The protagonist smiled. While the others were discussing this issue, he smirked and thought that this was a great opportunity. Licking his lips, Kanu imagined the demons and thought that his stats could be improved by the devil, so he should first stimulate the summoning and then hunt well. A bright flash flashed. Kion asked what kind of devil the cultists wanted to summon. The man replied that it was the succubus queen. Hearing this, the boy trembled without opening his eyes. The girl raised her eyebrows in fear and asked if it was a monster that fed on male energy. Her friend confirmed it. Hearing the name of the demon, the player opened his red eyes. The chair fell to the floor with a crash. Seeing her friend jump up from his seat, the leader of the Scarlet Rose worriedly asked what happened. The young man clenched his fist. With his eyes wide and crazy, he declared that he had to stop this ritual. The Demon King sat on the throne, with his servants standing on both sides. Lilith was his closest servant. Palak flexed his fingers and asked what he should smash this time. He was a symbol of great power. The succubus queen closed her eyes, her cheeks blushed. She controlled the demon army with her excellent mind. Lilith was also the official wife of the Demon King. A vile tentacle approached his face. The king ran away in fear when he lost power after losing the war with the prince. The succubus helped him cope with the crisis and they swore to marry. After that, the demon constantly invaded the king's chambers, and the protagonist had to tremble with fear and hide from her tentacles. He could not return to such a life. Kanwoo clenched his fist and said that he must stop the summoning for the sake of this world. Kiyoung dumbfoundedly pursed her lips. Crossing his arms over his chest, Hyuni was convinced that he had a strong sense of justice. The guy asked to tell him more about the situation in Japan. The man clasped his hands and asked that no one, under any circumstances, should spread this information. Introducing an image of a Japanese woman in a kimono, he explained that Kurosaki had been kidnapped by a cult. The girls jumped up from their seats, unable to believe their ears. The reason for the kidnapping was still unknown. Putting his hand to his mouth, the guy whispered who she was. The leader of the Scarlet Rose was surprised that her friend did not know her. Squinting, she told him that it had happened 5 years ago during the Cataclysm. Then, an SS rank gate opened in Sapporo. People were filming what was happening on their phones. A clawed paw appeared from the portal. Many Japanese were brutally killed. Monsters appeared from the portal one after another and attacked people. The state lost the ability to function at all. Then the Shaman of Heaven appeared. Kurosaki put forward a sparkling staff. She provided tremendous help to the Japanese players, being the granddaughter of the king, and sent monsters to Hokkaido. Thus Japan was saved from destruction. People with weapons stood next to the corpses of monsters and people, among them was Fujimoto. Despite the fact that Hokkaido is not in the most stable state now, the shaman became the moral support of all Japan. Looking to the side, Cheung added that this person's skills are amazing. According to rumors, Kurosaki used the powers of Japanese mythical gods, and the person's eye was depicted yin-yang. One of her abilities was spiritualism, thanks to which the Susanoo Snow was created. The player thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, thinking that the Ekta kidnapped a spiritist. He opened his mouth, thinking about mythical gods. The young man widened his eyes and imagined the 7 names of the great demons, realizing that they all belonged to the 7 deadly sins. If their names had become myths and this was the influence of the other world, then the shaman's ability was not spiritualism. The white veil fluttered in the wind. It was the skill of summoning a Mila creature from another dimension. Tentacles appeared in the air. This explained why the cult wanted to summon Lilith. The man in the red mask looked ahead. Imagining the grinning queen of the succubi, the guy realized that the sect needed her skills of witchcraft and domination. Looking at the head of the legion, the protagonist asked how many people could be mobilized. The man clasped his hands and replied that the Japanese authorities wanted to hide the abduction of the shaman, so they needed to act secretly. The maximum number of people was 7. Putting up 2 fingers, Kanu smiled and said that there were still 2 places left, taking into account the 4 people present in the room and the head of Hyunmo. When asked about the move, Hyuni looked up and said that the plane was already waiting at the airport. The guy said that it was too far and that he should ask Echidna. The man frowned in confusion. Cumulus clouds floated across the orange sky. A dragon broke through them. With its blue eyes flashing, it moved forward. There was a purple dome on its back. Someone knocked on its wall from the inside. Hyun smiled and asked when her friend had time to prepare. The player replied that he had already flown and that he really wanted to give this opportunity to the others. The team members looked worriedly at Hyunmo, who was about to vomit. Hyuni said that there was nothing he could do and that he should just be patient. Echidna shouted that she would throw the passenger off if he vomited. The boy turned around when Hansol called him. The girl put her hand to her chest and asked if she could really go with them and if they should have taken Sehun or Tisu. Remembering his friend's flushed face, the protagonist closed his eyes and replied that her help would be most useful because she had the lightness of light enhancement, which would make the effect of demonic energy incredible. The dragon announced that they had arrived at the place. Kanu crossed his arms over his chest and looked forward, with the shocked girl standing behind him. Hansol hugged his hand and covered her mouth with her palm, seeing Sapporo Station. The ruined station building was covered with trees. Demons were walking on the ground. A huge snake was crawling along the street. The Echidna was heading straight for the portal. The guy realized that this was the city where they had failed to cope with the monsters. The player looked down. A red rift was shining in the square. The magic had already spread throughout the station and began to move. Looking at his comrades, he asked if the devil had really been summoned at Sapporo Station. Hyuni replied that this was what the Japanese government had reported. Looking down, the young man said that they would have to cooperate with the Japanese as they had no time. There was a Sapporo base with a helipad in the sea. A man with a fan in his hand announced that the guests had arrived. A man in glasses put his hand to his forehead to see them. The heroes landed on board the base. Echidna turned back, and there were people with machine guns in front of them. One of them was about to point a machine gun at the guests, but the man in glasses stopped him when he saw the leader. The heroes shook hands. The Japanese man thanked his comrade for such quick reinforcements. Hyuni explained that there was nothing wrong with that, because neighboring countries should help each other. The man praised his Japanese. The protagonist leaned over to Echidna and asked her to cast a translation spell. The girl put her hand forward, covered in a green glow. Yamada looked behind him, adjusted his glasses, and asked who all these people were. The head of the Legion answered that these were players who would help in capturing the cult and rescuing the hostages. The bodies of the team members lit up. Kiyoung asked why she understood Japanese. Echidna explained that it was all thanks to her magic. At this time, Hwan was helping Hyunmo, who had vomited overboard. The Prime Minister decided to trust these people. A man approached him, drawing attention to himself, and asked if he could greet the guests. The man smiled and waved his hand, beckoning his comrade. Extending his hand, Fujimoto introduced himself. Watching his conversation with Hyuni from the side, the protagonist thought that this was the very world ranker. The Japanese smiled, glad that they were being helped by people from another country. Noticing his blue eye, Kanu realized that this was the eye of Susanoo. Fujimoto shook his head and said that he felt calmer. The guy closed his eyes and suggested ending it there. Looking at his new ally, he said that now, when it was unknown at what moment the demon would be summoned, information about the location of the sect, the stage of their ritual, and tactics were much more important. Squinting, the ranker agreed with this. Gusts of wind swept across the entire base. A map of the island appeared in the air. Hiding his face behind a fan, the Japanese suggested starting with the plan right away. A little later, real horror was happening at Sapporo Station. Monsters were walking the streets. Clouds of smoke were rising into the sky. Echidna concentrated a clot of energy in her hands. The next moment it grew and headed towards the approaching monsters. The ogre fell. The goblin grabbed his neck in fear. The player watched what was happening. Arms crossed over his chest. Hansol stood next to him. The swordsman pounced on the hellish demon golems. There was a chain wrapped around the Cerberus's muzzle. The young man didn't understand how the sect managed to summon and control so many monsters. Holding chains tied to the dog's muzzles in his hands, Cha-Yeon asked why her friend wasn't helping. Thinking that it wasn't that important now, the boy looked back and asked the healer for a blessing of light. The girl closed her eyes. Her staff lit up. The notification said that the physical and magical defense indicators were increased by 300, and the magical energy characteristic increased by 3. Looking at his shiny hand, the protagonist realized that the buff effect had improved, since his magical energy was equal to 106. Deciding to test it in practice, he swung his burning fist, using the power of hellfire and the power of grinding. A huge wave of fire rushed forward. The monster engulfed in flames opened its mouth. Covering her face with her hand, Chaeyeon thought that this was a destructive force. Suddenly, her eyes turned white. A long trail of fire appeared on the ground. The girl looked at her friend and asked if he had gone crazy. She asked why he would use skills when there were people around. Smiling, Kanu asked him not to forget his kindness. Hansel put her hand to her mouth and said that with such skills, they would definitely be able to deal with all the monsters. Squinting, the guy thought that something was confusing him. Fujimoto pointed at the map with a fan, explaining that there were currently many monsters in the territory of Sapporo Station, so they needed to split up and exterminate them, throwing the cult into confusion. He pointed with his fan at the coastal city and said that while chaos reigned, one person should infiltrate the ritual territory. Crossing his arms, Huni asked if he should do it alone. The ranker confirmed this, adding that they were not going to entrust such a dangerous task to people from Korea. Pointing at himself, the Japanese man explained that he would handle the matter himself. The player closed his eyes, wondering when the self-proclaimed hero Fujimoto would show up, because if he knew where the ritual was being held, they would have stopped the cultists already. Kiyoung loomed over him, casting a shadow, and asked if her friend was underestimating her. Hansel raised her eyebrows in fear. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard from one of the nearby buildings. Seeing the rising cloud of dust, the leader of the Red Rose asked what happened. The boy thought that it was the ranker acting like that. Summoning a red circle under his foot, he thought that he should have prepared from the beginning. Red threads spread out in all directions, forming an intricate network. The boy's eyes turned red, but due to the magical energy around him, his vision was limited. A huge shining eye appeared in the air due to the use of the power of observation. Fujimoto ran forward along the corridor surrounded by demons. Apparently this was the place of the ritual. His eye glowed blue. Energy pierced the demon's body. The monsters were surrounded. The ranker jumped out the window, leaving behind many corpses. The protagonist was confused by the fact that despite the commotion, not a single person from the sect was visible. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Hansel asked what happened. Kiyoung crossed her arms over her chest and asked him to tell her what happened. Kanu raised his hand up and decided that judging by the energy surrounding this place, the ritual was taking place here. Clenching his fist, he used the power of heaven. Using a crushing blow, the guy swung his fist. The floor under his feet immediately collapsed from the powerful blow. Opening her mouth in fear, the leader of the Red Rose asked what her friend was doing. Hansel pressed her staff to her chest. The girls asked if everything was okay. Silhouettes of people were visible in the hole that appeared. The man in the mask widened his eyes in fear. Having exposed their weapons, the cultists asked how people got here. The player smiled evilly. His eyes and the eyes of his companions lit up. The mask was lying on the ground. There was blood around. The girls went down. Corpses of cultists were lying next to the rails. They ran to their friend. Chaeyeon was surprised that he managed to find where the demonic cult was hiding, and said that she would go with him. The healer did not lag behind her, declaring that she would also go further. Hearing that they were not allowed to go forward, the girl lowered her eyebrows in displeasure. Sweat appeared on their cheeks. The young man reminded that there were still monsters on the earth that could not be ignored. Humo fought side by side with Hwa. The Echidna ran up to her master. Remembering the event from the past, she frowned and said that her friend should not do the same as last time. Putting out her little finger, the girl asked to promise this. The protagonist realized that it was about releasing Makjong. Thinking that he would not have to repeat this, Kanwoo smiled and nodded. His legs rose into the air. Using the wings of the power of heaven, he went deeper into the tunnel. Noticing the approach of the intruder, the cultists put their weapons forward, intending to detain him. A demonic blade flashed on the guy's hand. Without stopping, the player killed every follower of the sect who stood in his way and rushed forward. Looking back, he thought that their level was significantly lower compared to the Korean cult. Dying people reached out their hands to him, not wanting to let the enemy go. The young man thought that these loyal knights looked very pathetic and looked away. There was a hole in the tunnel. Strange sounds were coming from it. A light was burning inside. A succubus was drawn on the cloak. The unknown person said that it was time to meet the true and great god. Raising his hands, the man standing in front of Kurosaki said that there was no longer a need to sit in front of a monitor for his life. Right now, their goddess was about to come through space and time. The cultists joyfully raised their clenched fists. A cluster of dark energy appeared around the shaman's body. The cardinal called the queen of the succubi to descend into this world. The people rejoiced, believing in their leader and not afraid to give their lives. One of the cultists standing in the last row looked back. He saw the protagonist entering the ritual room, who said that everyone should continue doing what they were doing. Watching what was happening through his fingers, Kanu said that he would just stand there and think. He was surprised that a demonic cult looked like this. The follower looked back and asked to leave this matter to him. The guy thought that if this was a real cult, then there would be more darkness, and there would be an atmosphere of madness and greed. Taking the blades with keychains in their hands, the cultists asked their comrades to continue the summoning ritual. The player decided that there was still something dark here. The man stepped forward, declaring that he would not leave his brothers alone. Hearing the cry that love is learned through suffering and hardship, the young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. The cardinal pulled the whip, declaring that he would not allow anyone to suffer. The enemies stood opposite each other. The guy raised his hand and asked if this was really the reason for summoning the succubus queen. Akiyama asked if there could be any other reason for this. Introducing the seductive demoness, he stated that a succubus is every man's dream and that they do not need anything else. Looking down, the player asked if this was a dream. The cardinal standing in front of him looked at him and confirmed it. Using the power of speed, the protagonist interrupted his speech and hit him in the face with his knee. The blow broke the mask into small pieces. Screaming that this was all nonsense, Kanu threw the cult leader far back. The cultists looked around excitedly. The guy asked not to take hell so lightly because there was no place for dreams in it. Because of the memories of Lilith, his eyes were bloodshot. The followers of the cult rushed at the enemy to protect their leader. The player broke the mask of one of them. He punched another in the jaw. While the fight was happening, Akiyama got to his feet. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted that they could not handle it. Putting his hand out to the side, the cardinal called for his comrades to retreat and promised to buy time. Baring his teeth, the leader of the cult shouted that, even if he died, their faith and desires would be eternal. Looking at him, the cultists burst into tears from such words. The young man narrowed his eyes in displeasure. It was hard to call it faith when people kidnap and sacrifice other people. Clenching his fist, Akiyama asked not to insult their faith. Suddenly, he pouted, hearing something. Using the powers of the blade, explosion and decapitation, the protagonist summoned waves of fiery energy around himself, asking if the cultist could die for his faith. A two-handed sword appeared in the air above the place where the ritual was taking place. The energy around Kurosaki was growing. A flash appeared in the air. Someone shouted that a crack would appear because of this. The sparking sword pierced the cardinal's body. Blood gushed from his mouth. The man fell to the ground. The cultists immediately ran to him. Standing in front of the enemy, one of the followers declared that he would deal with everything, and asked his comrades to carry the leader away. With his red eyes flashing, Kanu ordered everyone to leave here. The followers of the sect obediently agreed. People ran away in fear. Left alone in the room, the guy said that he would like to finish everything, but did not want to waste time on the cultists. Wings appeared behind his back. He stood in front of the rift formed during the ritual. Coming closer, the player thought that this was a rather crude method. Mixing demonic and pure power, the young man grabbed the spatial matter. The edges of the rift began to tighten. The guy grinned contentedly. Pulling the matter, he thought that he had almost closed the portal. Suddenly, a tentacle appeared from there. It wrapped around the guy's hand. The voice of Lilith was heard, calling her king. The tentacle squeezed his hand with force. The protagonist opened his mouth in fear. Many tentacles appeared from the portal. The queen of the succubi said that she would come soon. Frowning, Kanu shouted at her not to come. Thinking that even with just the tentacles it was hard to handle, he gritted his teeth as another tentacle came to his face. The demonic crystal had become much smaller. His strength was running out. The boy thought of Mashin, but he closed his eyes, remembering Echidna's request. Remembering the loving face of the demoness who captured the Demon King, the Ishulk decided that it was not worth risking his life, although he hated the mere thought of meeting Lilith. Waves of dark energy appeared behind him. Deciding to do everything in his power, the boy used the power of the Devourer. The fanged monsters rushed forward. They bit into the tentacles with their teeth. The rift was formed with the help of magic, so the boy can transform the magic absorbed with the power of gluttony into pure power. The crystal grew larger and became covered with spikes. A notification informed that the required amount of pure power had been obtained and the highest level of demonic appearance had been achieved. The new message described 3 conditions for obtaining the first step of becoming a demon lord. The notification informed that all conditions had been met. The crystal shattered into pieces. The notification announced the beginning of the transformation. The protagonist frowned, not understanding why this had to happen now. His eyes turned black. Smirking, he realized that he could use this to his advantage. Kanu directed the energy that was overflowing him into the rift. The portal was almost tightened. His hands closed. The closing of the rift threw his body's back. Light particles appeared in the air. With his mouth wide open, the guy tried to catch his breath, thinking that it was scary. The notification informed that the appearance changes were complete and all stats were increased by 5. The player looked at his hand and thought that he did not feel any changes yet, except for the pure energy spreading throughout his body. Seeing the message about obtaining a rank 6 special ability, he furrowed his brows. Smiling, the boy thought that he would finally be able to see an ability that was unknown until now. The description of the SS rank demon equipment ability appeared. Imagining the cloak floating in the air, the boy thought that his legendary class of Black Pearl was incredibly effective. Looking back, he realized something. Looking back, the player thought of the mythic class equipment. Kurosaki was lying on the ground, unconscious. The protagonist placed his hand on the altar. On it lay a heavenly shaman who could create mythical rank items with her spiritual powers. Remembering what Suzunu's eye looked like, Kanu thought that the items used by world rankers were also made by her. It was time to get out of here. A powerful explosion was heard from the ceiling. Someone landed in the room, asking if they realized that the summoning took place downstairs and not on the top floor. Fujimoto was surrounded by waves of energy, and he asked how his ally knew about it. Smiling, the Japanese man asked why the guy came here, since this was no place for people from Korea. The girl was still unconscious. Taking her in his arms, the player said that he came to save the kidnapped shaman. Entering the room, the ranker asked if his comrade came here on his own. The young man replied that his role was to create chaos and that his going underground did not mean leaving the combat zone. Narrowing his eyes, Fujimoto said that this should have been reported in advance. Taking a step forward, the protagonist thought that his ally wanted to benefit alone, and explained that there was no one upstairs, so he went down just in case. Asking permission to leave, Kanu smiled and headed towards the exit, thinking that he had no reason to worry. The Japanese man asked how much mythical equipment he could ask for in return. The guy widened his eyes in shock and looked back. His body shook as he heard the news of an emergency. Holding a crystal ball, the ranker ordered to request backup from all members of the unit conducting the operation. The player watched him as he shouted that there was a spy of a demonic cult among the Koreans. Fujimoto reported that the traitor was currently kidnapping a shaman in the underground passage. The youth's mouth fell open in shock. Night had fallen, and a tall TV tower could be seen from the window in Tokyo. The protagonist's hands were shackles that restrained magic. Putting a fan to his mouth, the Japanese man explained that he had shackled the prisoner so that he would not escape before the trial. Squinting slyly, he stated that the trial was scheduled for tomorrow. Imagining the criminal holding Kurosaki in his hands, the ranker said that the spy of the demonic cult was subject to trial for attempting to kidnap the shaman. Putting his hand to the wall, Fujimoto reminded him that he could hire a lawyer, but assumed that it would not help. Sitting on the floor, Kanu said that there were 5 of them. Without turning around, the Japanese asked what they were talking about. Grinning madly, the guy said that his comrade had already made 5 mistakes. Closing his eyes, the ranker grinned and said that it was very interesting. Smiling evilly, he said that the criminal was talking nonsense because he was cornered and because he had a lot of free time, which would last until the trial. The moonlight illuminated the prisoner through the bars. The player smiled, deciding that he needed to hurry. Hyung, Echidna, and Hansel raised their eyebrows in shock, not believing their ears. The heroes stood opposite each other in the square. Someone shouted that their friend could not be a spy for a demonic cult. Fujimoto noticed their shock. The boy smiled innocently. Yamada put his fist to his mouth. The Japanese stated that he did not expect that the power of the Japanese minions of the demon cult would spread to other countries. But they, along with the Prime Minister, saw the player trying to kidnap the shaman. Hyung spread her burning fingers. Summoning many red chains, she said that she wanted to see how long the ranker could talk. The handcuffed protagonist said that he would return soon, with his mouth wide open. The girl furiously asked how this would happen if the Japanese considered him a criminal. Hearing that everything would be fine, the leader of the Red Rose clenched the chain in her fist. Putting her hand to her chest, Hansel asked if her friend would really return. Closing his eyes and smiling, Kanu replied that it would happen very soon. That was his promise. Transforming into a spirit and flying out of his body, he thought that he needed to prepare for the trial. Using the power of the shadow and the power of the doll, the boy was able to leave the body. Dark waves of energy leaked through the bars. The black pearl cloak appeared outside the window. Having regained his body, the player crossed his arms over his chest with satisfaction and thought that Fujimoto's first mistake was that the magic shackles did not work on him, because magic was fundamentally different from magic. Smiling, the boy decided to hurry. Rising above the city on wings, he thought that hostility is answered with hostility, and the intent to kill is answered with the intent to kill. The next day, people gathered in the Tokyo court. Fujimoto crossed his arms and closed his eyes, thinking that the trial began late. He hoped that everything would go quickly. The boy's cheeks turned pink, and he smiled when he thought that after the trial was over, he would become a hero for saving the shaman. In the distance, 3 more people were sitting at the table. The protagonist yawned with his hand over his mouth, and Chaeyeon and Hwaeyeon looked like they were furious, and Fujimoto thought that they would not have had time to prepare in one day. The young man grinned and thought that he was completely prepared and that the judge presiding over the trial had received a decent amount of money from him. The judge, Wakabe Nobuhito, turned pale with fear and trembled, while Fujimoto thought that this judge had already dealt with some of his cases. Fujimoto crossed his arms and turned away, not understanding why Nobuhito was trembling so much and why the trial had started so late when everything should have gone smoothly. The judge said in a trembling voice that the prosecution would first present evidence against the defendant Kanu, and a man in a green tie and glasses stood up, saying that the defendant was a Korean gambler who participated in the operation to rescue the shaman. The man adjusted his glasses, frowned, and said that during the operation, Kanu had voluntarily left his position and participated in the summoning of a demon. Holding the documents in his hands, the lawyer said that Kanu had kidnapped Yuri and escaped when Mr. Fujimoto arrived on the scene and defeated the demonic followers. Cheon slammed her fist on the table and screamed that the man had gone crazy and was talking nonsense. The man in black began to restrain the screaming Cheon. The protagonist crossed his arms and turned around when Echidna, who was sitting on Hansel's lap, screamed that she was a defender. The judge asked what she would say in defense. While Hansel tried to calm the girl down, Kanu said with a smile that he had nothing to do with the demonic cult. Fujimoto smiled slightly, raised his fist to his face, and thought that he was disappointed in the protagonist's intelligence if he thought that such protection would save him. The boy smirked and thought that Kanu would not win this trial, and Nobuhito called a witness. Fujimoto went ahead, saying that they needed urgent help in the underground passage, and thought that he had already arranged the witnesses, and the first one was the most influential. It was Prime Minister Yamada, a man with dark glasses, who pursed his lips and looked down, trembling with fear, and Fujimoto did not understand what had happened to him and the judge. The boy looked at Yamada, who was holding his shoulder, and concluded that it was because of old age. Fujimoto looked closely at the Prime Minister, who said that today he was going to hide one truth here, and the boy thought that this was not what they had agreed on. Yamada rubbed his hand, his voice trembling with uncertainty. The man arched his eyebrows and looked down, saying that until today he continued to receive threats from Fujimoto. The blue-haired boy's eyes widened in shock. There were men in suits sitting on a wooden bench holding notepads, and Yamada revealed that Fujimoto had intentionally accused the Korean player of aiding the demon teachers in order to hide a secret. Fujimoto slapped his palm on the table when the Prime Minister revealed that in this trial, he and Kanu were merely victims of Fujimoto's evil plan. The boy stood up, asking what Yamada was even talking about. Fujimoto froze, his mouth hanging open, his eyes wide, when the Prime Minister said that he was, in fact, a demon teacher. The man in the brown suit grabbed the wooden surface and called out loudly for the Prime Minister. The reporters jumped up and crowded behind Yamada, asking him a bunch of questions. The Prime Minister placed his hand on his shoulder and said that in fact the shamaness had also been kidnapped by Fujimoto, and that he had previously hidden the truth because Fujimoto had threatened to sacrifice his entire family to the demonic teachers. The protagonist clenched his fists in triumph and smiled when the Prime Minister said that the shaman was actually saved by Kanu, and Fujimoto gave false information to hide the location of the ritual. Fujimoto sweated and cried out with an awkward smile that these were all false accusations, and that he had dedicated himself to Japan, so there was no way he could be a demon teacher. Fujimoto placed one hand on the table, hesitantly shouting that they had no evidence. His eyes widened in shock when someone said that they had evidence. The stone of concentrated magi was shining brightly. The crystal was in a bag held by a man in a black suit. He said that it was a stone of pure power. The man said that such stones were created and used by teachers of the demon school, and that this stone was found in Fujimoto's house. The youth froze, placing his hands on the table. He did not understand how he was connected to this stone of pure power. Fujimoto frowned, thinking that he would have used this stone to incriminate Kana if it was really in his house, and asked loudly how the lawyer would prove that this stone was actually found in his house. The girl with the red shoes walked forward and said hello. The girl fixed her hair and said with a smile that she was in charge of the investigation into Fujimoto and his involvement with the demonic teachers. Soyeon pointed her hand at the brown-haired man and said that the Prime Minister wanted to uncover the truth about Fujimoto, and so he asked for help from Shinjemon to search his house. The man took out a black suitcase and Soyeon said that this was the result. The girl crossed her arms and said that Fujimoto was in possession of the items of the demonic teachers, and that demonic energy and items containing magic were found in the evidence in his house. Fujimoto put his hand on his face as Soyeon said that she swears on the name of Shinjemon that Fujimoto's true identity is the demonic teacher. The boy closed his eyes and laughed loudly, saying that this was just ridiculous and thought that he couldn't do anything if things continued like this because he would be accused of being from a demon school. Fujimoto removed his hand from his face, opened his eyes wide and asked what happened. He waved his cloak and shouted that their claims were baseless and that the Shingamon were trying to swallow Japan. Soyeon closed her eyes and the girl next to her touched her hood and spoke to Fujimoto. Kurosaki, the sky shaman, removed her hood and told the boy to just give up. The reporters looked at her in shock, saying that Kurosaki was in the hospital. They didn't understand how she was here. Kurosaki turned around and said that she was here to say something as the person who caused this incident. She remembered Kanu carrying her and said that she couldn't remember the exact details since she was unconscious, but she knew one thing for sure, and that was that it was the protagonist who saved her, not Fujimoto. Kurosaki bowed, saying that it was her responsibility since she was kidnapped, and apologized for causing concern to the citizens. The reporters raised their hands, shouting that it wasn't the shaman's fault since Fujimoto belonged to the demon school. Soyen looked at the judge and asked if Fujimoto should be arrested, and the man agreed. Fujimoto smiled and sighed when Nobuhito ordered him to be searched and arrested. The boy's eyes lit up brightly and he laughed, thinking about how Prime Minister Yamada, Kurosaki, and Soyen had classified him as a demon school. Fujimoto turned to Kanu and thought that it was definitely not a coincidence, and that someone had definitely done this on purpose. The protagonist smiled slyly, clenching his fists in joy, and Fujimoto realized that this was all planned in advance. Blue lines appeared in the air. Fujimoto rose into the air, purple fog rising around him. Then an explosion thundered, and Fujimoto screamed, asking Kana to stop laughing. Cheon frowned, and the people present shouted that Fujimoto had escaped. Cheon grabbed the chair, screaming loudly. She clenched her hand into a fist and said that she would run after him too. On the table lay a broken gadget with yellow lines. Bright stars shone in the night sky. Lights were on in the windows. A beam of bright light flashed across the sky. Fujimoto frowned his black eyebrows, cursing loudly through clenched teeth. He did not understand at what point everything went wrong. Just when Fujimoto thought about leaving Japan, a bright ball appeared near his face. Fire filled the space. The protagonist stood on the roof of the building as his cloak fluttered in the wind. Fujimoto was lying on the ground, asking how dare Kanu. The youth raised his head as the protagonist asked if he understood now. Fujimoto placed his hand on the ground, slowly standing up. Kanu created a bright ball of light in his hand and asked if Fujimoto wanted to hear about his fifth mistake. The protagonist smiled slyly. Fujimoto furrowed his brows and yelled at Kanu to stop talking nonsense, and that he might have been a bit hasty with his plan and overlooked a few things. The youth, with an angry expression, yelled that he would never have made those 5 mistakes. Kanu closed his eyes and said with a sly smile that the first mistake was that the monolimiters did not work on him, so he was never in those shackles. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. Looking at the red small crystal, he said that the second mistake was the demonic crystals, which Fujimoto believed only the demon cult could create, but Kanu was also able to create them. Fujimoto sat on one knee, asking if these were the crystals that were found in his house, and the protagonist ignored him, saying that the third mistake was that the youth chose ordinary people as the judge and witness. Fujimoto remembered Nobuhito and Yamada trembling in fear, while Kanu said that they could not resist the influence from the outside at all. Fujimoto, who was sitting on the floor, asked what the protagonist did to the prime minister and the judge, and Kanu came closer, saying that it was foolish to rely on ordinary people in the era of ability and skill. The protagonist thought that he was simply using the power of fear. The protagonist remembered how Mugen smiled while promising to help and said that Fujimoto's fourth mistake was thinking that Kanu was just a worthless player without support. The protagonist thought that thanks to Mugen's help, he asked Soyen for help in searching the house. Kanu put his hand on Fujimoto's shoulder and said that the fifth mistake was that the youth should have realized the difference between a dog and a demon if he wanted to use the protagonist. Kanu smiled widely and narrowed his red eyes. Fujimoto gritted his teeth and the protagonist said that these were all his mistakes. Fujimoto jumped up. He swung his hand and yelled that he would kill Kanu. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets, looking at the youth who yelled that he would tear him to pieces. A beam of light approached Kanu, who was only smiling, and Fujimoto yelled that he would give him the most painful death. An explosion was heard in the middle of the city. Fujimoto smiled and said with a sigh of relief that it should have been done this way from the beginning. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in shock. Kanu grinned slyly, saying that he had high hopes for Fujimoto, but he was disappointed. A purple mist appeared around the protagonist, and he used the power of defense. A bright light was shining in the tall tower. Kanu explained that the concept Fujimoto chose was not bad. He stretched with his hands up and said that Fujimoto seemed like a nice guy on the outside, but he actually controlled people from behind the scenes, and Kanu usually liked people like that. With a serious face, the protagonist added that in this particular case, he was disappointed, and that Fujimoto's mask fell off too quickly. A bright flash was seen, and Kanu said that Fujimoto had good ideas and intentions, but he himself was stupid, and if he had not made so many mistakes, he would have been able to defeat the protagonist. Fujimoto raised his hands in the air, screaming in outrage at Kanu, calling him stupid. He charged at the protagonist, asking how dare he judge him. Fujimoto was sweating and blushing, breathing heavily. Suddenly, Kanu was behind him, saying that Fujimoto had a terrible habit of cursing when he didn't know what else to say, and that such obvious reactions were boring. Fujimoto clenched his hand into a fist. He then began to approach Kanu, screaming loudly, and the protagonist said that was better. They flew towards each other. Kanu said that Fujimoto's attempts at looking cool were still pathetic. They collided, and a huge explosion was heard. Several more loud bangs were heard. Keanu and Fujimoto moved around a tall tower. They then appeared above it, jumping away from each other. The protagonist smirked, asking if Fujimoto knew any good sushi restaurants, because he wanted to go there with the guys after the fight. Fujimoto lowered his head, and Keanu added that he didn't know when he would go to Japan again. Bright hurricanes appeared in the sky. Fujimoto stretched his arms out to the sides and loudly asked how much longer Keanu would laugh at him. Pink wings appeared on the protagonist's back. Fujimoto frowned and yelled that he would kill the protagonist and make him forget about a slow and painful death. Keanu smiled when Fujimoto yelled that he would give him the worst possible death. He crossed his arms and closed his eyes, saying that he was wrong about that and that Fujimoto was indeed better than the enemies he had faced before. Keanu dodged the attacks, saying that he would also take Fujimoto for sushi. He raised his hands above his head, yelling that it was time for them to finish. Fujimoto opened a brightly shining eye. Keanu turned around and saw a bright beam of light in front of him. The next second, a loud explosion was heard and gray smoke rose up. The protagonist was sitting on the ground with his hand on his face. He smiled and a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. The god Susanoo stretched out his hand. Fujimoto pressed his palm to his face and gritted his teeth, thinking that he could only support Susanoo for a minute, so he had to kill Keanu in that time. Standing on the god's shoulder, Fujimoto ordered him to kill the protagonist. Looking at Kanu's calm face, Susanoo studied his energy. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and turned around, saying that he did not understand what the god was saying, and thought about using the power of translation. Susanoo raised his hand up and said that he would test the power that Keanu was supplying to the demonic sea. A huge metal blade appeared in the air. The protagonist stretched out his palm, creating purple magic streams, and thought that it was not worth wasting energy on the power of translation. He created a weapon and thought that the Bident would not be enough here, and even G-Ball would not be enough. The ground beneath Kanu's feet cracked, and he thought that he needed something even stronger. His eyes turned black, and he grinned widely. A noisy hurricane was visible. Fujimoto extended his palm and laughed. Covering his eye with one hand, he shouted with a loud laugh that Kanu finally got what he deserved. Fujimoto raised his eyebrows and shouted that the protagonist would die today anyway. The youth watched the hurricane and thought that the wind was getting stronger for some reason. Suddenly, the hurricane turned purple and Kanu used the power of storms. Dark streams appeared in the air as the protagonist activated the power of Hellfire, Dark Spear, Rift, and Storms. Kanu said with a wide grin and glowing eyes that this would be a great final chord. A funnel with a sharp tip formed near the protagonist, and Susanoo felt the power of many demons. He squeezed the handle of the weapon. The sharp blade shone brightly. Kanu jumped up. He stood in front of the huge blade, shouting that he did not understand what the god was talking about. The two weapon tips approached each other. A blinding flash appeared. Cheon raised her head and saw a bright light on the top of a tall tower. Hansol was holding Echidna in her arms. Cheon frowned as she looked at the bright flash. Kanu gritted his teeth and thought that he was not strong enough to face the god yet, and that the wounds on his body were getting bigger. Black blood gushed into the air. The protagonist frowned and guessed that after taking the final form of a demon, the demonic energy dissolved in the blood, and that it was not just magical energy, it was highly concentrated, like demonic energy. Dark blood flowed out of the wound. Kanu thought that in this case, the magic that was flowing into his blood would explode. The protagonist was approaching Susanoo. The god opened his blue eye and screamed loudly. Bright stars were visible in the sky, and Susanoo said that the prophecy was not wrong, as expected. Surrounded by purple stripes, Kanu flew upward. A white mist was visible on the top of the tall tower. Something fell down and a loud bang was heard. The man stretched out his hand and asked for help in a weak voice. Fujimoto, whose hair had turned white and his skin had turned black in places, thought that Susanoo had sucked out his life force and magic power and disappeared. Lying on the floor, the boy thought that Susanoo's eyes were the reason he could still live. He dreamed of receiving energy from Kurosaki. The protagonist crossed his arms and said with a sly smile that the price of summoning a god was really high. Fujimoto frowned and yelled loudly, insulting Kanu. The boy's eyes widened in horror as his hand began to burn and smoke. The protagonist approached Fujimoto, who lowered his head and yelled in pain, asking why he was always trying to kill someone. Kanu said that if the boy had not done this, he would have received the mythical item and saved the country. Fujimoto raised his head and pursed his lips as the protagonist said that he should at least take what he had. Kanu smirked and extended his hand towards Fujimoto, who yelled that he could die because of this and that Kurosaki could give the protagonist more mythical items. Kanu curled his fingers in front of Fujimoto's face, who yelled that he would give those eyes back when he met Kurosaki and begged for mercy. The protagonist took out a bright ball and said with a crazy smile that he would take care of it. Fujimoto's face began to crumble like sand and Kanu apologized for not being able to take him to the sushi restaurant. The youth turned into a pile of sand, saying that the protagonist had bullied him until the very end. The protagonist looked at the glowing ball in his hand. The system reported that the item was already bound, so it could not be used. He remembered Susanoo and guessed that such creatures would appear on Earth if the Guy system weakened. Kanu closed his eyes and thought that even though the god was not at his best, he already had incredible power. The protagonist turned around and asked if they would be able to stop the gods if they came with all their power. The system provided information about the demonic spirit. Kanu reached into his clothes and guessed that if this notification appeared, it meant that he had to become a demonic deity to defeat the gods. The protagonist closed his red eyes and decided that he should go back first. He sat on the railing and looked down. He then jumped down, and the man in white clothes expressed surprise. Mugen touched his chin and said with a smile that this was not the power that Kanu showed him. There was a sword on the man's belt, and he said that this power was created through effort and experience, not talent in martial arts, and if the protagonist was so confident in his fighting ability, then Mugen would approve of his marriage with Soyeon. The girl who walked in front of him replied that she was returning to China. The girl leaned on the railing and explained that she had to train. She smiled, rested her cheek on her hand, and said that if Kanu didn't have talent, then she should supplement it. Soyeon looked down and added that it would be hard for her to find a place for herself among them now. The protagonist was floating in the air. His wings were scattering. Cheon asked where he was. Kanu looked at the girl with a skeptical expression and replied that he was finishing the job, which made her angry and asked if he shouldn't have announced that he was going somewhere. Cheon furrowed her brows, asking how long the protagonist had known that Fujimoto was a member of a demonic cult, and Kanu turned away, smiling, saying that he didn't recognize it right away either, and then thought that it wasn't a demonic cult. Cheon was wearing a black cap, angry, and the protagonist asked if the result was satisfactory in the end. The girl seemed to be burning with rage and rolled up the sleeves of her blouse. Hansol put her hand on her shoulder and gently asked her to calm down because Kanwoo said that everything was resolved. Hansol looked down and a drop of sweat appeared on her cheek. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in shock and widened his eyes when Hansol said that they were worried that something might happen to him. Hansol looked down sadly, tears appeared in her eyes, and Kanwoo thought that he would be very sorry if he answered incorrectly. Suddenly, she turned around sharply, widening her yellow eyes. The protagonist suddenly hugged her and called her mistress, which made Hansol blush. Then she smiled warmly when Kanwoo said that he wanted to quickly go home and eat kimchi. Hiying blushed with anger, looking at how Hansol and the protagonist were talking sweetly, and Echidna screamed that they were squeezing her. Kanu thought with a serious expression that there was one thing he didn't understand. He remembered Yuri Kurisaki's face and wondered why she helped him when he hadn't used force or violence against her. He remembered carrying the shaman in his arms and her words about her coming to her senses when he saved her, and Kanu guessed that he would have noticed it while carrying her. The protagonist's thoughts were interrupted by Chan squeezing his cheek and saying that kimchi was good, but since they were in Japan, they were having sushi for dinner. Kanu closed his eyes in pain, and the girl said with a smile that she knew a good restaurant. The girl with long hair watched them from afar. Kurosaki turned around and smiled at the man who said he would take her home. She narrowed her red eyes, looking towards the protagonist and his companions. Chaeyeon was still pinching Kanu's cheek, and Kurosaki thought that even if she watched from afar, she would soon find him. The shaman tossed her long black hair. She and her assistant walked in the other direction. A week later, it was a sunny day, and the blue car was parked in front of a tall building. The protagonist and Echidna smiled, happy that they had returned home. Chaeyeon leaned over, her face pale from fatigue, and said that she would go rest. Hansol raised her hand to her face, asking Chaeyeon to be careful, and the girl only raised her hand silently. Hansol raised her eyebrows, saying that Chaeyeon looked very tired, and Kanu said that there was a reason for that. A bead of sweat appeared on his cheek, and he thought that they had done a lot in Japan this week. The protagonist remembered Mugen's face and thought that it had become known that together with him they had finished off the demon teacher Fujimoto, and no matter whether he was one or not, Japan had lost its national hero. Chaeyeon clenched her teeth in anger. Kanu thought that all the indignation was directed at Korea and China. The girl raised her hand and shouted loudly. Mugen stopped her. Kanu thought that initially, as the one who was involved in everything, he should have stepped forward, but thanks to Chaeyeon's intervention, all attention switched to her. Kanu closed his eyes and smiled, thinking that she cared about even such small things, and Hansol suggested that they go too. He replied with a smile that he still had things to do. Echidna tugged the protagonist by his clothes and asked him to take her with him. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and she raised her eyebrows when Kanu said that they were going somewhere quiet. He put his hand in his pocket and said that it's nothing special. Kanu took out a silver ball and said with a smile that they would create equipment. The blue sky was visible above the green field. Kanu jumped down. Echidna was next to him. He brought his hand to his face and said that this place would be fine. The protagonist looked at the dark screen and suggested taking another look at the skill. The system provided information about the rank 6 special ability, the demon equipment. Kanu touched his chin, closed his eyes, and remembered the Gungnir he used in the last battle, but now even combining 4 powers is difficult. He imagined several types of weapons and thought that the power expended is not multiplied by 2, and the amount of magic used is squared, so if 2 powers, then 4, if 4 powers, then 16. Kanu narrowed his red eyes and thought that he was not in a fight now, and if he focused only on using power, then he could even get 5. Echidna looked at the protagonist and asked if she could help. The girl blushed and smiled when Kanu asked her to watch for any monsters coming their way. She then stood up and ran away, happily humming a song. Kanu smiled and decided to practice a little first. He stretched out his hand, intending to do something familiar first. A purple mist appeared around as the protagonist used the demon equipment technique. Purple sparks appeared in the air. Kanu stood in the middle of the field, surrounded by magical currents. Suddenly, a red mist appeared. The system reported the creation of a transposition furnace, and that in order to make higher quality equipment, it is necessary to use the appropriate materials. Kanu touched the red ball. The system reported the lack of materials and that the maximum level of the equipment was increased to legendary. Fire was visible. The protagonist used the power of darkness, hellfire, crushing. Kanu stretched out his hand, in which a weapon began to appear. The system reported the creation of a unique spear of death. Holding the red weapon in his hand, the protagonist sighed and thought that the spear contained his power. He turned around and smiled. There was a crack in the stone. Kanu struck the spear on the stone. The protagonist turned around and closed his eyes. Large stone fragments flew into the air, and Kanu guessed that it was about 20% of the usual power. He looked at the weapon and thought that it was not bad, since the lack of productivity can be compensated for by physical strength. Echidna closed her eyes and covered her mouth with her hand, asking if Kanu had decided what he would make. The protagonist remembered Sehun's face and said that if he chose the same main weapon as him, he would not be able to adapt to the situation and change weapons. Kanu looked at Echidna in surprise when she asked if it was possible to make a weapon that could change shape. Night fell. Hansel frowned, holding a staff in her hand. A bright light appeared at the tip of her weapon. The protagonist clenched the small ball in his hand and thought that he had also used the Wrath of the Kraken, so his current magic stat was 116, and this time he used the Eyes of Susanoo. A dark purple mist rose up, and Kanu used the demon equipment. The system asked to extract the materials from the mythical rank item. The protagonist stretched out his hand, thinking that he needed to add more hurricane power. Echidna smiled, clenched her hands into fists, and said that if the weapon itself had the ability to change its appearance, then it would be possible to use various attacks at any time. Kanu gritted his teeth, frowned, and used the power of transformation. The system reported that the use of 5 powers had been confirmed. Then the system notified that all the conditions had been met and that in 10 seconds, the mythical rank equipment would be manufactured. The protagonist opened his black eyes wide and thought that he only needed to hold out for 10 seconds. Magic streams shot around his hand and the countdown began. The numbers were displayed on the dark screens. Kanu was wondering if the mythical tier was the last one. He remembered Susanoo and thought that this equipment could even summon gods. There were marble statues around the light source. Kanu thought that the mythical tier items were quite powerful, and if the mythical tier items were gathered, it would be possible to create a dimensional rift similar to the hellish weapons of the great demons. Kanu raised his hand. There were 2 seconds left. He waved his hand in the air and thought that this was not all. The protagonist, whose eyes had turned red, extended his hand into the purple fog and thought that this was not enough. The system reported that the power of Devouring had been added. The space was brightly lit. The system reported that the conditions had been updated and that superior tier equipment had been produced that went beyond all limits. Hansel covered her face with her hands and called out loudly for Kanu. Echidna closed her eyes and called out to him too. A blinding flash appeared, filling the field. It became paler, but still shone brightly against the night sky. The protagonist spread his legs wide, bending his back. He winked and smiled, asking if it is an item of the superior grade. A huge shining ball hung in the air. The system reported the successful production of the Demon Ocean Key. The dark screens showed the messages that the demon equipment had reached its limit, the increase in magic, and that Kanu could no longer use the special ability demon equipment. The protagonist approached the ball. He raised his hand up and realized what he needed this special ability for. His fingers touched the surface of the item, and the system notified the completion of the creation. The dark screen showed the item information, which is of the superior class. Kanu raised his eyebrows in surprise and opened his mouth when he saw the information about the evolving type of the item. The system explained the effects that the key had. Kanu grinned and thought about the installed weapon. Then he raised his hand and a wind rose. The protagonist was holding the death spear in his hand. The weapon was emitting a red aura, and Kanu thought that the feeling of power was similar to his death spear that he had made before. There was a bright flash as the protagonist activated the change. A magic sword appeared in his hand. Kanu thought that both the weapon change speed and the energy consumption were excellent. He smiled and decided to change the weapon to Gungnir for the last time. The protagonist continued to stand with the sword in his hand. The system reported that the change in the weapon created using the 4 powers was impossible in its current state. Kanu looked down, sweating, and thought that the weapon's full potential had not yet been revealed. Hansol, who was holding the staff in her hand, called out to the protagonist. He turned around and said with a smile that it had worked. Kanu raised his hand and said that in addition to the weapon item could be changed like this. Hansol widened her eyes in surprise when she saw the ring on the protagonist's finger. He smiled and said that this was the most comfortable form to wear. The dark sky stretched over the field, and Kanu said that it was time for them to return. A week later, it was a sunny day in the city. The system reported setting a level limit. The protagonist looked away and thought that something was wrong. He sat on the bed and thought about how he wondered if there was a hidden way to unlock the level with the Demon Ocean key, so he combined and changed the powers, but as expected, it took time. There was a ring shining on Kanu's hand, and he thought that he needed to quickly level up and raise special skills like demon equipment to weaken Manhwa Jiang. He touched his face, closed his eyes, and concluded that it was time to find another way because he had been trying to overcome the level restrictions for a week. Kanu imagined the world map and thought that Chaeyeon said that demon teachers had been active in Russia recently. The protagonist thought about summoning a few demons and asking him to catch them, although it was hard to find anything in such a huge country. Kanu sat up, his stomach growled loudly, and said that he hadn't eaten anything properly lately. He licked his lips and said that he would try in that case. There were octopus tentacles on the plate, and Kanwoo said that Hansol had made kimchi. Upon seeing this, the protagonist knocked over the plate and screamed loudly. He then looked into the pot where the normal food was and said that he had just imagined it and that it was just kimchi jjigae with octopus. Kanwoo imagined Hansol as an angel and said that although it only lasted for a moment, in the dish that the girl had made, the octopus was perceived as Lilith's tentacles. The protagonist then folded his hands in a prayer gesture, closed his eyes, and repented with a smile. He looked at the bags standing against the wall and asked Echidna what they were and where Hansol was doing. The girl came to the table and said that Hansol had gone to the class of Gate and Incheon with Tisu, Sehun, and Yunbai. The Echidna widened her eyes and raised her eyebrows, saying that the bags and the octopus were brought by Cheon yesterday. Cheon was carrying a huge stack of bags, saying that Kurosaki had sent Kanu a few things and 30 billion won. The shaman smiled, offering a sincere apology for the inconvenience, and that she would do her best to help Kanu no matter what. Cheon closed her eyes and said that Kurosaki asked her to give this. The girl's eyes widened, saying that Kanu seemed to really like the shaman, and that the protagonist was lucky to receive the princess's love. The Echidna turned pale, her eyes and mouth wide open and white. Kanu looked at the bags in shock, thinking that 30 billion was still a lot, even though he had saved her life, and that it was like saving a drowning person and then suddenly putting the house deeds in the bag. The protagonist's sweat dropped and widened his eyes, thinking that he was only embarrassed by the octopus. On the screen, the news anchor announced that world leader Alex Osborne, famous for the Sword of Justice, had visited Korea. Kanu looked at his phone, where the anchor's voice was heard, saying that Alex had gained worldwide fame by uncovering the Isu Station incident, and he revealed the reason for his visit to Korea, saying that he had come to personally meet Seon. Echidna, who was sitting on the couch, asked if she could watch the news too, and Kanu ignored her, wondering if he should Google Alex. He tapped the screen of his phone and found out that Alex was a 29-year-old world ranker from England. The man with blonde hair held a sword in his hand. He had become a world hero outside of the UK and was known for always picking up a sword to protect the weak. Alex walked on the red carpet covered in blood after the incident at Isu Station 2 months ago. He also revealed that he has been fighting against the demonic teachers for a long time. A month ago, when the demonic cult began to show signs of activity in Europe, Alex attacked their branch and prevented an accident, and in the end, there were no fatalities. Kanwoo imagined Alex next to Sehun, wondering if they would get along well. The protagonist imagined them laughing sweetly and narrowed his eyes maliciously. Kanwoo turned away, asking if Hansol had gone to Incheon. Echidna looked at Kanwoo and confirmed it, then asked where he was going. The protagonist turned around, widened his red eyes, and said that he would catch the golden sun. Echidna said that she wanted to join him. There was a cafe by the road. A man with green hair smiled and waved his hand, calling out to Kanwoo. The protagonist walked between the tables, saying that it was good that the hunt was continuing. The man waved his hand, laughed, and said that he was just about to finish hunting today. Kanu sat down on a chair and asked if it was because of Alex, and the man confirmed it, saying that they found out because the players who entered the gate recognized Sehun and told him about it. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Sehun turned pink and smiled strangely. Kanu approached him, asking if he had a problem, and the boy replied that he couldn't believe that the Sword of Justice had come all the way to Korea to see him. Sehun shouted with a confident look that it was very cool. Kanu crossed his arms, turned away, and asked if Sehun was leveling up, and the boy replied that he was. The protagonist looked at Sehun in shock, who said that he had recently finally reached level 60. Hansol, who was being hugged by Echidna, said that Sehun had no limit. Unlike him and Tisu, the girl in the hat gritted her teeth and said that this was pure fraud and deception. Sehun touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly when the girl said that he couldn't level up from 50. The protagonist crossed his arms and thought with an angry expression that he was trying his best to break the level cap, and Sehun didn't even have a limit. The blue-eyed youth smiled, asking what he should do anyway, and whether he should go to the airport himself to pick up Alex. Kanwoo looked away and said that there was no need. The glass doors opened. Sehun smiled happily and asked if this was the sword of justice. The protagonist turned around and thought that Alex was in the world rankings, so he definitely lived up to his name. The man in white shoes emitted a green aura. Kanu thought that the grace and consistency of his steps could be felt when walking, as well as an unwavering, well-organized magical power. Alex had a gilded sword. Kanu wondered if this was all, or if the man was hiding greater power. Alex smiled, bowed, and greeted them. He said his name with a smile, and the protagonist realized that he was stronger than Fujimoto. Sehun worriedly jumped up, shaking Alex's hands, saying that it was an honor for him to meet the Korean hero. The protagonist, seeing this, was angry. After all, Sehun was like a child in front of Alex, and he had never made such an expression towards him. An angry Kanu surprised Alex by asking what brought the world ranker here. Sehun suddenly approached, nervously introducing Kanu as almost a brother to him. Alex pointed at the girls, saying that they must be the dragon's companions. The protagonist, very angry, abruptly interrupted Alex, asking why he came here. While Sehun was picking on Kanu for his words, Alex smiled and said that it was sad, because he wanted to befriend the dragon's comrades, but he really didn't tell them about his goal and they had every right to be wary. Alex suddenly became serious, asking Sehun if he had ever heard of the Guardians. After his words, Kanu and Sehun exclaimed at the same time. Remembering how Sehun recently told him about them, the protagonist realized that they were creatures that were chosen by the system to save the world. Sitting down at the table, Alex said that he was one of the Guardians, which greatly surprised Sehun. Kanu grinned, asking how they knew that Sehun was a Guardian. Did they really come here to ask him to protect the land together? Forming his symbol in the air, Alex said that he wanted to accept Sehun as a protector. A moment later, he handed the protagonist an envelope, saying that although the protectors were still unknown, they could assure that they were the hope of humanity. Alex frowned slightly, saying that if Sehun joined, they would do everything so that he would never feel such disappointment like that time again. Hearing him, Sehun was horrified, remembering the past. That moment when he fought at Isu Station, then he was in horror and despair because he had to kill people who turned into monsters. Clenching his fist, Alex said that if you become stronger, you can save anyone. He, clenching his fist, told Sehun that if you become strong enough, you can subdue such monsters, and they can be protected until you find a way to return the monsters to human form again. Remembering the leader, Alex said that the Guardians have a way to enhance the abilities of the Guardians, thanks to which even he became stronger. The protagonist thought about it after Alex said that he stopped the demonic cult members in England with this power. Kanwoo realized that if Alex really could stop them alone, he wouldn't have asked the Korean player for help. Sehun tilted his head thoughtfully, considering the offer. Then he swallowed and raised his head. Sehun frowned, refusing Alex's offer. The events take us to Alex, who was sadly walking down the alley. He sighed, not understanding how Sehun could refuse. The protagonist, who was watching Alex, mentally pressed him with insistence. The events take us back to the moment when Alex asked Sehun if he would join them. Suddenly, a dark mage came out from Kanu's leg and rushed towards Sehun. His demonic heart opened its eyes, and Kanu began to instill in Sehun that the protectors were simply using him, and they could not save everyone. Kanu, in his spiritual form, grabbed Sehun's heart, saying that Alex was simply deceiving him. Sehun's eye lit up brightly, and the system notified Kanu about the use of the power of subjugation and the successful completion of control of his subordinate. Sehun bowed a moment later and refused. Alex, seeing this, said that he was going to stay in Korea for a while, so he could call if he changed his mind. Watching Alex go, the protagonist understood that it was okay that Sehun respected Alex, but it was impossible to allow him to trust him too much because he was just a sword of justice who wanted to save everyone. Alex suddenly shouted, asking who was behind him. Suddenly, someone jumped off the roof. A member of the demonic cult attacked Alex from above. His nails turned into claws. Alex in response took out his blade. Alex and the cult member clashed in a fight. The cultist shouted at him that he must pay for disrupting their plans. Alex and the enemy again clashed their weapons. The guard shouted, ordering the cultist to surrender. In an instant, in the alley, they exchanged hundreds of blows and continued to fight. The protagonist peeked out from the corner. Looking at the devil, he realized that it was the European branch of the demonic cult that was attacked a month ago. Looking at Alex, Kanu couldn't understand if he had let his opponent go several times already. Blood splattered in the alley. The Guardian was much stronger and was able to win. Their difference in skills was colossal. Alex frowned and refused when the cultist asked to kill him because everyone's life was important, even his. Hearing this, the protagonist became furious. For him, this was complete nonsense. Kanu squatted down listening to Alex tell his enemy to leave the cult and repent of his sins by living a quiet life. Hearing this, Kanu didn't understand. Had Alex killed members of the demonic cult before? The devil took out a grenade, while the protagonist was thinking that asking a murderer to repent of his sins was idiotic. The cult member detonated a smoke grenade right under himself. Alex was surprised when his enemy said before leaving that he would definitely pay for this humiliation someday. Suddenly, a girl came out from around the corner and Alex ordered the enemy to stop, but he shouted at him, refusing. The girl was very surprised by the cult member who appeared in front of her. He, without thinking, hit her, sending her flying. The cultist stopped for a moment, saying that he was unlucky. He ran abruptly, saying goodbye to the keeper. He brought his trembling hand to the girl's face, and a moment later he began to sob, hugging her. The crying keeper, hearing Kanu asking what he was doing. Coming up, the protagonist asked why he did not kill his enemy right away. Hugging the girl, Alex listened as Kanu said that if he had killed the enemy in time, the girl would not have died, and now it was his fault. One could even consider that he killed her. Kanu slapped himself in the face when Alex started talking about the value of life again. The protagonist annoyed and told Alex that an innocent man died because of his beliefs. The protagonist opened his eye slightly when Alex asked in surprise if an innocent man really died. The girl's body began to disappear while Alex was saying that even though he let the boy and the cult go, no one was hurt. With a terrified expression, the Guardian said that there was no one here and no one was hurt. Kanu saw this and smiled madly. Alex sighed, saying that he couldn't believe that he missed the demon cult, while Kanu mentally told himself that he never thought that Alex would be so weak. Alex looked at the protagonist in confusion when he called out to him. With a threatening voice, Kanu asked him if he had thought about giving up on Sihun. Alex stood up and smiled, saying that there were already few guardians and he couldn't afford it. The protagonist chuckled when Alex said that he knew he cared for Sehun like a brother, but now it was about the greater good and humanity. Alex clenched his fist, saying that Sehun had to become even stronger because his destiny was to save countless people. The Guardian turned around, saying that it was time for him to go. As he left, he told Kan to try and persuade Sehun himself. Looking at the clothes of the missing girl, the protagonist mentally called Alex's words and ideology nonsense. But even so, as long as Sehun admired Alec, nothing could stop them from working together. The protagonist's smile widened when he thought about the possibility of becoming stronger for Sehun. He narrowed his eyes, deciding to help this idea come true. The dark mage walked towards the departed Alex. The events take us to Alex's house. He was sitting on a chair, thinking about today's events. He couldn't help but remember the protagonist asking him why he didn't kill the devil cult member right after he defeated him. The Guardian closed his eyes out loud, saying that for now, Kanu wouldn't be able to understand him since he wasn't a guardian. He couldn't easily comprehend the value of any person's life. The Guardian clenched his fist, saying that sooner or later, Kanu would understand and accept his philosophy. Suddenly, Alex froze, hearing a scream. He jumped up and looked out the window, realizing that it was a woman's scream. He looked at the roof while the woman was screaming and calling for help. The events take us to the roof of the building. Alex jumped over the ledge in an instant. He landed on the roof, ordering the attacker to stop right now. Suddenly, his eye widened in shock. In front of him, he saw the cultist, saying that he arrived quite quickly. He chuckled, starting to wrap himself in mage and asking if it was nice to meet just a few hours after they last met. When Alex asked the cultist about the woman, he grabbed his mask. A moment later, he threw his head back, starting to call for help in a female voice. The Guardian frowned, realizing that it was a deception. The protagonist straightened up and called out to Alex. He sharply frowned when Kanu asked if the girl he hit during the escape died. Alex involuntarily remembered how he cried, hugging the girl. The Guardian began to get angry, listening to the pretending protagonist say that even having killed a man, he did not kill him. Kanu began to laugh when Alex began to deny it, saying that besides the two of them, there was no one else in the alley. The protagonist ridiculed Alex for not paying attention to someone's death. Alex grabbed his blade, saying that if the cultist's words were true, he would force himself to live his entire life to atone for this innocent life. A moment later, the Guardian pulled the blade out of its sheath. Transforming his nails into claws, Kanu said that even now, Alex had not said a word about killing him. Holding the blade in front of him, Alex asked Kanu what people like him knew about the importance of immortality. His totem appeared behind Alex as he said that saving all people was a noble belief. The roof under the Guardian's foot shattered. He rushed towards the protagonist at full speed. His blade was aimed straight at the opponent's neck. Kanu smirked, extending one claw in front of the neck. A moment later, the protagonist dodged Alex's blade. He gritted his teeth due to the pain in his arm from trying to shape the trajectory of the attack. Kanu ducked as the Guardian called all of Kanu's beliefs and words stupid. The protagonist punched the keeper in the stomach, saying that what he was doing was stupid. Alex flew back screaming. His eye widened in shock. Balls of flame were flying at him. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion. Alex gritted his teeth, not understanding since when the cultist had such skills. Looking at Kanu jumping on him, he understood that this was the guy who attacked him during the day, but not even a day had passed, and he became so strong. Alex swung his blade, deciding to take the enemy's weapon first. But a second later, he was shocked again. The halberd in the protagonist's hand disappeared. The keeper became angry, deciding to change tactics. As the sword flew over his head, Kanu asked Alex what he was doing. He hit the keeper in the face, asking what kind of jokes he was doing. Alex fell on his back after the blow. He grabbed his face in pain. He opened his eye slightly, assuming that the cultist was someone else. The method by which the hellish teachers grew stronger, their masks, was the only constant. An angry Alex began to stand up. His eye flashed as he asked Kana if he was a demon. The protagonist's eye also flashed, and he did not respond. The collision of the two enemies created a powerful explosion comparable to a nuclear bomb. Suddenly, a slash from Alex's sword lit up. After a few quick movements, he found himself face to face with the protagonist. He demanded that Kanu, who had parried his blow, surrender quickly. Kanu continued to fight back, while Alex thought that even if he was a demon, he did not show his true nature. Defending himself with the concentrated magic in his fists, the protagonist thought that such an idiot had no right to become a defender. It was sunset over an abandoned gray building. Sitting inside the building, the cult member decided to wait it out inside. Just as he thought that after a break he would return to the attack, an explosion occurred nearby. Smiling maliciously, he exclaimed that Alex was holding up well today. But seeing the newcomer, he was puzzled. When asked who he was, the protagonist stood waving his hand in front of his face because there was nothing to breathe there. The cultist mistook the Lord for one of the guards, while Kanu did not understand what he was talking about. Then, putting his hands in his pockets and walking towards the cultist, the protagonist began asking questions about whether he knew the guards, who in turn said that he would not tell anything just like that. Smiling slyly, Kanu transformed his hand and said that of course he would not tell anything just like that. Continuing his sentence, he used the power of limitation on his hand. Kanu rushed towards the enemy, saying that he would make him talk. The cultist could not even twitch as the hand of the Lord pierced his body through and through. Drenched in blood, he smiled strangely. Having built the degeneration of a psychopath, he thought that his opponent was certainly fast, but not smart, and swung his hand with spread claws. But he wanted to tell the Lord to die. His powers disappeared. While he was asking what was happening, Kanu gathered the magicians in his hand. Lifting the young man, without letting go, he repeated his question. The cultist smiled and refused to talk. He said that such a trifle would not scare him, and at that moment the protagonist hit him in the jaw. Having said that he could remain silent, the overlord used the power of subjugation. The system notified that the soul of the selected object was resisting the power of the ability of subjugation. Kanu smiled, because earlier he assumed that he would quickly speak. The hand in the cultist's mouth began to glow and warm up. The cultist himself was all in tears and scared when the power of hellfire was used against him. With a stream of blood, he was thrown back and fell to the ground. While the protagonist asked if he was talking now, he writhed in pain. When the overlord suggested repeating the procedure, the man began to cry and said that he would tell everything. Kanu sat down and ordered to tell everything about the guards. The cultist was confused, because where are the guards? Where is he? The overlord, smiling, activated the power of hellfire, to which the guy panicked and burst into tears. He said that he knows that the guards are controlled by the so-called Guardian organization, adding that their number does not exceed 10 people. He said that the main one there is a woman, her ability is to find these defenders, and the number of guards did not exceed 10. It turns out that Alex found Sihun thanks to her abilities. He was wary, thinking how many more he can catch like this. Kanu remembered Alex, asked about the features of the others except the leader, but the guy did not know. Looking at the window, the protagonist made a decision. Having finished speaking, he asked to let him go, but the master smiled and stopped him. He smiled evilly, reminding that in the deal both parties give something and he saves his life. And what he gives him in return, the cultist's pupils dilated from what he heard. After that, if he has nothing to say, it is better to end it, to which the cultist burst into tears and began to scream, saying that he really told everything he knows. The cultist, kneeling, told Kanu something. Then he looked at the overlord, smiling slightly. Kanu grinned and concentrated, closing his eyes. Then he stood up, saying that although he hadn't heard anything new, the information was interesting, while the cultist asked if he would let him go. The protagonist scared the guy, saying that he didn't need to, because the cultist couldn't tell him more. Realizing that he had planned it that way from the start, he laughed, opening his eyes wide. He saw how Kanu, with the help of magic, set fire to everything that hadn't moved from its place. After a while, the entire building was burning, and the protagonist, having changed his clothes, was leaving it. Holding the mask in his hands, the overlord said that he got what he wanted. With a sly grin, he decided to start. Now, while fighting Alex, he thought that although everything was going according to plan, thanks to that demon, he still didn't really know that person. Raising both hands, he said that it was time to finish. Knocking the sword out of his opponent's hands, he became bored and tired. Suddenly, Kanu grabbed Alex by the throat. While hanging, he ordered the ruler to let go, but this angered him and he told him to shut up. With a menacing look, Kanu thought about what kind of person made up the ratings of this world, since there are no worthy rivals except for Mujina. Squeezing Alex's throat, the protagonist joked that he also wants to be burned, and if they make a movie about this, the scene will be heartbreaking. Alex looked angrily at the protagonist while he asked if he was afraid of the disappearance of the world if he closed his eyes. Kanu did not stop talking to the tormented Alex. He asked maybe his strength ran out and said not to worry because he will disappear today as if he never existed. The guard hanging over the ground told him to shut up, to which the protagonist replied that after the conversation he began to look like a person. Alex started to get angry listening to the protagonist telling him that everything he does is just for empty self-satisfaction. And the guy suffering from strangulation exclaimed, "What does Kanu know about him?" and cursed at him, and the ruler told him to shut up because his screen time was up. Suddenly, a bright explosion occurred on the stairs. Kanu and Alex were surprised by this. Sehun arrived on the roof of the building, holding a sword in his hands. He asked Alex if he was okay. Sehun frowned when Kanu said that another person fell into his trap. Looking at Sehun, the protagonist thought about it. Raising his hand, Kanu introduced himself as Death and their end, the patron saint of all angry people, Satan. He smiled creepily at the end of the performance and put his hand to his chest. Sehun stood in a stupor, perplexed, asking the enemy if he was a demon. The protagonist stopped looking at him, saying that it was not so important. Looking at the angry Sehun, the protagonist asked if Alex was that important to him. Squeezing the hilt of his sword tighter, Sehun said that he didn't have to tell him anything. Sehun couldn't help but remember how Kanu had called him and told him about the attack on Alex, asking for help. He had gotten very upset then, because Kanu had abruptly hung up. Looking at the grinning cultist, Sehun understood that Kanu couldn't help him this time. A moment later, he rushed straight at his opponent. Forming a dragon avatar, Sehun struck at Kanu, deciding to stop the demon. The demon easily parried Sehun's blade. Sehun gritted his teeth, realizing the weakness of his attack. Using the sleeping dragon sword again, Sehun raised the sword behind his head. But suddenly the opponent hit him in the body, and he immediately flew back. Enveloping himself, the magicians, Kanu asked if he felt the difference in strength. His pupil gleamed brightly when he asked this, but when Sehun rushed at him again despite everything, Kanu asked him why he tried so hard. All of Sehun's attacks were blocked, after which Kanu asked him if Alex had anything to do with him. Continuing to attack, Sehun shouted, saying that it was not strange to save a person with whom he had no connection. The protagonist chuckled, calling it stupidity, but in his mind he praised Sehun, calling him a good boy. Sehun continued to attack, surprising the protagonist, because he was much tougher than Alex. Continuing to block attacks, Kanu thought about how Sehun did not fight just to win. When the sword struck his cheek, Kanu realized that Sehun had the perfect deadly sword in her hands, and he himself was just a person thinking about killing his opponent. The protagonist began to wrap the foot of the magician, knowing full well that even if Sehun fought Alex right now, he would lose. Throwing the guy back, Kanu realized that Sehun's loss would only be due to the difference in characteristics. Looking at the enemy, the protagonist decided to attack him. Although it was impossible for him to defeat a level 100 player, but even so, Sehun easily dodged the spikes. He instantly appeared behind Kanu and struck him, but he managed to block it. Continuing the battle, the protagonist admitted to himself that Sehun was a talent sent by heaven, a miracle. Having only begun to block his attacks, Kanu involuntarily remembered Sehun's teacher. The protagonist calmed down looking at the guy. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him. But before he could do anything, Sehun was very surprised. Kanu extended his hand and almost grabbed Sehun by his face, and a moment later, he grabbed his face altogether. The protagonist threw Sehun into the wall in an attempt to make up for what he was missing. The boy coughed up blood after colliding with the wall. Lowering his hand, Kanu smiled and said that it was a good fight, but if he fought hard until the end, it would still end like this. The protagonist mocked Sehun, causing him to become very angry. Sehun was shocked when, after his offer to end everything, Kanu interrupted him, saying that this was not the end. Starting to spread magic on Alex's neck, the protagonist said that he could not let such fun end. Kanu raised his hand, saying that Sehun's anger and hatred made him tremble, and this excited him. Alex, losing consciousness, called out to Sehun, asking him to run away. The guy was very surprised when blood gushed from Alex's throat. He stood in a stupor and fell into apathy looking at the blood. A moment later, his body began to tremble with anger. With a scream, he rushed straight at the protagonist. He was furious, cursing Satan. But a second later, he fell down. He frowned deeply and clenched his teeth, realizing that he was powerless because of that attack, while the protagonist told him that it was those eyes full of anger and hatred. Shaking his hand, Satan said that the anger and hatred he had now would become his fuel. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, telling Sehun to use his anger to become stronger. In the complete darkness, Sehun heard Satan tell him to kill him later. The protagonist sighed and took off his mask, glad that Sehun had finally fallen. Covering his mouth and trying not to puke, Kanu was amazed at how Satan could say such things, because while he was imitating him, he almost puked. Looking at Sehun, Kanu thought that it would be nice to be a suitable incentive for him. He looked closely at the boy's face, realizing that he lacked determination. After Yeonhoon and Yihyun were captured, Sehun had no motivation left. After all, his opponents were shackled and caught. Now they didn't know whether the Guardians were friends or enemies, so Sehun needed to become tougher to become stronger, because if the other Guardians were like Alex, it would be bad. Looking at the blood on the armor, the protagonist understood that in this case, he would have to kill the enemies alone. While the protagonist was saying that he needed to overcome the level limit as soon as possible, a system window appeared next to him. One by one, the system notified about the victory over the Guardian and the weakening of the energy of the system that limited the level. Then the system notified that the maximum level was increased to 69T, due to which the accumulated experience points were applied and the level increased by 10. The last notification was that Kanu had reached rank 7. The protagonist looked sadly at the characteristics window, realizing that killing the Guardian to remove the limitation was not an option. A moment later, his eyes widened when he saw the level. He heard that if you overcome level 59, then there is no limit to 89. Then he looked at the Guardian, realizing that his limit was 69 and to remove the limit, he had to kill the Guardian. An evil smile appeared on the protagonist's face.